Summer. The scorching sun baked the earth, and the cicadas chirped incessantly on campus. At noon, most students were napping on their desks with only a few still reviewing. Lu Yuan, teacher Chen is calling you. A man with a crew-cut regular features and a height of 1.8 meters stood up from his seat. Without lingering in the scorching corridor, he quickly stepped into the teacher's office. He sighed in relief. As expected, the air conditioning was comfortable. Upon entering, Lu Yuan couldn't help but let out a refreshing breath. He walked a few steps to teacher Chen's desk and stood upright. Here, teacher Chen said in a calm tone. At that moment, he turned his swivel chair sideways, crossing his legs facing him. His expression, which had been smiling while chatting with teacher Su next door, instantly turned serious. Indeed, teacher Chen's face-changing skill was exactly as Lu Yuan remembered from his past life. Alas! Teacher Chen let out a long sigh toward Lu Yuan. Tisk. He rubbed his index finger back and forth on his already receding hairline, looking very troubled and at a loss for how to start. Of course, in the end, he spoke softly with patience. Lu Yuan, teacher Chen called you today to emphasize once again. Studying is for yourself. Cheating is meaningless, especially for students like you who are already in the 3rd year of high school. At this point, teacher Chen's tone began to rise. Bang, bang, bang. The hand that had been rubbing his forehead dropped, and he knocked hard on the desk with the back of his hand. The other teachers in the large office were busy with their own affairs, showing no interest in watching teacher Chen educate a student. In 3 years of high school, such incidents were too common. For high school teachers, ordinary student cheating was less interesting than the eccentric stories of students secretly dating. Teacher Chen, I know. Lu Yuan looked down at teacher Chen innocently, having anticipated this scene. If you know, why did you cheat? The tone rose again, and in an instant he was almost roaring at Lu Yuan in anger. Teacher Chen, I didn't cheat. Didn't cheat. Then what about the last problem in this math monthly exam at the start of the semester? As if expecting Lu Yuan's denial, teacher Chen quickly pulled out Lu Yuan's answer sheet from a pile of test papers on the desk. This was the first monthly exam of the semester for senior students at Hengshi High School. It was mainly to test whether the students had gone wild during the 2-month summer vacation and had returned all the knowledge to the teacher. The exam was actually quite difficult, serving as a warning to all seniors to settle down and study harder after the new term. Explain this: the last question, the last sub-question, the maximum value of piece PQ. How did you get the answer 1627? You're quite straightforward. There's no process on the paper, just an answer thrown out. Do you think this is the college entrance exam marking? Would I give you points for the answer? Teacher Chen grew more and more agitated, having held back earlier. Now that his emotions were up, he began a torrent of words. If only you could cheat in the college entrance exam. I wish you couldn't solve the problems, but somehow got an answer to get 3 points. 5 big questions, you only wrote the first 2, leaving 3 blank. And the hardest sub-question of the last question, you happened to write an answer. Lu Yuan, do you understand the teacher's good intentions? If you brought a phone, hand it over to me. This time I won't confiscate it, you can take it home tomorrow, the weekend. From the initial agitation to 10 minutes later, his tone became earnest. Obviously, as a veteran math teacher, Chen had immediately spotted the anomaly in Lu Yuan's math paper. Since no one else in the class had solved the problem, he suspected that Lu Yuan had used his phone to search for the answer during the exam. Lu Yuan had remained silent until now. As someone reborn with a second life, he was unusually calm. Moreover, this incident was intentional on his part. He waited until teacher Chen finished speaking and his emotions had subsided, then he spoke again. Teacher Chen, I really didn't cheat. I just wrote the answer based on intuition. Hearing this, teacher Chen couldn't help shaking his head. He was around 40, the prime age for a male teacher. Facing the students he had been teaching for 3 years about to graduate, he had invested a lot of effort. He had to oversee all class affairs, including the learning progress of each student. He had to pay attention to whether all subject teachers were responsible and to the results of each subject. Now Lu Yuan, who had always been honest and ordinary, had suddenly become a problem student in his eyes. The atmosphere became heavy for a moment. Then teacher Chen turned to teacher Su at the next desk and said with a smile, Teacher Su, listen to what my student said. By intuition, Alas, students are getting harder to handle. Stubborn as a mule. Teacher Chen, our class 8 students are the same. It's tough. Teacher Su, the homeroom teacher of class 8, was a single woman who had just turned 30. She was average looking, slightly plump, and actually easier to get along with than teacher Chen. Because she was younger, the generation gap with students was smaller. Old Chen, on the other hand, was quite strict with students at school. Of course, this strictness was only for ordinary and low-performing students. For good students, old Chen was very gentle, completely two-faced. Lu Yuan naturally understood this now. No one is perfect. Who can be completely impartial? Good students not only provide emotional feedback in class, but also help teachers advance their careers by achieving good results in final exams, especially the college entrance exam. If he were a teacher, he would definitely favor good students too, which was understandable. Lu Yuan, I've always seen you as a fairly honest kid. You never get into fights or skip class, which saves me a lot of worry. Although your grades have been average, your learning attitude has been good. Teacher Chen has always noticed that. Since the hard approach didn't work, Teacher Chen switched to a soft one. It seemed he was going to use emotional persuasion. How did you change so much after just one summer vacation? You've become almost unrecognizable to me. Do you think your explanation is convincing? Faced with Teacher Chen's helpless expression, Lu Yuan could only emphasize again. Teacher Chen, I really wrote it based on intuition. If you don't believe me, you can test me with another question. Although I may not be able to write the process, I can get a feeling for many problems at first glance and write the answer. Teacher Chen let out a long sigh. Fine. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, right? As he spoke, he stood up from his seat and walked to the back of the office where he rummaged through a large pile of handouts. 2 minutes later, he came back with a test paper in his hand and spread it out in front of Lu Yuan. Since it's by intuition, fine. Look at this sequence problem and see if you can get the answer by intuition too. To be honest, regarding the math exam paper for this monthly test, even Teacher Chen couldn't believe it, but Lu Yuan himself also found it inconceivable. Being able to be reborn from the future year 2022 back to his senior year of high school. This matter itself was as eerie as seeing a ghost. 3 days ago, when he first woke up after rebirth at school, he was completely dazed and disoriented, not knowing what to do. Before rebirth, he had barely passed the undergraduate admission line in the college entrance exam, so he could only study civil engineering at a third-tier university in a remote province. After graduation, he went straight to a construction site and worked as a safety officer for 3 years, truly experiencing the cold and warm of human relationships in society. With a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan, he couldn't even afford a meal at the table, yet his responsibilities were greater than anyone else in the company. Right before rebirth, a project accident occurred, and he was about to be made the scapegoat. Just as he was preparing to pack up and flee, he unexpectedly traveled back to 2014. It was the very year he had just entered senior year of high school. However, Lu Yuan's heart was not happy at all, since he had already forgotten most of the high school knowledge. In his past life, he had exerted all his efforts and only reached that level. Now that he had forgotten most of the knowledge in various subjects, could he still be expected to make a desperate catch-up in the final year? He was afraid that he could only go to a vocational college. Coming from an ordinary family, his future path might be even harder than in his past life. At this point in 2014, society itself was beginning to solidify. As an ordinary person with nothing, what could rebirth do for him? The only thing he knew he could seize was a wave of real estate surge. The rest had little to do with him. After a round of thinking, he found that he could only consider studying first. However, when he settled down to review and do problems over the past few days, he discovered that he seemed to have suddenly awakened. It was that kind of mystical awakening, as if after rebirth God had maxed out his talent in science and mathematics. Especially in math, unless he had never learned the knowledge at all. As long as there was some connection and he understood the basic concepts, many problems would automatically produce answers in his mind. Especially for pure calculation problems, he could get the answers subconsciously. Of course, high school math problems were no longer mainly about calculation. The major questions were sequences, spatial geometry, function derivatives, etc. But for him, none of these seemed to be a problem. Unless he had completely forgotten the formulas and theorems for a problem, as long as he had some related knowledge, he could find a solution. Even during the problem-solving process, there might be steps where he didn't know the required knowledge. Even if he couldn't write the steps, it didn't affect the final result in his mind. That mystical and inexplicable feeling in his mind allowed him to get the answers smoothly. It was as if he had been blessed with extraordinary talent, exactly like the legendary awakening in some superstitious rumors. It was precisely this point that stirred Lu Yuan's thoughts. Now there was still 1 year until the college entrance exam. With his current learning talent, even if his foundations in Chinese and English were worse than his past self, he could at least max out his scores in science and mathematics during this year. By then, relying solely on the scores of these subjects, he would do much better than in his previous college entrance exam. Although he knew that in society academic qualifications couldn't determine everything and family background mattered more for a child from an ordinary family like him, education was the only thing he could grasp. At least 985 and 211 universities might not help him defy fate, but they would at least avoid the classic civil engineering start and provide a higher floor. Lu Yuan even thought that with his current talent he might be able to continue to graduate school and stay in academia. Compared to his past life where he worked himself to the bone and became a beast of burden with no way out, this was already the best path. I won't make it hard for you. Let you guess the answer by feeling without writing the steps. Before Lu Yuan could think, Teacher Chen's voice came again from the side. As long as you can solve this problem by any method, I'll let you pass. He'll pretend I don't know about the math exam paper for this monthly test and treat it as your own work. At this point, Teacher Chen was no longer fixated on whether he would admit to cheating. Anyway, in his mind, Lu Yuan was definitely cheating. If he could really solve this rather difficult sequence problem, Teacher Chen would also be quite pleased. It would be giving Lu Yuan a way out. But if you can't solve it, I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's boring. Go back to the classroom and reflect on yourself. The exam paper handed to Lu Yuan was already a bit yellowed. The sequence problem was at the last question of the paper, and on the blank space, there were a few simple steps. Of course, this was the process for the first sub-question, and it wasn't even finished, not written all the way. Erase a pen. You calculate. Teacher Chen handed over a blue ballpoint pen from his pen holder. Although based on Lu Yuan's past 2 years of performance, he didn't think he could solve it, he still had this patience. 2/7 of root 34. Before Lu Yuan could even take the pen, he had already spoken the answer. The knowledge needed for this question he had reviewed in the past 2 days. The moment he saw the problem, he had the answer. Even with his current grasp, he could even write the complete process. What? Teacher Chen was momentarily stunned. The answer is 2/7 of root 34. Lu Yuan, are you trying to fool me at a time like this? As he spoke, Teacher Chen stared straight at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't flinch, meeting his gaze with the same calm eyes. After a moment of eye contact, Teacher Chen yielded. Though he was 1,000 times unwilling to believe, he still sat down and began to calculate himself. As a math teacher with nearly 20 years of experience, this problem was not difficult for him. In just about 2 minutes, he had already calculated to the last step. After continuous simplification, the answer was unmistakably 2/7 of root 34, just as Lu Yuan had said. Teacher Chen didn't look up at Lu Yuan. Instead, he stood frozen, holding the blue ballpoint pen. After a long while, he shook his head as if he couldn't believe it. He took a blank sheet of scratch paper and carefully copied the problem from the top. This time, Teacher Chen's eyes were much more serious. There was no more of the casual, relaxed manner of spinning the pen while solving like the first time. Indeed, mathematics does not lie. The final result was unsurprisingly still 2/7 of root 34. However, even at this moment, Teacher Chen still hadn't given up. He stood up, took the exam paper, and went to Teacher Yao, who was sitting diagonally behind him. Teacher Yao, this exam paper is from your class college entrance exam practice last year, right? Do you still have the answer key? I'd like to see it. Teacher Yao was over 50 years old, the math teacher for the previous senior year. This year he had taken over class 8 Teacher Zhu's class. At this moment, he was holding a thermos cup, drinking the hot black tea inside. Is it this sequence problem you're pointing at? Seeing the direction Teacher Chen was pointing on the exam paper, Teacher Yao immediately answered. If it's this problem, then you don't need to look for it. I remember the answer is 2/7 of root 34. I have a deep impression of this problem. The problem setter wasn't very rigorous. The answer is so complicated. Although the college entrance exam questions in our province are difficult, the final answers are always simple. They won't come up with such a complicated answer. Teacher Yao reported the answer while complaining about the problem design. After all, it was only a practice problem, different from the college entrance exam. The math exam in Jiangnan province where Lu Yuan was extremely difficult, but at least the calculated answers were always neatly rounded numbers. Generally, if the answer turned out to be very complicated, one should consider recalculating, as it was likely a calculation error. How is this possible? Carefully comparing the content on the test paper, Teacher Chen muttered to himself. Wait a moment. He strode briskly away from Teacher Yao, gesturing for him to stay put. Returning to the pile of papers at the back of the office, he picked out 3 more. What about this problem? Can you solve it? He handed it to Lu Yuan with some haste, his gaze complex and filled with disbelief. Yet Lu Yuan detected a hint of excitement in his eyes. Teacher Chen, I can solve this problem, but it's a proof question. I can't handle some proof questions. The 2 blank problems in this monthly exam were proof questions. Lu Yuan glanced at it. It was a proof on spatial vectors. The problem flashed through his mind. Instantly, all information converged in his brain, and the solution emerged quickly. With his current knowledge, he could write the proof for this problem without issue. But the 2 problems from the monthly exam required intermediate steps he couldn't produce, which was why he left them blank. After all, proof questions didn't require him to calculate the answer. They only asked him to prove what was given. Can't do proof questions? Then what about this problem on an ellipse and a parabola? The slope range. He pointed to the second to last problem, which depicted an ellipse pierced by a parabola with a slanted line cutting through. Given a set of known conditions, it asked for the permissible slope range of the slanted line. In his past life, this type of problem had been his greatest headache. Not only were the formulas for ellipse problems complex, but the calculations were also extremely heavy. It was time-consuming and accuracy was hard to guarantee. Often all he could do was write down the formulas and leave the final answer for later. Now his mind acted like a human calculator, excelling in mathematics and sciences. The moment the problem appeared before his eyes, the answer surfaced based on the formulas he had recently reviewed. The range is from 1/3 to 1/2. Teacher Chen didn't need to verify this problem. He had the answer key for this set. He quickly matched the problem order to a small answer sheet. Problem 23, solution omitted slope, range 13K12. What about this problem? One after another for 4 or 5 problems, Lu Yuan gave answers instantly. Only after confirming Lu Yuan's astonishing talent did Teacher Chen stare at him, lost in thought. Teacher Chen, do you want to continue? I really wasn't lying to you. Even Lu Yuan himself was startled by his own talent. In his past life, he had heard of math prodigies who could see a problem and know the answer instantly. He had dismissed those stories as jokes. After all, anyone could boast. Now that it was happening to him, he began to understand what it truly meant to be a math genius. Even he found his own mind extraordinary. Given a little more time, he was confident he could score a perfect 150 on the Gaokao math exam. No wonder he had once heard a joke from a top university's math professor online. A mere 150 on the Gaokao math exam, and someone dares claim to be good at math. Now it seemed that might not be a joke at all. Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen. Huh. Lu Yuan called out several times before Teacher Chen snapped back to reality. He looked at Lu Yuan a bit at a loss, then slapped his own stubbly cheek. After a long pause, he spoke again. Lu Yuan, I remember your math score was usually around 100 out of 150, right? Occasionally you could get 120 on easy tests, but you never seemed to solve problems instantly like this. Teacher Chen's face no longer held anger. Instead, he was recalling Lu Yuan's past math performance. Something like that. Lu Yuan nodded along with Teacher Chen's words. But his actual scores were never as high as Teacher Chen claimed. On a 150-point exam, he usually scored around 90, just barely passing. Once by luck, he scored 122, the highest in his life, a memory he retained even after rebirth. Tell me, did you suddenly have an epiphany, or what happened? Finally, Lu Yuan began the carefully prepared explanation he had been planning. I'm not sure. I've always been sensitive to numbers, but mostly in calculations. Lately, though, problems seem to imprint themselves directly into my mind, and the answers just come to me. Bang! Teacher Chen clenched his left fist and slammed it onto the desk. That's it. Maybe boys develop slower. Your talent was always there. It just never showed. When I studied math in college, I met a genius like you. He was only talented in calculation with strong mental arithmetic. But there's still a gap with you. Being able to solve problems instantly like this. I've only heard of it in gifted students from key high schools. Lu Yuan, your math talent is extraordinary. The commotion attracted Teacher Su, who was picking up a stack of test papers and preparing to leave for class. Before leaving, she heard Teacher Chen's words and couldn't help teasing him. What? A moment ago you were accusing your student of cheating, and now there's a math genius in your class. Teacher Su, Lu Yuan's math talent has always been there. It's just. Teacher Chen, excited as if he had discovered a rare treasure, wanted to share his discovery with his colleague. But Teacher Su had no interest in hearing him out. She waved her hand with a smile and left, swaying her ample hips. Seeing this, Teacher Chen looked around the office again. Unfortunately, most of the other teachers were focused elsewhere. Their attention was on two male students from class 7, both with bruised faces. Clearly they had been fighting during the lunch break. Teacher Chen's desire to share the discovery of Lu Yuan's math talent instantly evaporated. Forget it. Lu Yuan, you can go back now. Teacher Chen, what about the cheating accusation? Haha, I misunderstood you. I apologize. Teacher Chen's eyes were full of sincerity as he stood up to apologize. Teacher Chen, that's not what I meant. I understand why you acted as you did. Lu Yuan's goal wasn't to get an apology from his homeroom teacher, it was more about giving an early warning. Being a genius wasn't easy, nor did it happen overnight. At the very least, someone, especially one subject teacher, had to acknowledge it. Without their recognition, even if Lu Yuan scored full marks on this test, he would likely be accused of cheating just like this time. And if he got a perfect score on the Gaokao, suspicion would only grow. Since he truly had talent, now he might as well be open about it. Once he demonstrated his talent and gained the teacher's genuine approval, he wouldn't need to defend himself, no matter how outstanding or extraordinary his performance became. Teacher Chen would be his best explanation. More importantly, he still had a year left in high school. Hengshi High School was a boarding school. Students stayed on campus except for weekends, to sneak out for a good meal, milk tea, or other needs. He would need either a permission slip from the homeroom teacher or the gatekeeper's indulgence. Lu Yuan, I was wrong to misunderstand you. It's my fault. But don't waste your amazing math talent. Build a solid foundation. And, forget it. Give me some time to digest this. Teacher Jiang, I was just in Teacher Chen's office. In the classroom, English teacher Jiang had already started the lesson with a portable microphone, writing vocabulary on the blackboard. Whether it was the school's unwritten rule that English teachers were always beautiful, or some other reason, it remained uncertain. Regardless, their class teacher Jiang was no exception in terms of appearance. At 26 years old, she had come to teach at Hengshi High School right after graduation. Today she wore a cyan floral long dress with a simple light makeup on her face. Her delicate and lively features, coupled with her gentle temperament, made her look no less attractive than some minor celebrities. Now interrupted by him, she stopped writing with the chalk. Teacher Jiang turned around and nodded at him. With the permission, Lu Yuan quickly trotted back to his seat, not wanting to disturb other students' learning. But a rather cool voice still followed from behind. Lu Yuan, don't just focus on math. You should also look at your English. Your foundation was already weak, and after a summer vacation, it's even more appalling. Then the students around Lu Yuan, whose minds were not on the lesson anyway, burst into low, gloating laughter. Indeed, what was destined to come could not be avoided. Compared to the science subjects, his English was completely ruined. His foundation in his past life was already mediocre, and after rebirth it had become even worse. He usually scored around 80 points, but now looking at the midterm exam paper on his desk, the first thing he saw was a scarlet 47. Though it was only a drop of over 30 points, in reality this score could hardly get any lower. Of those 47 points, more than 20 were from the multiple choice section, where he had simply guessed. The remaining were the 10 or so points from the essay questions. Brother Yuan, you must have had a wild summer. 47 in English. Zhou Linwei in our class scored 43. You're almost catching up to him. Zhou Linwei was the class troublemaker who had never studied in the first 2 years of high school. He wasn't easy to get along with either, and in the second semester of his junior year, he started pursuing a path as a sports specialist. In the end, as Lu Yuan remembered, he got into a second-tier university through that route. Ironically, that was better than most of their classmates, including Lu Yuan himself, who took the regular college entrance exam. What did you score? His memories of his classmates were somewhat blurry, but after a few days of being reborn, he quickly got familiar with their names and personalities. His deskmate was He Jianfeng, his best friend throughout high school, who usually scored even lower than him. In the college entrance exam, he was stable and ended up just barely crossing the undergraduate line, same as Lu Yuan. However, when it came to filling out the application, he slipped out of the undergraduate options and ended up in a top-tier vocational college in Jiangnan province. After graduation, he worked in green food inspection, a job that came with the school's connections, and his inspection company developed well. It was a client-facing role, and on business trips, he could collect various perks. Within just a year, his monthly salary exceeded 10,000, which was much better than Lu Yuan, who had stubbornly pursued a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. Before his rebirth, the two often had meals together, and of course He Jianfeng almost always paid the bill. 96. That was quite good. Normally, He Jianfeng's English was even worse than his. To score this high was an extraordinary performance. Perhaps thinking that Lu Yuan was silent because he was upset about his own poor score, He Jianfeng didn't continue to show off. Instead, he whispered to him. During the exam, I sat next to Zhu Jia. That explained it. Zhu Jia was a top 3 student in the class, always ranking among the best. In a science-focused class, her liberal arts scores were almost at the peak. Sitting next to her during the exam, since the midterm was not strictly supervised, if one was willing to look, it was hard to get a bad score. Can you two be quiet? If you don't want to study, we still do. Shen Jiajing, who sat in front, turned around looking displeased at both of them. Though annoyed by her attitude, Lu Yuan and He Jianfeng knew they were in the wrong and quickly apologized with smiles. Unfortunately, God had only bestowed Lu Yuan's talents in math, physics, and chemistry. Facing English, he still felt a headache. He forced himself to stay alert through a class that reviewed the exam paper, but he still forgot it as soon as he heard it. As things stood now, if he could just pass the English exam in this last college entrance exam, he would be grateful. High school life was always somewhat monotonous. During the evening self-study session, Lu Yuan planned to continue reviewing the math, physics, and chemistry content. Unexpectedly, their homeroom teacher, old Chen, walked into the classroom carrying a stack of A4 paper. He naturally divided them into 8 portions and passed them from front to back. The content printed on the paper was none other than the results of this midterm exam. Lu Yuan looked at his rank 19th. His scores: Chinese 77, English 47, Biology 73, Physics 71, Chemistry 77, Math 116. Total 461, which was roughly the same as his overall performance in his sophomore year, and the ranking was similar. But in reality, there was a huge difference because his original scores in math, physics, and chemistry were not at this level. If he could pull his Chinese and English up to the passing line, and with a bit more time for the science subjects, his total score could reach around 570,580 without a problem. With the total score of 750 in Jiangnan province's college entrance exam, the first-tier cutoff was around 550. He couldn't be sure about popular cities, but scoring 570 could give him a chance to get into a 211 university in the Northwest. Damn, Brother Yuan, what's going on with you? With Chinese and English this low, you still have a total of 461. Damn, you weren't just playing during the summer, were you? Did you cram all the science subjects? He Jianfeng had originally thought Lu Yuan's rank would drop by more than 10, landing around 30th in the class. He never expected him to still be in the top 20, especially with math scoring 116. Compared to Lu Yuan's original level, it was almost miraculous. Which cram school is this? I want to try it too. Tap, tap, tap. Old Chen's short, sharp tapping on the podium immediately silenced the whispering in the classroom. Quiet. The results of this midterm exam are in your hands. Some of you have regressed, and some have improved. First place is still Chiu Hao. 567 points, very good. If this momentum continues as long as you don't fall behind when the science subjects are combined later, a key university is within reach. Indeed, the top student in their class, who was also among the top 3 in the school, could only dare to aim for an ordinary first-tier university. Lu Yuan was born in Guiyuan County, Linzhou City, Jiangnan Province. Jiangnan was a giant economic and educational province, but Linzhou City didn't rank high. And Guiyuan County was the most economically and educationally backward county in Linzhou. Hengshi High School, among the 5 high schools in Guiyuan County, was the worst public school. Among the over 1,000 students taking the college entrance exam each year, fewer than a handful could make it to the first-tier line. The school's actual teaching goal, targeting the majority of students, was mainly to get them into undergraduate programs. In reality, the school's annual undergraduate admission rate was less than 40. What did it mean to get into an undergraduate program in Jiangnan Province? From what Lu Yuan remembered from his future college entrance exam, the science undergraduate cutoff was set at 443. In reality, passing all subjects would give a total of 450, so as long as each subject was above the passing line, one could secure an undergraduate spot. Yet, even that was something most students at Hengshi High School dared not dream of. For the science stream, math and the combined science subjects were the major ones, and no one could guarantee they would pass. In his past life, Lu Yuan scored 458 in the college entrance exam, forcing him to leave the economically prosperous Jiangnan province and go to another province to attend an ordinary third-year college. You did all right this time, keep it up. Lu Yuan, I won't even mention your Chinese, but what's with your English? 47 points. If you don't score at least 90 in the next monthly exam, you know the consequences. But after a summer vacation, your science scores have improved quite a bit. After every monthly exam, old Chen always liked to analyze each student individually. Then he would make a simple classification using the college entrance exam score lines to let everyone know which range their scores fell in. Of course, it was actually quite imprecise, because the test papers in their school were generally much simpler than the college entrance exam for now. After all, it was only the first semester of senior year, and the first round of comprehensive review had just begun. The 3 subjects of the comprehensive science exam were also taken separately, and the exam time and difficulty had not yet fully ramped up. However, calculated proportionally, it still provided some reference. Before his rebirth, the class college entrance exam results used He Jianfeng as the benchmark for undergraduate admission. That year, he had scored exactly 445 points, ranking 22nd, and was the last person among the 47 students in the class to pass the undergraduate line. Liang Zidong, go get the math test papers from my office. This study hall period, well, first go over the papers. There will be no math homework tonight. The evening had 3 study hall periods for homework, and the homeroom teacher had taken over one of them. Everyone was used to it. No problems with the multiple choice questions, right? They were actually quite simple, but hardly anyone got them all right. In our class, only Xiao Hao and Lu Yuan got them all right. As for the fill-in-the-blank questions, even fewer got them all right. Only Lu Yuan. In just one class period analyzing that single test paper, Lu Yuan had been mentioned 3 times by the homeroom teacher, old Chen. This frequency was even higher than that of the top student Xiao Hao, whom he usually praised. For a moment, several classmates kept glancing in Lu Yuan's direction, especially his deskmate, He Jianfeng, whose eyes were wide open. Throughout the evening, his eyes were almost fixed on Lu Yuan and his test paper. Lu Yuan's math score of 116 points was already the 4th highest in the class for that subject. Lu Yuan had lost points on 2 proof problems, totaling 28 points. For the last problem, since he only had the answer, old Chen was quite lenient when grading. He gave 5 points for the first sub-question, and even though Lu Yuan only had an answer for the second sub-question, he gave him 4 points. There were no other mistakes on the entire paper, especially in the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections, where he lost no points. From Lu Yuan's perspective, it was also difficult to lose points. For those questions that didn't require steps, he could almost produce the answer instantly. Especially for some questions with diagrams, a single glance allowed him to compare the various proportions in the diagram. It was not by relying on calculation formulas or theorems. He could see the answer just by looking, making it hard to get wrong. Ring, ring, ring. The bell for class dismissal rang on time, but old Chen still had to go over the last problem. The 2 big shots behind Lu Yuan were already impatiently shaking their legs. Their upper bodies were completely bent over level with the desk height. Clearly, they were ready to dash to the convenience store. Bang, bang, bang. Old Chen on the podium gave another 3-strike slap on the desk. Some students, during class, they don't listen to the paper analysis at all, but they never miss a second of the dismissal bell. He swept his stern gaze over the crowd, especially the last row behind Lu Yuan. After giving them a visual warning, he picked up the test paper again, but shook his head to himself. Forget it. I won't go over the first sub-question of the last problem. As for the second sub-question, no one got it except Lu Yuan. I won't say much more. Anyway, if you encounter such a difficult problem on the college entrance exam, just write down the formula if you can. Don't be stubborn. Your teacher doesn't expect you to get a perfect score. No matter who in our class, if they can get 130 points in math on the college entrance exam, I would laugh in my dreams. This was not because old Chen looked down on their class or on these students. It was simply that their school was the worst regular high school in the county. When students were channeled in after the middle school entrance exam, the student pool was the worst. That year when the final college entrance exam results came out, the highest math score in the entire school was 122 points achieved by Chiu Hao in their class. There was no way around it. Jiangnan province's math difficulty was nationally renowned. That year the average math score on the college entrance exam was only 67 points. As for himself, Lu Yuan had performed exceptionally, well, scoring 99 points. So many of these words were truly from the heart with no intention of discrimination. But after he had singled out Lu Yuan at the end, the entire class turned to look at him. Although he knew that once his talent was confirmed it should attract the attention and care of the homeroom teacher old Chen, he did not expect it to come in this form. He certainly did not need this kind of attention that felt like being roasted over a fire. Sure enough, as soon as old Chen said the words "class dismissed," many classmates had already gathered around Lu Yuan wanting to see his test paper. This kind of intense attention from nearly the entire class was something Lu Yuan had never experienced in either of his two lives. Even the class top student Chiu Hao had risen from his seat in the third row and came to his side. "Brother Yuan, can I take a look at your last math problem?" Although the two rarely interacted, Chiu Hao's attitude was very polite. Following his best friend in the class Jianfeng, he also addressed him as Brother Yuan. Lu Yuan was among the taller boys in the class with a net height of exactly 1.8 meters. Not a centimeter more, and no matter how many years he hoped it would never increase. It was fixed from his senior year. His figure was currently on the slender side, and his facial features were passable, but his eyes were a bit small. Judging by his face alone, he could be considered somewhat handsome. With his height advantage, he should have been quite attractive to girls. Unfortunately, as a science class, they only had 11 girls in total, and none of them had looks that he found appealing. Moreover, in his previous life, he had been rather dull and honest during high school. He didn't interact with other classes, which resulted in him not having a girlfriend throughout all 3 years of high school. Here actually teacher Chen exaggerated. "I just guessed the answer for the last problem. There's nothing to see." As he spoke, he handed the test paper over. Many people around Chiu Hao also gathered around, but unfortunately, with just an answer and 4 points given, there was really nothing to see. The girl in the front row, Shin Jiajing, looked even more suspicious and said, "Lu Yuan, don't tell me you bided this. You dared to write just an answer. No wonder your math score is so high this time." With her doubt, a few other classmates also began to question. After all, everyone, his classmates, knew Lu Yuan's previous grades. Now that his math score had suddenly jumped up, they all found it hard to accept. But fortunately, his actual score was not as high as they imagined. If he had scored a perfect 150 points in one go, Lu Yuan could imagine the class exploding, and the doubts would only be greater. It was also good that he didn't get that score, and besides, old Chen was backing him up. For now, only a few classmates who usually scored similarly to Lu Yuan and had mediocre math results this time were still questioning. Brother Yuan is not that kind of person. He probably ran out of time and didn't have a chance to write the steps. Although he was skeptical about Lu Yuan having only an answer on the paper, Chiu Hao himself was a person of good character and high emotional intelligence. In public, he still stood on Lu Yuan's side, supporting him. "Chiu Hao Zhou Zimo Zhu Jia and Lu Yuan, please come to my office." From the window at the back of the classroom, Lao Chen, who had returned from the stairwell, leaned in halfway to notify them. This shout actually liberated Lu Yuan, who had been at the center of the turmoil. Following the other three out of the classroom, he trailed Lao Chen all the way to the office. Zhou Zimo was also among the top students in the class, particularly excelling in mathematics. Multiple times, even Chiu Hao, who ranked first in the class, could not outscore him in math. As for Zhu Jia, she was also one of the top 3 students in the class. Along the way, the 3 of them exchanged brief conversations. Only Lu Yuan, who had never interacted with them before, remained unspoken to. He walked at the rear of the group, and though he harbored many doubts, he did not grow anxious. In the large office that evening, few teachers remained. Most subject teachers were in the shared offices of various teaching groups in the comprehensive building. The main office in the teaching building was primarily for the head teachers of each grade or for teachers on duty during evening self-study sessions to rest. Grab a chair from an empty spot. The 3 acted swiftly, soon pulling chairs from nearby vacant desks and sitting down. As for Lu Yuan, he did not hesitate to drag over the large swivel chair that belonged to the veteran teacher, Teacher Yao. The head teacher, Lao Chen, did not immediately address the matter. Instead, he pulled back the newspaper covering his desk, revealing a basket of dark purple bayberries beneath it. "Have some bayberries. I bought them this afternoon outside the school. They're very sweet." Everyone initially declined, but after Chiu Hao took the lead and began eating, the others soon followed suit, without holding back. Indeed, in the heat of summer, enjoying bayberries while the office air conditioner hummed was a uniquely pleasant experience. So this was the treatment reserved for good students. In his past life, Lu Yuan had never enjoyed such treatment at school. He never imagined he would experience such a day. Although bayberries were not rare fruits, the fact that the head teacher had specially prepared them for them in the office added immense value to this basket of bayberries. Let's talk while we eat. Lao Chen, without taking a bayberry from the basket, put one into his mouth and looked at the four of them. Next Tuesday, there's a provincial math competition. I want to ask for your opinions. If you have no objections, I'll register all four of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the only female among them, Zhu Jia, raised her hand. Teacher Chen, I'd better not go. I participated in the first 2 years of high school and never won any awards. Now that I'm in my third year, I want to focus on my studies. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised. In his past life, he had never participated in any competition either. He had never imagined that someone would give up a competition that could bring honor when mentioned. Lao Chen, however, was not surprised and nodded at Zhu Jia. That's fine. It's your third year. Whether you go is up to you. In the end, college entrance exams are what matter. Chiu Hao Zhou Zimo, are you two still going? His words did not mention Lu Yuan, so he sat quietly eating bayberries, trying to gather as much information as possible. He'll go. He'll go too. The two did not hesitate and agreed promptly. All right, you three can go back to self-study first. A few minutes later, only Lu Yuan and the head teacher, Teacher Chen, remained in the office. Teacher Chen was rummaging under the newspaper for something. After a while, he opened a drawer and finally found a test paper which he handed to Lu Yuan. It was last year's 2013 National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad exam. You're not going home this short weekend, are you? No, I'm not. Although Hengshi High School had a poor student source and mediocre teaching quality, its management was extremely strict, far stricter than any other school in the county. The school mainly implemented a big and small weekend system. On small weekends, students had only half a day off, on big weekends 2 days off. Most students did not go home unless they lived nearby or had business. Lu Yuan's family was in the county town, while Hengshi High School was actually located in Hengshi Township. Taking the bus was quite troublesome, so he never considered going home on small weekends. Try this competition. There are still a few days before the contest. Spend these days studying this set of problems. The answers are on the back, though there might not be detailed steps. If you can't figure out the problems, you don't need to come ask me. I don't have the energy, and I might not be able to solve them either. Any more questions? Teacher Chen finished his instructions swiftly and looked at him calmly. Teacher Chen, why was this set of problems only printed for me? Shouldn't Chiu Hao and Zhou Zimo see it in advance too? Driven by curiosity, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. The test paper itself was not valuable. The school's copy room provided free printing. Why not just print 2 copies for them? Clearly, Teacher Chen had other considerations. They also participated in the competition last year, and this is exactly the exam they took then. Hearing this, Lu Yuan understood. That made sense. They had already taken the test, so it was indeed different for him, a first-timer. Moreover, they are different from you. They don't have your mathematical talent. Zhou Zimo is relatively talented in math in the class, but from 2 competitions, he only won a 3rd prize at the Linzhou municipal level last year. This year, the province has already canceled the college entrance exam bonus points for provincial competition awards. So participating doesn't mean much to them. It's just a nice addition to their personal records. No wonder Zhu Jia was completely uninterested and Teacher Chen was so casual with the 3 of them. Then what about me? Since the competition was useless for everyone and couldn't add points to the college entrance exam, why should he participate? Could it be to win glory for the school and help Teacher Chen achieve some teaching results? Lu Yuan was not averse to this. In his past life, he had never even heard of such competitions. Now that he had this opportunity, he was quite willing to participate. He was just asking Teacher Chen out of curiosity. You are different. You've had a breakthrough in math recently. Though your foundation is not solid, your logical thinking is indeed strong. But I can't gauge your exact level. So try this competition first, and let me determine where your talent truly lies. Presumably Teacher Chen had been astonished by his talent in the office earlier. But after reconsidering, he still couldn't pinpoint his exact level. Besides, mathematical talent is somewhat mystical. Prodigies are not rare in society, and many prestigious 985 universities have special youth classes. Teacher Chen now likely wanted to confirm the level of Lu Yuan's talent. Ordinary monthly exams, including the test papers, were completely inadequate. Only a competition could measure it. Just as Lu Yuan nodded in agreement and prepared to return to the classroom to study the competition problems. Teacher Chen spoke again, his tone thoughtful. Although the bonus points for competition winners have been canceled, the opportunity for recommendation still exists. Don't think about other things for now. If you can win first prize at the provincial level in this competition, we can consider the next steps. Time in high school always passed especially quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already Tuesday of the next week, the day of the competition. Lu Yuan had thoroughly studied last year's competition problems. To be honest, they were all high school knowledge, not beyond the syllabus at all. But the types of problems were particularly novel, and the difficulty was indeed much greater than regular exams. Especially some geometry problems such as ellipses and parabolas required a huge amount of calculation. Fortunately for Lu Yuan, these made no difference. During these days, he spent more time reviewing all the knowledge of high school mathematics. He memorized theorems and formulas completely. Although he had been reborn for just over a week, by last night Lu Yuan had fully mastered all the content of mathematics. He was confident that as long as the competition didn't exceed the syllabus, he could get a perfect score. At 1030 m. With the ringing of the class bell, he borrowed 2 new pen refills from his deskmate Jin Feng, and then set off with Chiu Hao and Zhou Zimo. Since the exam venue was at Guiyuan No. 1 middle school, the only key middle school in Guiyuan County, and it took some time to get there from the county seat, the 3 of them were excused from the 4th morning class. With the special leave slip approved by old Chen, they left the campus. As soon as they left the school gate, Zhou Zimo immediately cheered, "Phew, it's so good to be outside. Freedom. Want some milk tea? It's still early, why don't we buy a cup first?" "Sure." Chiu Hao agreed, and turned to look at Lu Yuan. "Great. I happen to want one too." After his rebirth, Lu Yuan initially felt a generation gap with his high school classmates. But senior year was indeed a very oppressive and monotonous phase, yet also an environment that was easy to blend into. In just over a week, Lu Yuan had already adapted to his current identity as a senior high school student. Naturally, he wouldn't be antisocial toward the 2 top students in the class. The milk tea shop near the school gate, which should have had few customers at this time, was actually extremely busy. Nearly 30 students from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years who were preparing to participate in the competition gathered at the milk tea shop at the same time. After the milk tea shop, the 2 suggested having lunch nearby. Compared to the high school cafeteria, the food outside was indeed much more delicious. As the twice-cooked pork rice bowl was placed before him, and after watching the eating manners of the other 2, Lu Yuan began to realize something. These 2 were so enthusiastic about participating despite the competition having no actual benefits. They were probably just trying to escape the strict school rules and enjoy some freedom with no intention of winning any awards. While trying their luck, they could also legitimately spend half a day outside. Truly a worthwhile deal. I didn't expect so many people to participate in the competition. Since this was Lu Yuan's first time joining a competition, he brought up the topic while eating. "It's not that bad, brother Yuan." Chiu Hao took a big gulp of milk tea, then explained to Lu Yuan. "Actually, it's mainly 1st and 2nd year students. From the 3rd year, besides us 3, there seem to be only 2 from class 7. In the entire 3rd year science track of Hengxi Middle School, their class 9 had the best grades, followed by class 7. The students in these 2 classes were considered the best of a mediocre bunch, relatively better than the rest of the applicants. As for the remaining classes, their grades were a level lower. This time no students from other classes participated in the competition. They were mostly focusing on the college entrance exam. "I heard some schools have competition classes. Doesn't our school have one?" "Brother Yuan, you're overthinking. In Guiyuan County, apart from No. 1 middle school, which school would offer such a competition class? Originally, it could only add 5 points, and starting this year, even the bonus points have been canceled." "I heard that No. 1 middle school plans to cancel the competition class next year." This time Zhou Zimo, who was sitting beside him, explained, which surprised Lu Yuan. Zhou Zimo was a short, small person who usually sat in the 1st row of the class. In his previous life, he had rarely interacted with him in class. In this life, ever since teacher Chen called them to participate in the competition, Lu Yuan could sense that Zhou Zimo was somewhat hostile toward him. The reason was actually easy to guess. He probably doubted Lu Yuan's math score on the last monthly exam, suspecting Lu Yuan had cheated. But he didn't understand why the homeroom teacher old Chen hadn't noticed and still let him participate in the competition. However, the 2 had no real enmity, and under Chiu Hao's efforts to communicate, the tension eased. Now there was no longer the initial estrangement and isolation. Instead, the 3 boys quickly became engaged in lively conversation. On the bus heading to No. 1 middle school, they talked a lot about games and studies. Yes, despite being top students, they were still at Hengxi Middle School. The 2 top students were actually addicted to online games, spending most of their 2-month summer vacation on League of Legends. Around 115, Lu Yuan and his friends finally rushed to Guiyuan No. 1 middle school. The exam hall was in the large lecture theater. They had thought that with only 5 middle schools and fewer than 30 students from their own school, there wouldn't be many people in the lecture theater. But as they entered the exam hall, they found that the lecture theater, with over 20 rows and 30 seats per row, was almost completely full. On the podium, a middle-aged female teacher with a small megaphone hanging from her waist was shouting with effort, "Our own No. 1 middle school students sit in the first 3 rows. Students from No. 2 middle school sit in rows 4 to 6. Students from Guiyuan Senior High School sit in rows 7 to 9. Junior high school groups sit in row 10. The remaining students from other schools sit from row 11 onward at will, but please leave 1 seat in between." Even with the megaphone, her voice wasn't very loud in the huge lecture theater filled with hundreds of people. But to Lu Yuan's ears, this not-so-loud voice sounded strangely harsh. Among the 5 middle schools, except for the first 3 that were named and assigned seats, the others were just grouped together. The school like theirs, Hengxi Middle School, was automatically categorized as other schools. In the eyes of the teachers from these key middle schools, they indeed didn't care about Hengshi middle school students at all. But this couldn't be blamed on the teachers. After all, their high school was the worst in the county. Most students would be happy enough just to win a district-level award. In previous years, the best they had achieved was a city-level award, and a provincial third prize was something from many years ago. But you should know there were only 5 middle schools in Lu Yuan County. The district-level award actually had no value at all. They were even competing with junior high school students. In the eyes of many teachers, Hengshi Middle School students were probably just there to make up the numbers. If not for the fact that Hengshi Middle School was still a high school and would definitely be allocated competition slots, these students wouldn't have had the chance to participate. After hearing the teacher on the podium, the 3 of them tacitly sat in the last row. Looking around, they found that the last 2 rows were all students from Hengshi Middle School. 2 rows ahead were students from Linyang Middle School. The 2 schools together occupied only 4 rows. Between these 4 rows and the 10th row, where the junior high students sat, there were 6 or 7 empty rows. It was like a huge chasm, as if the exam results had already been determined even before the test began. I never expected our school to receive such treatment. There were still a few minutes before the exam papers were distributed. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and mutter to himself. At school, everyone knew their institution wasn't highly regarded with a mediocre reputation in the county, but the feeling wasn't intuitive. Now stepping out and facing the citywide and provincial competitions, he truly experienced their school's actual standing. Brother Yuan, actually the math competition isn't that bad. The first round is the provincial competition. If we get lucky and perform exceptionally well, there's a chance to win a provincial award. Zhou Zimo, sitting beside him, was also bored and began painting a rosy picture. For competitions like chemistry and physics, they first hold city-level events in Linzhou. Only those who achieve second prize or above in the city can participate in the provincial competition. Lu Yuan listened and began to grasp the key point. It seemed that in chemistry and physics, there was no chance of relying on luck. You had to pass the city-level screening first before attempting the provincial competition for an award. What luck is there in math? If you're talking about luck, the biology competition is the one. That one truly offers a chance. Xiao Hao, sitting in the front row, also joined the conversation. Zimo, you should have participated in the biology competition. It's also directly provincial, and it's all multiple choice. Single choice and multiple choice, a total of 100 questions, not a single essay question. 2 editions ago, a senior from our school got lucky and won third prize in the provincial competition. Unfortunately, even third prize in the provincial competition had almost no impact on the college entrance exam. In previous years, the Jiangnan province's bonus points policy required first prize in the provincial competition. Lu Yuan now had some understanding of the competition policies, but it was all very limited. In his past life, he hadn't heard of these things and hadn't delved into them. In this life, after his rebirth, he had been confined to the school. Without internet access, the information he could find was only fragmentary. Quiet. Now I'll start distributing the exam papers. Everyone look at the sealed bag in my hand. It's indeed sealed. If anyone has objections, speak up now. The female teacher on the stage held the exam bag high above her head, shook it a few times. And without waiting for anyone to actually raise objections, she tore open the seal herself. While passing the papers to the back, she continued. The exam lasts 100 minutes. No bathroom breaks are allowed. If you want to hand in early, you can do so at any time. Once you receive the paper, you may start answering. Though it was supposedly a provincial competition, the entire procedure seemed quite casual. The list of participants wasn't even verified, and the papers were distributed nearly 10 minutes early. Of course, this early distribution might have been to accommodate the students from their own county, or perhaps from their own school. No. One middle school. No wonder competition bonus points were being abolished this year. The provincial competition indeed exuded a sense of laxity. When the exam paper reached Lu Yuan, he first scanned it from top to bottom. It was a single A4 sheet containing a total of 20 questions. 15 fill-in-the-blank questions, and 5 essay questions, not a single multiple-choice question. No wonder Xiao Hao had just said there was no luck involved. After glancing through the essay questions, Lu Yuan completely calmed down. The first 3 essay questions, he had already figured out the answers in his mind just by reading the problems. As for the last 2, one was about elliptic curves, and the other about sequences, and he felt entirely at ease. After all, these problems were unlikely to go beyond the syllabus. They were simply high school content. The only difference was that the problem-solving approach, the computational intensity, and the overall difficulty were certainly much higher than the college entrance exam. The once noisy lecture hall fell silent after the papers were distributed, leaving only the rustling sound of calculations on scratch paper. Scratch paper was available at the podium at any time with no limit on quantity. Once he started working, Lu Yuan quickly wrote down the answers to the fill-in-the-blank questions on the answer sheet. Compared to the essay questions, which required steps, especially proofs that needed to consider whether his knowledge was sufficient, the fill-in-the-blank questions were almost instantaneous for his current brain. In less than 3 minutes, he had already written down the answers to all 15 fill-in-the-blank questions. Hiss! At that moment the sound of Zhou Zimo sharply inhaling could be heard. Lu Yuan turned to look, seeing his forehead slightly sweating and his face filled with an indescribable tension. From the corner of his eye he noticed that both the exam paper and the answer sheet were still blank. Got it. He was stuck on the first question. For Lu Yuan, the difficulty of the 15 fill-in-the-blank questions was similar, but based on his feeling. The first 3 questions were indeed the hardest, while the later ones were slightly easier, though the final 3 fill-in-the-blanks were still challenging. This was probably the exam setter's way of playing with the students' minds. 20 minutes later, Lu Yuan's paper was already neatly completed. Among the 5 essay questions, 2 had enormous calculations, but once you found the right approach, you could skip several steps quickly. It was almost like a riddle. The paper as a whole didn't exceed the syllabus, still focusing on high school content. But it truly demanded strong logical thinking skills. Unconsciously, Lu Yuan was already able to analyze the testing points of the questions while answering, including the intentions of the exam setter. Suddenly, the faint rustling noise in the classroom started up again. Holy shit! Damn, that fast! The words of his classmates from Hengshi Middle School who sat nearby reached his ears. Someone had already handed in their paper. It had only been just over 20 minutes. Lu Yuan had actually finished 5 or 6 minutes earlier, and now he was mostly just reviewing. Or rather, he didn't want to hand in early and draw attention. With the mind of an adult, he knew that handing in early in an exam didn't determine anything. The final result was what mattered. Moreover, old Chen had emphasized to him, if he wanted to try the path of recommendation, he at least needed to win first prize in the provincial competition. Otherwise, he should stick to the college entrance exam route. With his weaknesses in English and Chinese, recommendation was almost a heaven-sent path for him. So Lu Yuan took this exam more seriously than anyone else present. It's okay, it's a student from Linyang Middle School. He probably just couldn't be bothered to stay in the classroom. Zhou Zimo, who had been twirling his pen, said with a relaxed expression after seeing the person who handed in the paper leave the room. Whoa, another genius. After the Linyang Middle School student was the first to hand in early, a boy in the front row also submitted his paper. He was short with a long fringe, wearing the gray and white uniform of Guiyuan County High School. Before leaving, he waved to his classmates at the door. Compared to the Linyang Middle School student, this boy's early submission put more pressure on everyone. No other reason. The Linyang student might have handed in because he couldn't solve the problems. But this student from Guiyuan, no. One middle school, a key school, could not be in the same situation. At that moment, the pressure in everyone's hearts surged once again. Another half hour passed, and the exam was already midway through. It was only then that students in the classroom began to submit their papers in earnest. From this point on, the order in the exam hall started to become a bit chaotic, with whispers and discussions beginning to arise among them. Especially the 2 schools at the back, where students exchanged glances. Qiu Hao and Zhou Zimo had been sitting quietly in their seats for 10 minutes, having finished the exam. They occasionally picked up their pens to do calculations, but soon stopped again. It wasn't that they were skilled enough to have answered everything. In fact, they simply couldn't solve the problems. Lu Yuan sat behind Qiu Hao, and even though he was the top overall student at Hengshi High School, his paper was equally disastrous. On the answer sheet, he had only written answers for 7 fill-in-the-blank questions, and for the remaining 8, he hadn't even guessed. Even among those 7 answers, after Lu Yuan took a quick glance, 3 were wrong. As for the essay questions, he had only written 1.5. Zhou Zimo was naturally no better off. The 3 of them exchanged knowing looks with each other. Shall we bail? Zhou Zimo's voice came low from beside him, using 2 fingers to mimic a little person leaving. As soon as Lu Yuan caught the meaning, he quickly nodded in agreement. He had already checked the paper no less than 10 times. There was really no need to keep looking. Let me just guess an answer, and well go, Qiu Hao said, turning his head to the 2. Zhou Zimo then remembered that there were still many blank spots on his own paper, so he hurriedly filled them in. Yuan, good, did you figure out the first question? Lu Yuan was just packing up his paper and pens. Beside him, Zhou Zimo, as if at a loss, rarely asked him for help. Root 3/2. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Zimo's face. He had only asked out of sheer luck, seeing that Lu Yuan's answer sheet was completely filled. Who would have thought Lu Yuan would be so generous, directly giving him the answer? Root 3/2. That answer sounded reliable. Now, it wasn't just Zhou Zimo. Even Qiu Hao in front, upon hearing Lu Yuan's answer, quickly erased the answer he had guessed for the first question and rewrote root 3/2. Of course, Zhou Zimo didn't ask any more questions. The 3 of them submitted their papers and finally left the exam hall. This competition is really something else. The fill-in-the-blank questions were so hard. I just guessed 0 for the ones I couldn't do. As soon as they stepped out, Zhou Zimo began complaining about the difficulty of the contest. Haha, I guessed 1/2 for the ones I couldn't do. It seemed Qiu Hao preferred 1/2. Yuan Gu, I didn't expect you to be so good at math. I couldn't figure out the first question after a long time, and I saw your paper was almost completely filled. Faced with Zhou Zimo's surprise and a completely changed attitude toward him, Lu Yuan felt an inexplicable urge to keep a low profile. It's okay. I just wrote to fill the space. Many of them were guesses too. Even though he had considerable confidence, nothing was certain until the results came out. It was better to put himself on the same level as everyone else so as not to make his classmates feel a gap. In that moment, Lu Yuan realized that he was slowly veering toward the path of a top student. Don't ask. If you ask, he doesn't know anything. All guesses. Haha. Yuan Ge has always been decent at math, much better than his other subjects. It's just that he didn't listen much, otherwise I feel his math talent might not be worse than yours in exams. Qiu Hao was now full of praise for Lu Yuan. He even began to compare him to Zhou Zimo, who was the top math student in the class. Zhou Zimo this time didn't argue much, he even seemed to agree to some extent. This kind of exchange among high school seniors made Lu Yuan feel a wave of nostalgia. Before his rebirth in the construction site, all kinds of troubles piled up. Project issues, life pressure, family pressure, and so on. Now being reborn in his senior year of high school was truly wonderful. Compared to his past life where he only felt the oppression and hardship of senior year, now he felt completely at ease with nothing to worry about except studying. Lu Yuan now had a single goal in sight: to get into a good university first. In the blink of an eye, it was already the weekend. The competition didn't cause much of a stir before the results came out. Except for when he brought a cup of milk tea for He Jianfeng on the way back that afternoon as a token of gratitude for his generosity. Before the rebirth, everyone in the class was still focused on preparing for the college entrance exam. Even the students who usually ranked at the bottom of the class were now trying to study in this atmosphere. Taking advantage of the long weekend, Lu Yuan also returned to his home in Guyuan County. He had to go back. He had no money left. Xiao Yuan, how did you do on this month's exam? What's your rank in the class? At the dinner table, his mother Chen Yanyan set down the last dish, braised pork belly. After untying her apron and sitting down, the first thing she asked about was his grades. Let the kid eat first. If he did poorly, are you going to not let him eat? Compared to his mother's impatience, his father Lu Chong interrupted, wanting Lu Yuan to eat first. Seeing that Lu Yuan seemed much more composed than before, Lu Chong instinctively thought his son didn't do well on the exam and didn't want to add pressure at this time. Taking a sip of his beer, he said to Chen Yanyan patiently, "We both work in the summer, and we only signed him up for one tutoring class. This time, as long as he doesn't drop too much, don't be too demanding. But he can't drop too much either." Ignoring her husband's words, Chen Yanyan still had certain expectations for her son's studies. Although she only had a junior high school education and never attended high school, she always kept an eye on Lu Yuan's academics. "Xiao Yuan, you're in senior year now. This is the last year of study, give it your all. I'm not asking you to get into a top university, just a regular college. Preferably a second-tier university." His mother's words stirred many memories in Lu Yuan's heart. Just like in his past life, his mother's expectation was to ensure he got into a regular college and aim for a second-tier university. It wasn't that she didn't dare to think bigger, it was that Lu Yuan's usual grades were just around the cutoff for regular colleges. Moreover, in Hengshi High School, the number of students who could reach the first-tier line in a year could be counted on one hand. A second-tier university was the biggest hope for his parents. In his past life, after an extraordinary performance in math, Lu Yuan finally met his parents' expectations. However, his actual career after college was far from satisfactory. Upon graduation, he went straight to a construction site, earning 3,500 yuan a month. On the site, he couldn't spend all his money since there was nowhere to spend it unless he went to a nearby foot massage parlor. But then his salary wouldn't be enough. Before his rebirth, his parents hadn't had it easy. Compared to worrying about his grades in high school, after he entered society, they worried about his job, housing, marriage, and other major matters. But as ordinary factory workers, they could only nag about his grades. When it came to the big issues after graduation, they were completely helpless. Lu Yuan only knew that his father worked 6 days a week with one day off during his college years. After he graduated, his father worked continuously without a break, all to save up for a down payment on a house for the family of 3. "Mom, Dad, I ranked 19th. No drop, no improvement. But next time I promise I'll make it into the top 10 in the monthly exam." Lu Yuan was now confident in scoring full marks on math. Recently, he had been busy catching up on the major knowledge points in physics, chemistry, and biology. In the realm of math and sciences, he was confident of achieving full marks before the next monthly exam. But English and Chinese were his Achilles heel. He felt his learning ability in these subjects was even worse than in his past life. He would forget as soon as he learned. He strongly suspected that God had maxed out his science talent while locking away his liberal arts abilities. Yet no matter how poorly he performed, with the certainty of full marks in math and sciences, Lu Yuan was confident that ranking in the top 3 of his class was no problem. To his parents, he promised only the top 10, painting a rosy picture. "Huh, I thought our little Yuan had matured this time, but he's still the same as ever. Still, you speak with more conviction than before. That's good. Dad believes in you." Hearing that his son's grades hadn't slipped, and had even risen by 2 places since the finals. Lu Chang's spirits soared. Having just managed expectations, he was in a good mood. While talking to Lu Yuan, he opened another bottle of snow beer. His father Lu Chang had a decent tolerance for alcohol, but due to financial constraints he only dared to drink 1 bottle a day. When he went for a second, it was a clear sign of his contentment. Alright. Just maintaining 19th place is fine. I don't dare to hope you'll make the top 10. Seeing your monthly exam results, it seems you actually studied hard during the summer break. They'll give you an extra 100 for this week's living expenses, making it 500. Study hard at school, you hear me. Late September. Songjiang, city capital of Jiangnan province. Inside an office at Songjiang No. 7 High School, a prestigious school. Several teachers were busy grading papers. A middle-aged man in his 40s, the leader, walked in and clapped his hands to interrupt their work. Listen up, everyone. The National Mathematics Society has released the competition quotas for each province this year. Our province ranked first in the national competition last year, so we have the same number of first prize spots this year. In recent years, Jiangnan province had consistently placed first or second in overall math competition results, solidifying its status as a strong educational province. Thus, the number of first, second, and third prizes, including the final first prize entries to the provincial team, would increase. One more thing. The day after tomorrow is National Day, so the competition results must be finalized today. Not only do the provincial first prize winners need to be verified by the National Mathematics Society, but promising students must also be reported to me promptly. The provincial team needs to finalize its roster and arrange a brief training camp. Hearing his words, the 3 teachers grading papers focused even more intently. Their grading work became increasingly hectic. As the province's top high school, Songjiang No. 7 alone accounted for 1/3 of the provincial first prize spots in the annual competition. This was why the competition papers were graded by the school's math competition team. The 4 teachers on the school's math competition team were also part of the Jiangnan provincial team faculty. The subsequent training sessions and such would be organized and conducted at Songjiang No. 7. Teacher Wang, we've prioritized grading the papers from key high schools and promising ones across the province. You can already start compiling the list of students likely to achieve results. We're just finishing up the remaining work. A late shift tonight should do it. Seeing that Teacher Wang showed no signs of leaving, one of the graders, Teacher Lin, briefed him on the current status. Teacher Wang nodded, then carefully examined the hundreds of already screened papers. Meanwhile, Teacher Lin opened another sealed envelope, pulling out a thin stack of answer sheets. Teacher Lin quickly glanced at the school name on the paper, Hengxi Middle School. He smiled and shook his head. He had never heard of it. It was probably another ordinary school with poor student quality. Predictably, the answer sheets had most of the major questions left blank. Teacher Lin sighed inwardly. The rest of the work would be easy. He briskly compared the fill-in-the-blank answers, then scanned the first major question, marking it with a cross. On the top right corner of the paper, he wrote the score: 32. 44 points. 37 points. 21 points. One by one, the papers from Hengxi Middle School flew through Teacher Lin's hands, until he came across an answer sheet completely filled out. He instinctively thought he was too tired from grading all week, and was seeing things. He squeezed his eyes shut, lifted his glasses with his left hand, and pressed his right hand firmly against the bridge of his nose. When he opened his eyes again and looked at the answer sheet, a surprised exclamation escaped his lips. The handwriting was neat and tidy, with every question answered thoroughly. This was a competition paper after all. Even students from key high schools rarely managed to complete all the questions, especially the final sequence problem, which required concepts like scaling limits and several other ideas. At their own school No. 7, only half the students who took the competition reached the last question. Since the paper wasn't mistaken, Teacher Lin perked up and started comparing the fill-in-the-blank answers. He expected to find a few mistakes, or even that the answers were just guesses. But a string of check marks followed, and Teacher Lin's expression slowly changed. Is this for real, eh? When he discovered that all 15 fill-in-the-blank questions were correct without a single error, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise in the otherwise quiet office. Old Lin, what's wrong? Found another bizarre paper. Another teacher, noticing Lin's odd behavior, asked. After all the papers from key and promising schools had already been graded, the remaining answer sheets from these schools were a wild mix with all sorts of things written on them. He thought Teacher Lin was startled by something absurd. No, it's just that this paper exceeded my expectations. Teacher Pan, what level of high school is Hengxi Middle School? I've never heard of it. Hengxi Middle School. The teacher who had just spoken, Teacher Pan, frowned in thought. After a moment's deliberation, he frankly shook his head. Old Lin, I've never heard of that school. I don't even know which city it's in. Could there be a prodigy from that school? What score did he get? When Teacher Pan asked, the other 2 teachers, as well as Teacher Wang, who was reviewing outstanding student papers, shifted their attention. I haven't calculated the total yet, but he got all 15 fill-in-the-blank questions right. As for the major questions, I haven't started grading them, but he answered all of them. Several grading teachers, including the lead teacher Wang, were now gathered around him. They curiously examined the paper, which was filled with neat handwriting. A quick check of the fill-in-the-blank questions confirmed that all answers were correct. Teacher Lin, you grade the essay questions and see how this student performed. Teacher Wang spoke first, his face expressionless, but his eyes were fixed on the paper, showing obvious interest. Teacher Lin picked up his red pen and first scanned the answer to the first major question. 2/3 times the square root of 3, correct. He carefully examined the steps from the beginning. The student had used the most concise approach to solve the problem, which made Teacher Lin nod inwardly. Being able to apply such a method indeed showed mathematical talent. After marking a check on the first question, he moved on to the second, which was also flawless. The second question was a proof problem, and the process and reasoning were correct. The third, the fourth, all the way to the fifth. A quick glance at the fifth question's answer showed it was also correct. Even without reviewing the process, this paper was already extraordinary. Teacher Pan, standing nearby, rubbed his stubble in self-doubt. What's going on? Can someone actually get a perfect score on this paper? The highest score I've seen is from Lu Yuan of our Sanjiang 7 middle school, who missed the final calculation on the fourth problem. 192 points. Could this student from Hengxi Middle School really score a full 200? Teacher Ho, what's the highest score you've seen? I heard there was a 198. Before Teacher Lin finished grading the process, Teacher Pan eagerly asked Teacher Ho. All the competition papers from the entire Jiangnan province were graded by the three of them. Everyone knew the scores, and now they were comparing again. Yes, there is such a student, but not from our school. It's a student from Songjiang Junior Experimental Middle School. His problem-solving process wasn't very rigorous. Since he's a 9th grade student, we relaxed the grading criteria a bit and deducted fewer points for the process. As Teacher Ho finished speaking, Teacher Lin had already marked a check on the final question of the paper. He put down his pen and turned to Teacher Wang behind him. Teacher Wang, I think his process for the last question is quite complete, and the reasoning is very clear. It seems like a perfect score. Although the paper was graded and confirmed to be flawless from start to finish, the score was not yet finalized, awaiting Teacher Wang's opinion. The three grading teachers were merely staff teachers of Sanjiang 7 middle school, responsible for the competition team. But Teacher Wang was different. He was a professor at Jiangnan University of Information Engineering and a part-time master's supervisor, as well as a first-level coach for the Provincial Mathematical Olympiad, and especially hired on-campus competition coach at Sanjiang 7 middle school. Among the four, only Teacher Wang had the authority to judge the provincial competition papers. Teacher Wang did not decline. He took the paper and carefully examined the answers and processes for the last two questions. These two questions were actually written by him, and the grading answers naturally had no process. This was also a way to prevent the leakage of competition answers, ensuring fairness. After looking for a full 3 minutes, Teacher Wang finally placed the paper back in Teacher Lin's hands. Teacher Wang, should we deduct 2 points? Seeing that the lead teacher gave no opinion, Teacher Lin tentatively asked. Previously, it was Teacher Wang who had decided the final score for that 9th grade student's paper. Deduct points. Where would you deduct? Teacher Wang's face was calm, and even now Teacher Lin couldn't read his attitude. Fortunately, he didn't make it difficult for Teacher Lin and continued on his own. Mathematics is a very rigorous discipline. Since the paper is correct, the student should be given the points. This student's steps are very detailed, and the handwriting is neat. If we deducted points for presentation as if it were a language exam, that would be a joke. With Teacher Wang's clear approval, Teacher Lin no longer hesitated and directly marked the paper with a perfect score of 200. Teacher Wang, could it be that some exam room mixed up the students' papers with the wrong school? I just checked, and Hengxi Middle School is an ordinary high school in Guiyuan County, Linzhou City. Could it be a student from Guiyuan 1 middle school, but the paper was placed in the wrong bag? Teacher Pan's suspicion was reasonable. After all, this competition was only a provincial league. The entire exam process was organized at the prefecture or county level. Occasionally, procedural errors were not impossible. How about this? Let's just tear open the sealed roster. We've already opened the high-scoring papers from our own school, so one more won't matter. All papers were sorted by school and then sealed in bags for grading. Before grading, Teacher Lin had only glanced at the school name on the sealed label at the top of the stack. The actual information filled in by the students was unknown until the seal was broken. Now, under Teacher Wang's instruction and with the attention of the other two teachers, the side seal of this perfect score paper was opened by his own hands. The first thing revealed was the exam registration number, 3024XXXX, which indeed belonged to a candidate from Guiyuan County, Linzhou City. The school column also contained the student's handwritten information. The 4 characters, Hengxi Middle School, were clearly displayed before everyone's eyes, instantly dispelling all the previous guesses of the 4 competition supervisors. And in the name column, there were 2 neatly written characters, Lu Yuan. Inside Hengxi Middle School, Lu Yuan, now gradually adapting to his senior year of high school, was not studying in the classroom during evening self-study. Instead, he appeared again in Teacher Chen's office. And this time he was not alone. Beside him stood more than a dozen male classmates from his class. The entire row of boys nearly filled the office. They all stood like quails, exchanging glances, occasionally sneaking a look at the homeroom teacher, Chen, who sat in front. "What are you looking at? You're all quite clever, aren't you?" Old Chen was now addressing them with a sarcastic tone. "He Jianfeng has a stomachache, Yin Xiang has a headache. Zhou Linwei and Wang Hedan, you two sports students, didn't come up with any illness excuse. But one of you has an aunt getting married and the other has an uncle getting married. What? Are you two becoming relatives tonight? And you even learned to get leave slips from your English teacher, Teacher Jiang." Yin Xiang was still holding his head with one hand, pretending to have a headache. "Teacher Chen, you weren't at school this afternoon. I had a headache and was afraid I couldn't find you to approve a medical leave." Before the other three could chime in, Old Chen silenced them all with a single glare. Then his gaze shifted to the other 6 boys. "As for you all, I don't even know what to say. Zhou Linwei and Wang Hedan, both sports students, didn't even ask the PE teacher for leave. But you 6 actually went to the PE teacher to get leave slips. And your PE teacher, he dared to approve them without even calling me." Teacher Chen grew angrier as he spoke, his face contorting with fury. The monthly exam had just ended today. Old Chen, the homeroom teacher, had vanished since the afternoon, and he wasn't on duty that evening. Based on the class' usual estimation of him, he must have gone back to the county to be with his wife and child, and wouldn't return tonight. Thinking that tomorrow was the last day and the National Day holiday would begin the day after, the boys who had just finished the exam split into several groups to ask for leave from their respective subject teachers. The purpose of asking for leave was obvious. They wanted to eat outside the school in the evening, as the school cafeteria was simply too awful. And if possible, they could also take the chance to stroll around during the evening's self-study break. Hengshi High School enforced a closed management system, which bred a common psychological issue among students. They would seize any opportunity to escape outside. Many teachers were understanding toward the senior students, knowing that they just wanted to go out for a proper dinner to improve their meals. So quite a few teachers were willing to grant leave slips. That evening, the boys of Class 9 each displayed their own talents. Without prior arrangement, they all managed to obtain leave slips. For the students of Hengshi High School, although academics were not their forte, they excelled in interpersonal relationships and all sorts of unconventional tricks. Who would have thought that Old Chen, the homeroom teacher, would actually return to school before the first evening self-study session? Seeing that nearly half the class was empty, he was instantly furious. He personally sat in the classroom waiting for each student to return. Then he led them all to the office for a reprimand. After harshly criticizing the other 10 boys, his gaze shifted to the last 4: Qiu Haozhou, Zimo, Liang Zidong, and Lu Yuan himself. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sniff, silently lamenting his bad luck. Recently his monthly allowance had been increased by 100, and having money in hand, he naturally couldn't stomach the cafeteria food. If he could ask for leave, he would go along and eat something decent outside. He never thought that after his rebirth he would still follow all the school rules and starve his stomach. Who would have expected such a setback right from the start? But Lu Yuan was still puzzled at the moment. Qiu Haozhou, Zimo, and Liang Zidong had asked for leave together with teacher Su from the neighboring class, while he himself had actually asked for leave from the English teacher with his close friend, He Jianfeng. But just now Teacher Chen hadn't even glanced his way, while scolding the two, he hadn't mentioned Lu Yuan. Now finally turning his head, he began to address the 4 of them. "Qiu Hao, have I been too lenient with you usually?" Compared to the earlier 2 groups of students whom he either criticized harshly or sarcastically, his attitude shifted immediately. When it came to Qiu Hao, the top student in the class, his approach became more about appealing to emotions. "Teacher, I was wrong. I'm sorry." Unlike the various excuses from the previous groups, Qiu Hao seemed to fully understand Old Chen's personality and frankly admitted his mistake. As for the effect, naturally it was good. Teacher Chen's expression softened immediately, and he nodded at Qiu Hao. Then he turned to the next student, his own math class representative, Liang Zidong. After Liang Zidong, and then Zhou Zimo also frankly admitted their mistakes, Teacher Chen let them off lightly. Finally his gaze fell on Lu Yuan. "Teacher Chen, this was my fault. I shouldn't have lied to Teacher Jiang about having a backache to go out." Following the example of the 3 before him, Lu Yuan immediately apologized as soon as Teacher Chen's eyes turned to him. With the soul of an adult, he was used to insincerely saying nice things to various leaders in his later life. He had even taken the blame for his boss several times, so he was well accustomed to this apology routine. As he spoke, Lu Yuan felt quite pleased with himself. However, before he could continue, he was cut off by Old Chen. For some reason, Lu Yuan felt that Old Chen couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth when looking at him. "Lu Yuan, the teacher, knows the school cafeteria isn't good. But after all, you're a student. Try to endure the difficulties at school as much as you can. Next time, if you really can't bear it, just come to me directly. Don't bother with a leave slip. I'll take you out to eat." Good heavens. Teacher Chen's drastically different attitude made all the boys present turn their heads in unison. Each of them looked astonished, feeling as if their homeroom teacher had taken the wrong medicine. Even Xiao Hao, the top student in the class, had received a symbolic scolding from Teacher Chen. But when it came to Lu Yuan, he even promised to take him out to eat. It was almost unprecedented. Even Lu Yuan himself couldn't quite believe it. Being favored felt comfortable, but not knowing the exact reason, he felt a bit uneasy. He feared that old Chen was just being sarcastic and would suddenly change his expression the next moment. But what he anticipated didn't happen. Instead, old Chen's smile grew wider, and he turned to the others. Is there anyone among you who is unconvinced about Lu Yuan? Faced with such a direct challenge, the group, already scolded by old Chen, all shook their heads. It's useless to be unconvinced, he'll tell you straight. If any of you can score full marks in mathematics on the monthly exam and you want to go out to eat, he'll treat you anytime you want. Rest assured, although my salary isn't high, I can afford to treat you all to a meal. Now everyone looked at Lu Yuan with even greater astonishment. Even Xiao Hao and Zhou Zimo wore expressions of disbelief. Teacher, has the math paper for this monthly exam been graded? What did I get? Perhaps confident about his math performance, Zhou Zimo asked directly. You got 131, a good result. Xiao Hao, you were a bit careless this time. Only 117. Liang Zidong, you need to keep working hard. As the math class representative, 105 is not your goal. After reporting the 3 scores, old Chen completely ignored the other 10 boys in the class. Indeed, a teacher's favoritism was so straightforward. As for this matter, ring ring ring. Teacher Chen was about to continue when his phone interrupted him, forcing him to change the subject. Alright, considering that you're all in your senior year and studying hard, I won't punish you this time. But don't let me see a repeat of this. Now get back to the classroom for self-study. As soon as he finished, Yin Xiang dashed out of the office, his headache instantly cured. Lu Yuan left with his close friend, He Jianfeng. But this time he wasn't alone with He Jianfeng. Xiao Hao and Zhou Zimo also came over. Brother Yuan, I didn't expect your math to improve so fast. No wonder you could solve the first problem in the last competition. Zhou Zimo was now fully convinced of Lu Yuan's academic ability. Especially after the first problem of the last competition, he had gone home and repeatedly calculated, finally finding the solution. The answer was exactly 32. Since then he had changed his opinion of Lu Yuan, thinking that Lu Yuan was a student who had suddenly found his stride in his senior year, showing great potential. Now unexpectedly, Lu Yuan had dropped a bombshell, scoring full marks in the monthly math exam. On the way back to the classroom for self-study, he enthusiastically discussed the answers to yesterday's math exam with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. But before they had gone far, Teacher Chen, standing at the office door with his phone in hand, called him back once again. The few people around had already left, leaving only the homeroom teacher, old Chen, by his side. The phone in his hand was still not hung up, and his face was full of confusion. Right. Okay, I'll bring Lu Yuan over now. With hurried footsteps, Teacher Chen didn't say anything to him along the way. He directly led Lu Yuan to the top floor of the administrative building, which was the principal's office on the 5th floor. By now, Lu Yuan had realized that the caller just now was apparently Principal Fong. To be honest, whether in his past life or this one, he had never entered the principal's office. The highest-ranking official he had ever seen at school was Vice Principal Lin. However, Vice Principal Lin's office, though also on the 5th floor, was rather small, not even 20 square meters. Unlike Principal Fang's office, which was quite different. At the end of the corridor was a space of about 60 square meters. Upon entering, there was a large screen dividing the space with a tea table beside it. Further inside was an imposing rosewood desk along with the expected black swivel chair, and on the side a black leather sofa for guests. However, Lu Yuan and Teacher Chen were seated directly in front of Principal Fong. So this is student Lu Yuan. Principal Fong Song. The principal first looked him over with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Lu Yuan was also sizing up his principal. He occasionally saw him on campus, but with his former student mindset, he would always hurry to stay away. Now facing him at such close range was a first. Principal Fong was actually quite tall and broad-shouldered, the kind of big and sturdy man. In contrast, Teacher Chen, at about 173 centimeters, appeared much thinner and frielier. However, there was one thing Principal Fong and Teacher Chen had in common: their hairstyle. Both suffered from the pain of middle-aged men, receding hairlines. Principal Fong was older, so his condition was more severe. He could only comb his side hair over to cover the bald reality. After a brief exchange of glances, Principal Fong turned to Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen, among the 11 classes of Senior 3, there isn't another student named Lu Yuan, is there? After hearing this, Lu Yuan was a bit confused. What was this all about? They were even asking if there was a namesake. Even Teacher Chen was baffled. Principal Fong, I'm not sure about the 4 arts classes, but for our 7 science classes, I don't recall any other student with the same name as Lu Yuan. Hearing this, Principal Fong slowly nodded. Then it shouldn't be wrong. This matter has nothing to do with the arts classes. Student Lu Yuan, did you participate in the Provincial Mathematics Olympiad before? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately realized. It had been over a month since the math competition ended, and although he had been thinking about the results, he never connected this matter with the principal summoning him tonight. Who knew the news would suddenly arrive? Now that the principal had called him over so solemnly, Lu Yuan felt that he must have done well. I arranged for him to go around the 20th of last month. Principal, did Lu Yuan achieve something? Teacher Chen had been keeping a close eye on the competition news. This year was different from previous years. In the past, he would just hope for luck and see if any student in the class could win an award. But this year, ever since Lu Yuan displayed his astonishing mathematical talent, Teacher Chen had high expectations for the competition. He didn't dare to think that Lu Yuan would directly win first prize in the province, given that his foundation was somewhat weak and their school had no specialized coaching for the competition. He only dared to hope that he could surpass the city level and win a provincial award, keeping his expectations as low as possible. However, when he asked Principal Fong about this, Teacher Chen's expression was even more excited than Lu Yuan's own. Let's not rush into this. First, tell me, how is Lu Yuan's usual math performance? And also, Lu Yuan, are you sure you took the competition on your own merit? Principal Fang's suspicion and speculation at this moment were very understandable to Lu Yuan. After all, for a high school of their level, it was very abrupt for a math genius to suddenly emerge. At this moment, he was not angry, but even more excited. After all, being doubted in this way meant that his competition results were indeed as outstanding as he had expected. Principal Fong, Lu Yuan is a student with a rather imbalanced academic focus. His science scores have always been much better than his art scores. He has always been very talented in mathematics, and his grades have been improving since the first year of high school. Without needing Lu Yuan to explain himself, now that he had gained the trust of homeroom teacher old Chen, Teacher Chen was even more eager to explain than he was. After all, Lu Yuan's talent and grades were solid, and more importantly, he was his student. Indeed, the homeroom teacher's explanation was far more convincing than Lu Yuan's own. Principal Fong listened very carefully, and his solemn expression gradually relaxed. Only Lu Yuan couldn't help licking his lips. After all, his so-called good math grades from the first to second year of high school were actually mediocre. How could there be any improvement? He had always been stuck at a pitiful score of around 90. He almost couldn't help laughing at Teacher Chen's praise, but luckily he quickly thought of his unremarkable past life and suppressed his smile. Until this year, when he entered the third year of high school, his mathematical talent fully emerged. In this monthly exam, he even scored full marks in math. Old Chen's just stated explanation truly vividly and passionately laid out Lu Yuan's past performance and current talent. Especially the full marks in this monthly exam, which made Principal Fong slowly nod along with Teacher Chen's words. Seeing this, Teacher Chen finally raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. Principal, did my student Lu Yuan win an award? Third prize or second prize in the province? He didn't dare to guess first prize right away, but judging by the principal's attitude today, Teacher Chen was secretly hopeful. I never expected Hengshi High School to have a competition seedling. Principal Fong now had a full smile on his face and even laughed to himself. But the list of prize levels hasn't been released yet. It's just that a coach named Wang Wei from the provincial math competition training team called me just now. He asked if there was a student named Lu Yuan in our school, and also asked about his usual math performance and whether he had talent. Now it seems that Lu Yuan, you really performed well in the competition. I'm guessing the provincial first prize is inevitable. Principal Fong was formerly the vice principal of Guiyuan County Senior High School and transferred to Hengshi High School as principal in the year Lu Yuan entered the first year of high school. He was naturally familiar with the academic Olympiad. Only students who won first prize in the provincial competition were required to have their results verified and had the opportunity to enter the provincial team. Whether they could actually enter the provincial team depended on their performance in the provincial competition and the quota for the provincial team this year. Generally, only the top 20 first prize winners could be sure to enter the provincial team. Of course, the provincial team might relax the number a bit in advance since the quota varies each year. Given that Jiangnan province is a strong province in competitions, the provincial team's quota is usually about 10 more than that of other provinces. However, since Teacher Wang from the provincial team had called, one thing was immediately clear: Lu Yuan's competition result was definitely a provincial first prize. After confirming that such a math talent had indeed emerged in the school, Principal Fong, still smiling, even lightly blamed Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen, since you have such a talented seedling like Lu Yuan in your class, why didn't you inform the school early? Principal, it's only in the past 2 months that Lu Yuan's mathematical talent has emerged so rapidly. I was thinking of having him try the math competition to see how far he can go. Before Teacher Chen could finish, Principal Fong immediately interrupted. Teacher Chen, that won't do. When you discover a promising student, you must report it to the school as soon as possible. He then continued with conviction. The school will make its own judgment about the student. As the principal, I've come up through the ranks of teaching myself. I can also judge whether a student has talent. Take Lu Yuan, for example. It's clear that as a boy enters high school, his growth and development bring out many talents. Though his words seemed to criticize teacher Chen, his tone and smile held no reproach at all. As he spoke, his eyes constantly appraised Lu Yuan. He even smiled at him warmly several times, a stark contrast to his demeanor when Lu Yuan first entered the office. By the way, Lu Yuan, I just heard from teacher Chen that you have some subject imbalance. How do you feel about the other subjects? After Principal Fong had talked with teacher Chen for so long, Lu Yuan finally had a chance to speak. English and Chinese are a bit difficult for me. I usually score around 70 or 80. But aside from math, I find physics, chemistry, and biology quite easy. Although the monthly exam papers haven't been graded, yet I'm confident I'll get high scores. At this moment, Lu Yuan did not hold back or conceal his talent. He indeed felt as proficient in physics, chemistry, and biology as he did in mathematics. Now in front of the principal, it was beneficial to give him this impression first. That way the school would be more accepting of his progress in the sciences. Such a severe imbalance. If only your science scores are outstanding, the college entrance exam won't be in your favor. After all, as a senior 3 student, winning a competition was joyful, but Principal Fong soon turned his thoughts to Lu Yuan's college entrance exam. For the school, besides occasional competition awards, the student's performance in the Gaokao was more important. This included the possibility of admission to top universities, which would benefit the school's recruitment the following year. Although good student sources were related to the region's development within the region, it was a cycle of year-to-year enrollment. The worse the school, the fewer students would choose it in the middle school entrance exam. A vicious cycle. Lu Yuan's talent in science was sufficient for Tsinghua or Peking University. But with such low scores in the humanities, getting into those top schools was not feasible. Even with a perfect score of 450 in math and science, and only 150 each in Chinese and English under normal circumstances, a total score of 600 would barely qualify for a 985 university relying on luck, and only 211 universities would be a sure thing. To reach Tsinghua or Peking University, a score of at least 670 was needed, meaning Chinese and English had to exceed 220. Although for Hengshi High School, securing a student at a 211 university would be a first in many years. But considering Lu Yuan's talent, Principal Fong felt it would be a pity for him to go to just a 211 school. Unless, muttering to himself, Principal Fong seemed to have an idea and looked up at teacher Chen. Teacher Chen, when you first suggested Lu Yuan participate in the competition, were you thinking of having him take the direct admission route? Seeing that Principal Fong finally understood, teacher Chen quickly nodded. I thought about it, but I didn't dare to hope. We'll have to see if Lu Yuan can make it to the provincial team first. Hearing this, Principal Fong nodded solemnly. I understand. It's too late tonight. He'll talk to teacher Wang tomorrow. If Lu Yuan's ranking is just a few places short of the provincial team requirement, he'll negotiate with the provincial team on behalf of the school. He'll swallow my pride to get them to allocate a spot for Lu Yuan. The next day at noon, only one afternoon remained before the National Day holiday. As a senior 3 student, Lu Yuan only had 5 days off, but it was still a rare long break. During the lunch break, when everyone should have been napping, they were unusually awake. They were all excited about the upcoming short holiday. Except for a few classmates who were sleeping on their desks, the rest were reading on their own. Some were reading story collections, others were secretly using their phones under the desks to chat or read novels. Next to him, He Jianfeng was also reading Dragon Clan 3. Seeing that Lu Yuan wasn't sleeping either, he generously handed him the already read Dragon Clan I and Dragon Clan 2 to pass the time. But Lu Yuan wasn't actually unable to sleep. He was more preoccupied with the competition results and whether he had a chance to join the provincial team. After all, Principal Fong and teacher Chen had not even mentioned the possibility of direct admission until he made the team. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the surrounding classmates. In unison, they shoved their books and phones into hidden corners. Lu Yuan, who had been lying on his desk, looked up and saw why. It was their homeroom teacher, old Chen, who had just passed by the window and was now entering the classroom. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as he reached the podium, teacher Chen clapped his hands. Everyone wake up. I have good news to announce. Liang Zidong, come up and help me turn on the multimedia. He Jianfeng let out a long sigh and slowly shoved the Dragon Clan 3 he hadn't had time to put away back into his desk. I wonder what good news old Chen has that he's taking up our lunch break. As his friend said, the excitement on teacher Chen's face was unmistakable. When he looked at Lu Yuan, he nodded at him specifically. In an instant, Lu Yuan's heart began to race with anticipation. Could it be? As you all know, I rarely occupy your lunch break. But today is special. I have good news to share. Last month, 3 students from our class participated in the math competition. These 3 students brought honor to our class with outstanding results. First, let's congratulate Xiao Hao for winning the 2nd prize in the Guiyuan County math competition. The class responded with applause, showing their support. Zhou Zimo 3rd prize in Linzhou City. As he spoke, he passed the 2 certificates to the front row students to hand down. At this point, teacher Chen paused and began searching for a website on the projector. He Jianfeng turned to look at him. Bro, I remember you participated too, right? Why isn't your result announced? I don't know. Be patient, wait a bit. Although Lu Yuan didn't know why Teacher Chen stopped, he figured his result shouldn't be bad, probably a first prize at the provincial level. He tried to calm Jianfeng down, while also reassuring himself. Hep. Shun Jiajing, who sat in front, turned around and sneered. Lu Yuan, you're really good at pretending. Having said that, she didn't continue and quickly turned back. Lu Yuan was taken aback by Shun Jiajing's attitude. In his past life, he had no interaction with the girl who sat in front of him, nor had they ever crossed paths. Now it seemed as though he had completely offended her, as she constantly made sarcastic remarks. Bro, ignore her. She's just jealous that you got to participate in the math competition. If she's so capable, why didn't she score 116 on the last monthly exam? In an instant, Lu Yuan understood why Shun Jiajing disliked him. Hearing He Jianfeng's words, Shun Jiajing immediately turned around again, glaring at Jianfeng. Clap, clap. Just as she was about to say something else, Teacher Chen, who had finally finished setting up, clapped to get everyone's attention. On the projected screen was a list of names. The moment Shun Jiajing, who had been unconvinced about Lu Yuan, saw the first name on the screen, her face instantly flushed red. The gray curtain projection screen showed Teacher Chen opening the Jiangnan Provincial Education Examination Authority's website. The words, Jiangnan Province 2014 Mathematics Competition League Results Notice, quickly came into view. Below the title was a long list of names. And the first name on the list was someone everyone knew, Hengshi Middle School, Lu Yuan score, 200 points. Holy crap. Brother Yuan, is that awesome? Does this mean he's first in the province? How come even Gu Yuan no? One middle school's name isn't on the list. Instead, ours Hengshi Middle School is there. Teacher Chen's face was now beaming. Over 40 years old, he usually kept a stern face in front of the students, but now he finally let it go. Watching the class' endless discussion, he smiled to himself. Clap, clap. As the noise in the classroom grew louder, worried it might disturb the neighboring class lunch break, old Chen clapped again to quiet everyone down. In this provincial math competition, our classmate Lu Yuan has far exceeded my expectations. Not only did he get the provincial first prize, but he also ranked first in the entire province. This year there were 76 first prizes in the provincial math competition. Among the top 10 besides Lu Yuan, Songjiang No. 7 Middle School took the 3rd, the 5th, 7th, 8th, 0 and 9th places. These details didn't need to be said by the homeroom teacher old Chen. Everyone could see it on the projection. Although the list only showed the top 30-something names, the most frequent school name was Songjiang No. 7 Middle School. Almost half of the award-winning students were from that school. The second-place winner, however, also stirred everyone's nerves, Liang Junior High School Zhenghang. In the rest of the list, people just looked at the schools. Almost all the well-known key provincial schools were on the list. Songjiang No. For middle school, Linzhou Foreign Language High School, Fuping Middle School. All core key schools in the province. At the bottom of the current page of the projection, at the 31st place, they finally saw the familiar name of Gu Yuan No. 1 Middle School. They also had a student who won the provincial first prize, but with a total score of only 174. Gu Yuan No. 1 Middle School, usually considered the gathering place of top students, turned out to have its best student only at 31st place. This made everyone keep turning their attention to Lu Yuan. Especially now the red provincial first prize certificate belonging to Lu Yuan was being passed down from the front. It was passed around and admired by many students. Meanwhile, Teacher Chen was still analyzing the schools on the list without stopping. There was no choice. In the past, Teacher Chen rarely had the chance to mention these top high schools. Even when encouraging the class, he could only use students from Gu Yuan No. 1 Middle School as examples. The truth was that these giant top-tier schools were too far ahead. Hengshi Middle School couldn't compare in any aspect. Especially Songjiang No. 7 Middle School, a provincial key school, with over 90 of its students entering first-tier universities each year, which made all other schools in the province feel daunted. The number of students getting into Tsinghua and Peking University in a year, including those recommended for admission, could even exceed 100. Even the worst students in that school might be better than the best student in Hengshi Middle School. Now that the competition results were announced, no one expected that the top one was not from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School, nor the famous Songjiang No. 4 Middle School, nor any other well-known top-tier school. Instead, it was their own Hengshi Middle School, the worst-performing school in Guyuan County, Linzhou City. This feeling was even more exaggerated than the plot of a Xianxia novel where an underdog defeats a genius. Lu Yuan was also excited, but not because he won the provincial first prize. He had expected that last night. Moreover, this award was just an honor. It couldn't even be used for extra points in the college entrance exam. The main reason for his excitement was that his score ranked first, and he knew exactly what that meant. The door to the provincial math competition training team had opened for him. Both Teacher Chen and Principal Fong, who had been hesitant to mention the recommendation opportunity last night, had now officially opened it to him. He looked at the first line of the web list where his name was written in small black font. At that moment, Lu Yuan gained a new understanding of his talent. It seemed that the mathematical talent he had after his rebirth was far stronger than he had ever imagined. The news of his competition results spread through the school much faster than he had expected. Lu Yuan, do you know? Math god. He won first prize in the provincial competition. What Gu Yuan know? One middle school. They're nothing. Lu Yuan is ranked first, and the rest are all from Songjiang no. 7 middle school. Gu Yuan no. 1 middle school. I heard they ranked outside the top 30. In the campus of Hengxi Middle School on this afternoon, just before the National Day holiday, everyone's enthusiasm for spreading this huge news was unimaginable. Normally, students at Hengxi Middle School were most annoyed by academic news. As for competitions, nobody cared, even if they won, so what? Only the top-ranked students in each grade cared about the school's competition results. But Lu Yuan's competition this time was completely different. It wasn't just about winning an award. The main thing was that Lu Yuan's ranking had surpassed all the high schools in the province. Especially Gu Yuan no. 1 middle school, which everyone had found unattainable during the high school entrance exam. Now in this competition, they couldn't even see the taillights of Hengxi Middle School. This feeling of their school, Hengxi Middle School, overtaking Gu Yuan no. 1 middle school because of Lu Yuan invigorated every student in the school. They were all from the same county. Usually there were always a few other people's children in the school. Most of what they heard was about Gu Yuan no. 1 middle school. From today on, if they heard that kind of talk again, Lu Yuan, this senior high school student, would be their best excuse and topic of conversation. Some are happy, others are worried. Compared to the bustling scene at Hengxi Middle School, Gu Yuan no. 1 middle school was not so lively. Inside class 7 of senior 3 at Gu Yuan no. 1 middle school, which was a special talent class, the students were not admitted through the regular high school entrance exam, but through targeted early admission exams from a few middle schools before the exam. There were 44 students in the class. From the moment they entered this class, they represented the best talents of Gu Yuan County that year. Now also during the lunch break, the homeroom teacher Lu was handing out the certificates that the city had just mailed to the school that morning. Although the list was officially announced on the provincial website, the certificates were filled out and sent to schools by each city. Everyone knew what level of award they had won. Now Teacher Lu was on the podium congratulating the students who had won awards in the math competition. Congratulations to the 22 students in our class who participated in the math competition. Among them, 16 have won city level or higher honors. For students in a key class of a key school, not only were there more competition slots, but the requirements were also much higher. At least for Hengxi Middle School, even a district or county level award was worth celebrating. But in the key class of Gu Yuan no. 1 middle school, district or county awards weren't even worth mentioning. At this time each year, class 7 reaped their rewards. The annual competitions were always concentrated in these few months. Congratulations. Congratulations to student Wang Zihao for winning the provincial first prize. After handing out the last award certificate to the highest achieving student, teacher Lu couldn't stop smiling. After all, he had won the provincial first prize with a fairly high ranking, and there was even a chance to enter the provincial team and try for a recommendation. It was worth noting that Gu Yuan no. 1 middle school had not produced a single student recommended for mathematics in 2 years, and no one knew if this year would be different. Wang Zihao, you are ranked 31st. Whether you can enter the provincial team depends on the number of spots this year. With some luck, you might make it to the national finals. You are the only one in our class with a chance to be recommended in mathematics. As she looked at her prized student, teacher Lau's tone softened considerably. Being appointed as the head teacher of the key class at Gu Yuan no. 1 middle school at the age of 30 meant she bore considerable pressure. Fortunately, there was now a glimmer of hope for a recommended student in mathematics, which brought her some comfort. Teacher, which schools are the students ahead of me from? What scores did everyone get? What rank did the student from Linzhou Foreign Language High School get? One mountain looks higher than the next. Compared to the students from Hengxi Middle School, the highest mountain in their eyes was Gu Yuan no. 1 middle school. In the eyes of the students at Gu Yuan no. 1 middle school, especially those in the key class, the school they looked up to was Linzhou Foreign Language High School, the best key school in Linzhou City. Whether it was the quality of incoming students each year, the teaching staff, or the school's funding, it was ranked first in Linzhou City. Without a doubt, it was also first in overall student performance. Their results. I haven't looked at them in detail. Wait a moment. He'll open the projection, and we'll take a look together. A few minutes later, the same web page that teacher Chen from Hengxi Middle School had opened appeared. First scrolling down, they saw Wang Zihao's score indeed ranked 31st. Then scrolling upward, a cluster of names from Songjiang no. 7 Middle School appeared before their eyes. Occasionally a few names from Linzhou Foreign Language High School flashed by. Upon reaching the top 10, teacher Lu glanced briefly and immediately said, "The highest rank from Linzhou Foreign Language is 10th. Our school is indeed still weak in this area. But you don't need to be discouraged. Students from their school rarely make it into the top 10 in most years. If you really get a chance to enter the provincial team, this time study hard and strive to secure a recommendation slot. After saying this, Teacher Lu was about to turn off the projection and let everyone rest for the remaining few minutes. However, a student's voice suddenly rang out from the audience. Teacher Lu, is there a mistake on this list? Hearing this, Teacher Lu thought she might have misread the ranking of the Linzhou foreign language student. She stared at the ranking again and indeed saw 10th place. Then she looked at the student who had spoken with confusion. Huh, what do you mean? Teacher, look at the first place. How is it a name from Hengxi Middle School? What a... Upon hearing this, Teacher Lau's pretty face instantly furrowed. She had only glanced subconsciously earlier, and after seeing a bunch of names from Songjiangnao 7 Middle School, hadn't looked any further. Now she looked from the beginning again, and found that the top 2 students were not from Songjiangnao 7 Middle School as she had expected. The first place was actually from Hengxi Middle School, a school she had never taken seriously. For a moment, Teacher Lu doubted her own eyes. But with so many students watching below, it couldn't be a vision problem. She tried refreshing the page. The words Hengxi Middle School Lu Yuan score 200 kept striking her eyes, making them sting. After a long pause, she asked the students in the classroom, is there another Hengxi Middle School in our province from another region? She simply couldn't associate the Hengxi Middle School at the top of the list with the one in her own county that she knew. After all, the student body of Hengxi Middle School consisted of those who had been rejected multiple times during the high school entrance exams. Winning a county-level award in competitions was already a great pride, let alone winning a provincial first prize. And now ranking first in the entire province, surpassing even Songjiangnao 7 Middle School. The classroom was now silent. It was clear that there was indeed only one Hengxi Middle School in Jiangnan province beyond doubt. Once the school was confirmed, even if she refused to believe it in her heart, she could only accept it. After all students who won provincial first prizes in the competition would have been reviewed in advance. She had naturally received a confirmation call yesterday, so the list on the official website could not be wrong. Once she realized this, the good mood she had felt about her classmates' 31st place vanished instantly. Teachers from other big city schools might not know about Hengxi Middle School and would simply think that an ordinary high school had produced a rare genius. Such things, though not common, happened every 7 or 8 years when a student with a particular talent emerged. But never had there been someone like Lu Yuan who shot straight to the top of the province. Only in Guiyuan County, where they had always held the top position and were the only county-level key middle school, did they find this even more unbelievable. Seeing the name of Hengxi Middle School hanging at the top of the first place, Teacher Lau's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Having finally become the head teacher of a key special class, only to be outperformed by a student from the worst middle school in the county in a subject where they should have excelled, it was utterly humiliating. Without a word, she hastily closed the page, shut down the computer, and turned to leave the classroom. At that moment, she just wanted to hurry back to the office and be alone. Inside Hengxi Middle School, they naturally spared no effort in publicizing Lu Yuan's rare achievement. That afternoon, as Lu Yuan was heading to the school store and passing by other teaching buildings, the good news about his winning the first prize and first place in the provincial mathematics competition had already been posted on the bulletin board, especially after the brief congratulatory words like, "Congratulations to our student Lu Yuan." A list of the 76 first prize winners downloaded from the provincial website was posted separately. The list clearly showed the school's names and scores. In particular, Lu Yuan's entry in the first column was circled in red, very conspicuous. And when he finished his last class in the afternoon and was about to go home for the holiday, he realized. This celebration notice was not only posted on the bulletin board in the teaching building, it was also uniformly posted at the security guard staff notice board and by the main entrance of the school. The one at the main entrance was a huge red banner. All the students at Hengxi Middle School who were about to start their National Day holiday were gathered around the big banner at the school gate. Many parents who had come to pick up their children also crowded around to see it. When they met their children, the first thing they asked about was Lu Yuan's news. In an instant, Lu Yuan's name, previously unknown, became thunderous throughout the school in just half a day after the competition results were announced. It even drew attention in key classes of various high schools across the province. Of course, only Lu Yuan himself, sitting on the bus, was somewhat dazed, his mind preoccupied with another matter. Just before school ended, Teacher Chen had called him out specifically to tell him that on the third day of the National Day holiday, he and Principal Fang would come to Lu Yuan's home for a special home visit. "Do you think the homeroom teacher and the principal will stay for dinner? I feel like I didn't buy enough vegetables this morning." On the sofa, Chen Yanyan was fidgeting with anxiety. Ever since the only home visit when Lu Yuan was in second grade, their home had never hosted a teacher's visit again. The sudden news of a teacher coming for a home visit had been lingering in her mind ever since 2 days before National Day, especially since this time both the school principal and the homeroom teacher were coming. Chen Yanyan had been muttering nonstop since early morning. "They won't eat." Their homeroom teacher, Teacher Chen, specifically said on the phone not to cook. "They'll come at 9:30 and finish the talk in about half an hour." Father Lu Chang on the surface appeared quite composed. Of course, this was mainly because he had confirmed with his son that this home visit wasn't due to any trouble at school. On the contrary, it was because Lu Yuan had won a provincial award in a math competition and the school valued him, so they arranged the visit. Although he didn't understand when his son had become so outstanding in math, it was ultimately a great thing. Lu Chang now was more concerned about how to speak when the principal and homeroom teacher arrived at their home. That's true, but what if the talk runs late? Oh, why haven't you put out the fruit you bought this morning? Qiang, as a father, why don't you ever take care of anything? Chen Yin kept chattering, but her movements were swift. She washed a bunch of grapes in the kitchen, brought out apples and oranges, and a plate of cut cantaloupe and watermelon. Before she had even sat down for a few minutes, her phone rang. Seeing the familiar number and the caller ID, Chen Yin immediately called out. Lu Yuan, your teachers are here. Hurry up and come downstairs to greet them. It turned out that Principal Fang's car was an old white Buick. Under Lu Chang's guidance, the group finally arrived at their home. They didn't come empty-handed. They brought several tins of tea and a box of milk. Lu Yuan didn't stay idle either. He quickly poured tea for everyone. After a brief tea, Principal Fang and Teacher Chen got straight to the point. Lu Yuan's parents, this visit is mainly about Lu Yuan's college plans. Principal Fang, his father, and I have been hoping for college. We're counting on him to work hard in his senior year and get into a bachelor's degree program. Preferably a public second-tier university, which would ease some pressure on us. Chen Yanyan's words were still the same old refrain. Whether in her past life or now, her highest aspiration for her son had always been a second-tier university. Haha, Lu Yuan's mother, that's way too easy. Judging from Lu Yuan's monthly exam results, a 211 university is definitely within reach. Teacher Chen was hearing for the first time what Lu Yuan's parents expected, and she was surprised it was only a second-tier university. Given Lu Yuan's current talent in science, that expectation was far too low. 211. What does that mean? Having never heard of college classifications, Chen Yin asked curiously while turning to look at her husband. Unfortunately, Lu Chang's education wasn't much higher. He had dropped out after 1 year of high school. He only knew the common terms first-year, second-year, and third-tier universities. He had no concept of the specific rankings within first-tier universities and never paid attention to them. Lu Yuan's mother, it means the better universities among first-tier ones. Teacher Chen explained briefly, but Chen Yin and Lu Chang were still a bit confused. At that moment, Principal Fang took over the conversation. Parents, Teacher Chen and I came to tell you something. Our school hopes Lu Yuan can try the path of direct admission. If all goes well, he won't need to take the college entrance exam and can go directly to Tsinghua or Peking University. Even if they knew little about universities, the Lu couple was well aware of the two top-tier institutions, Tsinghua and Peking University. Chen Yanyan's face showed no excitement. Instead, her brows were slightly furrowed, her expression complex. If it weren't for the fact that the people sitting across from them were indeed Lu Yuan's principal and homeroom teacher, she would have suspected that her son had hired actors to stage a farce for them today. Principal Fang, does our Lu Yuan really have a chance to go to Tsinghua or Peking University? You're not joking with us, are you? Father Lu Chang was equally incredulous. His son, who had been hovering around the college admission line in his first 2 years of high school. Suddenly, at the start of his senior year, the principal came to persuade him to go to Tsinghua or Peking University. It sounded like a fairy tale, utterly absurd. Yet the facts were right before their eyes. Though they had never met Principal Fang, they recognized Teacher Chen, who had been their son's homeroom teacher since grade 10. Lu Yuan sat quietly in the corner, saying little. Given his current situation, talking himself blue in the face would be less effective than a single word from Teacher Chen. Parents, hey, race the thing. Lu Yuan's grades are somewhat unbalanced. In this monthly exam, he scored nearly perfect on several science subjects. But his Chinese and English scores are rather low, only 88 and 72 respectively. If he takes the college entrance exam, he would likely end up at an average key university. However, if he goes through the academic competition route, he can be admitted directly to Tsinghua or Peking University. After some laborious explanation and a moment for it to sink in, Father Lu Chang was still half convinced. Teacher Chen, you mean if my son takes the normal college entrance exam, he has no chance at Tsinghua or Peking University? But if he takes, what do you call it? It's a competition, right? He has a chance to go directly to Tsinghua or Peking University. Exactly. That's the gist of it. And he doesn't have to take the college entrance exam. Such a good deal. It's true. The direct admission policy works like that. Under Teacher Chen's repeated insistence and explanations, it was only then that the couple finally understood their son's current situation. We never dared to dream that our Xiao Yuan could go to Tsinghua or Peking University. Teacher Chen, if you and Principal Fang truly believe Xiao Yuan has a chance, then as parents we will certainly support him. But does Xiao Yuan? Does he really have a chance for direct admission? Principal Fang took out a cigarette from his jacket pocket and offered it to Lu Chang. Lu Yuan's father, Lu Yuan's talent in mathematics is outstanding. Perhaps his physical development was late and his talent is only now fully manifesting. This time he didn't just win first prize, he ranked first in the entire province. As long as he performs well in subsequent competitions, there should be no problem. Hearing Principal Fong say this, Father Lu Chong turned to look at his son. Mother Chen Yinyan and Teacher Chen also looked at him. After all this talk, it was finally time for him to express his opinion. Principal Fong, if I want to be directly admitted, what specific conditions must I meet? Why must I enter the provincial team? Seizing this moment, Lu Yuan finally asked about the direct admission policy that the two had been avoiding. He had never thought about direct admission before, and even now he only had a vague understanding. Without seeing the path ahead clearly after his rebirth, he had mostly considered the normal college entrance exam route. Given his current academic progress, a 211 university was definitely achievable. If he buckled down on his humanities subjects in the final year, even a lower year 985 university was not out of the question. Only Tsinghua and Peking University were the two institutions he had never dared to dream of either before or after his rebirth. Regarding recommendation-based admission, it depends on the institution, as different schools have different requirements. However, the most important thing is to win a gold, silver, or bronze medal in the finals of the National High School Mathematics Olympiad. With a gold medal, you can choose any university in the country and apply for recommendation-based admission. With a silver medal, apart from Tsinghua and Peking University, most of the 985 project universities will accept you via recommendation. As for a bronze medal, you'll need to negotiate with the school, but there's still a decent chance. National Mathematics Competition. After hearing old Chen's explanation, Lu Yuan murmured to himself. He remembered that this time he had taken the Jiangnan Province High School Mathematics Competition. So this national competition must be the one after the provincial level. That's right. Actually, a normal high school competition consists of 3 rounds: the preliminary round, the league round, and the final round. In Jiangnan Province, there is no preliminary round. Spots are directly allocated to each school based on their tier to participate in the league round. As long as you win a provincial first prize and rank high among those first prize winners, you can enter the provincial team and compete in the national finals. It was only at this moment that Lu Yuan truly understood what recommendation-based admission meant. No wonder in his past life he had never heard of any recommended students at his own school. Even Guyuan No. One high school, a key school, did not have recommended students every year. Even if they had recommended students, they were not necessarily sent to the top 2 institutions, Tsinghua and Peking University. They might go to slightly lower-ranked domestic universities. So now Lu Yuan fully understood why key high schools had invested heavily in competition teams. It was entirely because this was another direct path to top universities. For a school's college admission rate, especially the rate for Tsinghua and Peking University, the spots taken by recommended students were the most stable and locked in advance. At this point, Principal Fong continued speaking. Lu Yuan, with your performance in this math competition, you'll definitely make it into the provincial team. Once you're in the provincial team, you'll certainly compete in the national competition. However, this path of competition recommendation does carry some risks. For Hengshi High School, having a student admitted through recommendation would be a monumental achievement. For Guyuan No. One high school, having a recommended student might not be a big deal. But at Hengshi High School, if any student could be recommended, both Principal Fong Song and Shun Xianhua, Lu Yuan's homeroom teacher, would immediately become famous throughout the county and even the city. Lu Yuan's subsequent performance even subtly affected the future prospects of these two men. However, Principal Fong did not intend to hide the risks of the competition path and told him clearly, if you take this competition route, although you can still take the college entrance exam, your energy will definitely not be focused on high school knowledge. Once you enter the provincial team, you'll spend most of the month in the training camp receiving specialized competition coaching. After that, you'll go to the capital to participate in the national competition. By the time it's all over, the first half of the semester will be nearly gone. For a senior high school student like you, this is extremely precious time. The first round of review will be completely missed. Especially since your liberal arts subjects are weak. If you plan to make a breakthrough in the next few months, the time will be even tighter. Indeed, there are pros and cons. Choosing to join the provincial team means Lu Yuan is essentially giving up an already tense semester of review time. His main energy will be focused on the competition. If he wins an award, he will naturally be smoothly recommended. But if he fails to achieve results, he will have to rely on the college entrance exam. Given his 2 persistently weak liberal arts subjects, he would have even less chance at best securing a spot at a 211 university. No wonder other key high schools have dedicated competition teams that start training from the first year of high school. Many students even get directly recommended through national competitions in their sophomore year. Compared to these top-tier key high schools, Hengshi High School can offer him very little help. Lu Yuan, you should know your own situation regarding the college entrance exam. Both Teacher Chen and I won't force you. You have to make your own choice. With that, Principal Fong picked up the teacup in front of him, and Teacher Chen followed suit. Lu Yuan's parents, though still not fully accepting of their son's excellence at this moment, turned their heads, and looked at Lu Yuan with encouraging eyes. At this moment the couple was willing to let their son make his own decision. Feeling the gazes of everyone and the subtle anticipation from teacher Chen, Lu Yuan didn't dwell much on the two options in his mind. He himself was a person who had been reborn, and God had so miraculously opened the ladder of mathematics, physics, and chemistry for him. If he had no chance, that was one thing, but since he had an opportunity to strive for Tsinghua and Peking University, what more was there to say? In his past life, aside from the naive days of elementary and middle school, when he dared to speak of these two top universities by high school, he had never even dared to think about them. Now the opportunity to bypass the college entrance exam through subject competitions was right before him. At the very least, he was confident that with his exam scores he could get into a 211 university. Without further hesitation, he immediately nodded to the four people on the sofa. I want to join the provincial team. I want to try for recommendation. Hearing his affirmative answer, his parents were more supportive and encouraging. Principal Fong and teacher Chen instantly showed excitement on their faces. Especially Principal Fong, who took a big gulp of green tea and then placed the cup back on the coffee table. At the same time, he took out a red envelope from his chest pocket and handed it to Lu Yuan. Principal Fong, what are you doing? Before Lu Yuan could take it, his mother Chen Yan stopped him and pushed the red envelope away. Huh? Lu Yuan's mother, this red envelope is the scholarship from the school for Lu Yuan winning the provincial first prize. It's not much, just 1500 yuan. Oh, it's a scholarship. Upon hearing it was a scholarship, Chen Yan immediately withdrew her hand. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time her son had ever received a scholarship. Her eyes were fixed on the red envelope in Lu Yuan's hand, a symbol of honor. Since Lu Yuan himself has chosen to take the competition path and try for a recommendation slot, the school will certainly support you. During the competition, all your travel expenses, exam fees, and accommodation costs will be reimbursed by the school. You can call your homeroom teacher Chen anytime, and you won't need to pay out of pocket. Also, if you win an award in the national competition, the school also has a scholarship: 300 yuan for bronze, 800 yuan for silver, and 150 yuan for gold. In this regard, the school, especially Principal Fong, was quite generous, not using money to attract him beforehand. Instead, they waited until he had made his decision to tell him about the school's support for his competition. In addition, if you get a recommendation slot, the school will give an additional bonus of 100 yuan. If it's Tsinghua or Peking University, the bonus will be increased to 300 yuan. Of course, no matter what your final result is, the school will waive your tuition fees for your senior year. The tuition you've already paid for this semester will be refunded. Lu Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement at these policies. Who said studying doesn't make money? If he won a gold medal and got recommended to Tsinghua or Peking University, just the school alone would reward him with 4500 yuan. For a school like Hengshi High School, they had really gone all out this time. And this was only from the school. Maybe the county would also give bonuses. The National Day holiday always passes exceptionally quickly for senior high school students. The 14 or 15 test papers assigned during the break were particularly agonizing for the students of Hengshi Middle School. The only silver lining was that the monthly exam results were announced after the holiday. This allowed all the students to breathe a slight sigh of relief. As the monthly exam report cards were distributed, teacher Chen on the podium cheerfully announced a piece of news to everyone. Fellow students, the top scorer in our class for this monthly exam is Lu Yuan. On the report card, Lu Yuan's scores were almost unbelievable to all his classmates. Mathematics 150, physics 100, chemistry 97, biology 95, English 72, Chinese 88, total 602 points. Meanwhile, Xiu Hao, who had always ranked first in the class, scored 581 points in total, a full 21 points behind Lu Yuan. However, when all the students in the class tried to cast their eyes toward Lu Yuan, they found that the seat next to his deskmate, He Jianfeng, was empty. Only teacher Chen's voice continued unhurriedly. There's another good news to announce to everyone. Student Lu Yuan, due to his outstanding mathematical talent, has been approved to join the provincial mathematics competition training team. This semester he will train with the provincial team to participate in the national mathematics competition. Even though he won't be back at school for now, let's give him a round of applause for encouragement. Thunderous applause rang out in the classroom. Lu Yuan was like a shooting star in the class. Obscure for the first 2 years, then suddenly shining brilliantly in the first semester of senior year. After that, he vanished from the sight of class 9, grade 12, embarking on a path completely different from his previous life. At this moment, outside the gate of Songjiang 7 Middle School, a young man standing 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a standard gray school uniform, was surveying the entire campus. Judging by his appearance, he carried a hint of student-like innocence. Yet looking closely into his eyes, one could also sense a calmness and maturity inherent in an adult. When concentrated in the same person, these traits were not contradictory, but rather charismatic. This person was Lu Yuan, who was now dragging a large black suitcase on one side, preparing to head to the dormitory. Having intended to bring only a few changes of clothes, he eventually yielded to his mother Chen Yanyan's insistence. Towels, toothbrush, and toothpaste, body wash, wash basin, and all kinds of toiletries. None were missing. Filling one suitcase was not enough. Even his backpack was stuffed to the brim. As a student in the end, he brought everything except books, which he naturally didn't need. Entering the campus under the guidance of the security guard uncle, he arrived at the designated dormitory area. Indeed, a provincial key school was a provincial key school. The accommodation conditions were far better than those at Hengxi Middle School. It was a standard 4-person dormitory, though still with bunk beds. But compared to the old dormitory building at Hengxi Middle School, where he shared a room with 14 people, this was heaven. The dormitory also had individual study desks and chairs for each person, along with a private bathroom and air conditioning. Honestly, for a moment, Lu Yuan felt as if he had arrived at his university in his previous life. "Classmate, why are you so tall?" A childish voice from outside the dormitory interrupted Lu Yuan, who was busy making his bed. In front of him stood a small boy, probably less than 1.5 meters tall. He must not have hit his growth spurt yet, as his voice still sounded like a child's. Looking at Lu Yuan's 1.8-meter height, his eyes were full of longing. This made Lu Yuan feel a bit awkward. He had already found it difficult to blend in with senior high school students. Now, looking at this dorm mate in front of him, he really felt like he was looking at a child. "Classmate, stop tidying up for now. Teacher Wang informed everyone to go to the classroom first, and I'm here to tell you." Hearing this, Lu Yuan stopped making the bed. "My name is Lu Yuan. Please take me to the classroom first." "Oh, so you're the one who got a perfect score? I only scored 2 points less than you in this competition. My name is Zheng Hang." "Lu Yuan, how old are you?" "Lu Yuan, where is Hengxi Middle School?" Meeting the second-place student in this competition, Lu Yuan was initially quite surprised. But on the way to the classroom, he gradually started to get a headache. This Zheng Hang, who was only in the 3rd year of junior high, was a total chatterbox. He talked non-stop, asked endless questions, and was especially obsessed with height, always circling back to it after a few sentences. The classroom was already quite full. When Lu Yuan and Zheng Hang, a tall short duo, entered, they immediately attracted most of the attention. Lu Yuan took this opportunity to roughly survey the crowd. Most faces were quite young. Even though some boys had thick beards, their faces still exuded childishness. He went on his own to sit in the window seat at the last row, and Zheng Hang, having finished tidying up from the first row, came over and sat beside him. This made Lu Yuan feel at that moment like a gang boss with a little follower. Thump thump. Several teachers walked into the classroom. Among them, a man around 50 years old began to speak on the podium. He had a 3/7 side part, wore a blue-collar polo shirt, was thin and lean, looked somewhat older, and had a mole at the corner of his mouth. "Let me first introduce myself. My name is Ji Haifeng, graduated with a master's degree from Harbin Institute of Technology, majoring in mathematics. Currently, I am a national first-class researcher of the Mathematical Olympiad and the Deputy Secretary General of the Jiangnan Province Mathematics Association. At the same time, I am also the head coach of this Jiangnan Province Mathematics training team." At this point, Teacher Ji paused, his eyes sweeping the class with authority. "The teacher next to me is Wang Wei, also a coach in this provincial team's coaching group. I believe many of the students from Sanjiang 7 Middle School may already know Coach Wang. In addition, there are Teacher Lin, Teacher Pan, and Teacher Ho, who are the assistant coaches of this training team." After speaking, Teacher Ji immediately clapped his hands to refocus everyone's attention. Although he looked thin, his movements were crisp and powerful. "All right, the coaching staff have been introduced to you. This year's provincial training team has more slots due to Jiangnan Province's outstanding performance last year, and a total of 31 people have entered the team. Starting from the first student in the front, please introduce yourselves." "Hello everyone, my name is Yu Wenba from Sanjiang 7 Middle School, grade 11. My usual hobbies are basketball and singing." "My name is He Wei from Sanjiang for Middle School, grade 10. The students in the training team introduced themselves one by one. Lu Yuan also noticed that among the 76 first prize winners of the provincial mathematics competition, there were schools of all kinds, over 20 in total. But when it came to the top 31, the number of schools was not that many. They were mainly concentrated in Sanjiang 7 Middle School and Sanjiang 4 Middle School. Even the municipal Linzhou Foreign Language School had only 2 students. At the same time, the age distribution was quite regular. There were 3 junior high school students in total, while the vast majority of the remaining students were in grade 10 and grade 11. As for senior high school students, there were only 5, which was actually not many. Wang Ziheo from Guyuan 1 Middle School, grade 12. Finally, Lu Yuan waited for that classmate from his own county's 1 Middle School. He was quite lucky to have squeezed into the provincial team with the last place. However, this Wang Ziheo was clearly not very confident. When speaking, whether reporting his school or introducing other things, he was somewhat hesitant and submissive. Until finally, Lu Yuan, sitting in the last row by the window, stepped forward to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Yuan. The initial self-introductions captured the attention of the audience, but as the list progressed their minds began to wander. It was not until Lu Yuan stated his name that the group's focus was reignited with all eyes converging on him amidst hushed murmurs. So that's Lu Yuan. I was wondering why we hadn't heard his name. He's been sitting in the last row. The person next to him is Zheng Hang. Not only the students, but the 5-member coaching team also turned their attention to Lu Yuan. It was only natural. In examinations and competitions alike, the first place always drew the most attention and was held in the highest regard. My name is Lu Yuan. I attend Hengshi High School senior year. As for hobbies, I enjoy playing computer games. That's all. With that, Lu Yuan calmly stepped down from the podium and returned to his seat. Though his speech was brief and sparse, it garnered the most attention. After he finished, the lead teacher Ji reascended the platform. Today's main task is to register everyone and help you get a simple acquaintance with each other. This training camp will last a total of 14 days, 2 weeks. After the camp concludes, we will select representatives to go to the capital for the national finals. Representatives. Teacher Ji's words made every student present tense up involuntarily. Even Lu Yuan was filled with confusion. Hadn't it been said that entering the provincial team guaranteed a spot in the national finals? Could it be that there would be eliminations during these 2 weeks? However, you are all fortunate to be in the Jiangnan province team. Our Jiangnan province has ranked first in comprehensive performance in the mathematics competition for the past 2 years. The national competition has sufficient additional quota slots. So as long as you've made it into the provincial team, the team will secure your place in the finals. Phew. Hearing this, many students who were lower in the rankings, especially Wang Zihao from Guiyuan One High School, let out a sigh of relief. But the emphatic words silenced any premature joy. Since you have joined the Jiangnan provincial team and enjoyed its advantages, you must also make your own contributions, especially those ranked lower. You must make a sprint these 2 weeks. I don't know what your school teachers told you before you came. I suspect most of them just said to secure a direct admission quota, right? Heh. Teacher Ji Haifeng's voice was resolute and forceful, slightly hoarse, yet brimming with an underlying vigor. As he spoke, his tone grew deeper, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Let me tell you, since you're here in the provincial team, there's one thing you, including myself, can be proud of. That is, in mathematical talent, you are indeed worthy of being called geniuses. Our country in mathematics, especially on the international stage, has not yet earned the title of a mathematical powerhouse. We are merely a mathematical giant. And whether our motherland can progress, especially in mathematics, to truly become a powerhouse, the hope lies in each and every one of you. Do not waste your precious talent. His sharp gaze swept across the room. Teacher Ji's ability to stir emotions was truly remarkable. Even Lu Yuan, who had experienced being fed empty promises and motivational speeches in his past life, felt the impact. But Teacher Ji's raw emotional drive instantly infected everyone in the room, including Lu Yuan. His blood boiled, and for the first time, he learned of his country's standing in mathematics. He had always believed that his country's education excelled in mathematics, especially given news reports that middle school math was more difficult than high school math abroad. Lu Yuan had always been proud of his country's mathematics. However, under Teacher Ji's further explanation, he gradually understood that his country's strength lay only in elementary mathematics, not in advanced mathematics. In modern mathematics, especially with calculus as its foundation, the country had no voice in frontier fields, merely following trends with a significant gap. But one must eat one's meal bite by bite and walk one's journey step by step. The country values mathematics and grants talented math Olympiad students direct admission quotas. It hopes to select mathematical talents early and involve them in deeper research. Of course, that's on the national level. Within the provincial team, we have our own tasks. Teacher Ji's emotions surged again. Last year, although our Jiangnan team had the best overall performance, the top-ranked student was not from our team. I, along with the other coaches, have high expectations for you all. Our goal for every student is singular: to win first place in the national finals. As he spoke, he raised his right index finger. After vigorously drawing a 1 in the air, his impassioned speech finally ceased. Truth be told, Lu Yuan's expectation for this provincial team camp was exactly as Teacher Ji described: to win a gold medal in the national finals and secure a direct admission to Tsinghua and Peking. Yet after this speech, Lu Yuan began to ponder his mathematical talent anew. Especially after his rebirth, he had only thought of first attending a top university, hoping to change his fate through education and lead a more comfortable life. Now he kept reflecting, could his talent serve a purpose far greater than he had imagined? Could his reborn self, as Teacher Ji suggested, become the future of mathematics in his country? A rustling sound of paper being passed filled the air. Amid the noise, the fervor in his mind gradually subsided. All motivational speeches had a limited shelf life. Here the schedule. Taking the schedule handed over by Zheng Hang, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed involuntarily. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, then looked again more carefully. October 7th. Morning 8:00 lecture 11140 self-study. Afternoon 1:50 self-study 310500 self-study. October 8th. Morning 8:00 self-study. Self-study. October 9th. Morning 8:00 lecture. Self-study. Indeed, the entire schedule was dominated by self-study sessions. Every other day, there was one lecture in the morning. The content of the lecture was not specified, and the rest of the time was all self-study. All right, everyone has received the schedule. Teacher Wang spoke as Teacher Ji had already left with the other teachers. No other tasks today. You can return to the dormitories to organize your belongings. You can also explore the campus to familiarize yourselves. If you encounter any issues during the camp, feel free to come to my office on the 3rd floor of the comprehensive building, rightmost room at the end. Now dismissed. Lu Yuan was already seated in the classroom by 7:30 a.m. Having grown accustomed to the 6:40 morning run at Hengxi Middle School and the early self-study that began at 7:00, he found himself somewhat disoriented now that there was more time to spare at Sanjiangno 7 Middle School. Of course, Sanjiangno 7 Middle School also had its own morning run, and the regular high school classes started early as well. It was just that their schedule as part of the training team differed from the norm. Zheng Heng too arrived early and was already chattering away beside him. This struck Lu Yuan as odd, for he barely knew Zheng Heng. He rarely responded to the boy's talkativeness, yet Zheng Heng seemed to have latched onto him, becoming his shadow since yesterday. A few minutes before 8, the other students in the classroom finally began to trickle in. Meanwhile, a young man in his early 30s entered the classroom and sat down at the lectern. He did not close the door until the bell rang, at which point he began introducing himself. Hello everyone. My surname is Lin Lin, and a master's degree in mathematics from Tsinghua University. I have previously won a gold medal in the Chinese Mathematical Olympiad CMO and joined the national training team. At the request of Teacher Ji, I am here to give you all a lesson on algebra. Lu Yuan had assumed that the instructor would be one of the provincial team coaches from yesterday, but it turned out that the actual teacher had no connection to the coaching staff. The teacher for today's algebra session was a former student who had earned a spot through competition admissions in earlier years. He was also a genuine participant in the CMO, possessing abundant knowledge and experience. The syllabus for algebra includes fundamental concepts such as real numbers, complex numbers, vectors, matrices, and determinants, along with basic operations like addition, multiplication, division, and exponentiation. Of course, the actual exam problems will be far from simple, though the question types are relatively fixed. Generally, they involve proving inequalities or solving extremal problems related to sequences. Teacher Lin began at a slow pace, mainly introducing the exam content. Many students found their attention wandering, including Lu Yuan, whose gaze drifted toward the window. The introductory material held little meaning for him and failed to spark his interest. But when he snapped back to focus a few minutes later, the teacher was already delving into problems on the blackboard, and this algebra problem had reached a deep, challenging level, far more difficult than the provincial competition questions. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's mathematical aptitude was evident. With just a moment's thought, he fully solved the problem and kept pace with Teacher Lin's reasoning. Teacher Lin presented several methods for solving the problem, many of which employed knowledge and thought processes beyond Lu Yuan's previous frame of reference. Although the algebra portion of the middle school competition was essentially high school level knowledge, it was not part of the high school syllabus. It seemed to brush against the college entrance exam content, but otherwise had little connection. Teacher Lin's multiple approaches opened new doors for Lu Yuan. He quickly memorized the techniques and problem-solving strategies mentioned. How did we get here so suddenly? Why is he going so fast? Can't he slow down? Many students who had been daydreaming earlier found themselves completely lost when they returned to attention. Moreover, Teacher Lin seemed utterly indifferent to what the students were doing or discussing. He simply lectured at his own pace, now having listed 4 or 5 problems on the blackboard, jumping between them in a meandering fashion. Suddenly, a girl in the second row raised her hand. Teacher Lin, could you speak a little slower? As one of the 2 rare female students in this year's training team, her question caught his attention. I can slow down a bit, but overall time is tight. If you can't keep up, you might jot it down for now. From this afternoon until tomorrow, you'll have self-study sessions, and you can review my lecture content then. This suggestion clearly did not satisfy the girl. In her past experience, teachers were supposed to adjust their pace to the student's progress. Teacher, but if you go too fast, I can't understand. And many other students might not follow either. If you teach like this, it's as if you haven't taught at all. Even if we review later, we won't know what to revisit. Lu Yuan sat in the back row, silently observing the debate without comment. He had no issue with the speed of Teacher Lin's lecture, as long as the teacher was delivering content he could absorb and digest it almost instantly. Inwardly, he felt a measure of agreement with the girl's suggestion. After all, a teacher should ensure students keep up with the material. But Teacher Lin shook his head slightly on the podium. Classmate, I need to remind you of something. All of you are members of the provincial team. This 2-week training camp is funded by the provincial team specifically for this purpose. And the goal of the provincial team's training is to help some of you compete for the top spot in the national mathematics competition. It is not to ensure your personal understanding or that of some students in the class. Teacher Lin's voice was low, his tone calm, and a gentle smile still lingered on his face. But for more than half the class, especially those struggling to keep up, his words weighed heavily. I can tell you with certainty that every provincial team that organizes a training camp teaches at this pace. I am only responsible for the outstanding few who can fully absorb my lecture and have the potential to compete for first place in the national competition. The competition itself has only one champion. The training camp's purpose is to cultivate elites, not to provide universal education like in your own schools. At these words, every student in the class suddenly understood. Even Lu Yuan realized that this was not the kind of class they had in high school. This was a training camp for the national competition. Its goal was not the college entrance exam or the school's overall admission rate. No teacher would accommodate students who fell behind. In Teacher Lin's eyes, today's lesson was perhaps meant for only a few students in the room. The majority could absorb as much as they could, relying on their own abilities. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt Teacher Lin's gaze clearly fall on his direction. I see that the two students by the window have kept up seamlessly. If they have no objections, he'll slow down a little. Now all the still unfamiliar classmates turned to look at him and Zheng Hang. Zheng Hang was twirling a pen with a crumpled A4 sheet of paper on his desk that bore only the newly copied problems, nothing else. But his relaxed expression showed that the pace of Teacher Lin's lecture posed no problem for him. As for Lu Yuan, he had not touched his pen at all, simply listening quietly to Teacher Lin, his face remaining calm throughout. I have no objections. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Lu Yuan promptly stated that he did not mind. As for Zheng Hang, having heard Lu Yuan's response, he immediately nodded. At this, Teacher Lin smiled at the two of them, then nodded to the girl who had raised the question. Alright, I'll slow down a bit. Those who can't keep up should take notes as best as you can. Teacher Lin's so-called slowing down of the pace did not actually slow down much. It was merely a slight reduction in speaking speed, but the actual lecture remained as jumpy as ever. Many students still struggled to follow his lively train of thought. However, for Lu Yuan, it was even more relaxing. He could even mentally compare several solution methods, determining which approach was simpler and more efficient for different problem types. At this moment, every student's talent became crucial. Around 1040, after a 10-minute overtime, Teacher Lin finally finished covering all the prepared material. He casually tossed the chalk onto the desk and looked at the students. You must be tired from the lecture. Take a 10-minute break. After 10 minutes, since you have a self-study class anyway, we'll have a pop quiz. As soon as he finished speaking, complaints arose from some students. How can this be? What's the point of a break? We'd better review. Zheng Hang, did you understand everything? Lu Yuan, rotating his stiff neck, asked his deskmate Zheng Hang casually. Not bad, I think I'm fine. Lu Yuan's mathematical talent was now fully maxed out, but Zheng Hang beside him was equally impressive. Despite being only in the third year of junior high, he had no trouble following these lessons. At the same time, the other two junior high students in the class, including a few from Songjiangno 7 Middle School, also showed no signs of difficulty. But apart from these few, the other students looked strained, and many had stopped listening entirely. Even though the provincial team had gathered the most talented individuals, there remained a vast gap in their innate abilities. Lu Yuan now wanted to know whether his talent was truly superior to that of geniuses like Zheng Hang, or if they were on the same level, given that he had only lost by 2 points in the last competition. He had heard that Zheng Hang's deduction was due to a lack of rigor in his writing, and in terms of answering the questions there was no gap between them, including the third-ranked Lu Kun from Songjiangno 7 Middle School, who had only made a mistake in the final calculation. 10 minutes later, the test papers were distributed as scheduled. There were only 4 algebraic problems with a time limit of 1 hour. Those who turned in their papers early with all answers correct could leave early. There were 31 students in the class. Although some had complained and grumbled, they all started solving the problems immediately after the papers were handed out. In truth, each student harbored a secret rivalry with the others, especially the students from Songjiangno 7 Middle School, who were not convinced by Lu Yuan's top ranking from Hengxi Middle School. Naturally, Zheng Hang, the junior high student, was also beneath their notice. They still believed that the provincial competition results were a matter of luck for these two, and that traditionally the top 3 should all come from Songjiangno 7 Middle School. After receiving his paper, Lu Yuan did not rush to write. First, he quickly scanned the 4 algebraic problems, running them through his mind. After listening to Teacher Lin's lecture, just now many new concepts had been imprinted in his brain. For the first 3 problems, various solution methods instantly sprang to mind, but the 4th problem was somewhat challenging, and he couldn't immediately find the answer. He spent about 7 or 8 minutes unhurriedly writing the answers to the first 3 problems. Then he focused on pondering the 4th. In the classroom, the sound of students sharply inhaling was occasionally heard, along with the rustling of pens as some buried their heads in calculations. Of course, there were also a few students who were completely at a loss, unable to solve even a single problem. They just stared at the questions, sat in silence for several minutes, then looked up to exchange helpless glances with their equally stuck classmates. Teacher Lin was now walking around the classroom, checking the progress of each student. This method of giving a pop quiz immediately after a lecture was actually a key technique used by the provincial team to assess students' true talent during the intensive training. Since the provincial competition involved many high schools, especially key ones, each had its own specialized training team. Thus, some slightly talented students could rely on hard work and repetitive practice to barely edge out students from ordinary middle schools in the provincial competition. But in reality, their innate talent might not be as high as that of certain individuals from ordinary schools. Of course, true geniuses could not be suppressed like Lu Yuan. However, the pop quiz after such an intense lecture was different. Everyone's talent became immediately apparent. 10 minutes later, seeing that the 4 or 5 students with strong receptivity and mathematical talent were already tackling the last problem, Teacher Lin silently noted their names, intending to report them to Teacher Ji of the provincial team. Lu Yuan was still contemplating the 4th problem on the paper. It was a problem about finding the maximum value of a sequence, but the thinking patterns Teacher Lin had taught today were not suitable for solving it. He already had a brute force method in mind that could solve it, but after hearing so many new ideas and techniques today, he felt a subtle intuition that there was a completely new approach. He had been mentally simulating the final thought process. Finally, in the next moment, Lu Yuan confirmed that his distinct new solution was valid. He picked up his pen and began writing the process for the last problem. Once the new idea was clear, the entire solution came quickly. In 2 minutes, he had solved the last problem. He looked around and found that everyone else was still deep in thought. Lu Yuan hesitated, privately wondering whether to be the first to submit his paper. However, he had already been under Teacher Lin's watchful gaze. Seeing that he had clearly finished, Teacher Lin took a few steps to stand behind him. Finished. His calm voice echoed in the unusually quiet classroom, startling everyone's attention, especially the students from Songjiang No. 7 and No. 4 middle schools who had been vying for the top spot in the pop quiz felt a jolt of shock. Hearing Teacher Lin's voice, they all stopped writing and turned their heads toward the direction of his voice. When they saw Lu Yuan sitting calmly by the window in the last row, their expressions grew complicated. Don't mind the others. Let me see your paper. Lu Yuan didn't think much of it. He had simply wanted to avoid drawing attention, knowing that getting first or second in a pop quiz didn't mean much. His current goal was the gold medal in the national finals, including the final recommendation qualification. He had planned to wait until another student or his deskmate Zheng Hang submitted first before turning in his own paper. But now Teacher Lin was already behind him, his small eyes filled with expectation and encouragement, and his right hand was extended asking for the paper. I'm done, but I'm not entirely sure about the 4th problem. The thinking patterns you taught in class don't seem to fit this one. Having said that, Lu Yuan didn't dawdle and handed over his paper. At that moment, all the students in the class who had been covertly watching the top-ranked Lu Yuan from the provincial competition began to shed their lingering hopes. Whether Lu Yuan had completely solved all 4 problems or not, his speed and the calm demeanor of not rushing to submit were enough to earn everyone's admiration. Holding the test paper in his hand, Teacher Lin quickly glanced over the first 3 questions. These 3 questions could be solved if one thoroughly grasped the thinking methods and techniques he had taught in class, while also applying a bit of ingenuity. Looking at Lu Yuan's paper, the approaches to the 3 questions were all correct. Without examining the process in detail, he moved directly to the 4th question. This question was the true test of difficulty in the exam, and it was also an algebra problem from last year's IMO, the International Mathematical Olympiad. As a global competition where national training teams select specialized contestants after the CMO, the IMO's difficulty was self-evident. It was also another testing point in today's quiz. After reading the solution process on Lu Yuan's paper, Teacher Lin's face, which had been smiling, began to show some change. His brow furrowed, and he unconsciously raised a hand, as if typing on a keyboard in the air. The solution method he knew for this problem was a relatively old and complex one. It was precisely the approach that had first come to Lu Yuan's mind. This method was not necessarily bad, but the process was rather complicated and required a certain amount of time for calculation. After all, these were IMO problems. It would be strange if they could be solved casually. Even if one knew some advanced calculus, using that knowledge to solve competition problems, especially IMO problems, was a pipe dream. But Lu Yuan offered a completely different and novel approach. 2 minutes later, after fully confirming that Lu Yuan's method was correct, he took out a red pen and marked 4 check marks on the paper. After returning the paper to Lu Yuan, Teacher Lin did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he looked at Lu Yuan with surprise in his eyes and asked, "Student, have you encountered the 4th question on the paper before?" Teacher Lin had considered that some students in today's class might solve this difficult problem, but he had never imagined that someone like Lu Yuan could solve it in such a short time and even provide a completely new method. especially since this method was even simpler and faster than the one he had prepared. No, it was evident that teacher Lin harbored some doubt about him, but more so seemed surprised. Of course, this made little difference to Lu Yuan, and he answered truthfully. Really? Have you encountered any previous IMO or CMO problem sets before? IMO. Lu Yuan repeated the term, a look of confusion on his face. He had only heard of CMO, the Chinese Mathematical Olympiad, so far. He had learned that just yesterday from Teacher Ji, and IMO was completely unfamiliar. Teacher Lin, I never touched competition papers in high school. Before participating in the competition, I only did one test. Oh. Hearing this, Teacher Lin couldn't help but ask eagerly, what test? Meanwhile, the other students in the classroom who had been paying attention also pricked up their ears. They were curious about how Lu Yuan, who had ranked first in the previous competition, had been trained at his school. What special paper was this one he had done? Only Lu Yuan himself felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his nose with one hand. Well, Teacher Lin, my high school was quite ordinary overall. That paper was just the 2013 middle school math competition test. Upon hearing this, a wave of black lines flashed through the minds of everyone in the class. Even Teacher Lin was a bit at a loss, unsure whether Lu Yuan was being humble or joking. The national finals. No, just the provincial competition paper. So my foundation is relatively weak, and am a bit behind everyone else in the class. Although Lu Yuan believed he had exceptional talent in this life, his school background was different. He had never received specialized coaching from a competition team before. Now that he had joined the training team organized by the provincial team, even the first class had been immensely rewarding. He felt that compared to other students, especially those from Songjiangno 7 middle school who had started competition training from their first year of high school, he lacked experience and skills which he needed to make up for during this training. Not at all. You solved these 4 questions in the fastest time, your foundation is not weak, and I think you have great talent. Especially the last question, it indeed cannot be solved using the thinking methods I taught in class. Toward the end, Teacher Lin was no longer addressing only Lu Yuan. He was more giving a reminder to the other students. This 4th question, I specifically selected it for you all. It's to let you know that real competitions don't always follow the patterns and techniques you've learned. Many ideas in actual exams require you to rely on your own insight, think on the spot, and apply flexibly. Several of the more talented students who had been stuck on this question now caught on. They began to try solving it using their own ideas. You're called Lu Yuan, right? Which middle school are you from? Teacher Lin naturally remembered Lu Yuan's name. He had to report back to Teacher Ji of the provincial team. Before class, a name list had been placed on the podium according to everyone's seats. But he hadn't actually learned any other information about the students in the classroom. He was simply a lecturer specially invited by the provincial team for the training camp. After the topic of schools came up, he became quite curious about Lu Yuan's high school, Hengshi Middle School. As soon as the words were spoken, Teacher Lin's eyes unconsciously narrowed. His gaze drifted to the side, as if he were searching his memory for something about Hengshi Middle School. After a long while, he still couldn't find any clue. He simply nodded calmly, and then walked away silently. After Lu Yuan, everyone in the class threw themselves into solving the quiz with renewed vigor. 5 minutes later, Zheng Hang and Lu Kun from Songjiangno 7 Middle School also handed in their papers and passed the test. Soon after, several more students passed in succession. By the end of the 1-hour test, within the first half hour, a total of 11 students had completed the problems. In the remaining half hour, only 3 more students finished. Another 17 students could not finish the problems, even when time was up. Seeing this, Lu Yuan gained a new perspective on his own talent. Due to time constraints, I won't go over the answers to the quiz. It was already past 11 o'clock, and there were still 20 minutes until class ended. But Teacher Lin clearly had no intention of continuing. For those who didn't solve the first 3 questions, you can spend this afternoon and tomorrow reviewing the content I covered in class. I believe given your level, you'll have no problem solving these 3 questions once you look at the answer key I'll hand out later. As for the last question, 14 students in our class solved it. In fact, exactly 14 students had passed the quiz. As Teacher Lin spoke, his gaze again drifted toward Lu Yuan. Except for Lu Yuan, everyone used the same approach. Of course, the specific steps may vary, but the thinking is identical. Only Lu Yuan's method was very good and novel. During self-study time after this, you can look at Lu Yuan's paper to see this new approach. Well, my time with you ends here. I wish you all outstanding performance in the national finals. Teachers like Mr. Lin, who specialize in explaining competitions, are rare. After all, the threshold for such teachers is high, and what's even rarer is that they must have time to summarize and organize past competition papers. Then they distill common approaches and patterns to share with everyone. This is also the advantage of being in the Jiangnan provincial team. Before the national finals, they specially organized a training camp. They invited these teachers to give lectures. Not all provincial teams organize such dedicated training camps. Of course, the precious opportunity of the provincial team's training camp is something that the current participants may not fully appreciate. From the perspective of all team members, the management of the training camp was extraordinarily lax. Especially during self-study sessions, they had expected the coaches to come to the classroom to supervise or at least maintain discipline. But in reality, no one showed up, and the self-study was entirely on their own. The coaches mainly focused on collecting past exam papers, including several key types of questions that might appear. They did not consider managing discipline or pushing students to study. The students from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School were probably already accustomed to this management style. However, for many students from other schools, especially those like Lu Yuan, who did not come from key middle schools, it felt too lax. The student sitting in front of Lu Yuan and I Tao came from an ordinary high school in Huijin No. 3 Middle School and had considerable talent. He ranked 11th in the provincial competition and was even the 5th to submit and pass the last in-class test. But at this moment he was not studying or doing past exam papers. On his desk lay a copy of Jean Mankey, and he was thoroughly engrossed in reading comics. His desk mate, naturally following suit, was holding a copy of Gushi Hui, occasionally breaking into a smile. There were many such students in the classroom, some playing on their phones, and even some dating. Lu Yuan wanted to play basketball. Before he knew it, 2 boys approached Lu Yuan. They were the tallest in the training camp. Somehow they had gotten a basketball and were now inviting him. Sorry, I really don't know how to play basketball. You guys go ahead. Due to his height, though not the tallest in the class, he was indeed the 3rd tallest in the training camp. This led to many sports-loving classmates always wanting to invite him to various activities. At around 2 in the afternoon, the entire class should have been in self-study. However, only 26 or 27 people remained in the classroom. Less than half of them were actually studying. Without supervision, those who could persist in self-disciplined study were indeed a minority. Regrettably, this kind of self-disciplined study often proved futile in the realm of academic competitions. Especially in mathematics, the further you go, the more it relies on talent. Effort in mathematics can seem somewhat futile. Mostly it's just about trying to catch up. Now Lu Yuan was increasingly understanding what Mr. Lin meant by the term elite education during class. At this moment, he was no longer doing practice problems. The specialized summary courses given by the recent teachers had greatly improved his progress. The various test papers issued by the team could be quickly processed in his mind without much thought. He was now reviewing high school English and Chinese content, essentially keeping a backup plan for the college entrance exam in his spare time. With an adult mindset, he knew that until he officially received a recommendation for admission, no matter how great the hope, he must leave himself a fallback. Zzz-la. The sound of a window being pushed open came to his ears. A man in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared before Lu Yuan. Teacher, which student are you looking for? Lu Yuan, sitting by the window, asked in a low voice. Although there were not many truly diligent students in the class, everyone had basic decency. The classroom was very quiet. Even those not in the mood to study would sleep rather than disturb those who wanted to learn. Classmate, is this the competition class? Sort of. We're the provincial team. It seemed he was indeed a teacher from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School, but the school's competition class had been temporarily suspended. All competition teachers were prioritizing service for the provincial team's training. That's great. Classmate, are you free now? Could you do me a favor? Upon hearing the provincial teams name, the teacher's eyes lit up visibly. They were only separated by a window, and the teacher even reached out to beckon him. Lu Yuan left his seat and quietly slipped out through the back door. Teacher, what do you need me to do? Well, you see, classmate. Before he could finish, the teacher grabbed his wrist through the long-sleeved school uniform and hurriedly led him toward the stairs. After rushing up the stairs 3 steps at a time, he finally spoke calmly. Classmate, there's a math problem in our class that we're having trouble solving. I was hoping you could help explain it. I know you're still in self-study, but don't worry. With your provincial team level, it won't take much time. Hearing that it was just to help solve a problem, Lu Yuan immediately understood. He nodded in agreement and followed the teacher. Soon the teacher released his grip on his wrist. Clearly the teacher knew he was from the provincial team. It was just a roundabout way to get him to help. The class number on the door plate read Class 6, Senior 3. As Lu Yuan entered the classroom, the students were discussing noisily. A male student was at the podium working on a problem on the blackboard. Wang Hao, stop solving for now. I found a classmate from the competition provincial team, so let. Before he finished, the student who was calculating on the blackboard clearly showed some resentment toward Lu Yuan. Teacher Yang, I feel like I'm almost there. Actually, there's no need to trouble this classmate. With that, he shot Lu Yuan a disdainful glance, then turned to the math teacher. Wang Hao, I know you're good at math, even better than me, Teacher Yang. But class time is limited. How about you go back to your seat and let classmate Lu quickly explain this to everyone? Seeing that Teacher Yang had said so, Wang Hao finally felt a bit deflated. He put the chalk on the podium and reluctantly returned to his seat. Classmate Lu, it's this problem on the blackboard. Could you please explain it? Lu Yuan was now looking at the problem written on the blackboard. It was a specialized type combining derivatives and trigonometric functions. The moment he finished reading it, he had already figured out the approach and the answer. Indeed, key middle schools were different. This derivative problem was far more difficult than the final question in the college entrance exam. Even in the provincial competition, this would be considered a high-difficulty problem. Of course, it was only difficult. For Lu Yuan, it was still not worth much. As he got the answer while reading the problem, he couldn't help shaking his head involuntarily. This was only possible at Songjiang 7 Middle School. If it were at his own Hengxi Middle School with teacher Chen's attitude, he would probably tell the class not to even look at such problems. A pure waste of time that would affect the time to check simpler questions. This might be the gap between the two schools. However, Lu Yuan's slight head shake at the sight of the problem was interpreted differently by other students. Some classmates, especially Wang Hao and a few others who were good at math, were already resentful of him as a competition class student. Seeing him shake his head, they couldn't help smirking. Even a boy sitting in the front row couldn't resist mocking him with a smile. "Classmate Lu, is this problem too hard for you? Actually, it's normal if you can't solve it. After all, competition class students aren't omnipotent." The cacophony within the classroom had little effect on Lu Yuan. Even the verbal skepticism from the student at the first desk did not stir any desire in him to retort. Although he dared not claim to be the undisputed top within the provincial team, there were few mathematical problems in ordinary high school curriculum that could stump him. "Classmate Lu, is there something wrong with this problem?" Driven by the jeers from a few students below, even teacher Yang, who was teaching this math class, began to feel uncertain about Lu Yuan. But after all, as an adult, especially as a math teacher at Songjiang 7 Middle School, he naturally understood the level of the school's competition team students. So he did not embarrass Lu Yuan, who had come to help out of goodwill, but instead first suggested that the problem itself might be flawed. "Maybe I should ask another student to take a look, just to confirm whether there's an issue with the problem." Seeing Lu Yuan turn his head to look, teacher Yang explained with considerable understanding. Confirming whether the problem was wrong was certainly not his current objective. Rather, he wished to find a more capable student to attempt solving it. Realizing he had been misunderstood, Lu Yuan did not dawdle any longer. He picked up a white chalk from the teacher's desk and continued writing from where classmate Wang had left off halfway through the steps. For a moment, everyone fixed their eyes on what Lu Yuan was writing on the blackboard. Wang Hao in particular had been stuck at that very step, unsure of how to proceed. When Lu Yuan wrote 2 more steps, most of the class still wore faintly disdainful smiles. After all, those 2 steps were of little significance to solving the problem, merely basic transformations. It was only after he continued writing several more steps that the smiles on their faces began to fade, turning serious. Their thoughts involuntarily synchronized with the tip of Lu Yuan's chalk, contemplating along. After another 7 or 8 steps, as a crucial preliminary conclusion was reached, some students finally showed expressions of amazement. Although the entire problem had not yet been formally solved, at least a critical step had been completed. With this step proven, the subsequent reasoning was still difficult, but they could already see the dawn of victory. One side of the blackboard was now full, so Lu Yuan moved to the edge and continued solving the problem. The chalk in his hand at that moment seemed like a battle spear, continuously emitting a tap-tap-tap sound of combat on the blackboard. At the same time, it struck the hearts of those students who had initially worn sarcastic, contemptuous expressions. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan shook his slightly aching arm. Writing on the blackboard was simply not as smooth as using a pen. Moreover, he was not accustomed to writing while alternating between looking up and crouching down. Unconsciously, the problem had been almost solved, with only the final 2 concluding steps remaining. The students of Songjiang 7 Middle School indeed had solid foundations in the subject, although they could not solve the problem themselves. Watching Lu Yuan's writing process, even though he had just finished writing, a considerable proportion of the students were already able to follow his reasoning and fully understand it. Teacher Yang was still continuing to look at the content on the blackboard. The entire classroom was silent. The earlier mockery and doubt were now completely gone. Looking at Lu Yuan standing quietly by the podium, everyone was now convinced. After another minute, teacher Yang finally sorted out all the content Lu Yuan had written on the blackboard in his mind. He clapped his hands in admiration while speaking to the students in his class, breaking the silence. As everyone understood Lu Yuan's solution, "This problem is indeed quite difficult, I assure you all. You definitely won't encounter such a difficult problem in the college entrance exam. It's just to let you get used to the intensity during senior year. It ensures that when you encounter difficult problems, your mindset can remain steady." As he spoke, he who had been standing at the far side of the first row walked back onto the podium and came to Lu Yuan's side. Habitually adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with his left hand, he pointed with his right hand at the blackboard full of Lu Yuan's solution, and with an exaggerated expression he said, "You all shouldn't be complacent in normal times. Now you see the level of a real difficult problem, right?" Even classmate Lu from the provincial math team had to fill an entire blackboard. "For this problem, I hope that based on having seen the process, you can solve similar types in the future. I'm not asking you to solve it on the first try." As soon as teacher Yang finished speaking, Lu Yuan, standing beside him, finally spoke. Teacher Yang, this problem actually has another more concise solution. I believe that the other method will be more flexible for everyone to apply. His light voice seemed like a continuous hammering on the class. The already silent classroom became so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. There's an even more concise method. Teacher Yang's expression as he looked at Lu Yuan became one of disbelief. Yes, I just solved it using classmate Wang's conventional method earlier. This method actually requires a lot of calculation and is time-consuming. It's probably a trap set by the problem setter to mislead everyone. At that moment, Lu Yuan turned his head back to face the blackboard. He pulled down a clean board from the right side, which could be moved up and down. Indeed, the teaching facilities at No. 7 Middle School were good, saving Lu Yuan the trouble of erasing the blackboard himself. With only 1/3 of the chalk left in his hand, he began writing on the fresh small blackboard. The previous approach was actually the same one Lu Yuan could have used before joining the training team. Relying on basic high school knowledge, he pushed through with a brute force solution. Generally, very few people could actually push through with such a method, as the required calculation and thinking were quite difficult. Lu Yuan was only able to do so thanks to his talent, including his exceptionally strong mental calculation ability. Knowing in advance that the old method would eventually yield the result, he helped Wang Hao solve it using his approach. But now, having joined the training team and undergone these days of training and cultivation of various thinking modes, he was no longer limited to using such a complex old method. The new problem-solving ideas in his mind had already been fully integrated. As he moved his chalk, he demonstrated his recent learning achievements. Compared to the old approach, the new method on the blackboard was much more concise. Of course, each step was also much harder to understand than before. The problem-solving approach required combining different thinking modes almost every 2 steps. It involved several techniques and thinking patterns interwoven together. Finally, tightly linked, after a total of 11 steps, the solution was completed. Compared to the previous full blackboard of steps, the small blackboard now only had 2/3 of the space filled. If some students had still harbored a bit of dissatisfaction in their hearts just now, after all, the solving approach was not that impressive. It was just a bit better than theirs, merely able to brute force through. But now, after Lu Yuan unveiled the new concise solving method, the vast majority of students in Class 6, Grade 12 of Songjiang No. 7 Middle School were completely convinced. Putting down the last piece of chalk, Lu Yuan turned around and looked at the students below the podium. At that moment, sunlight streamed into the classroom, casting through the windows and doors onto Lu Yuan's profile. His resolute eyes and calm, composed face stirred the hearts of many female students in the class. The bell finally rang at the perfect moment, breaking the stifling silence of the classroom. As Lu Yuan walked out, the atmosphere in Class 6, Grade 12 gradually returned to normal. So this is what a competition class student is like. This is just too exaggerated. The male student named Jeannie Wei, who had previously mocked Lu Yuan in the front row, now made a complete 180-degree reversal. He walked a few steps to Wang Hao's side in the back 2 rows and whispered in disbelief. He is indeed impressive. Even though when Teacher Yang had brought Lu Yuan in earlier, Wang Hao had intended to compete with him, now seeing Lu Yuan solve the problem that he himself couldn't proceed with, and then solve it again in an even simpler way, even Wang Hao, confident as he was, now had to admit defeat. Alas, I never thought the gap between us and competition class students would be so huge. A low sigh revealed Wang Hao's inner thoughts. After witnessing Lu Yuan's problem-solving approach, he even felt somewhat inferior. Wang Hao, don't think that way. I've seen other competition class students before, and none of them performed as exceptionally as this Lu. How much time did he take to solve the problem? It was like he didn't even need to think. The school competition team members I know are only slightly better than us. Seeing Wang Hao, the math king of the class, so down, Jean Yiwei, a member of Wang Hao's usual circle, tried to comfort him. I'm sure this Lu is a big shot in the competition team. Didn't the teacher just say he seems to be on the provincial team? He is on the provincial team. Another male student nearby joined the discussion. I just asked a buddy. The provincial team has arranged a training camp at our school recently. Teacher Yang brought in a real prodigy. The only perfect score in this year's provincial competition. Lu Yuan, Brother Yuan. You guys don't know, but Brother Yuan has already become a legend in the provincial team in just a short time. Originally, Wang Hao and Jeannie Wei had been talking quietly since Wang Hao was feeling quite dejected. In the past, he had always been the child of others, especially prominent in mathematical talent. Although he was not like those students who were specialized in certain subjects or had long intended to pursue competitions and directly entered the competition class, he still believed his mathematical talent was not inferior to theirs. Today was the first time in his 3 years of high school at Songjiang No. 7 Middle School that he felt the gap between himself and a genius. How is he a legend? Jeannie Wei now seemed to have transformed into a supporter of Lu Yuan, very interested in his deeds. You really don't know. Brother Yuan is said to have come from Hengshi Middle School. Hearing this, the two looked even more puzzled. Hengshi Middle School. Is it famous? Jeannie Wei was especially curious now. Logically, among the province's key middle schools, Songjiang No. 7 was the undisputed top, even though Songjiang No. 4 had always wanted to challenge them in terms of annual college entrance exam results and the number of recommended students. They were far behind. As for all the other high schools in the province, they were never taken seriously by the students of their school. Seeing their reactions, the male student burst out laughing with a look of, "I knew it. Haha, Hengshi Middle School was originally unremarkable, but now it's famous. Oh, Brother Nyo, stop being mysterious. Come on, tell us. What's so great about Hengshi?" By now, Brother Nyo was surrounded by more than just Wang Hao and Jin Yiwei. Many classmates were curious about Lu Yuan's school. Haha, quite the opposite. Old Jin Hengshi has been looked into. It's a high school with extremely poor grades. How is that possible? Everyone's attention was piqued by Brother Nyo's words. Haha, why not? Hengshi Middle School is in Guyuan County, Linzhou City. It's the worst regular high school in the county with an undergraduate admission rate below 40. That's the undergraduate rate, not the first-tier rate. Songjiang No. 7 only tracked first-year university admission rates, which reached an astonishing 90. In comparison, Hengxi's level of inferiority far exceeded their imagination. How is that possible? Brother Yuan's math level came from such a high school. How? I think he could have been specially recruited by our school's competition team. Brother Nyo now raised one finger in front of everyone, shaking his head as he continued. According to their high school homeroom teacher, Brother Yuan's math talent in his first 2 years was only in calculations. It wasn't until his 3rd year that he moved to problem solving. Fortunately, it wasn't too late, otherwise Brother Yuan might have missed the chance for the provincial math team. Recently, Hengshi had naturally been the subject of much inquiry. There were no journalists or media. After all, a provincial competition first prize, even if it unexpectedly fell to Hengshi, was still just a provincial competition, not the college entrance exam, so it hardly attracted special attention from social media. However, the faculty of various key middle schools were different. They all sought connections to communicate with Lu Yuan's homeroom teacher, Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen naturally wouldn't downplay his own role in cultivating Lu Yuan during high school. He completely followed the explanation Lu Yuan had given him in the office earlier when explaining to outsiders. While Teacher Chen demonstrated his inclusive and patient attitude towards students, Lu Yuan's talent was also conveyed to the outside world in a very reasonable manner. Thanks to his recent outstanding performance in the training camp, the students and teachers of Songjiang No. 7, the top school in the province, came into contact with the name of Hengshi Middle School for the first time. In the ears of Songjiang No. 7 students, the ordinary high school Hengshi was far more famous than Guyuan No. 1 of the key school in Guyuan County. Lu Yuan himself couldn't hear the discussions among Class 6, Grade 12. He was now studying in the training camp's classroom, completely unaware that he and his school Hengshi were gradually becoming famous in Songjiang No. 7. On his way back to the classroom, Teacher Yang caught up with him again, holding a pack of pens and handing them to Lu Yuan. "Lu, thank you so much for helping my classmates with the problem today. These pens work well for me. You can use them when you work on problems later." Seeing that they were just pens, Lu Yuan took them with relief. Watching Teacher Yang, who had been jogging and was slightly sweating, he voiced a doubt that had been on his mind. "Teacher Yang, I didn't expect you to let students solve the problems in class." "Haha, of course I still teach the class. It's just that a few of the final big problems are a bit difficult for me to solve clearly. It's also a good chance for the students to practice so they can grasp the knowledge points more thoroughly. Don't you feel embarrassed as a teacher?" He hadn't expected that a high school teacher would be inferior to his own students in solving many problems. Lu Yuan had never encountered such a situation at Hengshi. In his class, except for his own extraordinary talent in this life, none of the other students could match Teacher Chen in math. Haha, there's no helping it. The students at No. 7 are all excellent, each aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University. Teacher Yang waved his hand and explained casually with a smile. "If they can't even surpass me in math, how can they talk about getting into Tsinghua or Peking University?" 2 weeks had quickly passed in the training camp. During this time, classmates had come to know each other, and many had even become friends. "Check!" Zheng Heng shouted excitedly during the break in the classroom. On the chessboard before them, few pieces remained on either side. His cannon mounted on a horse was checking Lu Yuan. "Brother Yuan, I'd like to see how you'll beat me this time," Zheng Heng said. Ever since he had brought a chess set and started playing with Lu Yuan, his confidence had been somewhat shaken. It was simply that with Lu Yuan's intellect, after mastering the rules of chess, he was virtually invincible. Even though Zheng Heng's chess skill far exceeded the average person in Lu Yuan's eyes, it was still not enough. Lu Yuan calmly used his elephant to block, and after 3 moves the tide of attack and defense instantly turned. 2 minutes later, Zheng Heng's face was filled with unwillingness. The excitement and certainty of victory he had felt just moments ago had once again plummeted. One more round. Lu Yuan had no objection to playing chess. He vaguely realized that chess to some extent could enhance his mental agility. Just as the chessboard was set up, teacher Ji, whom they hadn't seen for a while, walked into the classroom. Clap, clap. Everyone stop what you're doing for a moment. Seeing this, Lu Yuan and Zheng Heng stopped playing. They listened quietly to teacher Ji, waiting to hear the arrangements for the students. The time and location for the National High School Mathematics Olympiad Finals, also known as the National High School Mathematics Winter Camp, have been set November 13th to November 17th, held at Peking University in the capital. Now, after 2 weeks in the training camp, Lu Yuan had a thorough understanding of the entire competition. This National Math Finals, also called the Winter Camp, already offered many benefits for participants. Although Jiangnan Province had cancelled the policy of adding extra points to the college entrance exam scores for subject competitions, the top-tier universities nationwide, the 985 institutions, as well as Tsinghua University and Peking University, still had their own special score reduction policies for students with outstanding performance in a single subject. In other words, aside from winning gold, silver, or bronze medals in the finals and trying to apply for direct admission, as long as a student participated in the winter camp, these schools were willing to offer certain score reductions. Of course, these policies only applied to early admission applications. There were reductions of 20 points, some that guaranteed admission if the student reached the first-tier cutoff, and various other policies. To some extent, as long as he obtained the qualification for the winter camp, Lu Yuan could already choose his safety schools from among the 985 institutions. After all, even with the college entrance exam, his current science scores would easily surpass the first-tier cutoff. After this afternoon, the training camp will be completely over, but our provincial team representatives will depart and arrive in the capital a week early. Before the winter camp begins, there will be another week of intensive training in the capital. Lu Yuan calculated the time. It seemed he would have to depart for the capital around November 5th. We will depart for the capital together as a provincial team. But before departure, there are about 10 days or half a month. Classmates, come to me after a while to confirm your itinerary. You can go back to your own schools to study or stay in Xizhong. I will directly lead the team when we depart. Also, if you have found external training classes, you can arrange it yourself. Anyway, our tickets to the capital are booked for November 5th. Indeed, the competition was intense, especially in Jiangnan Province. Even though the provincial team had specially arranged training, some individuals still sought additional training during the gap. No wonder Jiangnan Province's team results had always been first or second over the years. The overall atmosphere was just different. Brother Yuan, are you staying at Xizhong or going back to your school? Seeing many classmates going up to report their itineraries to teacher Ji, Zheng Heng asked his opinion. Me? He'll stay at Xizhong, but I plan to go home tomorrow for a couple of days and come back. Alright then. He'll stay at Xizhong too. You know, although Lu Yuan had initially felt a bit awkward sitting next to what seemed like a child, after getting along for a while, he found that having a little follower like Zheng Heng was actually quite nice. More importantly, Zheng Heng's talent was indeed not much inferior to his own. Although his problem-solving speed was slower, his accuracy and flexibility of thought were equally astonishing. Based on the level of past finals in Jiangnan Province, as long as he and Zheng Heng didn't underperform, gold medals were almost certain. If they ever entered society, it was hard to say who would develop better. Lu Yuan certainly didn't mind establishing a good relationship with him early on. Half a month later. Attention passengers traveling to the capital, flight XXXX is about to land. The days in the provincial team and training camp seemed abundant, but were actually quite intense. After the training camp ended, Lu Yuan went home, then stayed at Xizhong for only a few days before boarding a plane to the capital. Exiting the airport, he took a dedicated shuttle bus and finally arrived at Peking University. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first time in the capital and naturally his first time at Peking University. The stone lions on both sides, the 3-arched vermilion palace-style gate, a simple, solemn, and elegant entrance. This university, which he had never dared to dream of in his past life, now appeared before his eyes. And he truly had a chance to touch this dream. The feeling was truly marvelous. Of course, after they actually got off the car, their impression of Peking University was different. Not to mention the students, there were just too many tourists. Many people brought their children to take photos. It wasn't until they entered the campus that, although there were still many tourists along the way, it finally became less crowded. Under teacher Ji's guidance, they walked to the dormitory building, where they were finally dismissed. Classmate, why buy a brand new phone? Electronic products like this lose value as soon as you buy them. At the counter of Xiaomi Home, Lu Yuan was looking at the latest Xiaomi Note. Suddenly, a young man approached him and started pointing at the phone he was choosing. Yes, 20 minutes ago, Lu Yuan hadn't even had time to unpack in the dormitory before rushing out of the school gate. Unlike the other team members who planned to tour the campus, his goal was different. After arriving in the capital, he went straight to a mobile phone store outside the campus to buy a smartphone. He had only gotten permission from his family after much persuasion before leaving. The phone he currently used was an old-fashioned Nokia. Although it had internet service, it wasn't a smartphone and was almost useless. Having grown accustomed to future smartphones with WeChat QQ and online payment features like Alipay, he was unwilling to be restricted to an old-fashioned phone. After much talking, he managed to wrestle back the scholarship money from his parents and get permission to buy a smartphone. Now he was about to add some money from his own savings to get the phone. In these times when it came to cost-effectiveness, Xiaomi was the best. But before he could even ask the staff about availability and payment, he encountered this strange person beside him. The Xiaomi store was bustling with customers, so no one paid them any attention. "So what do you think we should buy?" The young man in front of him, wearing a beige down jacket, was slightly chubby. He had long bangs on his forehead and wore a pair of old-fashioned black glasses. The most distinctive feature was his eyebrows, a perfect eight shape. He gave off a particularly honest impression. "Are you still a college student?" "Yeah, freshman." Although he was only in his third year of high school, Lu Yuan's physique was more than enough to pass for a college student. He went along with the other's words to see what he was really planning. "Then you should save your money. I have a Xiaomi 4 here, last year's model. Only used for a year. How about selling it to you at a low price?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look up and size up the other person. Seeing the other's honest appearance, he didn't expect him to be so bold. Inside a Xiaomi store, he was peddling his own second-hand Xiaomi. Forget it, he'll just buy a new one. Lu Yuan had no intention of buying a stranger's phone, especially one from someone who approached him like that with unknown identity. Hey, bro, don't go. 800 yuan. Final price." Hearing the price of 800, Lu Yuan couldn't help but stop. Although he had just decided not to buy the phone, the price was simply too tempting. The current new model Xiaomi Note cost 2,299 yuan, while last year's Xiaomi 4, even brand new, was 1999. If it truly was only a year old, and only 800, the price was quite tempting. After all, he hadn't started working like in his later life, and his finances were really tight. Saving over 1,000 yuan would make his extra expenses in the capital much more comfortable. "Don't worry, classmate, I'm not a professional dealer. I just bought a new phone, and the recycling stores offered too low a price, so I came here to try my luck and sell my old one." Really? Frankly, if not for his tight budget, he wouldn't have been so harsh on himself about the new Note. He wouldn't have been attracted by the 800 yuan price, but his eyes still held a hint of suspicion as he looked at the man. "Of course it's true. Which school are you from, classmate? Maybe you're my junior." Seeing that the other person sounded like a college student, Lu Yuan's internal balance truly tilted toward this young man. "I'm from Peking University." Since he had just said he was a freshman, he had no choice but to continue the lie and pretend to be from Peking University. Anyway, he would be at Peking University for the next half month, so he might as well feel out the other person. What a coincidence. We're really from the same school. What's your name? Which college? What terrible luck. Lu Yuan couldn't help but become suspicious again. But thinking that this store was indeed not far from Peking University, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Lu Yuan, the School of Mathematics. Mathematics. Since he was there for a math competition, Lu Yuan thought it over and falsely claimed to be from the School of Mathematics. However, upon hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across the young man's face. At the same time, he reached his hand to the back of his head and scratched it awkwardly. "What about you, senior?" This time it was the other's turn to waver. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke again. My name is Ling Du." Seeing the other's demeanor, Lu Yuan felt a bit puzzled and continued to ask, "Why only the name? Which college?" Being asked this by Lu Yuan, Ling Du's hand that was scratching his head involuntarily dropped, and he looked at Lu Yuan with a suspicious gaze. "Huh, you haven't heard of me. Are you really from our School of Mathematics?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan began to realize, could it really be such a coincidence? He randomly pretended to be from a college and ended up bumping into a classmate from that same college. But since he had already lied, he decided to stick with it all the way. "I am. Are you that famous?" The two stared at each other, and the otherwise lively atmosphere in the store became awkward and cold around their area. Finally, Ling Du didn't bother to explain further. Instead, he took out a phone and a student ID from his coat pocket and handed them over. The student ID clearly displayed his information, name Ling Du, School of Mathematical Sciences undergraduate. The photo on the ID was unmistakably him, as his 8-character eyebrows were too distinctive. "Good that you haven't heard of me. I'm not really that famous." At this moment, Ling Du's earlier embarrassment completely faded, and he became enthusiastic again. "Junior, since we're from the same school, it'll take a bit more loss. 750 yuan, how about it? Pretty good, right?" He examined the phone's condition. It was indeed quite new with no scratches or dents on the surface. Out of respect for Peking University and the School of Mathematics, Lu Yuan finally nodded and took out his money. It was a good deal to buy a second-hand phone when funds were tight. He could always get a new one after the college entrance exam. If everything went smoothly, his prize money would come in, and he could buy whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, within 2 minutes of receiving the phone, Ling Du's voice came from the front counter. "Get me a Xiaomi Note, yes. The top model, 64 gigabytes. So this is the new phone you said you already bought." Lu Yuan felt a bit contemptuous of Ling Du's behavior. He advised him to buy a new phone because it depreciates immediately, yet he himself sold his 1-year-old phone and bought this year's new model. But since the phone was already bought, Lu Yuan didn't want to say much. At least the phone's quality was more guaranteed. Haha, it's just that I've been busy writing papers online recently, so I'm a bit strapped for cash. Besides, the competition I signed up for hasn't started yet, so I can't get the prize money in advance. I had to sell my old phone first. Actually, I have a lot of attachment to this old phone. Junior, rest assured you got a great deal on this phone. They'll also throw in a service if you ever go online to play games. You can come to Shinyu Internet Cafe and find me, and he'll carry you in games. He patted his chest in front of Lu Yuan to guarantee, but just as he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and changed his tone. But Junior, since you haven't heard of me in the college, you must be the kind of hard-working student, or maybe from the elite class. I usually don't like to communicate much with others. Every lie required countless more lies to cover it up. On the bus back to Peking University, Lu Yuan was now deeply experiencing the meaning of this saying. Fortunately, the agonizing time didn't last long, and Lu Yuan soon returned to the dormitory. In the 4-person dormitory, Zheng Hang was still his roommate. Besides their provincial team classmates, there was also a relatively unfamiliar young man present. Brother Yuan, this is Yu Junwei, a master's student in the probability theory major at Peking University. He is the training teacher that Teacher Ji specially arranged for our class tomorrow. Zheng Hang was already helping with the introductions. This master's student Yu Junwei was about 175 meters tall with a straight posture, fair skin, and a sunny smile as he looked at him. Also a Peking University student, Yu Junwei had a heroic look. He was like a completely different person from the Ling Du Lu Yuan had just run into outside the campus. This must be the student Lu Yuan, right? Teacher Ji specifically mentioned you to me, saying you have outstanding talent and are the most promising one in the provincial team this year. Faced with Teacher Ye's high regard, Lu Yuan nodded first, then thinking of Ling Du couldn't help but ask, Teacher, have you heard of a person named Ling Du? He seems to be from Peking University too. Upon hearing this, Teacher Yu, who had been all smiles, now had a stiff expression. Classmate Lu, why are you asking about him? Yu Junwei's expression was quite peculiar at that moment. Is Ling Du a sensitive topic? I was just curious. If it's inconvenient, never mind. Lu Yuan was simply seized by curiosity, without any intention of pressing the matter to its conclusion. Seeing that Teacher Yu was clearly hesitant, Lu Yuan immediately walked over to his own bed, preparing to tidy up his bedding, and dropped the subject. It's not that, but you must never follow his example. At Teacher Ye's remark, Lu Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could it be that Ling Du's claim of being famous wasn't due to his academic excellence, but rather his infamy? He is temporarily regarded by our School of Mathematics students as the shame of the School of Mathematics. Good heavens! Was it really acceptable to give someone such a nickname? It was as if he were a public enemy. Teacher Yu, what exactly did Senior Ling Du do? Zheng Hang, whose mind had been elsewhere, perked up at the exaggerated nickname, his round face drawing closer in curiosity. He was originally the top scorer in the Gaokao of Sangzhou City, scoring full marks in mathematics for that year's provincial exam, and eventually entered our School of Mathematics. It had to be Peking University. One could casually encounter a classmate who was a city's top Gaokao scorer with a perfect math score. Lu Yuan marveled inwardly, his confusion deepening. After all, how could a Gaokao champion be dubbed the shame of the School of Mathematics? Fortunately, Yu Junwei did not keep them in suspense, continuing without pause. From the moment Ling Du entered the university, his mind was not on his studies. His grades have been at the bottom from freshman year all the way to senior year. Initially, the department planned a combined bachelor's and master's program for him, but now his recommendation for graduate studies has been revoked. He spends all his time playing games at the internet cafe near the campus, addicted to the online world. The term shame of the school was first uttered by a professor in the department who had high hopes for him. No wonder. Lu Yuan guessed that this professor had originally intended to take him as a master student. But Ling Du had betrayed his expectations, completely straying from the path of learning. Once those words spread, they likely reached the entire school. Now Lu Yuan understood why Ling Du had been so surprised that he, a student of the School of Mathematics, had never heard of his reputation. In a sense, Ling Du was indeed a celebrity across the entire school. In any case, don't follow his example. Focus on your classes over the next few days and strive for excellent results in the competition. Lu Yuan, Zheng Hang, based on your current performance, winning a gold medal is almost certain. Barring any surprises, you'll also make it into the national training team. Have you thought about which school you'd like to be recommended to? Yu Junwei had extraordinary confidence in their abilities, speaking as if he believed in their gold medal prospects even more than they did. Judging by the provincial team's historical results, Jiangnan province was a strong contender in the competition. The top dozen or so members of the team had a high chance of winning gold medals. For someone like Lu Yuan, who was subtly ranked first in the provincial team, a gold medal seemed virtually assured in the eyes of outsiders. I haven't decided yet. In truth, there weren't many options for recommended schools. Lu Yuan inwardly believed that if he truly won a gold medal he would definitely choose between Tsinghua and Peking University. Me too. Zheng Heng seemed equally undecided. After all, he was only in his third year of junior high. Considering the broader trajectory of his life, he might not even choose to skip a grade this year. He might still attend another year of high school before entering university. Haha. If you haven't made up your minds, you could consider Peking University. For students like you who win gold medals in competitions, we have a special mathematics elite class at Peking University. Upon hearing that neither of them had decided, Yu Junwei grew increasingly enthusiastic. He began to elaborate on the training model of Peking University's mathematics elite class and the various resources the university invested. My advisor is very interested in students like you. It was evident that teaching them this week might not be Yu Junwei's primary duty. Rather, recruiting competition students like them might be a more important task for him. Teacher Yu, what about graduate studies for students in the elite class? Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan began to seriously consider his own life path. He was now contemplating a future in scientific research, leveraging his mathematical talent. Especially when Teacher Ji had previously fired up the provincial team, describing them as the future of Chinese mathematics. Those words had truly stirred something deep within Lu Yuan. He had already considered a stable long-term career. Becoming a university professor was exactly what he envisioned. Thus, the graduate school opportunities after undergraduate studies were a crucial factor in choosing a university. Classmate Lu, do you have plans for graduate school? When Yu Junwei heard that Lu Yuan intended to pursue graduate studies, his eyes lit up. You don't need to worry about that. Our university's overall recommendation rate for graduate studies is over 50. However, the elite class historically has the lowest recommendation rate in the department, around 35. The elite class was supposed to be Peking University's special mathematics class, wasn't it? Why did it have a lower recommendation rate? Lu Yuan looked at Yu Junwei with curiosity, waiting for an explanation. It's not that the department lacks slots. Many students either go abroad for graduate studies or directly enter the workforce, so there aren't that many intending to pursue graduate studies here. If those students were willing, the department would gladly give them slots. Lu Yuan, if you're interested, you could come to our school. My advisor particularly likes talented students like you. If you become his student, he would likely offer you a direct Ph.D. slot. So that was the case. For such geniuses, graduate studies were merely a life choice. How many truly aspired to a career in research? For students with top-tier mathematical talent, a bachelor's degree from Peking University was already enough to prove themselves. After graduation, they faced temptations like data positions in large corporations, various high-tech jobs, or recruitment by foreign universities. The paths available were so numerous that only a minority chose to stay at their home university for graduate studies. Lu Yuan was now experiencing what it felt like to be courted by a university admissions office. Mentors like Yu Junwei's advisor were probably only making preliminary overtures at this stage. Once the summer camp ended and the results were announced confirming Lu Yuan's gold medal, the real admissions process would begin. By then, it wouldn't just be Peking University's admissions office. All 39 Project 985 universities would likely send admissions officers to speak with him personally. In a way, these talented competition students were even more sought after than the top Gaokao scorers from each province. Teacher, you let me first prepare for the summer camp. If I'm fortunate enough to win a gold medal, could I discuss it with you then? Although his heart leaned more toward Peking University, he didn't want to commit too early. It would be foolish to sell himself after just a few exchanges with Yu Junwei. Of course, no problem. Do you have WeChat? Or a phone number? Let's exchange contact information first. After a while, watching Yu Junwei leave the dormitory to find Lu and Kun in the next room, Lu Yuan became even more certain of this teacher yes purpose for coming. In the spacious lecture hall, Lu Yuan sat in his usual spot by the back row. Beside him, Zheng Heng was also pondering over the exam paper with him. Brother Yuan, Zheng Heng, you've got this. Our team is counting on you. Wang Zihao, who sat behind him, was anxiously cheering them on. Although Wang Zihao had been somewhat insecure in the provincial team before and had barely exchanged words with Lu Yuan after sitting behind Lu Yuan during this week's intensive training, their relationship gradually grew closer. Particularly because they were both from Guyuan County, they found more common ground in an unfamiliar environment. Brother Yuan, don't worry. Dai Qihong and Shi Jieyu haven't solved the problem yet either. Let's take it slow. A classmate at the front desk turned around to report the situation in the classroom. If this had been during the intensive training at Songjiang 7 middle school, Lu Yuan would never have imagined that the entire team would be cheering him on like this. During the original provincial training, the team had already tacitly split into 3 groups. One group was the talent-driven duo formed by him and Zheng Heng alone. Another group was the students from Songjiang 7 middle school represented by Lu and Kan. The last group consisted of the other students from outside Songjiang 7. These 3 groups didn't have any grudge or conflict. Rather, they were competing in rankings. This was also why Lu Yuan and Zheng Heng were automatically separated into a small group. They were the ones everyone else was chasing. Of course, during this final 5-day intensive training at Peking University, the Jiangnan provincial team was completely united. The former small groups had long since dissolved, and they were now a tight-knit unit. After all, in the lecture hall they were training alongside not only their own provincial team, but also the Moda team and the capital team. The top 3 provincial teams in the national competition had come together for an advanced joint training session to compete and push each other in these final days. This was also the reason why weaker provinces had been lagging behind for years. Dai Qihong was widely recognized as the top student of the Moda team, while Shi Jieyu was the top of the capital team. Today was the second to last day of the intensive training and also the final timed mock test. Tomorrow, the last day, would be reserved for self-study. At this moment, the 3 provincial teams were gathered in 3 separate areas of the classroom, each cheering for their own teammates. The difficulty of this mock test was frankly much higher than the actual problems they had faced during the provincial training. The main reason Lu Yuan was taking so long was that the excessive difficulty stemmed largely from going beyond the syllabus. The questions were not rigorously designed, which also hindered his solving speed. Problems that he found difficult were completely baffling to others, eventually leading to a competition among the 3 groups. Fortunately, his talent had been further enhanced. Amid the cheers of his classmates, after some effort, he finally solved the last problem and calmly put down his pen. "Awesome, Brother Yuan. Teacher Yu, our Brother Yuan has finished." The moment he stopped writing, some classmates immediately called out to Teacher Yu at the podium. Because Lu Yuan was in his 3rd year of high school, the oldest in the team, and exceptionally strong, the nickname Brother Yuan had become deeply ingrained. Seeing this, the other 2 groups of students in the class also looked up. Although Lu Yuan was the fastest to solve the problems, his accuracy was not guaranteed. However, the final result was destined to disappoint everyone. Teacher Yu quickly compared the answers to the 2 problems, and finding them correct, then reviewed the process. To be honest, these 2 problems had taken him a lot of time and research to devise. They were highly comprehensive, and even he couldn't solve them quickly. But as the test maker, he soon matched Lu Yuan's reasoning with his own ideas. The process was written completely, and many small insights were even more ingenious than the methods he had planned as the examiner. Finally, under the expectant gaze of the Jiangnan provincial team, he slowly uttered 2 words, "All correct." For a moment, the classroom erupted in cheers from the Jiangnan provincial team. Even though the national finals, or winter camp, had not yet officially begun, Lu Yuan's reputation had already spread to most provincial teams across the country. Of course, compared to the cheers in the classroom, the mood in the office was quite different. Teacher Ji, who was the coach and supervising teacher, was not so happy. He was drumming his fingers on the desk with a grim expression, facing a young female teacher. "Teacher Yi, unilaterally submitting a representative student without consulting me. Isn't that a bit too unfair?" Teacher Ji spoke with his usual commanding tone. Even though Teacher Yi appeared to be in her late 20s, delicate and soft-spoken, Teacher Ji showed no leniency. Teacher Wang, who was in charge of the winter camp, was in a hurry at the time. "You weren't in the office, so I submitted Dai Qihong," and Teacher Wang himself agreed. Despite her petite appearance, Teacher Yi had a sharp voice and didn't back down. She wasn't intimidated by Teacher Ji's attitude, but explained seriously. "Couldn't you have called me? How could you arbitrarily decide on the student representative for the opening ceremony? Haven't you seen the results of our 3 teams' recent training? Lu Yuan is the best and most outstanding among them. Even according to past practice, the representative for the opening speech should be chosen from our Jiangnan provincial team." The 2 were arguing over the student representative speech for the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. Originally, this was not a big deal. It didn't involve direct admission quotas or interests, just face for each team. But the main issue was that Teacher Yi from the Modu team, without consulting the other provincial teams, directly submitted her own team's student as the representative for the winter camp opening ceremony. She hadn't even discussed it with Teacher Ji, whose team had been the overall first place the previous year. This slot, which should have belonged to their own province, was taken away without consultation. Teacher Ji naturally couldn't swallow this insult. With many team coaches present, he deliberately raised his voice to argue with Teacher Yi. "What kind of established practice is that? Our Moda team was at least 2nd overall last year, and the first place winner of the competition was from our Moda team. I think it's perfectly reasonable for our Moda student to be the representative for this year's opening speech." Teacher Yi was now completely unyielding, overturning the past practices. She started citing the first place winner of the finals. This left Teacher Ji, who was already furious, utterly stifled. Their Jiangnan provincial team had been the overall first for 3 consecutive years, but in terms of the first place individual in the finals, they had only won it once in the last 3 years. The other 2 times were won by the capital team and the Moda team. "Teacher Ji, I think Teacher Yi has a point. It's just an unwritten mutual understanding among us. The student representative should ultimately be the most outstanding one. From this perspective, I suggest that from this year onward we decide the representative based on which province's student wins first place in the finals. The one who stepped forward to support Teacher Yi was Teacher Mi, the supervising coach from the capital team. He had mostly been watching the drama, but upon hearing Teacher Yi's words, he couldn't resist offering his opinion. After all, according to past practice based on team performance, the Jiangnan province had been dominant for several years. Their capital team would probably never get a chance to provide the student representative. But if he supported Teacher Yi, then maybe next year's student representative would be from their capital team. It was just a seemingly insignificant student representative speech slot, but it unexpectedly sparked a heated debate among several teachers. It even truly ignited Teacher Ji's anger. Inside the office, most team leaders from various provinces were primarily spectators reveling in the unfolding drama. Many others chimed in to support Teacher Yi, and even more teachers spoke up on her behalf. For weaker teams, ranking by comprehensive scores as before meant that the opportunity for a student representative speech would remain beyond their reach. But if the ranking were based on first-place finishes, everyone would have a chance. In competitions like this, even a weak team could produce a student with exceptional talent who might clinch the top spot. Fine. Let's see if your Shanghai team can still take first place this year. Understanding the sentiments of the room, Teacher Ji, despite his inner fury, refrained from further argument in the office. Given Lu Yuan's impressive performance, so far he merely threw a harsh remark at the Shanghai team before turning and leaving. The winter camp proceeded as scheduled, and soon the opening ceremony of the first day arrived. I am deeply honored to stand here as a student representative. Watching Dai Qihong on stage dressed in a suit, and even wearing makeup, he delivered a spirited speech vividly showcasing the vitality of a middle school student. Yet Lu Yuan, seated in the audience, grew increasingly drowsy, as did the other participants from various provinces. The fierce competition in the provincial team teacher's office had not reached the ears of the students. Nor did anyone place much importance on the student representative speech. Zheng Hang even leaned over to him, a mocking grin on his face. I can't believe Dai Qihong is wearing makeup. Look at his face, Yuan Go. It's red like a girl's ha. He wondered why anyone would bother with makeup for a student representative speech. And it looked rather effeminate. Lu Yuan secretly felt relieved that it wasn't him standing up there speaking. Distracted by Zheng Hang, Lu Yuan's mind drifted back to Teacher Ji's instructions before entering the venue. To be honest, from Songjiang No. 7 middle school to this competition in the capital, Teacher Ji had never interfered with his studies. Even during self-study sessions when Lu Yuan wasn't working on math problems, he never felt pressured. On the contrary, Teacher Ji often appeared in the dormitory helping him with various daily issues. It was clear that Teacher Ji held him in high regard. But this morning Teacher Ji acted out of character. Just before entering the auditorium, he pulled Lu Yuan aside, placed a solemn hand on his shoulder, and said with a grave expression, "Lu Yuan, this competition rests on your shoulders to bring honor to our province. Do your best and keep it up." These two abrupt sentences left Lu Yuan pondering repeatedly in the auditorium. However, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he would never guess that Teacher Ji's urging was actually aimed at securing the student representative speech opportunity for the next year's provincial team. Let's give a warm welcome to Academician Feng Song, a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a professor at Peking University, a mathematician, and a statistician, to address us. Hearing the title of academician, Lu Yuan immediately stopped his thoughts and turned his gaze back to the podium. An elderly man about 60 years old stood there with short black hair, standing upright. His eyes seemed kind and his skin was slightly loose. Taking the microphone from the host, he stood at the lectern in a formal suit. The auditorium, which had been buzzing with whispers, fell silent. This was Lu Yuan's first time seeing an academician, and honestly his initial impression differed somewhat from what he had imagined. If one set aside his array of titles, academician Feng from the audience looked like an ordinary old man. Before Lu Yuan could anticipate the academician's speech, the atmosphere became awkward. Academician Feng, holding the microphone, was pressing the remote control, presumably trying to play the PPT on the big screen. But the PPT seemed stuck on the first page, unmoving. He pressed the remote button repeatedly in vain, but it still wouldn't play. The leaders hosting the winter camp, especially the teacher in charge, were already sweating on their foreheads. A young man hurriedly rushed up from the second row to debug the equipment. However, the more he tried, the more he sweated. Soon more people ascended the stage, even the top leaders who had been sitting in the middle joined in. They apologized with awkward smiles, muttering to Academician Feng, please wait, we'll fix this as soon as possible. Even though the leader lowered his voice, Academician Feng still held the microphone, so his words echoed throughout the auditorium. On the stage, the 4 people huddled around the computer were sweating more profusely. Lu Yuan saw the big screen flash with a blue screen, then quickly one of the young men unplugged the data cable, leaving it in a gray, unprojected state. Forget it. A little hiccup is normal. Everyone please step down. I'll just say a few simple words. Academician Feng, true to his kind appearance, remained easygoing. A faint smile played on his face, unaffected by the technical glitch. The leaders on stage, including the 4 tech support members, felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and quickly left the podium. It was only then that Lu Yuan sensed the extraordinary weight of an academician. Not only were they deeply respected, but the significance they carried was far greater than he had imagined. However, the speech itself was rather unremarkable. For someone like Lu Yuan who had worked for years in his previous life, many clichés had grown tiresome. Everyone repeated the same set of platitudes, unable to escape convention. After academician Feng teacher Wang's speech on the overall arrangements and exams for the winter camp provided much more information. Only then did Lu Yuan learn that this winter camp, which was also the national finals, had 510 participants. Over 70 of them would receive gold, silver, or bronze medals, though not all contestants would get a bronze medal. The number of gold medals varied each year, but typically around 100. Lu Yuan roughly estimated that if he placed in the top 20 he would secure a gold medal. Among the gold medalists, the top 60 would be directly selected into the national training team, as teacher Yu had mentioned earlier. The true purpose of this Chinese Mathematical Olympiad CMO was to select members for the national team. After 2 rounds of exams, 6 representatives would be chosen to ultimately compete in the IMO, the International Mathematical Olympiad. From the provincial to the national to the international level, that was the complete grand slam of mathematics competitions. No wonder the national finals were often referred to as the winter camp. Essentially, this competition was more about training and selection, with the ultimate goal of finding talents for the international contest. And at the international level, it was more about representing national honor. The opening ceremony spanned an entire day. Speeches and photo sessions consumed the entire morning. Familiarizing themselves with the examination hall's guided campus tours and free exchange time occupied the afternoon. The official competition commenced on the 2nd and 3rd days. The exam lasted 2 days with 3 problems each day, 6 major problems in total, each worth 21 points for a maximum score of 126. From eta m to 1230 p.m. A total of 4.5 hours they were to solve 3 problems. Holding the test paper, Lu Yuan could not suppress the surging emotions in his heart. Whether the path of recommendation admission would open for him hinged entirely on his performance over these 2 days. From barely scraping the undergraduate admission line in his past life, he had now surged into the finals of the National High School Mathematics Olympiad. Clutching the test paper, he felt a momentary daze. For the first time, he clearly sensed how close Tsinghua and Peking University were to him. After the 2-day exam, one more day for grading, and the day after that he would know the outcome of his competition journey. Other students, the moment they received the test, had already begun scribbling calculations on their scratch paper. But Lu Yuan sat in the examination seat, zoning out for 2 minutes. After several deep breaths, he finally turned his attention to the problems. For Lu Yuan, examination time was more than ample. Adjusting his mindset before tackling the questions was paramount. The first problem was an algebra question. Upon carefully reading the problem, Lu Yuan's mind whirred like a high-precision computer. In an instant, the answer had already taken shape in his mind, and a smile crept across his face. Unlike the provincial competition, which had opened with 3 daunting problems designed to unsettle the CMO, finals were more gentle. The exam followed a conventional order, starting with a straightforward algebra problem. Challenging, but not overly so. It was fair to say that most students reaching this stage could handle the first problem. By applying the conditions for equality, they could construct a weighted Jensen inequality. Though the thought process was clear and the answer already apparent, writing out the complete solution would require considerable ink. The second problem escalated the difficulty. It was a number theory problem, but not a standard one. Several methods flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, and he quickly arrived at answers. The problem contained a subtle trap. If tackled with standard number theory approaches, the solution path became immensely convoluted. Though one could eventually solve it, the complexity inevitably led to intermediate errors. Even if successfully solved, it would consume a great deal of time. However, by combining certain set properties with induction, the solution became much more manageable. After all, the CMO was the finals, and its difficulty matched the intensive training Lu Yuan had undergone over the last 2 sessions. Moreover, compared to the 5-day training camp problems in the capital, the finals problems were even more ingenious, focusing primarily on thought processes and solution approaches. As teacher Lin had said, the exam was likely to feature unfamiliar thought patterns not previously summarized. This required on-the-spot adaptability, in other words, relying on raw talent to solve problems. By the time Lu Yuan finished the second problem, only 15 minutes had passed. Most students were still organizing their thoughts on the first problem or in the midst of solving it. Even the few exceptionally talented ones had only just reached the second problem. After his rebirth, his solving speed was unparalleled. The third problem was a geometry question, and the difficulty soared once again. It even slightly exceeded the syllabus. Some conclusions needed for the solution could not be directly derived and required rederivation. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan had finished checking his answers, put down his paper, and scanned the examination hall. The 30 examinees in his hall were all bowed over their papers with no time to glance at others. Exclamations over the difficulty of the problems, punctuated by the rustling of scratch paper, dominated the classroom atmosphere. Not wanting to pressure anyone, Lu Yuan sat in the classroom for 2 hours before submitting his paper early and leaving. That evening in the dormitory, Zheng Heng sat on his bed discussing the morning's problems. Brother Yuan, I spent 2 whole hours grinding on the second problem before I solved it. Good thing the first one was easy, otherwise I'd never have had enough time. Though he had already talked about it several times during the afternoon free discussion and checked all the answers with Lu Yuan, he still couldn't help bringing it up again. A knock sounded at the dormitory door. Zheng Heng, sitting closer, got up first to open it. Brother Yuan, someone's looking for you. Looking for him. Could it be Teacher Ji or Teacher Yu? Without overthinking, Lu Yuan rose to his feet. But the visitor had already followed Zheng Heng inside. Seeing the face before him, Lu Yuan's expression flickered with embarrassment. Just as I thought. I said I looked all over the math department and couldn't find you. Turns out you're not even a student at our school. Didn't expect you were just a high schooler. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Ling Du, the one who had sold him the phone. His drooping eyebrows twitched, but his face showed no resentment at being deceived. Instead, he looked delighted. He strode up to Lu Yuan. Ling Du. Senior Ling. How did you find me? Although Lu Yuan had anticipated that his fake identity would eventually be exposed, he never expected it to happen so quickly, within just a week, and for Ling Du to track him down directly. I've got good news for you. In the dormitory, the other 2 roommates were preparing to head out, apparently, to visit the library. Soon only Lu Yuan, Zheng Heng, and Ling Du remained. This is Zheng Heng from Liang High School in Jiangnan Province. It's fine, senior, you can speak your mind, there's no need to avoid him. Seeing Ling Du's gaze fixed on Zheng Heng, as if wanting him to leave for a private conversation, Lu Yuan explained. But Zheng Heng didn't take the hint. Or rather, being only a junior high school student, he simply didn't catch the subtle signal. After Lu Yuan's remark, Ling Du reluctantly nodded. Actually, I've recently written a book, and it's about to be published. Congratulations, senior. Upon hearing that Ling Du had written a book, Lu Yuan immediately offered his congratulations. He felt that Senior Ling was quite extraordinary. Apparently, he hadn't given up on learning after all, but had chosen a different path. What kind of book? Traditional literature? Or a professional work? At this question, Ling Du's expression grew somewhat awkward. Lu Yuan quickly understood. If it wasn't those 2 categories, the answer was obvious. Oh, senior, did you write a web novel? Being able to publish a web novel is still impressive. Until then, Ling Du shook his head. It's not exactly a web novel. Actually, it's more of a guide. A guide? What kind of book is that? Lu Yuan grew more confused. How could a guide count as a book? Finally, under persistent questioning, Ling Du revealed the book's title, The Essential Guide to 3 Kingdoms. So it's a game guide. Watching Ling Du nod with a hint of embarrassment, Lu Yuan finally grasped the situation. Actually, I think it's fine. At least the magazine and editor let you publish it, and the content of the manual is quite valuable. There's a specific audience for it too, which is a good thing. He didn't want to be harsh. Lu Yuan offered a few words of support, even though he himself had never imagined a game guide could be considered a book. Haha, I knew you'd support me, Lu Yuan. Hearing Lu Yuan's lack of rebuttal or belittlement, Ling Du became incredibly excited. He spoke endlessly about the book's content. At first, Lu Yuan listened attentively and gave some responses, but gradually he sensed something was off. Between the lines, it seemed the publication still faced some difficulties. Senior Ling, what exactly did you come to me for? Has the publication not been finalized yet? After all that talk, Ling Du decided to be straightforward. The publication is settled, but there's a small gap in the funding. I originally planned to cover the gap with the prize money from the competition, but I got 2nd place instead of 1st, so I'm still short. You're not telling me you're self-publishing this game guide, are you? Lu Yuan finally caught the key point. He had felt something was off about the book earlier, but couldn't pinpoint it. Now he realized. This book was self-published by Ling Du. What about the competition? It's not an academic contest, is it? Previously, Lu Yuan had assumed the competition Ling Du mentioned was an academic one. But after Yu Junwei introduced Ling Du in his book, Lu Yuan knew it couldn't be. It's a 3 Kingdoms kill tournament at an internet cafe. First prize is 3000, second is 15000, and third is 5000. Having felt Lu Yuan's recognition, especially his approval of the book, Ling Du now held a favorable view of him. No longer was he being half-truthful. He fully revealed his true self. So you came to me. To borrow money. As Lu Yuan cut to the core, Ling Du nodded repeatedly, then quickly shook his head. I mainly want to invite you to co-author the book and be the associate editor. It's just that the book still has a funding gap and I'd like you to help out. Hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Isn't that still borrowing money? Lu Yuan, don't you like the title of associate editor? If you don't, you can be the publisher. Indeed, since it was self-published, he could assign any title he wanted. If it were a literary masterpiece or an academic paper, it would be different. But a self-published game guide. Even if Ling Du was willing to add his name, Lu Yuan had no interest. Never mind the title. How much is the funding gap? I'm just a high school student and my allowance isn't as much as you think. Lu Yuan wanted to hear the amount, first preemptively setting expectations. Not much. Ling Du was beaming as if Lu Yuan had already agreed to lend him money. The total publishing cost is 34000. With my prize money and savings I have most of it. I'm still short 1800 yuan. So, if you hadn't bought that phone you'd have almost enough. The top-tier Xiaomi phone cost over 2000 yuan. Even without Lu Yuan's 750 yuan, it would have barely covered the cost. But Ling Du had assumed he'd win first place, and bought the phone to celebrate, leaving a small gap. No one in his department, or among his classmates, was willing to lend him money, and he was too embarrassed to ask his family. So he came to Lu Yuan to try his luck. Senior Ling, I can't lend you that much. I'm in the capital for a competition. I only have my living expenses, and even if I lent you money, how would you pay me back? Before he finished, Ling Du spoke eagerly. They'll pay you back with the proceeds from the book's sales. Clearly he was confident the book would sell well. But in Lu Yuan's eyes it was clearly a losing venture. Who would buy a self-published guide like that? Even if he played Three Kingdoms Kill himself, he wouldn't buy it. If not, I can pay you back for my living expenses, just in installments. Seeing Ling Du's determination to publish, Lu Yuan thought it over, and finally took out 500 yuan from his bag. That's all I have. Consider it my support. As for repayment, we can talk when I come to the capital for college. He considered it as paying an extra 500 yuan for the used Xiaomi 4, making it 1250 yuan. He didn't expect Ling Du to pay him back. He needed to rest early for the second half of the exam tomorrow, so he considered this a small favor. After all, Ling Du was a Peking University student no matter how bad his reputation was. There might be future opportunities to work together. Though he didn't have much money, he could afford 500. 500 is fine. He'll try to scrape together the rest from other classmates. Ling Du looked a bit disappointed, but knew Lu Yuan was just a high school student with a tighter budget. Plus he had just bought a phone, so more was unrealistic. But just as he was about to leave, a stack of red bills appeared from the side. This stunned not only Ling Du, but also Lu Yuan. A whole stack of cash. Its impact was undeniable. In his later life, his salary was deposited into his card, only 3500 yuan. He had long lost the concept of cash, so seeing so much money dazzled him. Senior Ling, you still need 1300. They'll cover it. A childish voice came from beside them. It was Zheng Hang, who had been quietly listening. Lu Yuan had wondered why the talkative Zheng Hang hadn't joined the conversation, but just sat there. He had actually been paying attention, and he indeed had money. The stack of cash in his hand was at least 200 yuan. Senior Ling, wait. Zheng Hang is only in middle school, he's a minor. Don't take his money irresponsibly. Ling Du was principled in this regard, he didn't reach for the money. Though tempted, he looked to Lu Yuan for advice. Zheng Hang, how do you have so much money? Did your family give it to you for the trip to the capital? No, it's my allowance. My family's money is in my bank card, I didn't withdraw it. Brother Yuan, Senior Ling only needs 1300. They'll give it to him. But I want 10 of the profits from the publication split between you and me. His words, tinged with a childlike tone, made the matter sound precarious. Yet Zheng Hang's demeanor and actions betrayed a surprising maturity. He deftly counted out 13 red banknotes and handed them to Ling Du, even asking for a written note detailing the profit-sharing ratio after publication. Zheng Hang, do you really want to think this over? Books like this aren't guaranteed to make money. Game guides. Very few players actually buy them. They might just browse in bookstores without purchasing. Despite having already advised him several times, Lu Yuan couldn't help but offer one last warning before the signing. Brother Yuan, it's just 1300 yuan. Between us, we're putting in 1800 yuan for a 10 profit share. Senior Ling is actually the one at a disadvantage. Well, split our profits 50-50. After the deal was finalized, Ling Du expressed his gratitude to both of them before leaving. Lu Yuan, I'll make sure you get the deputy editor-in-chief position I promised. Zheng Hang, rest assured I'll send you your share of the profits as soon as we make money. The dormitory door closed once more, leaving only Zheng Hang and Lu Yuan staring at each other. Lu Yuan had never realized Zheng Hang came from a wealthy family. They ate and lived together, and his spending habits were ordinary. He never expected such a lavish move from him. A middle school student carrying 20,000 yuan in pocket money was beyond his comprehension. Zheng Hang, I didn't know you were a rich second generation. What does your family do? I wouldn't call myself a rich second generation. My family runs an appliance store in Liang district selling air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, and other home appliances. An appliance store? How big is it? How many square meters? While compared to his own family, Zheng Hang was indeed a rich second generation. His family ran a business. Their annual income probably matched what his parents earned in 10 years of working. How many square meters? I never asked or calculated. Anyway, we have a 5-story building at home. The first 3 floors sell appliances, and the top 2 are rented out for other businesses. Hearing this, Lu Yuan wanted to ask about his monthly allowance and warn him again that this book investment might lose everything. He had been more tactful when Ling Du was present, but now he felt it unnecessary. Liang District, part of Yishan City in Jiangnan Province, was the core urban area. The economy was far from poor and the location was anything but remote. A five-story commercial building in the district was worth tens of millions. A three-story appliance store likely generated millions in annual revenue. A mere 1300 yuan was probably just Zheng Hang's pocket money. Brother Yuan, I think this book will sell well. Well, make money. Before he could offer comfort, Zheng Hang began painting a rosy picture. Lu Yuan could only smile bitterly and nod, grabbing his basin to wash up. The next morning's exam atmosphere was less tense than the first day. Students chatted and laughed before the test papers were handed out. But today's exam was destined to be a fierce battle. As expected, the first question on the paper was difficult, a conic sections problem. Though slightly easier than the third question from yesterday, it demanded a stronger foundation. Especially in thinking, one needed to find the ellipse's major and minor axes, and then construct it with ruler and compass. Without a flexible approach, solving was impossible. The fifth question was even more daunting. A highly challenging combination problem, arguably of final boss difficulty from Lu Yuan's perspective. The problem was cleverly designed, requiring parity analysis in the reasoning. The only hint the examiner offered was that the answer could be roughly guessed. But the proof steps demanded formidable mathematical skill. Lu Yuan's original level was far from sufficient. His foundation in math was mediocre. In the provincial competition, he relied on sheer problem-solving ability and raw talent. His exceptional speed and computational strength allowed him to achieve a perfect score in the provincial contest. Now in the national competition, the focus was on problem-solving strategies. The two provincial team training sessions and targeted exercises from the coaching staff had significantly strengthened his foundations. Now solving such problems was effortless. He finished the first two questions in 20 minutes, allowing for case analysis and writing time. Finally, he reached the last and most challenging question, the true differentiator of skill. In the entire 6-question exam, solving 3 would guarantee at least a bronze medal, maybe even a silver with luck. Solving 4 would secure a silver, and with luck a gold medal at the tail end. The 5th and 6th questions distinguished the levels. The gold medalists and national team prospects were separated by their performance on these two. The 6th question was extremely difficult and beautifully crafted, integrating algebra, combinatorics, geometry, and number theory. The only mercy was that the question was divided into progressively harder sub-questions, offering a built-in guide. Without that, fewer than 3 of the 500 participants could solve the last part on its own. Even with the hints, no more than 10 could solve it. But as Lu Yuan pondered, a new approach formed in his mind, different from the guided one. He quickly compared the two methods. For the final sub-question, his method was particularly simple and yielded a quick solution. However, since the problem was divided into parts, Lu Yuan diligently followed the conventional method for the earlier sub-questions, applying his own method only for the final, most difficult one. This time, from starting to solve to completing the check, it took much longer than yesterday, nearly 45 minutes. For most other test takers, they were still stuck on the first question. After spending nearly 2 hours on the first problem, many were helpless against the subsequent difficult ones. This explained why, when Lu Yuan turned in his paper, he saw many students exchanging bitter glances and looking around. Some even left early, leaving the last 2 questions blank. The moment he stepped out of the exam hall, Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief. He had solved all 6 questions. Barring any surprises, a gold medal was certain. Tomorrow he had a day of free exchange and academic lectures. Essentially time for the teachers to grade the papers. On the final day of the winter camp, the day after tomorrow, the results would be announced, including the national team selection list. Lu Yuan now looked forward to that moment when his guaranteed admission to university would be confirmed. In an office at Peking University, several teachers were diligently correcting over 1,000 exam papers. Let's pick up the pace. All grades must be finalized today. Tomorrow we need to award prizes and finalize the list of training team members. A male teacher around 40, having just finished grading one paper, looked up to encourage the others. Since the national finals were held over 2 days, the actual number of papers from the 500-plus contestants doubled. Professor Wang, could you take a look at this question? This conic section problem. The student seems to have used a new method. I think it's correct. Compared to provincial grading, the national finals required much more meticulous evaluation. After all, the papers consisted entirely of complex problems, and the contestants varied greatly in skill. Many questions yielded novel approaches which truly tested the graders' expertise. The graders were all mathematics professors from major universities in the capital, along with researchers from the National Mathematical Olympiad. Professor Wang, the team leader, was also the organizer of this year's winter camp. His credentials were outstanding. He had been gold medaled in the International Mathematical Olympiad, recommended for admission to Peking University, and earned a Ph.D. in mathematics from MIT. Upon returning to China, he joined Peking University's faculty and was selected as a Changjiang Scholar 2 years ago. As a senior alumnus who had himself emerged from the competition circuit, he now led the new generation of contestants. This new approach isn't much simpler, but the reasoning is sound. Give full marks. Taking the paper from Teacher Fu, Professor Wang scanned the solution and traced the logic in seconds. After confirming its correctness, he nodded to Teacher Fu and noted the score. Professor Wang, I have another paper that needs verification. Half an hour later, Teacher Chi set down a paper and raised a hand toward Professor Wang. Is this from the second day? As he leaned in to glance at the content, Professor Wang couldn't hide his surprise. This student seems quite talented. I've graded very few papers from the second set that attempted the last problem. Which specific question are you uncertain about? Pointing the red pen's cap at the final answer area, Teacher Chi's expression grew serious. The last one. His solution is very unusual. Normally, following the sub-questions, one could solve the final part. But he refused to use that approach and instead employed a completely novel method. In Teacher Chi's view, the correctness of the solution was not in question. Even solving a few steps of that problem already indicated exceptional talent among the national contestants. Moreover, this student clearly had the ability to solve it using the standard approach. Yet in the final sub-question, he abandoned the conventional reasoning and offered a far more elegant solution than the one provided by the examiners. Teacher Chi felt that the student wasn't just solving a problem. He was showing off to the graders. Having discovered such a promising candidate, Teacher Chi naturally reported it to Professor Wang, who would be selecting the national training team. Professor Wang nodded repeatedly as he first examined the solution to the last problem. The earlier sub-questions were solved exactly as intended, cleverly and smoothly deriving key lemmas to pave the way for the final, most difficult part. In his mind, Professor Wang had already formed a favorable impression of the student. At the very least, this level had reached the standard for the International Olympiad. But when he saw the final sub-question, Professor Wang's brow furrowed. His expression shifted from the joy of discovering a gem to one of seriousness. May I have a pen and paper? The more he studied the novel solution, the more astonished Professor Wang became. He hurriedly asked Teacher Chi for scratch paper and began recalculating the approach on the spot. A few minutes later, Professor Wang finally confirmed the correctness of the solution. His eyes lit up as he nodded to Teacher Chi. This is brilliant. When I designed the problem, I thought my approach was already the simplest. I never expected he could bypass my method. Remarkable. This student is a true talent. Next year's International Olympiad will surely be his stage. With that, Professor Wang shook his head in admiration. In that moment, the student who wrote this paper had been branded in his mind as a strong contender for the International Olympiad gold medal. The other two teachers also stopped their work, their eyes turning toward them. It was the first time they had heard Professor Wang give such high praise to a student. Could this paper be from Dai Chi-hong of the Shanghai team? Last year's top scorer. The only perfect paper came from the Shanghai team. It seems they have another promising candidate this year. But the teacher next to him was less optimistic about the Shanghai team. I don't think so. It's probably Shi Jiayu from our Beijing team. When I taught at the high school affiliated to Renmin University, I often heard about him. He's said to be one of the best young talents in recent years. The Beijing team hasn't won first place in 2 years. Statistically, it should be Shi Jiayu this year. Clearly, the two teachers had their own favorites, but most leaned toward the Beijing or Shanghai teams, as those had produced the top scorers in most years. The Jiangnan province team, known for consistently strong overall performance, was not in their consideration for the very top spot. Any province team could take first place. Let's not guess now. Let's keep grading, and we're pressed for time. Urged by Professor Wang, everyone resumed marking. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after 7 hours of closed-door grading, it finally ended. Now came the most thrilling moment, and the one Professor Wang had been eagerly awaiting. They would unseal the confidential name lists, match the two papers to calculate total scores, and determine the numbers of gold, silver, and bronze medalists. Let's start with the second day's papers. First, pick out those who solved at least one of the last two problems. As Professor Wang gave instructions, he eagerly tore open the seal of one paper. Among the 6 major problems, the last 2 were the hardest and carried the most weight. In case of ties, the solutions to those 2 problems would be compared. Teacher Chi, did you set aside that paper you graded earlier? After opening several papers and finding the last 2 problems mostly blank, Professor Wang grew anxious. He questioned the other teachers. Teachers always look forward to the papers of outstanding students, especially those who stand out. I have it. Here, Professor Wang. Teacher Chi, without opening his own exam paper, handed the stack to Professor Wang. Meanwhile, he and the other 2 teachers gathered around. Old Chen, I bet you this paper isn't Shi Jiayu's. With the grading completed, the tension among the teachers eased. They were in the mood to joke and wager with each other. Teacher Chen, being a teacher from the high school affiliated to Renmin University, was quite confident in his own students. Deal. The loser treats everyone to dinner tonight. Professor Wang paid no heed to the bet, deftly tearing off the brown sealed name strip. Rip. In an instant, the 4 of them crowded around the name column on the exam paper. Ep. The next moment, both Teacher Chen and Teacher Yang exclaimed in confusion. Teacher Yang even rubbed his eyes in disbelief before looking again at the name and school column. School Hengxi Middle School, name Lu Yuan. Those words greeted them, not the expected Shi Jiayu or Dai Qihong. Lu Yuan. That name sounds familiar. Is he a member of the moda team? Teacher Yang had a faint impression of Lu Yuan, but couldn't recall specifics as the winter camp had no actual training sessions. The entire event was merely an exam selection, so he wasn't well acquainted with the participants. However, being from Modu, he was quite familiar with Dai Qihong of the moda team. Old Yang, can you stop claiming everyone for your moda team? Does Hengxi Middle School even exist in your modu? After repeatedly checking the name and school on the paper, teacher Chen finally accepted reality, unable to resist a sarcastic remark. Lu Yuan is from the Jiangnan province team. Teacher Qi then explained to the group. He wasn't well informed about other members of the Jiangnan team, but he was an old classmate of Teacher Ji from that team and had heard about Lu Yuan from him, confirming the fact. So it's the Jiangnan team. It seems their team's performance this year is remarkable. They'll likely take both the team overall and individual first place. Teacher Yang sighed in admiration. Professor Wang, however, put down Lu Yuan's paper and turned to the others. Let's continue picking out the papers. Later we'll separate those who got the last question right, including those who might have gotten full marks. Half an hour later, 11 exam papers lay on the long table in front of Professor Wang. These were all from students who had completely solved the last problem. But only 3 of them had all 3 questions in the second part correct. Although the other 2 papers' solutions for the last problem lacked the dazzling flair of Lu Yuan's, they were still strong contenders for full marks. Professor Wang picked up the first of the other 2 papers. Scanning the name, he saw it was Dai Qihong's paper, the one Teacher Yang had championed. After checking the first and second parts, Professor Wang shook his head regretfully. What a pity. With a sigh, he wrote 123 on the paper. At the same time, Teacher Yang's face showed deep regret. Dai Qihong had indeed answered all 3 difficult questions in the second part correctly, but lost 3 points on the second question of the first part, due to an imprecise reasoning process, missing out on a perfect score. Professor Wang is the other paper, Shi Jiayu's. Apart from Lu Yuan and Dai Qihong, there was another paper with all 3 final questions correct. Teacher Chen still held high hopes for Shi Jiayu, a student from his own school. However, the name on that remaining paper was not Shi Jiayu's. The name, Zheng Hang, was unfamiliar to the teachers. How is this possible? Did Shi Jiayu fail to solve the second last question? Seeing Teacher Chen's anxious tone, Teacher Qi explained. Teacher Chen, I graded Shi Jiayu's paper. He made a calculation error in the last sub-question of the second last problem. As he spoke, he pulled out Shi Jiayu's paper and handed it over. Compared to Dai Qihong, Shi Jiayu's performance was more stable. His reasoning was almost flawless, but the computational mistake in the final sub-question of the second last problem cost him a full mark, resulting in a score of 122. As for Zheng Hang's paper in Professor Wang's hands, it was also a pity. He had solved the difficult problems in the second part, but similarly stumbled on the second question of the first part. Zheng Hang used a complex method of discussion, filling a whole page, but unfortunately missed one scenario. His final score was the same as Dai Qihong's 123. After checking all 11 papers thoroughly, Professor Wang shook his head increasingly. Sigh. At least 3 or 4 of these students could have gotten full marks. Compared to previous years, this year's exam was quite standard, yet only Lu Yuan achieved a perfect score. But his innovative solution to the last problem truly earns him the first place. In fact, the 11 students who solved the last problem all possessed strong mathematical talent. Given enough time, they could all have worked out the answers. They were all potential perfect scores. The remaining factors were stability, accuracy, and speed. Overall, in this year's CMO final exam, Lu Yuan exhibited the most stable performance. Moreover, his approach to the last problem was uniquely original. Professor Wang now studied Lu Yuan's paper once more. When he saw the school name, he couldn't help but ask, has anyone heard of Hengxi Middle School? Is it a key high school in some city in Jiangnan province? I haven't heard of it in previous competitions. They'll have to keep an eye on that school in the future. In the end, Lu Yuan's school became the topic of discussion. The name Hengxi Middle School sounded ordinary. It seemed like a local general high school rather than a key one. Usually key high schools have recognizable names like Songjiang 7 Middle School, or Songjiang 4 Middle School in Jiangnan, or well-known university-affiliated high schools. Only Hengxi Middle School puzzled Professor Wang. He assumed it was a key school in some region and inquired with the other teachers. Teacher Qi, who knew more about Lu Yuan's background through his acquaintance with Teacher Ji, wore a complex expression. Teacher Qi, do you know something? Share it with us. Teacher Yang quickly noticed the change in Qi's face and urged him. After the 3 turned to him, Teacher Qi spread his hands helplessly. I'm afraid this might disappoint you. As far as I know, Hengxi Middle School is just a regular high school, not a key one. How is this possible? Teacher Yang smiled and waved dismissively as if Teacher Qi was joking with him. Teacher Chen remained silent, but his expression was equally skeptical. Teacher Chi, do you know the specifics of this Hengshi Middle School? Professor Wang himself was somewhat uncertain, but he managed to remain composed. At this moment, he continued to communicate with Teacher Chi patiently. I only learned about this recently from Teacher Ji, the leader of the Jiangnan provincial team. I heard that this Hengshi Middle School is just an ordinary township high school. The school's undergraduate admission rate is less than 40, and each year it's rare to see even a few students reaching the first-tier cutoff. Their deputy leader Teacher Wang found it unbelievable when he graded Lu Yuan's provincial exam paper. He double-checked multiple times before finally confirming Lu Yuan's talent. That was all Teacher Chi knew, and he had now revealed everything. But it was a considerable shock to the other two teachers. After all, in previous years of such competitions, even at the provincial level, it was rare for a regular high school student to stand out. Even if they barely made it to the provincial team for the national competition, no regular high school student had ever reached the top 3 nationally. These rankings were something even elite key high schools dared not hope for. The top positions were always dominated by provincial prestigious schools and key educational group schools. Lu Yuan, a young man who rose from a small-town high school, had taken first place in his very first year of competition. Even now, Teacher Yang and Teacher Chen found it hard to accept. I myself came from a small-town exam-taker background. This student Lu Yuan's experience is very similar to mine. Only Professor Wang's eyes grew brighter the more he listened, feeling that he saw his own younger self in Lu Yuan. Professor Wang, the situation back then was different. The student sources in all schools were roughly similar. You can't compare yourself to Lu Yuan. Teacher Yang immediately retorted upon hearing Professor Wang's comparison. Professor Wang had been in high school at least 20 years ago. Back then, the separation of student sources among schools wasn't so severe. Many students with average financial backgrounds, but great talent, still attended local township high schools instead of key schools. But now it's different. Education has long been stratified, and children are divided by school districts from an early age. By high school placement is based on high school entrance exam scores. It's rare for a top-performing student to stay in a local township school due to tuition or family reasons. Not to mention specialized educational group schools that actively recruit these promising students, offering free tuition scholarships and living expenses. Back then, even the worst schools had a chance to produce top-tier students bound for Tsinghua or Peking University. But now, with absolute stratification, Lu Yuan's enrollment in Hengshi Middle School already indicated that his high school entrance exam scores were truly average. However, Professor Wang ignored these arguments and instead confirmed with Teacher Chi. So according to you, Teacher Chi, this Lu Yuan hasn't received much professional training. Their high school doesn't have a dedicated competition team for coaching, right? Professional training, definitely not. As for a competition team, I can't say for sure, but I believe there isn't one. So, does that mean Lu Yuan still has great untapped potential? After Teacher Chi's confirmation, the more Professor Wang learned, the greater his interest in Lu Yuan grew. But for now, the finalization of exam scores was still the priority. Let's consolidate the remaining papers. Well, observe Lu Yuan's performance when the national training team gathers later. On the 5th day of the winter camp, in the familiar opening ceremony hall, everyone gathered once again. Everyone arrived so early today. Zheng Heng had barely sat down when he began exclaiming to Lu Yuan. Indeed, as long as nothing serious was happening, his talkative nature would re-emerge. But compared to previous days, everyone had arrived at the venue quite early today. The students in their dormitory had all woken up much faster. Now most students were chatting with each other, their faces a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The upcoming closing ceremony would directly announce everyone's results, including the list of those selected for the national training team. Even Lu Yuan, who was confident in his answers, couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. The familiar teachers walked in and took their seats on the closing ceremony stage. Compared to the opening ceremony, the closing ceremony was simpler with fewer officials and mostly the teachers who had organized the winter camp. Before long, Professor Wang was holding the microphone at the front. Ahem ahem. Good morning, esteemed teachers and fellow students. Please quiet down. We will now begin the closing ceremony. He started the ceremony directly without any delay. I believe everyone is looking forward to the results of this year's winter camp. I will soon reveal the list of gold, silver, and bronze medal winners. Before that, I have a few words to share about the meaning of this winter camp. All the students held their breath, eagerly awaiting the results. Even the provincial team leaders looked tense. It seemed that even they had not received any advance information about the competition results and would only learn them after the closing ceremony. As everyone knows, the purpose of this winter camp is to preliminarily select 60 students for the national training team. In essence, it's preparation for the final International Mathematical Olympiad. The competition will take place in July next year. At this point, Professor Wang paused, his voice gradually shifting from calm to forceful. I know that many of you came to this competition mainly for the winter camp, to secure admission quotas to universities. Many of you may not have thought much about the international competition, but I want to tell you all, look further ahead. The international competition is a tremendous honor. Especially at the IMO, our country's team rank has been first in most years. Professor Wang's words carried pride and glory, but then his tone shifted. However, in terms of individual first place, it hasn't always been our country's student. In the last two editions, it was completely dominated by the United States. A strong youth makes a strong nation. In competitions of fundamental disciplines like this, we must not only strive for team first place, but also never fall behind in individual first place. His voice grew more impassioned, drawing everyone's full attention. All of you are the most talented young mathematicians in our country. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the future of mathematics in our nation will depend on the students sitting here. Especially for those who will be selected for the national training team. From this moment on, you are no longer studying solely for yourselves. You have become representatives of everyone studying for the honor of our entire nation. After a round of encouragement and motivation, Professor Wang officially began announcing the results. This year's CMO has 510 participants, producing 103 gold medals, 179 silver medals, and 142 bronze medals. Upon hearing these numbers, smiles spread across the faces of every student present. The number of gold medals was within expectations, but no one anticipated such a high count of silver medals, surpassing even the bronze. With all medals tallied, the award rate exceeded 80, making it a year with an unusually generous distribution. The maximum score for this winter camp is 126 points, with an average of 65 points, and the cutoff for the national training team is 103 points. In other words, to secure a spot on the national training team, one needed to have all 4 initial problems correct, and at least solve a few sub-questions from the last 2 major problems. The threshold was not low, and many students around Lu Yuan grew tense upon hearing the cutoff. I will begin by announcing the list of bronze medalists. Zhang Tianqi 49 points. Li Yan 49 points. Liang Jing 55 points. One name after another was called out by Professor Wang on the podium. Among the audience, some were elated while others were disappointed. After all, a bronze medal in the national competition offered little chance of direct university admission. Only a few high-scoring bronze medalists combined with other past achievements could earn nomination spots at some universities. Even then, they had to wait and see the choices of those who won gold and silver. Next are the silver medalists. Shanghai 68 points. Xiao Lu 68 points. Mi Yinxi 69 points. Compared to the bronze, those whose names were called for silver were visibly happier. A silver medal meant that the doors of all 39 prestigious 985 universities were open to them. Of course, some top-tier 211 universities would also offer generous terms to recruit students. Their years of competition had come to a satisfying conclusion. Finally, Lu Xian 91 points. After the entire list of over 10 minutes was announced, Zheng Hang beside him let out a sigh of relief. Yuan Gu, at least my name wasn't on it. Looks like the gold medal is secured. The classmate on Zheng Hang's other side, who had just received a silver medal, couldn't resist joking. What if you didn't win anything? Impossible. I checked my answers to the major problems with Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu couldn't be wrong. Zheng Hang had unconditional trust in Lu Yuan, especially in the realm of mathematics competitions. Pu Xingqi 92 points from On Yuan Senior High School. Liu Shuajuan 93 points from Hengyang No. 1 Middle School. The gold medal announcement continued on stage. Compared to the previous rapid listing of bronze and silver, Professor Wang now spoke more slowly, deliberately announcing each student's school. Almost every name mentioned belonged to a well-known prestigious school. Even the less famous ones were at least key secondary schools. As the names passed by, Zheng Hang, seated next to Lu Yuan, began to feel genuinely anxious. Yuan Gu, why haven't we been called yet? Only a few names remained on the list, as the last announced score had already reached 117 points. If neither of them appeared among the top few, it would mean they hadn't even won a bronze medal. 7th place, Zhang Mingyuan from Capital No. 11 Middle School, 119 points. A thunderous round of applause erupted. The audience showed great respect for the top 10 students. 6th place, Lu Yuan from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School, 120 points. Lu Yuan noticed Teacher Ji in the front row clenching his fist in excitement and turning to look toward Lu Yuan. Clearly the 6th place finish far exceeded his expectations. 4th place, Shi Jiayu from the high school affiliated with Renmin University, 122 points. Another round of thunderous applause followed, but the leader of the Shanghai team wore a grim expression. Their best performing student had only managed 4th place. For the students themselves, the result made little practical difference. They all secured admission qualifications, a spot on the national training team, and a gold medal. However, for the team leaders, comparisons among themselves could be faced losing. There is no 3rd place this year. We have 2 tied for 2nd. Dai Qihong from Shanghai Middle School, 123 points. Zheng Hang from Liang Middle School Junior High Division, 123 points. Wow, I can't believe a junior high student placed 2nd. I never expected Dai Qihong to not take 1st place. After the announcement of the tied second-place finishers, the audience buzzed with discussion. Most of the talk centered on Zheng Heng, a junior high student, while the majority of participants were first- or second-year high school students. Yet the strongest performances came from the second-year high school students. Everyone admired Zheng Heng, who was only in 9th grade, for securing second place. Wow. Yuan go, I can't believe I got second. Ha ha. Zheng Heng's mouth hung open in shock at first, but when he noticed everyone discussing him and staring, he quickly snapped back to reality. He shared his joy and excitement with Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, the Shanghai team's students mainly discussed Dai Qihong's result, surprised that even his 123-point score wasn't enough for first place. Teacher Yi, the leader of the Shanghai team, looked grim. If even Dai Qihong from her team could only manage second place, then the first place was likely beyond their reach. Moreover, she recalled that Teacher Ji from the Jiangnan provincial team had frequently mentioned Lu Yuan, a name that had not yet appeared. Could it be that the first place was indeed this Lu Yuan? Recalling the harsh words Teacher Ji had thrown at her when she reported the student representative, she couldn't find a smile despite her team's decent performance this year. This year's first place, to be honest, even surprised me a bit. He is the only student who achieved a perfect score. As Professor Wang spoke, his gaze fixed directly on Lu Yuan's direction, as if he had already recognized him. Lu Yuan himself was eagerly anticipating the announcement. When Zheng Heng took second place, he had already suspected he might be first, since Zheng Heng's answers to the major problems matched his own. If his name wasn't called next, he would have to wonder if he had misheard, or else he would end up without even a bronze medal. This student comes from Hengxi Middle School, Lu Yuan of the Jiangnan provincial team. Let's give him a round of applause. A thunderous ovation erupted, lasting longer than any previous applause. Even Professor Wang and the other teachers on the podium joined in. At that moment, everyone in the auditorium turned their gaze toward the same direction, the back right side of the hall, where a clean-looking, calm-faced Lu Yuan sat. Is he Lu Yuan? Amazing. He got a perfect score. I didn't even get half his score. Truly, a master is a master. Various discussions began as eyes focused on him. For most students, the surprise was more about Lu Yuan's perfect score on the paper. Those present were already the top math students from their respective schools, accustomed to praise and representing the best of their school's math department. However, on the stage of the national math finals, even among geniuses there were gaps. Now Lu Yuan seemed like the moon surrounded by stars, the sole deity among a crowd of geniuses. All gazes directed at him were filled with admiration. Brother Yuan, you're really first. You're incredible. Not a single mistake. Zheng Heng, who had done well himself, was excited. Seeing Lu Yuan's results, he could hardly contain his excitement, speaking of Lu Yuan's first place as if to highlight their good relationship in front of everyone. Of course, the team-leading teachers paid attention to more than that. Teacher Mi from the capital team, standing beside Teacher Ji, though unwilling, still smiled and congratulated Teacher Ji. Teacher Ji, your Jiangnan team's results this year are truly remarkable. First and second place are both from your team, and the team championship is undoubtedly yours too. With your team's performance this year, you'll have a lot of pressure in Beijing next year. Among the top 10, the Jiangnan team had 3 members. The capital team and the moated team had 2 and 3 members respectively. The traditional 3-strong teams once again took 8 of the top 10 spots. Haha, I'm just a team leader. The results aren't really my doing. It's mainly the students, especially Lu Yuan, who really made me proud. Teacher Ji responded with a smile, while his gaze couldn't help but drift to Lu Yuan in the back. That usually quiet student who was also very independent in life. Before the competition, Teacher Ji had said some stressful words to Lu Yuan due to some issues with Teacher Yi, and he regretted it immediately. Afraid that the pressure would disrupt Lu Yuan's performance and affect his future, Teacher Ji grew worried when he hadn't heard Lu Yuan's name announced for a long time. He feared Lu Yuan had underperformed, possibly even failing to win a medal. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan exceeded his expectations, turning pressure into motivation and earnestly securing first place. The depression in Teacher Ji's heart dissipated instantly with Lu Yuan's perfect score and first place. After a long moment, Teacher Ji raised his hand to greet Teacher Yi, who was several seats away from the moated team. Teacher Yi. Despite her reluctance to respond, the nudging from neighboring teachers forced her to. Teacher Yi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, put on a polite smile, and forced calmness as she looked at Teacher Ji. Teacher Ji, congratulations to your team's student for winning first place. Her congratulations were insincere, and she no longer had the previous assertiveness. She appeared as a delicate young girl, which made Teacher Ji, who had intended to make a sarcastic remark, soften his tone. Although the previous incident was not major, it had been a source of frustration. Now Teacher Ji smiled politely and said in front of the other team leaders, Teacher Yi, there should be no objection to the student representative quota for next year, right? Teacher Yi reacted quickly with a sweet smile. Haha. Teacher Ji, your team won both the team championship and the individual first place with Lu Yuan. If I'm still leading the moated team next year, there will definitely be no objection. Teacher Ji didn't stop at her smile, but pressed further. Really? You won't change your mind again next year? Teacher Yes' expression froze, and her face finally turned sour. Before she could reaffirm or explain, Teacher Ji answered on his own in front of everyone. I suppose not. After all, this year both the team and individual first places are from our Jiangnan team. No one should be shameless enough to propose new rules next year, right? Now not only Teacher Yi, but also the other teachers looked awkward. No one could respond to Teacher Ji's words. Although it was Teacher Yi who had initiated the rule change, most of them had supported it. They had thought that by determining the student representative quota based on the final exam results, their own teams would have a chance. Who would have thought the Jiangnan team would perform so brilliantly this year like madmen? So many team leaders had changed the rules, overturning the previous, unwritten norm. Yet the quota for next year still ended up with the Jiangnan team. Just then Professor Wang on the stage finally spoke again. Competition results are just a concentrated reflection of one's talent and effort over a certain period. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Having been the focus of so many gazes, including the nods and smiles from all the teachers on the podium. Honestly, it was a bit overwhelming for him. At the same time, he hadn't expected to actually win first place. Every year, the national competition gathered geniuses. No matter how difficult the problems, there were always some who could solve them. Especially since the exam time was generous, allowing everyone to think deeply. Although Lu Yuan knew he had answered all the questions, he wasn't sure about losing a point or two in the process. So he didn't have high hopes for the first place. The result surprised even himself. He truly got first place. The feeling of being the center of attention, the top student among geniuses, made him a bit dizzy. He had forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and pretended to be calm. Now the crowd finally shifted their attention back to Professor Wang's speech. But competitions are not equivalent to deep research in mathematics, nor even a step into the field of mathematical research. To become a top mathematical talent and an excellent mathematician, everyone still has a long way to go. Apart from the top 60 gold medalists who automatically join the national training team, those not selected only mark the end of their competition journey. But your true mathematical journey has just begun. I hope that after this winter camp you will continue your passion for mathematics at your preferred universities. The future of our country's mathematics is entrusted to you. Professor Wang then began comforting the students who were not selected for the training team. His words were sincere and objective. The Olympic gold medal only represents your mathematical talent, not directly equating to being a master of mathematics. There is a huge gap between elementary and advanced mathematics. China needs achievements in the International Olympiad to demonstrate its mathematical potential. But for some major countries in Europe and America, it's not necessary. They are already strong in mathematics, representing their ability to cultivate top mathematicians. Returning to the essence, this international middle school math competition. For each country, the main purpose is to select talented young people in advance. It acknowledges everyone's potential, but how far they go in the field of mathematics depends on their future. In Guyuan County, Linzhou City, Jiangnan Province. Inside the principal's office of Hengxi Middle School, teacher Chen was sitting across from Principal Fang. Old Chen, any news about the national finals? Principal Fang's expression was complex, a mix of tension and excitement, and above all, anticipation. The last time he felt this way was when he was waiting for the notice of his appointment as principal of Hengxi Middle School. He had originally thought that at Hengxi academics wouldn't be his main focus. More than anything, it would be about maintaining campus discipline and preventing any major incidents. On the basis of ensuring safety, improving overall scores would be a bonus. Who would have thought that in his third year as principal a stroke of luck would strike? A student suddenly displayed extraordinary talent. In mathematics, the field that most requires innate ability, this student advanced all the way from provincial competitions to the national finals. As principal, he fully understood what this signified. If the student won a gold medal, Hengxi Middle School would have its first direct admission student in over a decade, ever since the student sources were completely divided. And it would be a direct admission to one of the nation's top two institutions, Tsinghua or Peking University. Such an outstanding achievement by Hengxi Middle School would be ample proof of his educational philosophy and his ability to manage the school. As long as no accidents or major incidents occurred afterward, his career path would become smooth. He might even be transferred to serve as principal of Guyuan No. 1 Middle School, a key institution. In the future, even the position of director of the Guyuan County Education Bureau was not out of reach. Thus, he had been closely following the national finals. Logically, today was the last day of the winter camp and the day results would be announced. Principal Fang had called teacher Chen in as early as 2 o'clock in the afternoon to inquire about the situation. Principal Fang, the finals are supposed to announce results today, but I'm not sure whether it will be in the morning or afternoon, teacher Chen said, his face also showing urgency. This matter was equally crucial to his own career and reputation. In my lifetime, to mentor a student from Hengxi Middle School who gets into Tsinghua or Peking University, This would be an unparalleled achievement among educators in Yuan County. Haven't you called Lu Yuan today? As his homeroom teacher, you should show him more concern. Our school has had only this one key prospect in so many years. If Lu Yuan really wins a gold medal, do you not realize how much it will help your career? Seeing that teacher Chen had no news about the winter camp, the anxious Principal Fong couldn't help but criticize him. Compared to his composed and generous demeanor in front of students, Principal Fong was far less polite when speaking to staff. Lu Yuan said last night that the final day would have a special meeting in the morning and an academic report in the afternoon. He wasn't sure when the results would be announced, but he promised to call me as soon as the winter camp officially ended at 6 in the evening. Teacher Chen would never neglect Lu Yuan. Ever since Lu Yuan demonstrated his talent in his senior year, even show how Teacher Chen's former favorite in the entire senior class 9 had lost his privileged status. During this critical period, though Teacher Chen was teaching the class, his mind was preoccupied with Lu Yuan's competition. How had he performed? Was he adjusting well? Was everything going smoothly? Not until 6 in the evening. Principal Fang's brow furrowed, his expression turning stern. Chen Xianhua, you haven't listened to a word I said. Didn't I tell you to show more concern for Lu Yuan in your daily routine? If it's only at 6 in the evening, why would I need to ask you? I could just call that teacher Wang from the provincial team directly. Seeing Principal Fong truly angry, Teacher Chen tried to say something to calm him. But just then the phone on the desk rang, breaking the awkward silence. Hello, this is Fong Song. Who is this? Still irritated with Teacher Chen, Principal Fong answered the call without much courtesy. This is Ren Qinghe. In an instant, Principal Fang's attitude and impatience vanished. He shot up from his chair. After all, the caller was his direct superior, the director of the Yuan County Education Bureau and party secretary. Director Ren, I'm sorry. I thought. Before Principal Fong could explain, Director Ren on the other end laughed nonchalantly. Haha, it seems our Principal Fong has really made achievements at Hengxi Middle School. Your voice is booming with confidence. Since only the two of them were in the office, which was fairly spacious, Teacher Chen could clearly hear the phone conversation even without the speakerphone. Director Ren, I had just woken from a nap and was a bit groggy. What can I do for you? Facing his direct superior, Principal Fong changed his tone and apologized repeatedly. Haha, old Fong, why are you hiding things from me? Rest assured, since you've achieved such results at Hengxi Middle School and nurtured a student who came first in the National Olympiad, not only our County Education Bureau, but even Director Zhou of the Linzhou City Education Bureau specifically called to praise you. Keep up the good work. Stay calm and don't slack off. Hearing his leader's encouragement over the phone, Principal Fong could barely contain his excitement. Especially the words Olympiad first from Director Ren, which left him dazed. Even Teacher Chen before him could hardly restrain himself. Covering his mouth, he whispered to Principal Fong, Principal Fong, did Lu Yuan get first place? Chill, not so fast. Raising a finger to his lips, Principal Fong cut off Teacher Chen, then immediately asked Director Ren, Director, what did you just say? Did Lu Yuan take first place in the finals? This confirmation puzzled Director Ren. What? You don't know the news yet? Lu Yuan from your school was one of the only 2 students from our county to enter the provincial team. In the national competition, he not only won a gold medal, but also achieved a perfect score to take first place. Professor Wang from the winter camp has already communicated with Director Zhou of the city. He said Lu Yuan is a potential candidate for an international competition gold medal, and we should not relax his studies during the winter break. The results of the National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad finals had been spreading since the morning meeting. It would be 2 days before the official announcement on the website. But within the education system, especially among high schools following this competition, the news had already spread. Director Ren, are you serious? Lu Yuan not only won a gold medal, but also got first place nationally. As he spoke, Principal Fang's face flushed with excitement. Teacher Chen, standing in front of him, stared wide-eyed, finally confirming this astonishing news. All right, old Fong, stop pretending. It's not fun anymore. I never thought this shallow pond of Hengxi Middle School could raise a real dragon. Just enjoy it quietly. Don't play this game with me again. Remember one thing, stabilize the last half of next year. As long as nothing goes wrong at school, you'll be waiting for your transfer. The day after the closing ceremony, Lu Yuan expected to return to Jiangnan province with the team, as the winter camp had officially ended, and there was no point in staying at Peking University. However, strangely, no one came to inform them when they would depart. Yuan won a game of chess. Zheng Hang, who slept in the bunk above, had already gotten up and shook the chessboard in his hand. Having nothing better to do, Lu Yuan closed the Tian Ku Pao app on his phone and decided to play around. But before they could set up the board, a classmate rushed into the dorm to notify them. Yuan, Zheng Hang, teacher Ji wants you both in the lecture hall now. Lu Yuan immediately abandoned the chess game and hurried with Zheng Hang to the lecture hall. Pushing open the door of the lecture hall, the lively scene of yesterday's closing ceremony was gone. The empty hall held only the 20-plus students from the Jiangnan provincial team along with many unfamiliar teachers. A quick glance showed that they were all students who had won at least bronze medals in the competition. This time the Jiangnan provincial team lived up to expectations, ranking first in team performance. They had won 7 gold medals, 10 silver medals, and 8 bronze medals, a total of 25 medals out of 31 participants. Given the current situation, it seemed like they were here for recruitment. After Lu Yuan sat down, Teacher Ji, who was at the front, began to explain. Everyone please quiet down. Let me introduce you. This is Vice Dean Wang Gongwei of the School of Mathematics at Peking University, also an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Teacher Ji pointed to a middle-aged man beside him dressed in formal attire, looking somewhat stern. And this is Teacher Wu Mingting from the admissions office of Peking University, along with a few senior students who entered through competitions in previous years. Beside him was a young woman in her 30s, presumably Teacher Wu from the admissions office. Though not particularly beautiful, she gave a very comfortable impression, smiling warmly and affably. After Teacher Ji's brief introduction, Teacher Wu spoke on behalf of the Peking University faculty and students. Dear students, first of all, congratulations on your outstanding results in the national mathematics competition. The Jiangnan provincial team has truly lived up to expectations, ranking first for several years. I heard that this year there is a student named Lu Yuan who achieved a perfect score, truly a hidden talent. Haha. Every year my recruitment work with the Jiangnan provincial team is a major project. Indeed, the reason they were gathered in the lecture hall today was for recruitment. When Lu Yuan won the gold medal yesterday, especially upon hearing he was first place, he hadn't thought much about it. But after communicating with his parents and Teacher Chen from school that evening, he realized he had secured a direct admission qualification and needed to seriously consider which university to attend. However, he was still puzzled about the specifics of the admission process. Today's events in the lecture hall finally made it clear. So this is where the direct admission recruitment takes place. No wonder the team hadn't prepared to return to the province today. Gold medalists can directly enter the elite class of our School of Mathematics at Peking University. Silver medalists have a certain chance to enter the elite class as well, but they can also consider other specialized programs in the School of Mathematics which offer greater opportunities. As for bronze medalists, Peking University is also willing to offer certain score reductions in the college entrance exam. Teacher Wu on stage was fervently introducing the admission policies. Lu Yuan had thought Peking University only valued gold medalists, but it turned out they didn't intend to let go of any medalist, gold, silver, or bronze. Indeed, even a bronze medalist possesses strong talent in mathematics, and letting one go would give other schools an opportunity. Of course, the specific policies and benefits for bronze medalists were far less generous than those for gold medalists. Lu Yuan, Zheng, Hang Lu and Kun, please come out. Teacher Ji waved his hand, unexpectedly calling the 3 of them out at this moment. They walked through the large lecture hall and down to a small meeting room on the lower floor. Inside, several middle-aged men were already seated. Seeing the 3 enter, they all stood up, smiling warmly, and guided them to sit on the sofa. These are Dean Xiao Zhengping of the School of Mathematics, Dean Zhou Tianming of the School of Computer Science, and Dean Shen Weidong of the School of Information Science at Peking University. All 3 deans are also academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They primarily want to talk with you about your future university studies. Good heavens! Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The number of academicians he had met in a single day exceeded the total he had encountered in both his lives combined. No wonder they hadn't been asked to listen to the admissions presentation in the main lecture hall upstairs. There were even more heavyweight figures waiting for them. Teacher Ji, which one is Lu Yuan? The slightly plump, amiable Dean Chao asked Teacher Ji. Of course, his eyes were already fixed on Lu Yuan, clearly having been informed beforehand. After Teacher Ji pointed, the other 2 deans also locked their gaze on Lu Yuan. Although all 3 were gold medalists and ranked among the top 10 in the competition with scores within 10 points of each other, the first-place finisher seemed to have a particularly appealing advantage. At least Zheng Hang and Lu and Kun standing beside him were completely overshadowed. Lu Yuan, do you have a preferred university in mind? Or any university you particularly want to attend? Dean Xiao, I haven't really thought about it. I never imagined I could win a gold medal, and I never dared to dream of Peking University. He was being modest, but it was also the truth. If not for the competition track, even with his outstanding science grades, under the college entrance exam system, it would be difficult to compete with other students in the province. To get into Tsinghua or Peking University through the exam, one must have no weaknesses in any subject, something nearly impossible for Lu Yuan. Now through the competition, his dream had finally become reality. Haha, since you haven't thought about it, let me first introduce our School of Mathematics at Peking University. Our school is the top mathematics school in the country, indisputable in both academic research achievements and talent cultivation. Our faculty consists of 107 members, including 6 academicians and 19 recipients of the National Science Fund for distinguished young scholars. As the most prestigious university in the country, Peking University indeed has top-tier faculty and resources. After winning the gold medal, Lu Yuan's main consideration was choosing between Tsinghua and Peking University. Now, listening to academician Chao's introduction, he began to lean toward Peking University. Moreover, our School of Mathematics is the first school within Peking University, as evidenced by its school code 001. Ahem ahem. The two other deans coughed in unison at this moment, especially Dean Zhou from the School of Computer Science, whose friendly smile had vanished. His brows were furrowed, and he wore a look of disdain. Old Chao, you've crossed the line, using the school code 001 as a selling point. Isn't that just the order based on the founding time? Are you really shameless enough to fool the students with that? Dean Chun of the School of Information Science chimed in. Indeed. How can you be so shamelessly self-promoting for your own college? Lu Yuan, don't listen to his nonsense. We are in the 21st century, now the age of information. The courses our college offers are the most aligned with the times, the best to unleash your talents. Just as Dean Chun was about to go on, Dean Zhou, who had spoken earlier, interrupted him again. Hey, I really admire you too. Lu Yuan, I won't go into details. You should know the role and status of computers in society today. Computer science is also a product of the third industrial revolution. Its impact on the world is self-evident. Watching the three deans of Peking University, who were also academicians, passionately extolling the advantages of their respective colleges, Lu Yuan felt as though they had already assumed he would attend Peking University and were vying for him in advance. Deep down, Lu Yuan was not pondering which college to choose. Instead, he found the whole situation surreal. In his past life, he could not even dream of attending this university, and now he found himself being personally recruited by the deans of several colleges. Lu Yuan, besides mathematics, how are your physics skills? Are you interested? Dean Chen interrupted Dean Zhou and asked about Lu Yuan's other grades. Dean Chen, I am actually weaker in the humanities, but I do fairly well in the sciences. I am also quite interested in physics, and my grades at school are pretty good. His talent was not limited to mathematics. It was just that the competition path he had taken was solely in mathematics. If time permitted, he felt he would not do too poorly in physics, chemistry, and biology competitions as well. He might also have the chance to reach the national finals and secure a direct admission through these subjects. However, competition also had a hierarchy. Among the 5 major subjects, mathematics held the highest prestige and was considered the foundation of all disciplines. Physics came next. So after Lu Yuan made it to the provincial team in mathematics, he never considered using his spare time to participate in competitions for other subjects. I knew you were the type of student who excels in all sciences. Actually, a student like you is more suited to our School of Information Science, which offers many directions that fit you. Old Chen, stop rambling. Lu Yuan is the national champion in math competition. With such talent, he should continue to develop his strengths in mathematics, not go to your college for electronic information. Academician Chao then took over the conversation. Lu Yuan, think it over carefully. If you come to our School of Mathematics, your tuition will be waived for 4 years, and you will receive a one-time entrance scholarship of 10,000 yuan. The meeting in the conference room that morning lasted nearly 2 hours. The conditions offered were roughly the same: tuition waivers and varying amounts of entrance scholarships. In any case, the deans were very accommodating, allowing him to make any requests. Later, Xinghang and Lu Yuan were also recruited by the 3 deans. However, the benefits they received were considerably less favorable. After leaving the conference room, Teacher Ji gave them further instructions. Lu Yuan, you 3 don't need to make a decision today. The deans just introduced you to their colleges. The formal admission process and application filing will take place in a week. You need to submit complete information on the official website of your preferred university and go through the formal admission procedure. As he spoke, Teacher Ji also offered them advice. You 3 are among the top 10 in the competition. You can listen to the admission conditions of various universities. Teacher Ji, but I didn't see any admission staff from other schools. Zheng Heng voiced the doubt that Lu Yuan also had in his mind. Neither in the large conference room nor in the small one did they see any teachers from other institutions. They were not clear about the specific conditions that could be offered. This winter camp is hosted at Peking University after all, so the Peking University teachers have priority in promoting to you. Other schools are all scheduled for the afternoon. There should also be admission staff from other 985 universities arriving tomorrow. You can listen to them all. The formal return to Jiangnan province is the day after tomorrow. Actually, 3 days after you return, the formal admission process will begin. By then you will have to make a decision. Thus, December marked the formal start of the early admission process. That afternoon, compared to the spacious and comfortable lecture hall and conference room in the morning, the venue for the admission staff from other schools was a tiered classroom. This was truly the reality of admission competition. Lu Yuan finally met the admissions staff from Tsinghua University. Unlike Peking University, which sent influential deans, Tsinghua's approach was relatively low-key. Of course, they also had a dean present, but the main staff were from the admissions office along with some graduate students who explained the admission policies. Lu Yuan, whether it's the Chiu class in mathematics or the Yao class in information science at Tsinghua, as long as you're willing to come, we guarantee you can choose. A senior student from Tsinghua was detailing the admission conditions they could offer. Lu Yuan also noticed that although he was a math competition student, the computer science programs of both top universities were open to him. This gave him some trouble as the increasing options meant more considerations. After all, computer science was a top-tier discipline these days. Compared to entering the School of Mathematics, which likely meant a future in academia, fields like information science offered broader career opportunities with major internet companies fully open to him. This is only about academic interests. Tuition waivers, scholarships, and other matters can be discussed with our school. How are the teachers? Are the dormitory conditions good? Compared to the morning conversations with the deans, it was easier to ask questions when talking with Tsinghua seniors. Lu Yuan asked detailed questions about the actual dormitory environment and various specifics. Lu Yuan, we are admissions staff from Jiangnan University. After you finish talking with them, you can also have a chat with our school. After all, you were born in Jiangnan province. Although Jiangnan University is not as well known as Tsinghua and Peking University, its academic strength and the personal development plans we can offer you are no less than theirs. And the amount of scholarships we provide will surely not be lower than any other school. At that moment, another group of teachers entered the tiered classroom. Unexpectedly, they were from his own province's university. Although Jiangnan University was not as famous as Tsinghua and Peking University, it was still one of the top 985 universities in the country. In truth, it had been one of Lu Yuan's dream schools in his past life. However, in this life, after receiving offers from Tsinghua and Peking University, Jiangnan University had been left behind. Even though it was the top university in his home province, Lu Yuan's heart leaned toward the two prestigious institutions. The most agonizing issue now was a kind of happy trouble that most people would not dare to imagine. Peking University or Tsinghua University, which one should he choose? Lu Yuan, while considering universities, don't forget to review. Maintain your form from the finals. There are only 6 spots for the international competition, and you wouldn't want them snatched by teammates from other teams. The plane arrived in Songjiang City at noon, and Lu Yuan was now on the bus back to Linzhou City. Teacher Ji patiently urged him, deeply concerned that after securing a university recommendation, Lu Yuan might stop studying. This wasn't good news for the Jiangnan provincial team, as the 60 members of the national training camp were only a preliminary selection. The international competition wouldn't take place until June or July. But before that, there was the new year. After the new year in March, there would be 2 training camps. One from 60 to 15 and another from 15 to 6. So the final spots for the international competition were only 6. The ones who ultimately represented the nation in the international mathematics competition were rarer than 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000. There could still be 1,400 people in the country. As for students like Lu Yuan, whose mathematical talent seemed to have unlocked its meridians, there were only 60 in the nation. The final 6 could be considered 1 in 100 million, and that wouldn't be an exaggeration. Teacher Ji wasn't worried that Lu Yuan wouldn't pass the first training camp, but rather that he might lose his form and be unexpectedly eliminated in the second round, which was why he kept reminding him. Teacher Ji, I won't let my guard down, you can rest assured. Through the bus window, Lu Yuan watched until Teacher Ji disappeared from sight. The bus sped onto the expressway and the elevated road, the scenery flashing past outside, while Lu Yuan's mind churned with emotions. The greatest mountain that had weighed on him since his rebirth, the college entrance exam, had now been removed. Relief was his first feeling upon returning to Jiangnan province. The immense pressure that had driven him from the depths of his heart had completely vanished. What remained was more of a pleasant dilemma. Student Lu Yuan, this is our Tsinghua campus. The environment is wonderful. The senior from Tsinghua who had been chatting with him on WeChat had already sent him some pictures of the school, including long paragraphs of text all about various aspects of the campus. At first Lu Yuan replied politely, but gradually he grew numb. Now what he felt most was admiration for the senior's patience and enthusiasm. He never expected to receive a long essay from a girl on WeChat, and from a Tsinghua senior at that. He wondered if she was as enthusiastic with her boyfriend. The bus finally stopped at Guiyuan County, and Lu Yuan had to transfer again to reach Hengxi Middle School. He put some luggage and change of clothes back in the dormitory. Both his homeroom teacher Old Chen and Principal Fong had called him several times over the past 2 days. They asked him to return to school first after arriving in the province. While the other students were in class, Lu Yuan went to the office as Principal Fong had instructed. Pushing open the door, Teacher Chen was also inside. Hearing the noise, he immediately approached. Haha, Lu Yuan, congratulations on winning the gold medal. You've brought great honor to our Hengxi Middle School. Principal Fong was wearing a brand new suit, his hair slick and shiny. Especially the black leather shoes beneath, which were so polished they gleamed and kept catching his eye. As for teacher Chen, he was dressed just as Lu Yuan remembered. Though thin, his belly still protruded slightly, and even the cotton-padded jacket couldn't hide that abdominal curve. Here, Lu Yuan saw that Principal Fong had somehow produced a coconut milk tea. Looking at the brand, it was from the shop at the school gate, and Lu Yuan felt flattered. You students always find ways to sneak out of school just to buy this stuff, right? I went to check it out today, and indeed it's something young people love to drink. I guess I'm keeping up with the trend. Drinking the milk tea given by the principal, the taste was indescribable. At Hengshi Middle School, takeaways and milk tea from outside the school were actually restricted. It wasn't serious enough to result in a disciplinary demerit, but if caught by the discipline inspection students, the class would lose points in the daily evaluation. Now, however, the principal himself had bought the milk tea. Fortunately, there were still 2 unopened cups on the table, so Lu Yuan felt a bit more at ease knowing it wasn't bought just for him. Have you decided on the university? After the 3 sat down, teacher Chen began to ask about his school choice. After all, the school wanted to promote the achievement, but they needed to confirm the admitted university first. Not yet. I'm still considering between Tsinghua and Peking University. He had already eliminated all other universities, leaving only these 2 top institutions. Although Peking University might have a slightly higher reputation nationwide, it didn't make much difference to Lu Yuan. The main factor was which school could offer him better learning conditions and benefits. Hearing this, Principal Fong, sitting across from him, let out an inexplicable sigh of relief. Both Tsinghua and Peking University are first-rate schools in our country. Lu Yuan, you're making the right choice by picking between these 2. I was afraid you might be dazzled by the conditions from other schools and make a foolish decision. The promotional value of Tsinghua and Peking University for the school was on a different level compared to other 985 universities, and Principal Fong understood this well. The fact that Tsinghua and Peking University only accepted gold medalists while other 985 universities also took silver medalists showed the gap. Moreover, when the school promoted its achievements, Tsinghua and Peking University would be named directly, while other universities would be lumped under the 985 label. Principal Fong, teacher Chen, in a few days when I submit my recommendation materials, I'll need some proof of my usual grades from the school, as well as some additional information. Don't worry about that. The school will fully cooperate with all the documents needed for your recommendation. If you need anything, just tell teacher Chen, or you can come directly to me. Old Chen, we might not have complete records for some of the required materials. Use your discretion. For things like usual grades, fill them in higher. There were only the 3 of them in the office, so Principal Fong spoke, without any reservation. Of course, this was normal. Lu Yuan remembered that a classmate who later studied abroad had also gotten high scores from the school for some grade proofs. The school wouldn't tamper with college entrance exam scores or final semester grades. But for usual grades like monthly exam scores, it didn't matter much. After all, this wasn't a key high school, just an ordinary township high school. The school was eager for students to achieve high scores and go abroad to boost the school's further education rate. All right. After saying this, Principal Fong seemed to remember something else. Lu Yuan, your provincial team teachers, Teacher Ji and Teacher Wang, as well as the leaders from the Linzhou City and Guiyuan County Education Bureaus, have all called to praise you. They also specifically asked me to tell you not to slack off on your studies. Although you've already been recommended, you should try to study at school during this period and after the new year. I was thinking we could take this opportunity to form a special competition team. For students who didn't make it into the national training camp, once they completed the recommendation process, they were essentially graduated. They would have nothing to do until university started in September next year. But Lu Yuan was different. Many people were watching him, and many had high expectations. Principal Fang's proposal for a competition team showed this. I have no problem. I'll study at school until the March training camp. But if we're setting up a competition team, how many people are we planning to select? Lu Yuan felt this was a bit overkill since true competition required talent. At Hengshi Middle School, he was a complete exception. The only school in Guiyuan County that actually had a competition team was Guiyuan No. One middle school. Setting up one at his own school felt somewhat like a formality. Fortunately, Principal Fong had already thought it through, and he burst out laughing. Of course, just you. It's just a temporary competition team to make it easier for the school to arrange for a teacher and some funding for you. When you need books, materials, or writing supplies for the competition, you can use the competition team's funds directly. As for the advisor, it's your teacher Chen. Hearing this, Lu Yuan finally understood Principal Fang's intent. This one-person competition team was indeed nothing but a formality. Yet it wasn't some fanciful notion, it was merely a special policy the school had devised to facilitate his studies. Sipping his milk tea, Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. It was fortunate that his alma mater was Hengshi High School, an ordinary township high school. Had he been a student at Guiyuan No. One middle school, even if he had won a gold medal in the competition, the school would not have placed such importance on him or offered such favorable treatment. The county's key high school with years of accumulated achievements had produced several gold medalists in competitions. Although no one had ever heard of a mathematics student taking first place nationwide, it seemed that such talents had indeed emerged in physics and biology. At most he would have received a few brief words of encouragement and a scholarship, and that would be the end of it. Bang bang, a knock sounded at the door. A plump teacher with sweat beading on his forehead pushed open the door and poked half his body in. Principal Fong, there's a crowd of media reporters outside. They say they want to interview Lu Yuan in our school. Should we let them in? A flicker of surprise crossed Principal Fang's face, then he raised his hand to check his watch. Why are they here so early? Didn't Guyuan TV station and Guyuan Daily say they'd arrive around 5:00 p.m.? Lu Yuan turned his head to look at Teacher Chen. Now he understood. No wonder Principal Fong had dressed so formally today. He had clearly arranged this media visit in advance. Why hadn't they informed his homeroom teacher about this? Old Chen was dressed far too casually. Yet Teacher Chen himself showed no surprise. Instead, he offered reassurance. Lu Yuan, it's just a simple interview mainly to promote our school. As the national champion of this competition, just say a few words and take a photo with us. Lu Yuan couldn't help but rub his forehead. So Teacher Chen had known about this too. It seemed he simply hadn't bothered to dress up, unable to change his daily attire, even for a media interview. Principal, these reporters don't seem to be from Guyuan TV station or Guyuan Daily. They're from several magazines. There's even a reporter from Jiangnan Daily. They just registered at the gate. What a... Principal Fong sprang to his feet, his eyes widening, a genuine mix of surprise and delight flooding his face. Unlike before, he could no longer remain composed upon hearing the news. Did you say a reporter from Jiangnan Daily is here? Quick, bring them into the school. Oh no, have them wait by the flower bed in front of the experimental building first. We'll be right there. Having said that, Principal Fong straightened his clothes before leading the way. The experimental building of Hengshi High School was an old one. The real physics, chemistry, and biology labs occupied the first 2 floors. The 3rd floor was a reading room, and the 4th was a computer lab. Classes rarely went to the experimental building, but the flower bed in front of it was indeed well maintained. Stone tables and benches sat under several large trees, creating a pleasant atmosphere. At this moment, over 20 people surrounded the stone tables. Since there were fewer than 10 seats, many cameramen were carrying long lenses and photography equipment, filming the campus environment. As the 3 of them approached, everyone rose and gathered around. Everyone, let me introduce myself. I'm Fong Song, principal of Hengshi High School. Have you all come to our school for an interview about student Lu Yuan? To be fair, Principal Fong was quite adept in this regard. He calmly took control of the situation and quickly spotted the reporter from Jiangnan Daily. He engaged in a private conversation with that reporter. Lu Yuan was well aware of the purpose of everyone's visit, but he hadn't expected so many journalists to come. Although he believed the value of an Olympic gold medal was no less than that of a top scorer in the college entrance exam, in terms of social attention, especially media exposure, the top scorer indeed received more public focus. Only those who excelled in the Gaokao were crowned with the title Zhuang Yuan. It wasn't until the formal interview began that Lu Yuan understood why so many reporters had flocked here. Lu Yuan, in this national high school mathematics competition, you outperformed all the top elite schools, achieved a perfect score, and shocked everyone by winning the championship. What do you have to say? The use of words like outperformed and shocked everyone made him pause and weigh his words before speaking into the camera. I was lucky to come first. Everyone's abilities are very close. I just had better luck and made no small mistakes. If the others hadn't made mistakes, I believe many could have scored perfectly like me. Lu Yuan, how do you view the students from other schools? Before this, did you ever imagine that you would embark on the competition path at Hengshi High School? Did you ever think you might not achieve the top national ranking? Lu Yuan, are you confident about the upcoming International Olympiad? The International Olympiad requires selection through the national training team. I may not necessarily represent the country. However, I am very confident in our country's performance this year. What are your views on current secondary education, especially in the selection of talent in a single subject? The underlying question from the reporters was essentially probing how he managed to secure the national championship. Had Lu Yuan not emerged from the provincial competition, topping the provincial finals, and then the national finals, participating in this open national competition, the doubts would not have been so indirect, they would have been more direct challenges. Since multiple media outlets had arrived together, Principal Fong and Teacher Chen were also giving interviews alongside Lu Yuan. Teacher Chen, how was Lu Yuan's mathematics performance in the past? Lu Yuan has shown talent in mathematics since his first year of high school. Although he wasn't the top of the class, he was consistently among the top few. It was through gradual guidance that his potential was uncovered, and he underwent a transformation in his final year. Teacher Chen's words were of great help to him at this moment. As his homeroom teacher for 3 years, his opinions and evaluations were particularly trustworthy and valuable to the outside world. Teacher Chen, how did you guide Lu Yuan's interest and development in mathematics during his first 2 years? But did you ever expect that Lu Yuan could win the national competition? Principal Fong. Your student Lu Yuan has won first place in this competition. As an ordinary high school, Hengxi High School has outperformed top-tier institutions like Songjiangnao 7 Middle School and the high school affiliated to Renmin University. Does this indicate a major problem in our current secondary education? Since some reporters had come on their own, certain and scrupulous questions forced Principal Fong to weigh his words carefully to avoid falling into traps. I believe that when recruiting students, secondary schools consider overall academic performance. But this does not mean that ordinary schools cannot produce competition champions. Lu Yuan is the best example. As a principal of an ordinary high school, I constantly remind teachers at all levels to thoroughly explore the talents of their students. The results of the National High School Mathematics Competition were officially announced on the websites of the Chinese Mathematical Society and others around 9am. Among all the award winners, Lu Yuan, a student from Hengxi Middle School, outperformed numerous top high schools. He ranked first with a perfect score. That was exactly why so many journalists and TV stations had rushed over today. If a student from Songjiangnao 7 Middle School had won the championship, it would have at most garnered some local media interviews. But now with Lu Yuan, a student from Hengxi Middle School, taking the crown, it was a completely different story for the media. The feeling of an unexpected dark horse made everyone eagerly anticipate the social repercussions and buzz that the interview would generate. That was also the reason why they all came to Hengxi Middle School for interviews without prior arrangement. As for the comrades from Guiyuan Daily and Guiyuan TV station that Principal Fong had contacted in advance. Originally, Principal Fong was supposed to wait for them, but upon arriving at the school they found that they had to wait for Principal Fong and the others. Inside classroom 9, senior year 3. Not bad. Brother Yuan, you didn't forget about me when you went out. At this moment his deskmate and future best friend, He Jianfeng, was holding a milk tea and gulping it down loudly. His upper body was half leaning on the desk, his eyes occasionally glancing out the window. During evening self-study, the student council inspectors certainly wouldn't come to check on milk tea drinking. He Jianfeng's main worry was the teacher on duty tonight. The homeroom teacher, old Chen. I would never forget you no matter who. In his past life, he had bummed meals off Jianfeng countless times. Having been reborn, Lu Yuan certainly would not forget his best friend's kindness. Of course, this cup of milk tea was not bought by him. Instead, he had picked it up from the principal's office after the interview. In the end, Principal Fong and old Chen didn't drink their 2 cups of milk tea either. Lu Yuan could tell that from the very beginning they never intended to drink it. They had deliberately let him bring it back to the classroom. Brother Yuan, how did the competition go? I heard from people at school that you were interviewed all afternoon. Before he could answer, He Jianfeng suddenly put the milk tea on the floor. He very effectively smoothed out the math test paper on the desk, even though it already had milk tea stains. With one hand, holding a pen, he pretended to be calculating. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, old Chen, entered the classroom through the door, and a large wave of students in the class lowered their heads. Only Lu Yuan himself kept twirling his pen between his fingers. As for what lay in front of him, it was finally the book, Dragon Raja 3, that Jianfeng had already finished reading instead of English vocabulary. Old Chen paced back and forth in the classroom, twice, probably having just finished his conversation with Principal Fong after the interview, and still thinking about things. Finally, he walked back up to the podium and clapped his hands. Let me announce some good news first. Our classmate Lu Yuan not only won a gold medal in this national mathematics competition, but also took first place nationwide. Even though the news had been buzzing all day, teacher Chen still couldn't contain his excitement when he brought it up again. Instantly, in the silent evening self-study, all the students' gazes turned toward him. Compared to before, the looks everyone now gave Lu Yuan generally lacked any doubt. Even Shun Jiajing, who sat in front of him, had lost her former aversion to him and Jianfeng and became genuinely convinced. Perhaps this was human nature. When facing someone who far surpasses you, you no longer harbor any doubt and lose any thought of catching up or surpassing. In the gazes everyone cast at him, Lu Yuan felt nothing but pure admiration. There's another thing. The school is planning to hold a parent-teacher meeting with a specific date to be determined. It might be after the final exams, so everyone should step up their review during this time. If you do poorly on the finals, don't blame me for not warning you. This winter break won't be pleasant. With that, he waved at Lu Yuan again. In the familiar old neighborhood. Xiao Yuan, I didn't expect you to become more sensible after going out. And you even brought pastries for your parents. Did you see that, A Chong? Chen Yinyan picked up the Daxiankan pastries that Lu Yuan had brought from the capital. Even though she had just eaten a very full dinner, she was still happily eating the pastries. Our son has always been sensible. But in terms of math, I really never imagined he would have this talent. And he even won first place in the competition. I never thought the day would come when our old Lu family would have a child who could get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Lu Chong was still at the dining table, having been drinking alone for half an hour over the leftovers with no intention of stopping. I've been telling my dad lately that we should pay respect to our ancestors. Our family's ancestral graves must be emitting green smoke. Faced with the idea of worship, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Usually when he did poorly on exams, it was because he didn't study hard enough, and he couldn't blame others. But now that he had suddenly aced the exam and become the national champion, the credit went to the ancestors. However, on second thought, Lu Yuan felt a sense of awe at his own rebirth and his maxed-out math talent. Could it really be the blessing of the ancestors? He ultimately nodded in agreement with his father and grandfather's idea. Mom, Dad, the school has a parent-teacher meeting next Saturday. He'll go. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang immediately put down his wine glass and said in a firm voice, preempting the others, "Why should you go? When Xiao Yuan's grades were average, why didn't you go? He'll go instead. I've been the one attending all the parent-teacher meetings since he was little. You're not familiar with their homeroom, teacher, so don't be stubborn." The two who used to pass the buck were both very determined about attending the meeting this time. And when they disagreed, they started digging up old dirt and exposing each other's faults. Yuan, you decide. Who should go to the parent-teacher meeting, your dad or me? In front of him was his mother Chen Yin looking indignant, and turning his head his father Lu Chang, red-faced from drinking. Both of them stared at him. He hadn't expected to face such a century-level problem right after returning home. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had confirmed with the homeroom teacher old Chen earlier, so he felt relatively relaxed. Dad, Mom, teacher Chen said you both should go. Seeing his parents' unhappy expressions as they looked at him, as if blaming him for not saying so earlier, Lu Yuan quickly continued. There's just one requirement. Speak. Lu's father, indeed having drunk, spoke in a crisp and decisive tone. One of you needs to give a speech on behalf of the parents. And then share the educational experience of raising me. Because it's a school-level parent-teacher meeting, there will be a large assembly on the playground first, followed by small meetings in the classrooms. There might be reporters present at the scene. This was probably Principal Fang's new publicity for the school, and also a final morale boost for the senior year students and parents. The time was naturally not after the final exams, as Teacher Chen had said. Teacher Chen was just bluffing the class to make everyone more diligent in evening self-study this week. However, the requirement for his parents to give a speech was real. At this parent-teacher meeting, the school naturally intended to take the opportunity to publicly announce his competition results, to showcase the school's ability to cultivate students in front of all parents. At the same time, it was a chance for Lu Yuan's own parents to truly step into the spotlight. Forget it. Yin, you should go for this. Unfortunately, such an opportunity to shine was somewhat daunting for his parents, who were ordinary workers. In any case, Lu's father was the first to refuse, having him speak in front of 1,000 people. Even though it was a great opportunity to showcase his son's talent, he still felt intimidated. Upset. Lu Yuan, a senior student from Hengshi High School, won the first place in the National Olympiad and took the gold medal. Hengshi High School overwhelmed Songjiang No. 7 High School, a small-town youth's triumph. The charm of the national mathematics competition. A lopsided teenager leaps to become the Olympiad champion. Doubts and recognition. Hengshi High School. Eventually, interviews with Lu Yuan and Principal Fang and others at the school were reported one after another over the next few days. Due to the bombardment of various news headlines and the fact that Lu Yuan's story itself carried a certain legendary color, this caused the influence, which had originally been reported only by traditional media in Jiangnan province, to gradually shift to the internet. Especially on Weibo, it quickly became a hot topic. What are you questioning? Is Hengshi High School that bad? What's wrong with a regular high school? A school that doesn't even have a 50 undergraduate admission rate, what do you think is wrong? Can't I have doubts? If he's so amazing, why did he go to a regular high school in the first place? And what about Zheng Hang? A middle school student can get second place. Once this matter went online, the first thing that started was doubt. And it wasn't just Lu Yuan being doubted, even Zheng Hang was constantly under suspicion. Of course, only a minority doubted, because after all, it was a national-level competition, and all participants were students who had stood out from provincial competitions level by level. The results, test papers, and answer sheets at all levels of the competition were indisputable. Also, due to the intensity of public discussion, the results of this year's middle school mathematics competition were quickly pushed to the top of the rankings. In the end, even Professor Wang, the instructor in charge of the winter camp, specifically clarified on Weibo, affirming the fairness and impartiality of the results. Only then did all the doubts in the discussions disappear, and countless praises for Lu Yuan and Zheng Hang began to pour in. Lu Yuan quickly became the representative of regular high school students online, voicing opinions that slapped the faces of key schools. What's wrong with regular high school? I went to a regular high school because I was lopsided in my subjects. In the end, I still got into a 211 university. You key schools are great, but don't you still have students who didn't get into a first-tier university or even a bachelor's program? A small-town youth defies the urban elites, so thrilling. Lu Yuan too strong. Such emotional outbursts within a short time pushed topics about Lu Yuan, including Hengshi High School, straight into the top 10 of trending searches. Over 100 gold medalists, especially the top 10, all ended up as mere foils to Lu Yuan. They became the green leaves for his fame, regarded by netizens as supporting characters he had overthrown. As for Lu Yuan's talent, everyone ultimately took the words of his homeroom teacher Chen as the truth. They believed that Lu Yuan had always been a lopsided genius, and due to the previous high school entrance examination policy, he was not admitted to a key school. Because of the attention Hengshi High School gave him, never giving up on cultivating his mathematics, he became what he is today. Online, the discussion quickly shifted to the gap between regular high schools and key schools. A week later, on the day of the parent-teacher meeting, the heat around Lu Yuan's first place in the Olympiad finally subsided quite a bit. After all, traffic comes and goes quickly. But in Guyuan County, Lu Yuan truly became a household name as a genius. And this parent-teacher meeting at Hengshi High School was actively and enthusiastically attended by all parents. At this moment in Classroom 201 of the experimental building, originally a biology lab, it had now become the exclusive classroom for the competition team i.e. for Lu Yuan personally. His father Lu Chang and mother Chen Yanyan were currently in the classroom. Even though Principal Fong strongly invited them to rest and have tea in the principal's office, the parents were unwilling to go. Thinking about having to speak on the playground in the afternoon, as the time approached, the two could not stop being nervous. Still, being by their son's side made them feel somewhat more at ease. Unconsciously, Lu Yuan, who had once been regarded as a child, gradually revealed his maturity and became the pillar of his parents' hearts. However, half an hour later, Principal Fong came again outside the classroom. "Principal Fong, you don't need to worry about us. Are these Lu Yuan's parents?" A voice vaguely familiar to Lu Yuan interrupted Chen Yanyan's words. Only then did the two notice that outside there was not only Principal Fong, there were also 4 or 5 people behind him. Lu Yuan, take a rest first. Principal Fong led the group into the classroom. It was only then that he realized that the person who had just spoken was Teacher Wu, the admissions officer from Peking University. "Parents of Lu Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Professor Kai Lei, director of the Peking University Admissions Office, and Teacher Wu from the Admissions Office. These two are Professor Zhao Xian, a professor and doctoral supervisor from the School of Mathematics at Peking University, and his graduate student Yu Junwei." Lu Yuan, long time no see. As soon as Principal Fong finished speaking, Yu Junwei excitedly waved at him. Everyone sat around the long table in the lab. "Student Lu Yuan, you haven't submitted your recommendation application yet, have you? I didn't see your application on Peking University's admissions portal. Or have you already applied to Tsinghua?" In the end, it was Teacher Wu from the admissions office who spoke first, getting straight to the point. The admissions system had actually opened 4 days ago, and Lu Yuan's current intention was indeed Peking University. However, he had just finished preparing some materials yesterday, and today there was the parent-teacher meeting, so he planned to officially submit tomorrow. Anyway, the admissions system had a total of 10 days for filling, so he was not in a hurry. But before Lu Yuan could explain, Teacher Wu had already turned to ask his mother Chen Yanyan. "Lu Yuan's mother, as a parent, do you have any thoughts about your child coming to study at our school?" Being so focused on by several people, especially the principal and professors, his mother Chen Yanyan appeared somewhat flustered, mostly just giving a dry laugh. "Teacher Wu, we know Peking University is such a great university. But ultimately it's Lu Yuan himself who will go to university. My wife and I respect Xiao Yuan's own decision." At this point, his father Lu Chang took over the conversation, his voice actually trembling slightly. Fortunately, his father naturally had a slightly smoky voice, so no one noticed his nervousness. "Lu Yuan, this is my advisor, Professor Zhao Xian, also a national outstanding youth. His main research area is partial differential equations and dynamical systems. You mentioned earlier that you have thoughts of pursuing a doctorate, right? As long as you apply to our school, my advisor is willing to reserve a doctoral spot for you now." Professor Zhao Xian looked not very old, about 40 years old. He had single eyelids and small eyes, relatively thick hair, and a well-proportioned figure. He looked quite clean and handsome, except for a black mole on his neck that seemed somewhat conspicuous. Since entering the classroom, Professor Zhao had been observing him with a smile. At the same time, his gaze also fell on some competition test questions that Lu Yuan had been pondering on the table. At this moment, a look of appreciation and approval flashed in his eyes. "Student Lu Yuan, I have inquired about you from Junwei, and I also asked Principal Fong for some of your usual academic records. I know that you are not only good at mathematics, your physics and chemistry are also quite strong. You may not have delved deeply into advanced mathematics yet, and some of the things I study you might not understand. However, my current research is no longer limited to theory. I have also begun to participate in some work of the Change Lunar Exploration Project. I can't guarantee anything else, but if you are willing to apply to Peking University and become my student, I can assure you that during your undergraduate years you can work with me on some auxiliary tasks of the Aerospace Lunar Exploration Project. The Change Lunar Exploration Series Project. Instantly Lu Yuan recalled memories of the future. This was a top-tier scientific research initiative within the nation's aerospace industry, though it garnered less public attention than the Shenzhou manned spacecraft program. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly a cutting-edge project that ordinary people could never access. Participating in this project would allow him to make a tangible contribution to the country's aerospace endeavors. Immediately his fondness for Professor Zhao Xian surged. Lu Yuan had already reconsidered his talents. Under the premise of securing his future financial stability, he would maximize his strengths and contribute to national research or cutting-edge projects. Professor Zhao Xin's invitation was undeniably enticing. How many undergraduates could ever participate in a project of this caliber? Even masters or doctoral candidates without proven academic achievements would not be allowed through the door of the lunar exploration program. Yet Professor Zhao had promised to involve him directly as an assistant during his undergraduate years. After weighing the options in his mind, Lu Yuan couldn't help but seek confirmation. Professor Zhao, can you really guarantee my involvement in the Change Project and the doctoral program? These were his two main concerns. Although his family's finances were not abundant, his parents' savings could support him through a few years of college. The key was to pave his future path as much as possible while he still had leverage. Participating in the Change Project and securing a doctoral slot were the most important opportunities he could grasp at this stage. I can guarantee your involvement in the Change Project. They have a significant demand for mathematical talent, but of course if you want to be truly helpful you'll need to study first. I promise that once your learning progress meets the standards, it'll bring you along to participate. Seeing Lu Yuan's genuine interest, Professor Zhao beamed even more. As for the doctoral program, I can definitely offer you a spot. To be honest, I'm worried you might not want to enroll as my graduate student. Higher-level professors and scholars crave talented students, not necessarily to carry on their legacy, but because they need capable assistants. At the graduate level, a good student is not only a reliable workhorse who helps complete various research tasks, but also, if gifted, can assist in publishing top-tier journal articles. The idea of a student helping a professor's promotion to academician might sound like a joke. But for a mathematics prodigy like Lu Yuan, no professor would underestimate him. Throughout the years, some Olympic gold medalists had not continued in mathematics, but most who persisted in the field with effort and dedication achieved remarkable results. This was why Zhao Xian had made a special trip from the capital. He truly valued Lu Yuan as a student and intended to mentor him from his undergraduate years. Lu Yuan, may I interrupt? At this point, Professor Kai, the director of admissions who had been standing by, raised his hand gently. Your concern right now is about the graduate school admission quota, isn't it? Yes, I just want my future path to be certain and stable. He had to fight for what he deserved. Since the director of Peking University's admissions office had personally come to Hengshi High School, Lu Yuan would state his conditions openly. Professor Kai pondered for a moment, then glanced at Professor Zhao. After exchanging a knowing nod, he continued. Well, as per standard procedure, Lu Yuan is being admitted to the honors class of the School of Mathematics. The honors class itself is not a combined bachelor's master's doctoral program, but in practice the school offers a very high proportion of guaranteed graduate admission. As long as you're willing, you can basically secure a spot. However, since you are determined to pursue graduate studies and Professor Zhao is willing, I can approve a special quota from the admissions office. Your training plan will be changed from the standard undergraduate program to a combined bachelor's master's doctoral track. It will be an 8-year program, and you will be directly mentored by Professor Zhao Xian. Upon hearing the words combined bachelor's master's doctoral program, Lu Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists. He dared not say anything else, but if he seized this opportunity with a doctoral degree as his foundation, he would never fall into the same predicament as in his past life. The lower bound of his life had truly been raised. Also, the previous promises from Dean Xiao of the School of Mathematics, tuition exemption, one-time scholarship, and other conditions, will still be applied to you. If you have any other requirements, you can also mention them to me. As long as they are legal, compliant, and reasonable, Peking University's admissions process is quite flexible and humane. Hearing the conditions offered by Professor Kai, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated. He had already prepared his materials for Peking University, and he hadn't expected such a windfall after waiting a couple of days. Professor Zhao, Professor Kai, I've actually prepared most of my materials. But there's a parent-teacher meeting at the school this afternoon. How about I fill out the application tomorrow morning? Since there was a parent-teacher meeting in the afternoon and his parents were still anxious about their speech, he wanted to stay with them in the classroom a bit longer. As for submitting the application tomorrow morning would be fine. The application system was still open for several more days. This decision didn't affect Lu Yuan much, but the Peking University professors were not willing to take any risks. Who knew if Tsinghua University's admissions team would also show up? If they came in the afternoon or tomorrow morning and managed to persuade Lu Yuan, he might change his mind and choose Tsinghua. Now that they had convinced Lu Yuan, Professor Kai and the others wanted to finalize the matter immediately. Lu Yuan, filling out the application won't take much of your time. Since the parent-teacher meeting is in the afternoon, and it's almost lunchtime, why not go ahead and submit the application now? That way you won't forget or encounter any procedural issues. Director Kai is here today, and if there's any problem, he can help you resolve it personally. Teacher Wu spoke softly to Lu Yuan, then turned to Principal Fong. Principal Fong, if it's convenient, could Lu Yuan use the computer in your office to submit his application? Of course. Lu Yuan, please come with the professors to my office to fill out the application. The admission staff are here, so there's no risk of procedural errors. Principal Fong was naturally in full support. He also wanted Lu Yuan to confirm his application soon, so that during the afternoon parent-teacher meeting, he could share another piece of good news. By now Lu Yuan had realized the concerns of the Peking University professors. He nodded and followed them to Principal Fang's office. Under Teacher Wu's step-by-step guidance, he finally submitted his application through the early admission system. Then he heard Professor Kai making a phone call apparently to the university's main campus. Yes, there's an application from a student named Lu Yuan. Please confirm it immediately. It's done? Good. The speed of the admission process far exceeded Lu Yuan's imagination. The director of the admissions office was indeed swift. A single phone call had already completed the entire procedure. It's getting late. How about we have a simple lunch at the school canteen? Professor Kai, Professor Zhao, if you have time this afternoon, could you say a few words at our school's parent meeting? Principal Fong was inviting the two professors from Peking University. Just then Lu Yuan's phone rang. Strictly speaking, phones were not allowed on campus, but for Lu Yuan now, all the rules that once applied to ordinary students had ceased to exist. He calmly pulled out his phone, but upon seeing the caller ID, his expression became somewhat awkward. It was none other than that enthusiastic and warm-hearted senior sister from Tsinghua. Hello. Senior sister, please listen to me. I'm sorry, don't trouble the admissions teacher to come. After much thought, I decided to go with Peking University. I'm sorry, senior sister. It's settled. Ooh, I've already submitted my application. Thank you for the introduction earlier. I'm truly sorry. Click, click, click. As the dial tone sounded despite the senior sister's polite demeanor on the other end, Lu Yuan's guilt only deepened. Even though he had no obligation to choose Tsinghua, the senior sister had been exceptionally warm and attentive, meticulously explaining everything about the university and future studies. His WeChat was still filled with countless long messages from her, making him feel like a heartless cad who had enjoyed her help and then cast her aside. The professors from Peking University, especially Professor Kai and Teacher Wu, exchanged knowing glances. Teacher Wu in particular looked immensely relieved. It was she who had suggested this trip from the capital to Hengshi High School. The admissions office traveled all year round, after all, since the top scorers from the provincial teams in the 5 major subject Olympiads were their primary targets. This time Teacher Wu had made a special effort to persuade Director Kai and Professor Zhao Xian, who had volunteered for the trip. Fortunately, they had managed to keep Lu Yuan. Letting such talent go to Tsinghua would have been a huge loss for their own university. The group ended up having lunch in the school cafeteria. Lu Yuan initially thought Principal Fong was being stingy, inviting the professors to speak at the parent meeting, but treating them only to a meal at the school cafeteria. He knew all too well the quality of the cafeteria food. Even the teacher's cafeteria, though offering more variety than the students', was far from delicious. But when Principal Fong led the group through the first-floor teacher's cafeteria past the kitchen and through a small door, Lu Yuan realized how shallow his judgment had been. Behind the teacher's cafeteria and kitchen lay a private banquet hall spacious enough for 4 tables. Usually hidden behind curtains, it was quite discreet. One table had already been set with a red tablecloth, and several cold dishes were placed on the Lazy Susan. As they took their seats, hot dishes were served in rapid succession. Braised pork belly, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, steamed pomfret. The dishes were of considerable quality, some even artfully plated. No wonder Principal Fong had never taken the school's visitors to outside restaurants. This hidden gem within the school cafeteria was more than adequate. By just after 2 in the afternoon, the entire sports field was neatly filled with chairs and people. Since Hengshi High School lacked a proper auditorium, such large gatherings had to be held outdoors. Fortunately, the weather was pleasant, with the warm winter sun casting a comfortable glow. On the stage, Principal Fong was already addressing the crowd through a microphone, offering words of encouragement. Dear parents, there are only 192 days left until the college entrance exam. I know this final stretch is the most difficult for both students and parents alike. So trust your children. In this final sprint, adjust your own and your children's mentality and don't put too much pressure on them. Unlike other meetings, this parent-teacher conference, especially for senior year, was taken very seriously by all parents. It concerned their children's lifelong education, and many parents had brought pens and paper to take notes. 20 minutes later. Alright, that's all I wanted to say. Now let me announce some good news. I'm sure many of you have heard it in the news. Our student Lu Yuan, who won first place in the National High School Mathematics Olympiad, has been officially admitted to Peking University this morning. The parents below began to murmur among themselves. Is that the student who came first in the national competition? Oh my, how did his parents raise such a child? No need for the exam, directly admitted to Peking University. Isn't Lu Yuan's parents supposed to give a speech today? Let's listen carefully. I don't dare dream of my son going to Peking University. He's nothing like that kid. Just getting into an undergraduate program is enough. Principal Fong raised his hand to quiet the crowd, and silence returned. Lu Yuan's story tells us, dear parents, never underestimate your child's potential. In these final 6 months, you must pay attention. There's still plenty of room for improvement and sprinting. By chance today, we have Professor Kai, the director of Peking University's admissions office, visiting our school. Let's welcome Professor Kai to share some tips on preparing for the college entrance exam. The mention of a Peking University professor made not only the parents sit up straight, but even the students mostly stopped their discussions about Lu Yuan. For this year's senior class at Hengshi High School, the chances of getting into Peking University were almost zero. But that didn't dampen their admiration for the university or their anticipation of the professor's speech. Professor Kai's talk was indeed vivid and engaging, focusing on preparation strategies and review methods for the final stretch. Much of it was common sense, but the impact of hearing it from a Peking University professor rather than a homeroom teacher was vastly different. After Professor Kai finished, it was finally Lu Yuan's father's turn to speak. Yes, this moment in the spotlight had ultimately fallen to Lu Yuan's father Lu Chang after his mother Chen Yan firmly declined. Dear parents, I am Lu Yuan's father Lu Chang. Today I am honored to speak as a parent representative. I am both excited and nervous. Perhaps it was because of the little wine he had at lunch. Though his father said he was nervous, he appeared relaxed and at ease on stage. Excited because I never imagined my child could be so outstanding, giving me the chance to speak before so many parents under the national flag. As for the nervousness, it's because I am just an ordinary worker with no real experience in child education to share. Before coming up, I even considered borrowing someone else's parenting methods and pretending they were my own, but I eventually gave up that idea. So today I won't share any educational insights. I just want to say a few words from the heart. As a parent and a father, even before Lu Yuan's mathematical talent emerged, I had already thought, if he excels in the college entrance exam, I will gladly entrust him to the nation to contribute to the country. But if he doesn't achieve the desired results, as long as he has worked hard and persevered, I will still be proud of him. I also believe that no student will lose their entire life because of a single exam. Finally, I wish all students outstanding performance and excellent results in the upcoming college entrance exam. Listening to his father speak so coherently and empathetically encouraging the parents, Lu Yuan felt deeply moved. In his past life, after entering high school, he had rarely had meaningful conversations with his father. He had assumed that his father, with only a modest education, would not deliver a moving speech despite preparation. But when he actually took the stage, his words were unexpectedly eloquent, warm, and genuine. For a moment, Lu Yuan felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity with his father. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted across the sports field. At the school gate, watching the parents gradually leave, Lu Yuan originally planned to send his parents off and then return to the classroom to continue studying. Unexpectedly, Professor Kai, beside him, raised his hand to stop him. Student Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan's parents, if you're not in a hurry, please stay a moment. With that, he quickly turned his head to look at Teacher Wu beside him. Teacher Wu, from her canvas bag, somewhat mysteriously took out a small pouch and handed it over. Take a look. Due to time constraints, the contents might be a bit lacking. Not understanding what Teacher Wu meant by a bit lacking, he opened the small pouch, and the first thing that caught his eye was a red cover. At that moment, Lu Yuan vaguely guessed something and eagerly pulled out the cover. The 5 characters, admission letter, appeared in the center of the cover. Flipping it open, inside was his 1-inch photo along with the information of the admitted department. In the lower left corner was the handwritten signature of the principal, indicating that this admission letter had been prepared long ago. His father Lu Chang hadn't yet recovered from the shock. Just moments ago, he had delivered a successful speech on stage, completely relaxed and speaking with great excitement. But as soon as he stepped down from the podium, he began to feel nervous. When speaking to them, his teeth were even chattering, as if he had exerted too much force. However, upon seeing the Peking University admission letter in Lu Yuan's hand, these symptoms immediately disappeared. He and Chen Yan quickly gathered around, watching Lu Yuan continue to open the contents of the small pouch. The rest was actually a promotional brochure for Peking University, including a student financial aid application booklet, nothing too novel. They'll send your luggage tag to you after I return to the capital. As for the bank card, it will be issued uniformly after the official admission process for the college entrance exam concludes in July. Teacher Wu continued to remind him of the things needed for enrollment. Soon most of the parents at the school had left. Principal Fong had also finished seeing off many parents and now approached. Principal Fong, Teacher Chen, and Lu Yuan's parents, let's take a group photo together. This counts as the first admission letter of this year's freshmen. Let's make a memento. The remaining students' admission letters will follow the standard timeline. Lu Yuan could also feel the special nature of his admission letter. After all, how many students could have their applications submitted in the morning and receive the admission letter in the afternoon? This was probably also Professor Kai as the director of Peking University's admissions office going through this process early for publicity purposes. Lu Yuan focused on preparing for the IMO these 6 months. The International Olympiad is a great opportunity to showcase yourself, and also an important experience to interact with future representatives of mathematics from various countries. As for the change project, I'll guide you on it after you officially register at the university. Worried that Lu Yuan might divert his attention to advanced university mathematics and neglect IMO preparation, Professor Zhao, who had now formally established a teacher-student relationship with him, couldn't help but advise before getting into the car. Teacher, rest assured, I will definitely prioritize preparing for the IMO. I wish you a gold medal. Seeing that Lu Yuan had his own plans, Professor Zhao nodded, and with relief was the last to get into the car and leave. Since the parent-teacher meeting, the school's operations had remained swift, and posters announcing his admission to Peking University had already been displayed both inside and outside the campus. After Lu Yuan's successive excellent achievements, Hengshi Middle School's influence and status among the 5 middle schools in Guiyuan County began to rise subtly. And if one looked beyond the county to the city or province, even Guiyuan No. 1 middle school's reputation was not as resounding as Hengshi Middle School's now. In the days when Lu Yuan's first-place competition results went viral online, it was almost the biggest splash Hengshi Middle School had made in over a decade. This also gave Lu Yuan more freedom in his school life. His dormitory mates got up for morning exercises at 6:30, while Lu Yuan just slept in the dorm. He would dawdle until after 7 a.m. for breakfast, then go to the biology lab to study alone. Whether it was his daily schedule or lunchtime, all school rules were virtually non-existent for him. He could leave the campus whenever he wanted. The students in charge of discipline inspection simply ignored all his rule-breaking. After all, who in the school didn't know him now? Everything was a green light, and no one bothered him. This quickly made him a bug in the school, or rather in Class 9 of Senior 3, especially to his best friend, He Jianfeng. After frequently asking Lu Yuan to buy junk food like milk tea and hamburgers from outside to improve their meals. In just half a month, he looked much rounder. The time Lu Yuan could review and study at school only seemed abundant. After a full month of study in January-February brought the winter break for the new year. Following a variety of praises from relatives during the holiday, time quickly entered March, the day for the official selection of the national training team. Lu Yuan, pulling his suitcase, returned to the familiar gate of Songjiang No. 7 Middle School. That's right, this time the national training team selection was not arranged in the capital. The training location rotates annually across the country. This year, it was placed at Songjiang No. 7 Middle School in Jiangnan Province. Brother Yuan. Before he could even register to enter the school, an excited voice sounded behind him. Although it was calling him, the voice was very unfamiliar. It was a complete duck-like voice, as if something was stuck in the throat. Just hearing it made him very uncomfortable. Turning around, he found a Mercedes with a standing emblem parked sideways behind him. At that moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar boy appeared in the back seat. Zheng Hang. Is it really you? Brother Yuan. It's me. We haven't seen each other for just 1 winter break. You can't recognize me. In just 3 months, Zheng Hang had almost completely changed. Not only did he have bangs, but his height had also shot up, originally only reaching Lu Yuan's neck or chest. He now reached his chin. Roughly estimated, he was about 163 centimeters tall. He had grown really fast. Brother Yuan, it's really me. Didn't you send me a WeChat message yesterday? Well, with this chatterbox, Lu Yuan couldn't have mistaken him. Originally, it was just the torment of excessive talking, but now the breaking voice with a phlegmy tone had started a new form of torture for him. Are you the classmate Lu Yuan that our Xiao Hang mentioned? A woman who looked about 36 or 37 had also gotten out of the car. She wore a light brown woolen coat with very fair skin, but the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, when she smiled, were still unmistakable. He could guess that this was probably Zheng Hang's mother. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lu Yuan. Haha, it's really you. Our Xiao Hang was well taken care of by you in the capital. Mom, you can go now. We're heading to the dormitory. Teenage children are usually nice to others, especially classmates and friends, but they clearly have little patience for their own mothers. He swiftly took out his suitcase from the trunk and pulled Lu Yuan toward the school. The two hadn't spent much time settling into the dorm when a security uncle appeared outside the dorm. Are you two Lu Yuan and Zheng Hang? Seeing them nod, the uncle stepped aside, and at that moment a familiar young face poked in. This teacherling is looking for you too. The security guard, having escorted the person in, turned and left without a word. Only the young man remained standing there with a grin, waving at the two of them. With his familiar slanted eyebrows and that distinctive aura, Lu Yuan recognized him at a glance. Senior Ling. Teacher. Huh. Seeing Lu Yuan's puzzled expression, Ling Du laughed heartily as he walked into the dormitory. Lu Yuan, Zheng Hang, how was your new year? Not bad. What's your situation? Shouldn't you be at Peking University? How did you end up here? Zheng Hang, who was also baffled, stopped tidying up his belongings. Yes, Senior Ling, how did you suddenly become Teacher Ling? I remember the 7th middle school is quite strict about outsiders. The security guard shouldn't be that foolish. How did he let you in, eh? Zheng Hang still thought Ling Du had sneaked in under the guise of being a teacher. The campus management of Songjiang 7 middle school was strict on the outside but lax inside. That is, entry and exit were tightly controlled, but internal discipline was relatively relaxed. For example, students' self-study sessions were truly self-directed with no teacher on duty. Except for the flag-raising ceremony, students were not required to wear uniforms and could bring electronic devices like mobile phones. The emphasis was on self-discipline. If Lu Yuan's classmates from Hengshi Middle School came here to study, they would probably regard this place as paradise. What do you mean by sneaked in? What do you two take me for? I'm a legitimate teacher, alright. Unfortunately, Ling Du's self-justification was feeble and failed to earn their trust. Senior Ling, did you really come to Songjiang 7 middle school to teach? Or is it just an internship? Lu Yuan could only speculate as best he could. After all, Ling Du was already a senior and a graduate of Peking University's mathematics department. With the prestigious name of PKU behind him, if he truly wanted to teach at Songjiang 7 middle school, the school might indeed be willing to accept him. No, I'm going to pursue a master's degree. I'm not looking for a job so soon. I applied for this specially. I'm one of the assistant teachers for the national team selection camp this time. The information Ling Du provided was increasingly overwhelming. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned by his words. It was hard to reconcile the terms master's degree and assistant teacher with the Ling Du standing before him. Senior Ling, you said you're going to grad school. That's right. I'm still young, why rush into a job? Weren't you disqualified from the master's program? And with your grades, can the school still give you a recommendation? Peking University's recommendation rate was the highest in the country, but there were still requirements, especially regarding students' usual academic performance. Ling Du, who was at the bottom of the mathematics department, would be lucky to graduate smoothly. How could he possibly be recommended for a master's program? Where did your mind go? I took the national exam. I passed the unified test. Perhaps tired from standing, Ling Du unbuttoned his suit jacket and sat down on Lu Yuan's freshly made bed. Still applying to Peking University? Of course. The School of Mathematical Sciences at PKU. Don't worry, the interview is just a formality. I'll definitely pass. So confident. Seeing Ling Du's smug expression, Lu Yuan inexplicably wanted to pour cold water on him. Senior Ling, your reputation in the department is known to all the professors. Would they be willing to take you as a student? His notoriety as a 4-year internet-addicted youth had already tarnished his image. The cancellation of his direct master's program and the label of shame of the School of Mathematics spoke volumes about how willfully Ling Du had spent his undergraduate years. Don't worry, I've contacted a supervisor, and one professor is willing to take me. Besides, I scored 441 on the preliminary exam, the highest in this year's unified test. There are 35 slots in total. They wouldn't dare eliminate the top scorer, would they? How? How many points? For a moment, Lu Yuan thought Ling Du was joking. But seeing his calm demeanor, it didn't seem like a lie. It wasn't until Ling Du sent him the interview list from Peking University's official website that Lu Yuan truly believed it. Ling Du's scores were magnificent, a perfect 150 on the first specialized course, 147 on the second, 77 on English, and 67 on politics. With a total score of 441, he ranked first, leading the second-place candidate by a full 11 points. With such a preliminary exam result, as Ling Du had said, it was impossible to eliminate him. Eliminating the top scorer would surely make people suspect foul play. As Lu Yuan looked at Ling Du's scores, he couldn't help but steal glances at the man sitting beside him. Now he began to understand how others felt when they saw him win first place in the competition. It was the same as how he now regarded Ling Du. Somewhat hard to accept. Of course, Ling Du was still the city's top scorer in the college entrance exam, whereas Lu Yuan was a complete dark horse. No wonder he had been covered by so many media outlets. I heard you applied to Peking University. From now on, you'll be my real junior. What about Zheng Hang? Where did you apply? Shanghai Jiaotong University's youth class. No, I followed Yuan Gu and applied to PKU. Zheng Hang had initially favored Peking University, or rather he wanted to be in the same school as Lu Yuan. However, his parents preferred him to attend other schools' youth classes, hoping he could find peers of his age and make friends. Alternatively, they wanted him to study 1 or 2 more years in high school before going to PKU. Lu Yuan actually agreed with Zheng Hang's parents' thinking. They weren't afraid of their son's poor academic performance, rather they worried about his psychological well-being during the growth and learning process. After all, he was only in junior high, and he hadn't even hit puberty yet. His childish face still looked like a little kid's. It was indeed easy to worry that he might not fit into a real university community, whereas some colleges' youth classes might be more suitable. In the end, Zheng Hang managed to persuade his parents and successfully applied to Peking University. Great. When you come to school in September, find me. They'll have your back on campus. With all three of them destined for the same university, Ling Du declared magnanimously. Senior Ling, how long did you prepare for the graduate exam? I remember you were busy with the Three Kingdoms kill competition back then, right? Lu Yuan didn't care about Ling Du's boasting. He was more curious about his experience. The last in the department, still participating in offline Three Kingdoms kill tournaments before the exam, and even busy publishing strategy books. Where did he find time to study? Lu Yuan vaguely felt that Senior Ling's talent might not be inferior to Zheng Hang's or his own. About 2 months. Mostly just doing practice problems. Actually, it's not too bad. The graduate exam is easier than the college entrance exam. I studied for a whole semester for that. Sure enough, the moment those humble bragging words left his mouth, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The geniuses in this world were truly countless, especially in Tsinghua and Peking University, where they were legion. Just like Ling Du before him. Others might struggle for a decade to get into Qingbei, but for him, it was just half a year's effort. Even with only 2 months of preparation, and while juggling other trivial matters, he still managed to top the preliminary exam. This was enough to understand Ling Du's mathematical talent. No wonder a professor at PKU was willing to take him. With such talent, who wouldn't be tempted? Fortunately, Lu Yuan himself was now part of this group of geniuses, even at the top of the heap. Otherwise, with Zheng Hang on one side and Ling Du on the other, if this were his past life, how much despair would he have suffered? By the way, Senior Ling, which academician or bigwig did you contact as your supervisor? No, I found Professor Zhao in the department. Professor Zhao. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's voice involuntarily rose. It couldn't be that coincidental. Professor Zhao Xian. Yes, I liked his research direction, so I contacted him. He was willing to take me on. Barring any surprises, I'll be studying under him after the interview. What you know Professor Zhao too? Seeing Ling Du's puzzled look, Lu Yuan finally nodded. What a coincidence. I guess I'll have to call you Senior Brother Ling from now on. After confirming the details about Lu Yuan and Professor Zhao, Ling Du's expression turned somewhat complicated. It seems Professor Zhao has been aiming for the title of academician in recent years. This is troublesome. I originally thought Professor Zhao would be easygoing, making my graduate studies more relaxed, but now I feel I've chosen the wrong advisor. Professor Zhao Xian was already a distinguished young scholar, and his next step was undoubtedly to pursue becoming an academician. To achieve that, given his current position, the most crucial thing was to have major project results. Only after winning one of the 3 national major awards could he have a real hope of running for academician. This was probably why Professor Zhao was now recruiting a large number of students, especially those with talent. However, this was not a bad thing for Lu Yuan. He was actually eager to participate in more national projects. Brother Yuan, both you and Senior Ling are going to study under Professor Zhao as graduate students. Then he'll choose him too when I apply for graduate school. Zheng Hang said with a firm look. Forget it for now, wait and see. What if it's a trap? Would you jump in too? Ling Du quickly tried to dissuade Zheng Hang. Choosing a good advisor during graduate school almost determines the difficulty of the entire graduate experience. Zheng Hang still had options. He could wait and observe, no need to rush. Senior Ling, why did you come to Songjiang this time? Really just to be a teaching assistant? Not dwelling on the advisor issue, Lu Yuan was more curious about the reason for Ling Du's visit to Songjiang. Knowing Ling Du, he definitely didn't come voluntarily. Of course, being a teaching assistant this time comes with a salary. Besides, I had to come to Jiangnan province anyway, so this saves me a plane ticket. As he spoke, Ling Du pulled out 2 books from a black plastic bag he was carrying. The books had black covers with illustrations of 3 Kingdoms-era warriors battling on the front. Above the illustration was the title in bold, imposing font, 3 Kingdoms Kill Essential Strategy. Good heavens, it was actually published. Lu Yuan couldn't help but open the book's flyleaf and glance at the publication information. There under the associate editor was his name, Lu Yuan, and the publisher was listed as Jiangnan Science and Technology Press. Instantly, he understood why Ling Du had said he needed to come to Jiangnan province. These 2 are sample copies. I was going to bring them to you anyway. The new book is being printed. The first batch I plan to print 5,000 copies. Don't worry, once we make money, I'll immediately distribute the publishing profits to you. Everything was happening so fast. In just 3 months, they already had sample copies. Ling Du's face showed a hint of pride. After all, having his own strategy guide published was a great sense of achievement. Senior Ling, aren't you being a bit too aggressive? I think printing 1,000 copies would be enough, maybe 3,000 at most. 5,000 copies will never sell. Even though the book was already in print and about to be published, Lu Yuan still wasn't optimistic about this guide. And printing 5,000 copies for the first run, who would buy that? In this era, physical books had long been overwhelmed by online literature. Unless the author was well known, such high sales were rare. They will sell. Ling Du was completely unfazed. I've already discussed it with the game company behind 3 Kingdoms Kill. As soon as the book is out, the company itself will buy 2,000 copies. They'll give them out as perks to veteran players, or use them in events. I'm only printing 5,000. There's no way they want sell. Looking at Ling Du's confident expression, Lu Yuan finally understood. So that's how it was. He had underestimated this senior Ling. Maybe it was because of those drooping eyebrows that he always thought Ling Du was a straightforward person. He had completely forgotten how Ling Du had tricked him into buying a second-hand phone at the Xiaomi home. Little did he know that Ling Du was far more shrewd than he imagined. This book probably had some cooperation agreement with the official company from the start. If what he said was true, that the game company alone would take 2,000 copies, then this print run was practically a guaranteed profit. Brother Yuan, I told you this investment wouldn't lose money. Zheng Heng had always believed in Ling Du, and he had been right. Flipping through the sample book again, looking at the table of contents and pages of game strategies. It seemed like the money he had given Ling Du wouldn't be lost, and might even earn a small profit. But seeing his own name printed on the book, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ponder. He wondered whether having his name on a Three Kingdoms kill strategy guide would be a good thing or a bad thing in the future. Walking into the classroom where the provincial team had trained last time, Lu Yuan immediately looked toward the seat by the window. Although the classroom for the national training team was the same as before, the number of people had doubled to 60. 2 extra rows of desks had been added at the back to barely accommodate everyone. Seeing that there were still empty seats by the window in the last few rows, Lu Yuan walked straight to his usual lucky spot, with Zheng Heng following closely behind. But the originally noisy classroom fell strangely quiet, and many eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan. Only after he sat down did he feel that the looks from his classmates were off. Instead of admiration or respect, many, especially those with better grades, were glaring at him with hostility. Even Lu and Kun from the same Jiangnan provincial team didn't look friendly. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Everything had been fine during the previous capital training camp. It had only been 3 months since they last saw each other. Why was he suddenly the target of everyone's resentment? And it wasn't just him. Even Zheng Heng beside him received no friendly faces. As more people entered the classroom, the seats around Lu Yuan and Zheng Heng were tacitly left empty by their classmates, as if they were in a vacuum. The isolation was too obvious. Zheng Heng, what did we do to offend everyone? Why are they treating us like this? While Lu Yuan looked bewildered, Zheng Heng seemed to understand something. His face, still showing signs of youth, revealed a hint of awkwardness and hesitation. Brother Yuan, well, we might as well have committed a grave offense. What do you mean? We just went home for the new year. We might even be college classmates later. What's going on? The national training team had 60 members, all gold medalists. Most of them were guaranteed admission to either Peking University or Tsinghua. In other words, more than half of the class would be Lu Yuan's future classmates. And now, before even starting college, he had already offended almost all of them. Although Lu Yuan wasn't particularly sociable, he wasn't the type to enjoy being isolated either. Especially being isolated without any clue. Could it be just because he came in first? At the closing ceremony of the winter camp, everyone had been quite friendly to him. Brother Yuan, you still don't get it. Zheng Heng, seeing that Lu Yuan hadn't caught on, rubbed his forehead and gave a more direct hint. Remember the news about you online? Let me remind you. Sword slashing, the high school affiliated to Renmin University, foot kicking Songjiang No. 7 middle school, and the title God Lu. With Zheng Heng's reminder, Lu Yuan finally understood. Before the Chinese New Year, news about his mathematical genius and his overwhelming victory over many top domestic key middle schools, winning first place in the competition, had been flooding the internet. For a while, terms like upset and dark horse were everywhere. These were from relatively formal media outlets. Comments on Weibo were far less rational, talking about how a small-town high school student had transformed into a peerless prodigy, slashing through opponents. Such remarks constantly stirred the public's nerves and attention, while also putting pressure on other top middle schools. Although Lu Yuan's popularity had long faded and few people still paid attention, the competition, students from various key middle schools along with their teachers and principals would not forget. The more Lu Yuan was praised, the more uncomfortable the classmates present felt in their own schools. Even after winning a gold medal, their schools were not happy. They even felt embarrassed. Only the classmates present could truly understand that feeling. Hello everyone. I am one of your coaches for this first round of intensive training, and also the head coach of the Jiangnan provincial team, Ji Haifeng. After writing his name on the blackboard with chalk, he glanced back at the classroom. Teacher Ji immediately stopped his introduction and swept his gaze over the students with sharp intensity. What's going on? Is the seat next to Lu Yuan broken, or is the feng shui around him bad? And 3 students squeezed into 2 desks. Is that acceptable? The lean, wiry teacher Ji, contrary to his appearance, possessed an extraordinarily fiery temperament. Especially his piercing gaze. When his face hardened into seriousness, it exuded immense pressure. Can't beat others in exams, so you start isolating them. With just a few simple words, many students in the classroom began to feel indignant. Teacher, I never admitted I couldn't beat Lu Yuan. Besides, you're the coach of the Jiangnan provincial team, and ever since you entered the classroom you've been taking his side. I think that's unfair. The student who spoke was Wang Di, a sophomore from the high school affiliated to Renmin University. He had ranked 13th in the last national competition, scoring not far behind Lu Yuan, also over 100 points. Now with a face full of defiance, he even spoke back to Teacher Ji. Fairness. People who isolate others like you dare to talk about fairness. Do you know where you are right now? Do you know what you're about to face? Teacher Ji's voice grew low as if he was suppressing a surging volcano, which only intensified the pressure on everyone. Let me tell you, this is the national team training camp for the Mathematical Olympiad. You are here at Songjiangno 7 Middle School to select the 6 strongest competitors for the International Mathematical Olympiad. Do you know why our country has won the most team first places in IMO history? They'll tell you. It's because of unity. And because we fairly select the 6 players with the strongest mathematical abilities and the steadiest performance. Moreover, on the competition field, we must encourage and support each other. Otherwise, if any of the 6 team members makes a mistake, we can't win the team championship. Lu Yuan, sitting at his desk, felt a warm current surge through his heart as he watched the teacher defending him. At the same time, a sense of admiration arose within him. Teacher Ji was indeed Teacher Ji, just as passionate and stirring as when he had first introduced himself during the provincial team training. His voice was not loud, but the pressure it exerted was immense. And imperceptibly, he gave everyone a clearer understanding of the IMO, the International Mathematical Olympiad for secondary school students. In the next moment, a stern reprimand followed. And look at what you're doing. Is this the kind of team that can truly unite? Can you really compete internationally? If you go, will you start attacking each other and arguing if a teammate makes a mistake? His sharp gaze swept over the crowd again. At this moment, most of the students in the classroom no longer had the confidence they had earlier. They couldn't help but lower their heads, afraid to meet Teacher Ji's eyes. Do you think the IMO team championship is so easy to win? I tell you, our country has only won it twice in a row. I don't want the chance for a three-peat to slip through your fingers. And as for the individual first place, it hasn't come from our country for 2 consecutive years. You still haven't taken this seriously? Don't you feel any urgency? I allow and encourage competition among you, but it must be healthy competition. If anyone refuses to accept defeat, prove it in the upcoming training tests. Don't resort to isolating others. At this point, a flicker of contempt crossed Teacher Ji's face. If you think someone is talented, you try to discuss them this way, eh? Do you all want to drive our country's talents abroad? At these words, Wang Di, who had stood up earlier to speak for the others, turned red-faced. He no longer dared to meet Teacher Ji's gaze, and even a trace of guilt appeared on his face. After all, these were just high school students. How could they match the debating skills of a teacher with years of experience? Especially when Teacher Ji pressed them with the greater good of the nation and collective honor. These students, whose hearts were not inherently bad, had only been influenced by the sarcasm online and the pressure from their school teachers, which had led them to dislike Lu Yuan. But after Teacher Ji's brief speech, all their prejudices melted away. The students who had huddled together now voluntarily stood up and moved to sit beside Lu Yuan and Zheng Hang. I'm sorry. The one who sat in front of him even turned around and whispered a low apology. Oh, it's nothing. The media online always likes to take things out of context. It probably made you misunderstand. We're all teammates here to win glory for our country. I don't mind, so don't worry about it. The classroom, already silenced by Teacher Ji's words, was now even more hushed. All attention was on Lu Yuan. Hearing his generous response, everyone felt even more that they had misjudged him and Zheng Hang. Clap, clap, clap. From the podium, Teacher Ji clapped to draw everyone's attention. All right, let's consider what just happened as a result of you all being new and not yet adapted to the training camp environment. We won't mention it again. Now let me first familiarize you with the IMO format. Actually, the format is roughly the same as the CMO China Mathematical Olympiad you experienced during the winter camp. The exam is held over 2 days with a total of 6 problems. The only difference is the scoring. Each problem is worth 7 points, making a full score of 42. The entire domestic competition system is designed to select students for the international competition, so its format mirrors many aspects of the international one, gradually acclimating everyone. After listening to Teacher Ji's detailed introduction, everyone quickly understood the structure. Let me emphasize one more thing. On the podium, Teacher Ji's resolute voice once again commanded everyone's attention. Perhaps this was the charm of Teacher Ji. Though he had only just formally met the 60 students, they already trusted him completely. This year's competition, our country's goal is the team championship, and if possible, the individual first place. As for the individual first place, all 6 students who are selected for the international competition will have a chance, but never be arrogant. The youngest champion in IMO history won the award when he was only 13 years old. And he is also the youngest winner of the Fields Medal. I believe I don't need to elaborate on his reputation. The students nodded in agreement as Teacher Ji mentioned this legendary figure. After all, they were students who had reached this level in mathematical competitions. They had all heard of the mathematician who had achieved the greatest success in the IMO. no matter how famous they were in their schools or national competitions. Compared to this great mathematician's past achievements, even Lu Yuan seemed utterly dim. Lu Yuan was now a senior in high school about to turn 18. The mere fact that he was participating in the IMO at this age already put him behind that prodigy. According to my intelligence, no particularly outstanding competitors have emerged from other countries' teams this year. So take the upcoming training selection seriously. Everyone has a chance. The national team selection training camp was divided into 2 phases. Lu Yuan was currently participating in the first phase, a 9-day intensive training session in early March. Its primary purpose was to weed out candidates, selecting 15 from the 60 participants to advance to the second phase in late March. During the 9 days of the first phase, there were 2 examinations. The first mock exam had already concluded, and unsurprisingly, Lu Yuan secured first place. However, he was not the only one. Due to the relatively simpler questions, a total of 7 contestants achieved a perfect score. This first exam did not count toward the final score, it was mainly to help everyone adjust their state. The second exam was the official selection test. Today, March 9th, marked the first day of the official selection test for the first phase. Inside the examination hall, Lu Yuan looked at the test paper being passed from the front and felt a surge of anticipation. The moment he received the paper, he eagerly scanned the questions. Finding that none of the 3 problems could be solved immediately, he couldn't help but feel a secret joy. No wonder. The difficulty of the test was substantial, unlike the previous papers designed to boost confidence, which failed to create a gap among the participants. By now he had a better understanding of the mathematical talent level among his fellow competitors. Except for him, who seemed to have an unfair advantage. Those in the top tier, such as Zheng Heng Dai Qihong and Shi Jiayu, could solve all the problems. Given enough time, they could gradually work out solutions to various difficult problems, though their accuracy was not always guaranteed. The second tier consisted of a dozen or so students ranked just behind them. These students were also exceptionally talented, and it was rare for a problem to leave them completely clueless. However, they were prone to falling into the traps set by the examiners and made mistakes more easily. When the test paper was simple, about 20 students from these 2 tiers had a chance to achieve a perfect score. Lu Yuan's tie for first place with 7 others a few days ago had boosted the confidence of many in the class. Although after teacher Jia's words, everyone had set aside their hostility toward him, the competitive tension remained, and they silently regarded him as the target to catch up with. A few students who had unexpectedly scored full marks in the last test were feeling a bit complacent. They thought Lu Yuan had just been lucky last time, and that his actual strength was nothing special. But seeing this official selection paper, Lu Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He silently began pondering the first major algebra problem in his mind. Though he couldn't produce an answer immediately, once he settled down, his brain became exceptionally active. First, he compared the problem with previously learned solution methods, attempting to derive a solution. When that failed, new ideas and knowledge erupted in his mind, like sparks colliding. Several novel approaches advanced simultaneously in his thoughts. Within less than a minute, one method had already yielded an answer in his mind. He quickly outlined the steps on his scratch paper, including the key points that needed proof. Soon another approach also found its way through his mind, and the result matched the first method's answer. Lu Yuan hesitated no longer and directly wrote the proof process of the first method on the answer sheet. His pen danced, and neat handwriting quickly filled the paper, until the final 2 characters, Q, E, D. The second problem, the third problem, followed the same pattern. Over the 2 days of examinations, the 6 major problems were even more difficult than those of the previous CMO. In particular, the last problem of this test was a combinatorics problem of considerable difficulty. Lu Yuan had to mentally calculate for several minutes. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had spent so long on a single problem. At first, he even suspected that the exam paper had an error, that the conditions were insufficient. Only after continuously testing several new ideas did he finally solve the problem. At the temporary office of the national team coaches in Songjiang 7 Middle School, a young man in his mid-30s was busy grading test papers. With only 60 students' papers, the workload was manageable for one person. Professor Wang walked unhurriedly into the room, heading straight for the area where the hot water dispenser was placed. He refilled his stainless steel thermos with hot water. Then, blowing on the steam, he approached the young man. "Jinan, how did everyone do on this test?" "Not great." Turning to confirm it was Professor Wang, the man continued grading the paper in front of him with a red pen. He hesitated for a long time over one of the problems before finally marking it with a cross. He wrote so much on the paper and got 0 points. Taking a sip of water, Professor Wang continued chatting with Miao Jinan. 0. He wrote a lot, but the proofs were all fabricated. If I hadn't looked carefully, I might have misjudged. Professor Wang was not surprised. At a certain level of competition, when the test papers are extremely difficult and the solution methods are diverse, students start to cheat. Especially with proof problems, some students would try to cut corners. unable to solve the key points through their own ability, but with enough talent to guess the required conditions through reverse reasoning. They would fabricate these key conditions and write them down hoping to slip through. The next paper was even worse. Most of it was left blank. Miao Zhenan quickly finished grading and put down the red pen, shaking his head. Professor Wang, I still think there's something wrong with this test. Shouldn't such a difficult test be reserved for the second phase of the selection camp? Using it in the first phase, I doubt even half the students can get 20 points. This selection was fully aligned with the IMO format, 6 major problems, each worth 7 points, for a total of 42 points. Scoring 20 points meant roughly solving half the problems correctly. But from what Miao Zhenan had seen so far, most students could only solve 1 or 2 problems. Even disregarding accuracy, very few had written answers for more than 4 problems. Some students had even left all 6 problems blank, completely empty papers. Haha. I believe there must be a few outstanding students in this cohort who can solve them right. Have you graded the papers of Lu Yuan and Zheng Hang? How did they do? Professor Wang first mentioned the two of them. Among the current national team members, Lu Yuan and Zheng Hang were the most renowned. Having gained fame on the internet and being the perfect scorers of the last national competition, Professor Wang had particularly high expectations for Lu Yuan. Not yet, but I think at most they can solve 5 problems. The 6th problem is simply too demanding. Even the final IMO problem might not be as difficult as this one, right? As the greater teacher, Miao had naturally attempted these problems himself. He was no slouch in mathematics, having been a gold medalist in an international mathematics competition and now teaching at the Harbin Institute of Technology. He had accepted the invitation from Professor Wang and Jiangnan Province's team leader Teacher Ji to serve as an assistant coach. Since Teacher Ji was also originally from the Harbin Institute of Technology and the national team was preparing for the IMO, Miao Zhenan had readily agreed. When he first attempted this test paper himself, he could only solve up to the 5th problem. Professor Wang, who devised this set of examination papers, truly masterful, especially the 6th problem. Without a solid foundation and exceptional innovative thinking, it's simply unsolvable. As for the 6th problem, even teacher Miao himself couldn't crack it at first. It was only after reviewing the solution that he couldn't help but marvel at its unprecedented ingenuity. It demanded an extremely high level of familiarity with fundamental knowledge along with a willingness to summarize, innovate, and possess immense flexibility to even attempt a solution. He even felt this problem was slightly more challenging than the final problem of the IMO he had once participated in. Speaking of this, Professor Wang's face bore a hint of pride. After the winter camp ended last year, I went around asking for help. People like you, gold medalists from various fields, as well as some researchers in Olympiad competitions, to set the problems. I selected suitable ones and then made adjustments and modifications. You have no idea. I had to chase some people for 2 months before they finally handed over their contributions. Solving problems is difficult, but setting them is no less challenging. Simulated problems akin to the IMO are not simple formulaic exercises. They require innovative thinking. Otherwise, for the students in the national training team, these would no longer be difficult problems. Especially the final problem, which earned teacher Miao's deep admiration. After all, such an innovative approach was itself novel, and the problem setter must have invested considerable time and effort. Only Professor Wang, with his extensive network and experience leading several national training teams, could gather such a collection of challenging problems. No wonder. Knowing that Professor Wang had started preparing for the training camp early, teacher Miao felt deep respect for this team leader. But still, isn't it inappropriate to set such difficult problems for the first phase, eh? If the first phase is this hard, how difficult will the second phase be? Or has the IMO become this competitive? Having participated in the IMO himself, he knew its difficulty was rising year by year. Yet the current pace of escalation still left him incredulous. Actually, these were originally the selection problems for the second phase. I swapped the order of the 2 sets of papers prepared for the first and second phases. Upon hearing that these were indeed the second phase selection papers, and that his mathematical abilities hadn't regressed with time, teacher Miao breathed a sigh of relief. But then a deeper confusion clouded his face as he couldn't fathom Professor Wang's reasoning. Why did you do this? Wouldn't the second phase then lose its discriminatory power? Rest assured, Zhenan. I've considered this matter and have reached a consensus with the other coaches. Starting this year, we intend to implement this change. Professor Wang spoke unhurriedly, taking another sip of tea before continuing. From now on, the purpose of the first phase training is to eliminate candidates. We select the strongest, most talented, and promising contestants. So why not directly use the highly discriminating papers originally intended for the second phase? Their true talent and ability will be clear at a glance. If a student can solve these difficult problems, especially the last one, they won't be eliminated due to mistakes on basic questions which could have unfairly removed some gifted candidates. At the same time, those who are eliminated will recognize the gap and will have less reason to complain or feel resentful. Teacher Miao nodded in acknowledgement of Professor Wang's reasoning. As for the second phase, the top 15 students are all exceptionally talented, each at the peak. Their abilities are often evenly matched, so the focus is on selecting the 6 most consistent performers. Although the first phase papers are slightly less difficult than the second phase ones, they still pose major challenges, at least as tough as the CMO problems, and are ideal for testing stability. So I discussed with the coaching team in advance and modified the 2 sets of papers. We plan to continue this model for future training team selections. Professor Wang was essentially systematizing the past selection process. The 2 phases now had clear objectives. The first phase identified talent, the second phase identified consistent performers. Impressive. After a while, Teacher Miao let out an exclamation. What's wrong? Professor Wang, who was tallying scores, quickly leaned in upon hearing this. Someone actually solved the last problem. In the limited exam time, they wrote a logically clear and complete solution on the paper. Truly outstanding. Holding the exam paper with both hands, Teacher Miao excitedly handed it to Professor Wang. Professor Wang, this student is a prime candidate for winning first place in international competitions. Taking the paper, Professor Wang first glanced at the neatly written solution to the last problem. After confirming its correctness, he quickly scanned to the top. Since there were only 60 candidates, the papers were not formally sealed. Personal information was written at the top. It's him. Upon seeing the name Lu Yuan in large characters, Professor Wang's face lit up with joy, and he unconsciously nodded at the paper, extremely satisfied with Lu Yuan's performance. Inside the classroom, Professor Wang and Teacher Ji entered holding the stack of exam papers. The 60 students sat in a mix of restlessness and lifelessness, with only a few appearing uneasy. Sigh. Many students looked grim, sighing in regret, even before the papers were handed out or results announced. After all, everyone had a clear sense of how they performed. Among the 6 problems, few had answered more than 3, not to mention the accuracy. Some had even submitted blank papers, and when others tried to compare answers, they avoided the topic to spare their own feelings. As for the students who had scored full marks on the previous test, each now wore a tense and hopeful expression. Although they knew their scores this time were far from perfect, they had exchanged information with each other. Everyone seemed to have solved 4 or 5 problems, leaving a glimmer of hope. Everyone quiet down, please. Professor Wang, standing at the center of the podium, finally spoke. Compared to Teacher Ji, Professor Wang's tone was much gentler, reflecting his calm and unhurried personality. The first phase selection is over and your exam results are in my hands. This exam was quite difficult. Each problem was on par with IMO difficulty. As for the 6th problem, it was even harder than the IMO final problem. So if you didn't do well, don't lose heart. Comforted by Professor Wang's words, the previously heavy atmosphere in the classroom lightened considerably. The overall average score is 16A and the cutoff for the second phase training is 31 points. I won't read out every score, it'll only announce the names and scores of the 15 students who advanced to the second phase. Of course, all papers are here. If anyone has concerns about their score, you may come and check later. But after today, these papers will be archived and sealed, so you won't have another chance to review them. Now I announce the list of students who have advanced to the second phase of the national training team. 15th place, Wang Di, 31 points. 5th place, Lu and Kun, 34 points. Tied for 3rd place, Zheng Hang and Shi Jiu, 35 points. As Professor Wang called out familiar names one by one, those classmates who knew they had performed averagely gradually let go of any lingering hope. By this point, everyone tacitly fixed their gazes on Lu Yuan and Dai Qihong. So far, only their names had yet to be announced. 2nd place. The moment Professor Wang spoke, the entire classroom fell into a stifling hush, as if the very air had solidified. Dai Qihong, 37 points. As soon as the words left his mouth, many people shook their heads with complex expressions. Soft sighs of disappointment echoed through the room. Clearly among the 2, the majority had hoped to see Dai Qihong take 1st place. Even if they couldn't surpass Lu Yuan themselves, seeing another classmate outshine him and take him down a notch would have been satisfying. Unfortunately, the top spot ultimately depended on ability, not popular vote. Otherwise, Lu Yuan, who was tacitly regarded as the class common rival, might have been relegated to the very bottom. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was quite composed. He had anticipated his ranking this time. After all, the exam questions were extremely difficult, and he knew that while his classmates possessed decent problem-solving talent, they could not match him in terms of speed and accuracy. Thus, he was confident in securing 1st place. Of course, his gaze remained fixed on Professor Wang. With the ranking already determined, he was still curious whether his final score would be a perfect one. The identity of the top student, I believe, doesn't need to be said. You all can guess. That's right, it's Lu Yuan. He is also the only student to achieve a perfect score in this first round of selection. Professor Wang had been looking at Lu Yuan from the start. His eyes were filled with admiration, encouragement, and satisfaction. At that moment, he even revealed a gentle smile and nodded at him. Lu Yuan, you need to adjust your state of mind in the coming days. You have the talent and ability. Make sure to strive for the top spot in this year's international competition. Don't leave any regrets. Unlike Teacher Ji, who had noticed the class' unusual atmosphere on the first day and knew of the resentment toward Lu Yuan, Professor Wang was completely unaware of the dynamics among the students. After grading the papers yesterday, he discovered that Lu Yuan had even fully answered the extremely difficult final question. His heart was already anticipating the results of this year's IMO, hoping to achieve the best performance in nearly 7 or 8 years. Today, standing at the podium looking at the quietly seated Lu Yuan, he felt genuine fondness. Without any hesitation, he openly expressed his encouragement and regard for Lu Yuan alone in front of the entire class. This was practically adding fuel to the fire. Lu Yuan, who had been delighted with his perfect score, couldn't help but suppress his joy upon hearing Professor Wang's words of encouragement. He quietly glanced around, observing his classmates' reactions. Fortunately, this time, their gazes no longer held as much dissatisfaction or resentment. After hearing that he had once again achieved a perfect score, most of the students' hostility had noticeably faded, and many had even turned to admiration. Freak. Such a freak. How can someone get a perfect score on this kind of paper? That's too incredible. Who can compare to Brother Yuan? Soft exclamations of awe continued to rise from behind Lu Yuan, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Although excellence often comes with loneliness, Lu Yuan still hoped to establish relatively harmonious relationships with everyone. This high-difficulty test had unexpectedly helped him. Previously, many believed that Lu Yuan's success was merely due to luck or a good day, thinking they were not far behind him. Now, having truly felt the vast gap between themselves and Lu Yuan, the vast majority of students were genuinely convinced. Brother Yuan, Zheng, Hang want to go to the cafeteria together. In the 4-person dorm, Li Jiang, who had previously been indifferent toward him, extended an invitation as soon as he entered. At the same time, the appellation Brother Yuan, which had been popular among the Jiangnan provincial team, had now spread throughout the entire national training camp. We just came back from the cafeteria. How about tomorrow? Haha, no need him leaving tomorrow. Today was the last day of the first phase of training. Except for the 15 members advancing to the second phase, most students would leave tomorrow, and Li Jiang was no exception. I was just about to head to the convenience store. He'll walk with you part of the way. It was rare for a classmate to start reaching out to him. Li Jiang had also been admitted to Peking University, so the two would actually be classmates in the future. With nothing better to do, Lu Yuan graciously made up an excuse to go to the convenience store near the cafeteria to buy some snacks. Brother Yuan, don't bother going yourself. Just tell me what you want, and he'll bring it back after I eat. Feeling Li Jiang's natural communication, this exam finally completely erased the barrier between Lu Yuan and many others. This finally dispelled the lingering discomfort he had felt over the past few days. I want 5 packs of Jinzi, 2 packs of Zio Wangxing, 3 grilled sausages, and a bottle of Assam. Before Lu Yuan could speak, Zheng Hang beside him bluntly chimed in. Wait, Li Jiang, how about changing the Jinzi to 7 packs? Get a variety of flavors. This string of items left Li Jiang puzzled, staring blankly at Zheng Hang. Are you sure you just came back from the cafeteria? Zheng Hang, didn't you eat? I did eat. I'm just a bit hungry. As he spoke, Zheng Hang had already pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it over. I can vouch for him, he ate. He even had 2 extra bowls of rice. Seeing Li Jiang turn to him, Lu Yuan helplessly corroborated Zheng Hang's claim. Teenage boys had an incredible appetite. It wasn't just eating, it was devouring, a bowl gone in a few mouthfuls. If the dishes on the plate had been finished, Lu Yuan suspected Zheng Hang could have continued for 2 more bowls. Brother Yuan, what do you want? Just bring me a bottle of cola. If the first phase of training still felt like a large class, a collective group, then during the second phase, Lu Yuan could clearly feel the emptiness in the classroom. With only 15 people, interactions among them grew increasingly sparse. Only occasionally would a few classmates approach Lu Yuan to seek his insights on mathematical problem solving. Those who entered the second phase all possessed the solid strength to compete in the IMO. The gap in overall ability was minimal, with the outcome depending more on innate talent and performance state. However, the outstanding students had consistently demonstrated stable results. The final selection of the second phase was relatively uneventful, with no dark horses emerging. Lu Yuan still held the first place, but the second spot went to Shi Jiayu. Dai Qihong was 3rd, Zheng Hang 4th, Zhou Tao 5th, and Lu Enkun squeezed into 6th once again. In the final 6-member list, the Jiangnan provincial team had 3 members, the Moda team 2, and the Xiaoda team 1. This was likely the year with the highest number of IMO representatives from the Jiangnan provincial team. Unsurprisingly, Lu Yuan was selected as the captain of the national team, with Dai Qihong as the vice-captain, ready to officially head to the IMO competition. June 28th. 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye, especially the formal preparation after the list was finalized. In truth, it was just the 6 of them studying in Songjiang No. 7 middle school. As for how much improvement he had actually made, Lu Yuan himself wasn't deeply aware. He could only try to expand his range of knowledge. On the contrary, among the 6 of them having shed their original small circles from the larger group, they naturally bonded and played together. Today was the day the team set off for Los Angeles to participate in the IMO competition. On the flight from the capital to Los Angeles, Professor Wang was whispering instructions to the 6 contestants. Exactly. The U.S. team has always been our strongest opponent in the competition. Besides the U.S., are there any other teams worth noting? Sure, Jayu asked, softly, showing keen interest in the opponents for this contest. Yes, the veteran powerhouse Russia and the South Korean team, which has achieved decent results in recent years. The South Korean team. Dai Chi-hong murmured, repeating the name, a hint of confusion and doubt unconsciously appearing on his face. Clearly he held little regard for South Korea as a whole, not even considering it worthy of attention. Seeing this, Professor Wang immediately explained, don't underestimate other countries' teams. The South Korean team was the group champion 3 years ago. Back then no one expected that a team that had always hovered around the top 5 could take the title that year. And not just in mathematics, in informatics competitions South Korea's results have also been consistently strong. Lu Yuan silently absorbed this information. In truth, like Dai Chi-hong, his eyes were only on the formidable U.S. and Russian teams. Teams from other countries were not within his consideration. Of course, don't overthink it. In terms of team results, our country has the best record in most years. It's just that we rarely have a long winning streak. So this time you need to stay steady and not lose the chance for a three-peat. Ultimately, this competition measured the performance of each country's team. There was no official award for individual first place, but besides the team result, everyone was still keen to know who came first. The plane finally landed at Los Angeles Airport in the afternoon. Lu Yuan's entire team of 15 people boarded a pre-booked bus and headed straight to the prestigious American University UCLA. Due to the tight schedule, there was no time to adjust to the jet lag. The 6 of them hastily dropped their luggage in the dormitory and followed team leader Professor Wang to the gathering point. Passing countless palm trees, Lu Yuan had no time to admire the campus scenery before they soon arrived at an indoor hall. At that moment, nearly 100 people were already gathered in the hall. They were presumably the teams from various countries attending this IMO. Some teams had their own uniforms. Lu Yuan's team also had them, but they had just gotten off the plane and hadn't had time to change before rushing to the assembly. Teams from different countries kept pouring into the hall, waiting for the lecture hall inside to officially open. Lu Yuan observed his surroundings roughly. Most of the participants were male, with very few females. The majority were Asians with yellow-skinned faces, white people with blonde hair and blue eyes, as well as black people were relatively rare. As for age, everyone looked generally young. Lu Yuan was among the older group. Hello. Suddenly, a female voice came from beside him. A girl with fair-skinned, delicate features and an oval-shaped Asian face appeared next to him. She was about 165 centimeters tall, with long black wavy hair, and wore what appeared to be her school uniform, a white long-sleeved blouse, a red tie, a sleeveless black sweater, and a brown plaid pleated skirt. To be honest, the girl was quite attractive, especially with the sweet smile on her face at that moment. The attention of the 6 members of Lu Yuan's team immediately focused on her. After all, there were few women in such international mathematics competitions, let alone a high school girl of Asian descent with such high looks. Hi. Seeing her take the initiative to greet him, Lu Yuan tried to respond politely with his broken English. Which country's team are you from? Park Hyuna, a contestant from the South Korean team. Her English also had a strange accent, but the topics of communication were simple and not difficult to understand. We're from the Chinese team. My name is Lu Yuan. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, the smile on Park Hyuna's face gradually faded. She let out an exclamation as if in disbelief. Then, looking at Lu Yuan and the teammates behind him, her eyes turned disdainful and repulsive. Right before their eyes, she performed an inexplicable face-changing act, like a Sichuan opera. This made Lu Yuan, who had initially had a good impression of the South Korean girl, put away his polite smile and become serious. Shortly after, her teammates arrived beside her. After a few exchanges in Korean, perhaps, because they were still students, most of their faces could not hide their feelings. The subtle disgust toward Lu Yuan and his group was clearly visible. One of the boys with a long face, who seemed to be their captain, stepped forward. With an inexplicably arrogant attitude, he spoke to them, his tone laced with clear displeasure. However, the boy's English was accented and spoken rather quickly, so Lu Yuan could hardly understand it first. It was Dai Chi-hong, a classmate from Shanghai who was particularly proficient in English, that translated for him. He said they hate our country. He asked why our country exports shoddy industrial products to theirs, and that by relying on these junk products we plunder their country's wealth and disrupt their market. Although they had come to participate in a competition, the opponent bluntly expressed their aversion to his country right from the start. At the same time, they directly brought up trade issues between the two nations. Lu Yuan and his teammates exchanged glances, somewhat at a loss. They didn't know how high school education in South Korea was conducted, but it was obvious that these IMO contestants harbored deep hostility and prejudice toward China. Just then another boy from the opposite team stepped forward as if responding to their captain. Do you even need to ask? China's economy is backward, its industry underdeveloped. They can only produce such inferior products. This time the boy spoke in English, not Korean. This blatant mockery needed no translation from Dai Chi-hong. Lu Yuan already grasped the gist. The eyes of the entire opposing team were now fixed on them with a provocative glare. Lu Yuan was still somewhat stunned. Out of nowhere he had been politely greeted, but after merely exchanging nationalities without any further conversation, they had started performing this drama, hurling insults and sarcasm for no reason. Excuse me, but our country's industrial products are actually exported to all countries around the world. Generally, we specialize in producing and exporting whatever products are popular in each country. It seems that your South Korea prefers these low-cost products. Away from home, whether it was an unwarranted disaster or not, Lu Yuan could tolerate insults to himself, but when it came to his country, he would not hold back. Even as it was already 2015, the South Koreans still failed to recognize their own country's true national strength. Faced with Lu Yuan's veiled sarcasm, the South Korean team members were completely indifferent, as if they hadn't even heard it. On the other hand, another Asian-faced male, hearing the commotion near Lu Yuan, tried to communicate with them in Chinese. Are you the Chinese team? Yes, and you are. This boy who approached had a slightly darker complexion. He was simply dressed in a knitted cardigan paired with loose beige trousers. He spoke Chinese, but that made Lu Yuan hesitate to guess which country's team he belonged to. My Chinese name is Lin Xingbin, also called Andrew. His Chinese was indeed somewhat awkward, and he often stumbled over sentences. After a couple of sentences, he switched back to English. My grandfather was Chinese, but my father was born in the U.S. I'm a member of the U.S. team for this IMO. Hearing that he was from the U.S. team, Lu Yuan and his teammates hadn't reacted yet. On the contrary, Park Hyuna, who had been quiet, suddenly stirred again, and her expression had reverted to the sweet look she had when she first greeted him. By now, all the team leaders had already entered the lecture hall, seemingly engaged in deliberations within. Meanwhile, the exchanges among the various national delegations in the main hall grew increasingly frequent. As for Lu Yuan and his companions, they were currently listening to Piao Xianna's effusive praise of Lin Xingbin. Initially, Lin Xingbin had approached, as if to engage in conversation with the Chinese team. However, after a few words from Piao Xianna, his attention was entirely diverted. Andrew, your American team is exceptionally strong. I believe you will achieve outstanding results this time. I am highly proficient in algebra, and my teammates are also formidable. Our Korean team will be a strong contender for the championship against your team. Such remarks, though Lu Yuan could not catch every word, he could roughly infer from the key phrases. When facing the American team members, even the other Korean teammates shed their previously haughty demeanor toward the Chinese side. Although Lu Yuan and his group had never taken the Korean team seriously, they were still unsettled by the blatant disparity in treatment. The contemptuous looks in particular felt as nauseating as swallowing a fly. They had originally intended to begin the competition abroad with courtesy and friendliness. Yet what they first encountered was discrimination and sarcasm from athletes of other nations. Before long, several of Lin Xingbin's teammates also drew near. This year's American team consisted of 6 members, 1 female and 5 male, 4 of whom had Asian features. Of the remaining 2, one was a fair-haired, blue-eyed Caucasian man, and the other was an Indian-American man with darker skin. It was only at this moment that Lu Yuan began to understand the situation. The enthusiasm Piao Xianna of the Korean team had shown him earlier was probably because she mistook him for a member of the American team. Observing the predominantly Asian faces around him, Lu Yuan felt less like he was in an international competition and more like he was back in the atmosphere of the domestic CMO. Are you the captain of the Chinese team? Lin Xingbin now approached Lu Yuan and the others again, as if to resume their earlier conversation. The reason was simple: Piao Xianna had now stopped paying attention to him. Her main focus had shifted to the only white male member of the American team. The man and woman were now chatting animatedly, both wearing smiles. The very face-changing treatment Lu Yuan's group had just experienced was now swiftly replicated for Lin Xingbin. My name is Lu Yuan, and I am the captain of the Chinese team this time. I am the captain of the American team. Your performance last time was decent, but this time you won't have a chance. I hope you'll give your best in the competition. Don't make it too easy for us to win. Lin Xingbin had seemed quite normal when he first spoke with Lu Yuan, even mentioning his Chinese ancestry, which made Lu Yuan think it was a friendly exchange. Yet his words soon took on the same style as Piao Xianna of the Korean team. Although there was no outright discrimination or sarcasm, it was merely childish trash talk. Our team's Jessica is a past IMO gold medalist and has won the MIT organized mathematics competition championship for 3 consecutive years. Indeed, on the international stage, people spoke directly, without the subtlety common in domestic interactions. Lin Xingbin in particular openly divulged the strongest member's credentials. Lu Yuan naturally understood MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. However, he could not immediately recall the specific name of the math competition in which she had won 3 consecutive titles. Another point that surprised him was that the strongest competitor on the American team turned out to be the relatively quiet female athlete. In the top echelons of mathematics, women who qualify for such competitions are rare, let alone being hailed as the team's ace. Andrew, why are you talking to the Chinese team? Our Korean team is your most important rival. Piao Xianna, who had apparently been monitoring their exchange, now pulled the white American teammate forward to interrupt their conversation. You don't need to bother with the Chinese team. They should first catch up to our team. Lu Yuan wished he could not understand such absurd remarks. Yet ironically, the more he wished to ignore them, the more sensitive his hearing became. Have you forgotten that the Chinese team won the IMO championship 2 years ago? Dai Qihong, who could no longer tolerate the situation, stepped forward with a stern expression to argue with the members of both opposing teams. The historical results clearly showed that the Chinese team ranked first in both the number of championships and gold medals. Even Lin Xingbin of the American team regarded them as formidable opponents on the competition floor. Yet the Korean team, as second-tier contender, dismissed the Chinese team entirely. Of course, Lu Yuan was well aware of the perennial nature of the Korean nation. They never see reality, forever living in their own world of self-amusement. Before his rebirth, Lu Yuan had never traveled abroad, nor had much direct contact with Koreans. Now he truly understood why netizens loved to mock them online. In 2006 and 2013, our Korean team won the championship, and in 2013 our country also claimed the individual first place. A string of achievements began to be recited by the other Korean team members. Indeed, they never acknowledged the historical accomplishments of the Chinese team, only focusing on their own record and that of the American team. Old Dai, don't argue with them. Talking to such people is a waste of breath. Lu Yuan stepped forward, interrupting Dai Qihong, who was in the midst of a heated exchange. At the same time, his gaze swept over the members of both teams. Everyone, no matter how much you disagree, the historical competition results speak for themselves. Our Chinese team has the most championships and the best performance of any nation. And this year will be no exception. I hope your team's performance lives up to your boasts. Having said that, without paying heed to the rebuttals, Lu Yuan pulled Dai Qihong back to their own team's area. Fortunately, the doors to the lecture hall finally opened, and the crowd outside began to file in. About half an hour later, all national delegations were present, and the opening ceremony officially commenced. A balding, white-haired man on stage began describing the participation details of this year's IMO. This competition features 598 contestants from 109 countries and regions. Not every country had 6 participants. Some smaller nations were represented by only 1 or 2 contestants. The proposed test questions were submitted by the delegations a month ago, and the final questions have just been determined. The exam questions, aside from those provided by this year's host, the United States, were composed of 3 to 5 questions submitted by each country. The final selection was made by the heads of delegations in their meeting. Before the exam, the feasibility of the questions would be repeatedly verified, including extensive translation work. Thus, the first day would be mainly occupied by reports, with the actual exam starting the day after. As the speeches droned on, Lu Yuan and his companions, still jet-lagged and exhausted from the earlier argument, began to doze off in their seats. Lu Yuan originally had a fairly good impression of the IMO, even harboring some expectations. He thought it would be a gathering of mathematical elites from various countries engaging in friendly exchanges and competitions. He hoped to get to know the future mathematical elites of different nations ahead of time. Unfortunately, fantasy remained fantasy. In reality, he discovered that no matter how high one's IQ or how strong one's mathematical talent, people were still people. Mathematics has no nationality, but mathematicians do. Moreover, the IMO itself was an arena with none of the friendly exchanges he had imagined. What prevailed was the mutual disdain and underestimation among the teams. For the first time, he felt such a strong desire to win the championship and take first place. He simply hoped to perform well in the official competition and truly secure the top spot. It was both a way to win glory for his country and a silent slap in the face for the American and Korean teams. There was no need to argue with these people verbally. It was more direct to silence them with actual results. After a full day of lectures yesterday, the day of the official exam had finally arrived. He quietly waited in the examination hall for the test papers to be distributed, silently anticipating. Lu Yuan knew well that this would likely be the last competition of his high school career. In college, his focus would shift to the new realm of advanced mathematics. Compared to the maturely applied elementary mathematics, advanced mathematics was the true frontier of competition among nations. It was then that national major projects, including writing cutting-edge research papers and tackling various mathematical conjectures, would become his true mathematical path. Taking the test paper in hand, Lu Yuan shook his head. During the waiting time before every exam, all sorts of thoughts would always emerge in his mind. After taking a deep breath, calming his mind, He quickly scanned the test paper before him. This had become his habit in every competition. The first thing after receiving the test paper was to briefly go through the questions to gauge their difficulty. The 3 problems on the first day, though they seemed simple and vaguely familiar, when Lu Yuan actually thought about them, he found that conditions seemed to be missing, at least different from the problem types he had encountered before. At any rate, he couldn't immediately come up with an answer in his mind, yet he felt relieved. Difficulty was good. A test paper without difficulty with several students getting full marks wouldn't convince others. The first problem was, as expected, an algebra problem. Lu Yuan re-examined the problem. The question was only 2 lines, but the difficulty was indeed high. After calming down, various ideas began to clash in his mind again. In just a moment, he realized the property of composite numbers. The number of positive divisors is finite and the order is fixed. Based on the recurrence relation given in the problem, he first considered the case where all positive divisors contain only one prime factor. Soon Lu Yuan found the approach and the result in his mind. The problem was indeed very novel, and the question setter's skill was high. Overall, the difficulty of this problem was not too great, but it was highly innovative. If a student had only qualified through brute force problem drills, they would likely struggle with it. Just as Lu Yuan was about to stop thinking and write down the solution on the paper, yet his mind's analysis of the problem did not stop. Indeed, there was a trap in this problem. 2 other special cases needed to be considered by the solver. If they were not taken into account, even if one went through great effort to find a new approach and fully solved it, this 7-point problem would only yield 5 points. After spending a few minutes writing down the answer, Lu Yuan moved on to the next problem. It was a geometry proof problem, equally concise, with a diagram provided. Compared to other types, geometry problems were the ones Lu Yuan could solve the fastest. This diagram, combined with his mental faculties, was immediately replicated in his mind. Countless auxiliary lines extended within the figure in his thoughts. In an instant, he had an idea for the solution and could prove it. Of course, the original diagram of a triangle intersecting a circle had long transformed into a complex pattern of 2 circles contrasted with 3 triangles plus several tangent lines. He patiently drew auxiliary lines on the paper, and after a series of operations, he completed the proof of the second problem. Time always seemed to fly during exams, but for Lu Yuan the exam time felt somewhat long. Now it was the second day of the competition, and within just 10 minutes Lu Yuan had already set his sights on the last problem, the final boss problem of this IMO. Another geometry problem. This was a pleasant surprise for Lu Yuan. For him, the problems that required the most brainpower were combinatorics. This kind of geometry problem was almost effortless for him. His spatial imagination ability made it a free point for his brain. Sure enough, in an instant the figure of this geometry problem had extended in his mind. The final problem lived up to its reputation. Even though Lu Yuan was not afraid of geometry, this problem still took him considerable time in his mind. Moreover, the proof required a certain depth of knowledge, as this problem did. After a series of proofs, the Manja's circle theorem was needed as a key inference argument. The circle in the problem had to be proven to be a Manja's circle before the subsequent proof could proceed. Although it wasn't a combinatorics problem, the geometric knowledge required for this problem was exceptionally broad. Only an hour into the exam, Lu Yuan had already solved all the problems of the second day's IMO competition. He had checked repeatedly to ensure no mistakes, and was ready to submit. Lu Yuan had not originally intended to disrupt others' mentality. Yesterday, with a 4.5-hour exam period, he had forced himself to sit for 2 hours before being the first to submit. But today was different. He had already spotted 2 familiar figures in the examination hall. Indeed, in a classroom of over 20 people, Lu Yuan was lucky to encounter Piao Xianna and Lin Xingbin. At this moment, most students were still pondering the first problem, with very few having started writing. After all, once the approach was found, solving was quick. The main thing was to think of the approach. Whoosh. Rattle. The classroom was exceptionally quiet at that moment, making the sound of Lu Yuan packing up his test paper and pushing back his chair unusually loud. Instantly, all the students' eyes focused on him. Lu Yuan showed a confident smile as he steadily walked from his seat to the podium. Shit. Fuck. At that moment, a series of familiar international exclamations came from behind him. Piao Xianna and Lin Xingbin also looked at Lu Yuan with complex expressions. Their faces showed both shock and doubt. They kept comforting themselves inwardly that Lu Yuan was just giving up because he couldn't solve the problems, not that he had already finished. But before they could even rationalize, they received a meaningful, confident smile from Lu Yuan directed at them. He also deliberately waved the test paper in his hand, the answer sheet, filled with content, instantly shattering their inner hopes. Are you sure? At this moment, the middle-aged white male professor with gold-rimmed glasses asked. He too thought Lu Yuan was about to give up on the exam and was making a final confirmation. Yes, I'm sure. But after Lu Yuan's confident reply, and as he took back the test paper, the professor's expression finally changed. His face no longer bore the encouraging tone he had when speaking, urging him to continue solving problems. His eyes widened, and his pupils instantly contracted. For the test paper was not blank as he had expected, it was filled with solution processes for every problem, not a single one missing. The professor couldn't help but adjust his glasses, and only after fully confirming did he look at Lu Yuan with a shocked expression. Watching Lu Yuan with an expression of immense confidence calmly walk out of the classroom. In the classroom, Lu Yuan's early submission had an impact on everyone's mindset. No one was blind. The completely filled answer sheet and Lu Yuan's proud expression clearly showed his confidence in today's exam. At that moment, many began to doubt themselves. Had they overcomplicated the questions? Or was the gap between individuals truly so vast? Was this what a genius from an international competition looked like? Lin Xingbin, however, remained composed, still quietly contemplating the questions at his seat. Park Hyuna, on the other hand, was in a poor emotional state. The questions themselves were difficult, and solving them was a struggle for her. Now it was even worse. While solving problems, she kept recalling Lu Yuan's faint mocking smile. She furiously scribbled calculations on the draft paper. With her other hand, she kept running her fingers through her hair, reaching up to her scalp. The calm demeanor she had maintained shattered within minutes of Lu Yuan's submission. She kept making low, irritated sounds like yeah and way, even starting to disturb the contestants around her. Are you sure you've checked everything? There's still plenty of time. No need to rush out of the exam hall. In the lounge next to the exam hall, Lu Yuan had come to pack his things. Only a few team leaders from various countries were inside conversing. Professor Wang was among them. As soon as he saw Lu Yuan return from the exam hall, he hurried over to confirm the exam situation. I've checked everything, Professor Wang. Rest assured, I have confidence. For Lu Yuan, checking was hardly necessary. Throughout his numerous competitions, he had already repeatedly verified his solutions as he wrote them down. Subsequent checks were merely a way to think of alternative approaches, something he had already done within the first hour. In fact, his checks had never once served to catch errors. It was more about avoiding the exaggeration of submitting too early. Really, Professor Wang was naturally uneasy. Yesterday, when Lu Yuan submitted 2 hours early, he had already found it unbelievable. Fortunately, when the 6 contestants discussed their results, Lu Yuan's 3 questions from the first day were all correct, as expected. In contrast, Lu Enkun and Dai Qihong had failed to consider additional cases for the first question. Even so, Professor Wang had not slept well last night. After all, as the team leader, selecting national team members and representing the country internationally was a monumental responsibility. Domestic competitions drew little attention, but at the international level involving national image, both the media and higher authorities kept a close watch. The pressure on him was immense. And now Lu Yuan's performance today was even more exaggerated than yesterday. On the second day, which featured difficult questions, he finished in just an hour. One must know that the actual competition was a team event. If one player underperformed, the entire team's results would struggle to claim the championship. Could today's questions be easier? That shouldn't be. The 6 questions were determined during the team leaders' meeting, and Professor Wang, who had attended, knew their actual difficulty. The more he thought about it, the greater his anxiety grew. Professor Wang, don't worry. I won't let you down. As Lu Yuan spoke, a middle-aged white-skinned man approached. He was about the same height as Lu Yuan, but at least twice as stout. He had a large belly, but his face looked amiable. Wang, is this your national team contestant? Why is he out so early? Couldn't he persist a bit longer? Jimmy, Lu Yuan is our strongest contestant. He has completed the exam. In front of outsiders, even though Professor Wang harbored his own doubts, he chose to trust Lu Yuan and speak on his behalf. Huh. The first response was the loud laughter from Jimmy, the chubby white team leader. This commotion drew the attention of over a dozen other team leaders who had been chatting. Wang, don't you know the difficulty of this exam? Finishing and submitting in an hour. Does he think he's Tai Lunsi Tao? As soon as Jimmy spoke, all the surrounding team leaders understood the situation and burst into laughter. Jimmy, even Terrence Tao didn't finish the IMO in an hour back in his day. Another white man chimed in. Lu Yuan initially didn't recognize who Tai Lunsi was, but then he pondered the pronunciation of Tao. Combined with the mention of IMO, he figured out who they were comparing him to. The mathematical master that G teacher from the provincial team had mentioned. The IMO gold medalist at 13 fields medal winner, world-renowned Master Tao Xian. Looks like this year's championship is destined for our U.S. team. Huh. Jimmy, that's not certain. Lu Yuan hadn't expected his early submission to stir up not only his classmates in the exam hall. Now it had even sparked heated discussions among the many team leaders in the lounge. Especially the U.S. team leader, Professor Jimmy, who looked ecstatic as if the championship was already in their pockets. Coach Jimmy. But a female voice from outside the door brought Jimmy back to reality. Lu Yuan had seen this girl before. Her name was Zansika. Lin Xingbin had introduced her as the star player of the U.S. team. She was quite introverted. During Lu Yuan's earlier communication or arguments with several teams, Zansika had remained silent throughout. She was very thin, about 1.6 meters tall, with a sallow complexion. Her features were plain, her looks unremarkable, easy to overlook in a crowd. Zansika, why are you out too? Zansika had just entered from the door and was about to speak to Coach Jimmy when she noticed Lu Yuan in the lounge. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, clearly not expecting anyone to have left the exam hall before her. After a moment of pause, she politely nodded to Lu Yuan, then turned back to her coach. Today question 5 took me some time, otherwise I could have been out even earlier than yesterday. Obviously Zansika hadn't grasped Jimmy's meaning, answering why she had been slow today. You were out this early yesterday too. Coach Jimmy only then learned that his own team member Zansika had also submitted early the day before. The team leaders of over 100 countries weren't always in the lounge. Since the exam had just started an hour or two ago, most only arrived as the exam neared its end. The dozen or so leaders in the lounge today had stayed because they were engrossed in conversation. They hadn't expected that within such a short time 2 students had already finished. Professor Wang, upon seeing the U.S. team's Zansika also emerge, couldn't help but feel relieved. If only Lu Yuan had submitted so early, he would have been skeptical. But if 2 people were out this early, it meant Lu Yuan had indeed taken the exam seriously. Perhaps the questions weren't as difficult as they had imagined. Brother Yuan, do you think we can win a gold medal this time? I feel like I didn't perform that well. On a corner lawn of the UCLA campus, Lu Yuan was leaning against a palm tree. He was messaging Ling Du back in China mainly about the publication and release of his book. He heard that the book was selling well, having already sold over 200 copies just a few days after its release. This was excluding the copies purchased by the Three Kingdoms Kill Company. For a book priced at 88 yuan without any promotion, achieving such sales solely through online stores was indeed impressive. However, Zheng Hang beside him was not concerned about the book sales at the moment. The days after the exam were all free time. Lu Yuan spent most of his time in the library or wandering around the campus. Actually, he could also try to audit classes at UCLA, which was what Dai Qihong and Shi Jiayuk had been doing mainly in the past 2 days. Lu Yuan actually wanted to go too, but his English communication was already difficult, let alone listening to lectures entirely in English. Don't worry, the papers have already been graded anyway. Thinking about it now won't change anything. The grading work took 2 days and was finished yesterday. Today was already the 3rd day. In theory, the results should have been announced and the closing ceremony held in the morning. But for some reason, early this morning, Lu Yuan and the others received a notification that the collective meeting was postponed by 1 hour. That was why Lu Yuan was looking for a place to rest on campus early in the morning. Throughout the competition, aside from the first day, when they had a quarrel with teams from other countries, he spent the rest of the time quite comfortably. Do you think the graders can really understand what we wrote? Even though the papers had been graded, Zheng Hang couldn't help worrying. Participants from different countries were not required to use English. Most answered in their own languages, so his concern was understandable. Professor Wang is involved in the grading, and our country has won so many championships. There's definitely no problem with the grading. According to what Lu Yuan knew so far, the grading involved several teachers evaluating each paper. The team leaders or deputy leaders from each country would definitely participate, discussing and evaluating together with the organizers' coordinators. After final aggregation and unified review, the scores were determined. Buzz buzz. Lu Yuan's phone began to vibrate. Hello. Okay, I understand. Zheng Hang is right beside me. Well, come over now. Hearing Lu Yuan mention him on the phone, Zheng Hang already looked at him. Hurry. Room 303, a north building. Professor Wang is looking for us. Wasn't it postponed by an hour? Is the meeting starting now? Though puzzled by the words, Zheng Hang's face instantly lit up with excitement as he followed Lu Yuan towards the academic building. When the two hurriedly arrived, the other 14 members were already there. Since the lecture hall was not yet open, it wasn't just them. The U.S. team, Russian team, Japanese team, and many other national teams were crowded outside the hall. It felt much like the first day when all the teams were waiting for the assembly. Professor Wang was now coming out of the classroom with a joyful expression. In the moment the door opened from Lu Yuan's angle, he could glimpse the scene inside the lecture hall. There were still many people inside, especially the familiar members and team leader of the South Korean team. They seemed to be arguing with several middle-aged white men. No wonder Lu Yuan hadn't seen the South Korean team outside. Is everyone here? After the door of the meeting room closed, Professor Wang scanned the crowd, his smile growing even more intense. This made Lu Yuan and all the other team members feel relieved. Especially Lu Yuan, who had the most pressure. He was the one with the lowest score in the second stage among the 6, and also the one who performed the worst after comparing answers in this competition. He had failed to solve 2 problems outright, so his total score was unlikely to exceed 30, definitely losing the chance for a gold medal. Now his expression finally relaxed from the earlier tension. Our team's scores have been released. Lu Yuan, don't worry. You did well on the other problems, scoring 27 points in total. For a gold medal, you need at least 30 points this year, but you'll definitely get a silver. Phew. Hearing the score, Lu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. However, the next moment, he began scanning the surrounding members of other national teams, still not fully at ease. Professor Wang, can our team continue to win the championship this year? My score is still dragging everyone down, right? Don't blame yourself first. You've performed very well. And we have a great chance of winning. Professor Wang nodded excitedly to everyone. Since he already knew their scores, his smile said it all. Of course I can't guarantee the final result yet because I only know the scores of you few. But based on the team scores from previous years, I'd say we have over 70 confidence. He always tended to be conservative. In reality, the probability was more than 70. Professor Wang's main concern was the U.S. team. He had heard that 2 of their members scored only around 20 points. Calculating by total score, the probability of winning the team first place this year could even reach 90. But before they could continue asking about their individual scores, Professor Wang waved his hand to reject their inquiries. The rest of you can all get gold medals, but I won't tell you the exact scores. Leave it as a suspense. The specific scores will be announced by the teachers at the meeting later. Professor Wang, when will the meeting start? Why was it suddenly postponed today? Even without asking about scores, Zheng Heng was curious about the postponement. At these words, a look of disdain appeared on Professor Wang's face. It's hard to say about the time. They're still arguing inside. Professor Wang paused mid-sentence. Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask, is the South Korean team questioning the scores? You saw what's going on inside. Seeing that Lu Yuan correctly identified the South Korean team, Professor Wang continued. Actually, their team leader is dissatisfied with the grading and wants to add a few points to one of their members' scores. They were the ones who discussed and graded together with the organizers' teachers, and they even confirmed it yesterday. This morning they came to argue with the IMO board members, claiming that the grading in the first 2 days was problematic and demanding a score revision. Hearing that they wanted to regrade the papers and add points at this moment, Lu Yuan and the other team members exchanged looks. Could it be that they heard some delegation's score was higher than theirs and started to cheat? The dispute is over a geometry proof problem. The boy was only given 2 points during the discussion. I don't know the details, but from what I heard, most of the proof was fabricated. Now their team leader wants to add 2 more points. Professor Wang, having said this, decided not to hold back and continued to tell them everything that was happening inside. There's also a female student. Their team leader is also communicating with the board members, claiming that the exam venue had issues. Hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately thought of himself. After all, the South Korean team had only 1 female member, Park Hyuna. This exam venue issue couldn't be about his early submission, could it? How can the exam venue be a problem? I knew that Park Hyuna's math was average. Could it be that she got her IMO spot through these shady means? Dai Chi-hong was the first to complain. They all still vividly remembered Park Hyuna, who was like a Sichuan opera face-changing prodigy. Come to think of it, it's strange. Professor Wang, regarding this female student, did not show the same disdain as when he talked about the point-adding action. Instead, he seemed genuinely puzzled, and his eyes, filled with speculation, turned to Lu Yuan. That female student seemed to have answered all 3 problems correctly on the first day, but on the second day, she handed in a blank paper. She didn't solve a single problem. She claimed that a classmate's early submission affected her performance. Their team leader inside is actually not mainly focused on adding points. Instead, they want to use this female student's case to demand a rematch from the IMO board. It was indeed his own fault. Lu Yuan stood in the hall, still feeling quite surprised. He had intended to disrupt the rhythm of Piao Xianna and Lin Xingbin by submitting his paper early, but he never expected such a remarkable outcome. He had thought it would be enough to rattle the 2, causing a minor mistake. Who knew that Piao Xianna would actually turn in a blank paper on the second day of the exam? The effect was far more astonishing than he had anticipated. Could it be that the mental fortitude of these Koreans was always this fragile? After a long while, the door to the lecture hall finally opened once more. The council members who had earlier been seen arguing with the Korean team were now seated firmly on the podium, while the Korean team members sat below with varied expressions on their faces. When Lu Yuan looked over, Piao Xianna's eyes were already red and swollen. As for the other teammates, some wore grim expressions, some appeared indifferent, and one even frowned while speaking to Piao Xianna. It was clear that this was far from words of comfort. More likely, it was internal strife within the team. At that moment, Lu Yuan finally understood the importance of unity that Teacher Ji had emphasized earlier. It was fortunate that this dispute occurred after the competition. Had they started quarreling among themselves on the first day after a perceived poor performance, any national team, hoping to win the championship, would be nothing but a pipe dream. Hello everyone. A speaker on the podium began, and the meeting, delayed by over an hour, finally commenced. Due to certain delegations' confirmation of their scores, the morning schedule will be a bit tight. I will now announce the results of the top 10 delegations' team members. Presumably because the Korean team had wasted too much time, the morning meeting appeared rushed, jumping straight to the announcement of results. 10th place, O Bulgarian delegation, total team score, 144 points. 9th place, O Slovak delegation, total team score, 147 points. At such moments, it was always the most thrilling. Each time a country's results were announced, cheers erupted from their section. 5th place, Polish delegation, total team score, 171 points. By the 5th place, the team scores had risen rapidly. Each team member needed an average score of 28 points, meaning at least 4 correct answers. 4th place, Korean delegation, total team score, 183 points. Finally, it was the Korean team's turn. Unlike the cheers for other countries, the Korean team members, despite achieving a respectable 4th place, sat coldly, completely unmoved. This made members of the 2 neighboring countries who had wanted to celebrate with them hesitate and stop. The entire venue fell into a conspicuous and awkward silence. Fortunately, the teacher on the podium, seeing this, immediately continued, without waiting, announcing the next results. 3rd place, Russian delegation, total team score, 184 points. In an instant, Lu Yuan and the others understood why the Korean team had insisted on adding 2 points. They must have learned the Russian team's score from somewhere, and realizing they were inferior, hurriedly tried to add 2 points. Now it was understandable why the Korean team had caused a scene. They hadn't even made the top 3. For a team that had initially been so arrogant, this was simply unacceptable. Especially for Piao Xina, who had the lowest score on the Korean team at only 21 points. A major blunder. If she had just answered 2 more questions correctly on the second day, the Korean team could have aimed not just for the top 3, but even for 1st place. The Russian delegation, meanwhile, were celebrating among themselves, though they hadn't achieved their expected 1st place finish. Still, 3rd place was in line with their historical average, acceptable and satisfactory. The host on the podium allowed ample time for the top 3 delegations to cheer, while reporters constantly moved around to capture photos. Lu Yuan and the others were applauding the Russian team, but their minds were still on the identity of the ultimate champion. After a long pause, the host finally continued, 2nd place. The moment had arrived. Both the American team members and their leader Jimmy, as well as Lu Yuan and his team and Professor Wang, held their breath, clenching their fists in nervous tension. Would their national team win the championship this year and begin a legendary three-peat? And would they silence the American team and others in the venue who had shown them discrimination and disdain through sheer strength? The Korean team had also stopped their internal quarrels, their expressions complex, as they looked back and forth between Lu Yuan's area and the American team's area. Even they had to admit, despite their earlier arrogance and defiance, that the top 2 teams could only be the United States and China. Deep down, they fervently hoped the American team would claim the final victory. About a meter diagonally from Lu Yuan, a photographer's lens was already aimed directly at them. The American team was no exception, though all eyes were fixed on the stage. 2nd place, American team. Total team score, 191 points. Jessica, 41 points. Lin Shungbin, 37 points. Immediately, applause erupted from the American side. Even though they hadn't taken 1st place, compared to the Korean team's cold reception, the American team, as the host of this year's IMO event, was gracious. Of course, 2nd place itself was a commendable achievement. For the American team, the disappointment of not winning 1st did not diminish the honor they rightfully deserved for finishing 2nd. The sound of shutters clicked incessantly around the American team's area. Although the champion had been decided, Professor Wang, before the final announcement on the podium, had already stood up and approached him. His expression was emotional, and he leaned down to pat his shoulder with one hand. Lu Yuan, you did brilliantly. Before Lu Yuan could understand why he was being praised so suddenly, the host on the podium spoke again, cutting off his question. 1st place, a Chinese team. When talking about the 1st place ranking, the host's voice became even more impassioned. Total team score, 203 points. Lu Yuan, 27 points. Zhou Tao, 31 points. Zheng Heng, 31 points. Dai Qihong, 35 points. Shi Jiu, 37 points. After announcing these results, the host paused, his gaze sweeping over the Chinese team's area and locking onto Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, 42 points. Let's all congratulate Lu Yuan on becoming the only perfect scorer of this year's IMO. Bang! In an instant, Lu Yuan felt himself being lifted involuntarily. He was hoisted up by 2 teammates, one on each side. The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause, and countless eyes turned toward him. Even though the host had only added a brief remark about him, the weight of a perfect score was undeniable, especially as the sole perfect scorer. This was precisely why Professor Wang had been so excited earlier. He had already confirmed Lu Yuan's perfect score. No matter what the national team he led this year had already secured the individual top spot. But whether it was the only perfect score was uncertain, as in previous years multiple contestants had achieved perfect scores. Now that the top 10 delegations had no perfect scores, and even the American team's ace Jessica had only 41 points, Professor Wang was absolutely certain of Lu Yuan's achievement. This was why he couldn't contain himself, and had stood up even before the results were officially announced. The only perfect scorer of this year's IMO. He was from the Chinese team, led by Professor Wang, Lu Yuan. As the leader of the American team, Jimmy also wore a peculiar expression, staring blankly at Lu Yuan. He had anticipated the team's overall performance this year, given that 2 of his teammates had scored 21 points, making it highly unlikely for them to clinch the team championship. Yet he still held aspirations for the individual championship. Even though Jessica had not achieved a perfect score, her 41 points were enough to fuel his imagination. Little did he know that not only would the Chinese team claim the team title, but the student who had submitted his paper early a few days ago would also achieve a perfect score. It was only then that he truly grasped Lu Yuan's talent and performance, realizing that his early submission was not a sign of giving up as he had imagined. As the host on the podium set down the microphone and rose to applaud Lu Yuan, the other members of the organizing committee followed suit in standing ovation. At that moment, Coach Jimmy displayed great sportsmanship in such a grand scene. He signaled the American team members to rise and join in applauding Lu Yuan. For a time, all the national teams present stood up in unison, offering their applause to the Chinese delegation, especially Lu Yuan. Only the South Korean team wore grim expressions, but they eventually rose and clapped symbolically. Countless gazes, admiration, envy, jealousy, filled Lu Yuan's vision. At that moment, the gloom that had weighed on his heart since arriving at the IMO was swept away. The discrimination, dissatisfaction, and neglect he had previously endured vanished in an instant. All that remained in his ears were endless applause and words of praise. His eyes saw only smiling faces. Indeed, no amount of pre-competition boasting could rival the convincing power of a genuine result. Sustained applause and countless flashing cameras. Lu Yuan Reborn had now truly earned his first major title on the world stage. The IMO gold medalist with a perfect score. Though he was somewhat older than his peers, no one dared to make hasty judgments about his future. No one could guarantee whether he would one day become a Fields Medal recipient. After a long while, everyone finally took their seats. The gold medal threshold for this IMO competition is 30 points or above, silver 23 points or above, and bronze 19 points or above. The medals were awarded based on scores, not simply for participation. Compared to the national gold medal from the CMO, he had previously won. This IMO international gold carried far greater weight. Now let us invite Fields Medal Laureate Academician of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, Vice President of the American Mathematical Society, and Princeton Professor Mr. Chaffee ID to present medals to the top 3 delegations. Indeed, the scale of the IMO was grand. The awards ceremony had even invited a Fields Medal winner, a true luminary in mathematics. A middle-aged man in a brown-gray suit with a black round-neck short-sleeve shirt walked up to the stage with a smile. Despite the summer heat, the council members on the podium, including Academician Chaffee, remained formally dressed in suits. Had the air conditioning not been sufficiently cool, many would have suffered heat stroke. As the man approached, Lu Yuan took a closer look at Academician Chaffee. His hair was curly and his sideburns merged into his thick beard. Standing at least 185 meters tall, he exuded not greasiness, but a mature, handsome charm typical of middle-aged men. Upon reaching the stage, his gaze lingered on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's first impression was one of warmth. Despite being a mathematical master, he carried no airs. Following the instructions of the ceremony attendant, he presented medals to all contestants in turn. The Chinese team's final results, 5 gold medals and 1 silver, were the most successful in recent years. Securing both the team and individual championships kept Professor Wang's smile on the stage unwavering. The medal presentation proceeded swiftly with simple handshakes and the hanging of medals. However, when Chaffee stood before Lu Yuan and shook his hand, there was a noticeable pause. It was not the polite, fleeting handshake. Instead, he looked at Lu Yuan with admiration and even began conversing with him on stage. I heard from Professor Heyman that you completed the second paper in just 1 hour. Lu Yuan had never heard of Professor Heyman, but guessed he was one of the invigilators. Huh. Would you be interested in coming to Princeton? Seeing the obvious surprise on Lu Yuan's face, Chaffee continued unhurriedly. Apart from traditional mathematical research, I've recently been studying fluid dynamics, neural networks, and other fields. If you're interested and willing to come to Princeton, we can study and learn together. Lu Yuan swallowed, instinctively taken aback by the direct invitation, which was blatantly taking up award ceremony time. Of course, since it was Chaffee, none of the council members or organizers objected to his actions. The audience below could not hear what was being exchanged on stage. They could only guess that Chaffee was encouraging Lu Yuan, their faces and hearts filled with envy. Had they known that Chaffee was inviting Lu Yuan to become his student, they would have been even more greenied. Yet this sudden invitation left Lu Yuan at a loss. He couldn't help but glance at Professor Wang, the team leader who stood at the edge. Due to the distance and the noise, Professor Wang naturally did not hear their conversation. Seeing Lu Yuan's gaze, Professor Wang smiled encouragingly and nodded. Academician Chaffee, I have already been admitted to a university in my country. I'm sorry. Even though Chaffee was a mathematical master, Lu Yuan instinctively felt resistance. Since coming to this IMO competition, he had realized how vast the gap was between the domestic and international environments. If he couldn't fit into a circle, there was no need to force it. The moon abroad was not rounder than at home. After this experience, Lu Yuan, who had never intended to stay abroad, decisively declined even this prestigious invitation. Shi Jiayu and Dai Qihong, who stood close to him, had just felt a twinge of jealousy. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's outright refusal, their eyes widened in disbelief, which eventually turned to admiration. The award ceremony proceeded quickly, and the morning session concluded after the presentations. In the afternoon, there would be a closing ceremony performance and award presentations for the other gold, silver, and bronze medalists. However, before Professor Wang could lead his team out of the lecture hall, they were intercepted by a group of council members who had been on the podium. Lu Yuan, on behalf of MIT, I invite you to study at our university. We will provide you with a full scholarship covering tuition and living expenses. Before this professor could finish, he was interrupted by another. On behalf of Yale University, I invite you to our school with a scholarship, and Shi Jiayu on behalf of Brown University. A host of Ivy League schools, ignoring Professor Wang, extended enthusiastic invitations directly to Lu Yuan and his teammates. Although Lu Yuan was their primary target, the other 5 gold medalists were not neglected. Only Lu and Kun, who had won a silver medal, stood somewhat forlornly with Professor Wang. Feeling the enthusiastic invitations from numerous university professors, Lu Yuan almost felt as if he had stepped into a different place compared to the discrimination and exclusion he had suffered here earlier. Indeed, foreigners are quite straightforward in some aspects, especially when it comes to recruiting the strong and the talented. After just one competition, the attitude towards gold medalists like Lu Yuan completely changed. Business cards, invitations, phone numbers, and other contact methods were constantly being handed to them. The conditions offered were increasingly generous, even giving Lu Yuan and the others a certain illusion. Even if they made any unreasonable demands, the other party would agree without hesitation. Professor Wang's face remained relatively calm. He did not stop many professors from inviting his team's students. Over the years of leading teams, he had seen such things many times. He knew that those who wanted to leave could not be kept, and those who didn't want to leave didn't need his persuasion. Many students might also be studying abroad first, only to return to their homeland to contribute after completing their studies. So Professor Wang simply timed it, waiting until the appropriate moment to start reassembling them to leave. Of course, the reality was that they couldn't leave at all. Numerous reporters, both inside and outside the lecture hall, had been waiting from the very beginning. After seeing them finish their conversation with the IMO Council professors, the reporters quickly swarmed in. Under a certain palm tree outside the building, everyone took turns being interviewed by various media outlets. Professor Wang, the Chinese team has achieved first place for 3 consecutive years. What do you have to say about this? The microphone handed to Professor Wang had a very prominent Xinhua news agency label. Professor Wang appeared very humble during the media interview, just as his personality dictated. I am very excited that our country can once again win the IMO championship. Especially today, classmate Lu Yuan achieved the only perfect score among all IMO contestants. This shows that the future of mathematics in our country has successors. At the same time, I look forward to the day when these young people truly become great mathematicians. After all, they were all Chinese. The female reporter from Xinhua news agency was equally excited, sharing a sense of pride in the country's 3 consecutive championships. She raised the microphone again and continued to ask, Professor Wang, now that our country has won the IMO championship for 3 consecutive years, does it mean that our country's mathematics has surpassed the rest of the world to some extent? That's not how it is. Professor Wang quickly raised the microphone to deny it. Olympiad competitions are not equal to real mathematical research. They are more about talent selection. In the true global mathematical field, our country still has a lot to catch up on. How would you evaluate classmate Lu Yuan's achievement of winning the IMO gold medal? Lu Yuan is a student with extremely outstanding mathematical talent. Whether in provincial competitions, national competitions, or the previous selection for the national training team, he came in with perfect scores. His talent and performance are both stable and outstanding. Now, when Professor Wang recalls Lu Yuan, what stands out most is the impression from the rest area a few days ago. In such an international competition, finishing the exam in just 1 hour made Professor Wang unable to calm down, almost doubting his life. Now facing the camera, he still spoke with lingering fear. Classmate Lu Yuan gives the impression of being a very calm and composed competitor. While Professor Wang was evaluating Lu Yuan on the other side, Lu Yuan could not avoid evaluations of himself either. Classmate Lu Yuan, do you have anyone you want to thank for winning the championship? There are so many. I came from Hengxi Middle School all the way to winning the championship in the World Olympiad. I thank my high school homeroom teacher Mr. Chen and Principal Fong for guiding me on the path of life. I thank Teacher Ji and Teacher Wang from the provincial team for organizing the training camp. Of course, I also thank Professor Wang for leading the team this time. He has been a great help to all of us. Upon hearing this, the reporter continued to ask questions. Can you talk about your evaluation of Professor Wang, who led the team this time? Or any words of gratitude for him? After all, Professor Wang was present, and the reporters liked to have people on site evaluate each other. Professor Wang. I think he is a very responsible team leader. His various reminders before the competition and encouragement during the competition were very helpful to us. Of course, I think Professor Wang might have been under a lot of pressure himself, a bit anxious. The team leader thought the contestants were calm. The contestants thought the team leader was anxious. If the two interviews were not conducted by separate reporters, if they were interviewed together, it would probably cause a scene on the spot. Until the closing ceremony in the afternoon ended, this IMO trip came to a satisfactory conclusion for Lu Yuan. However, various invitations for him never ceased. Apart from the several Ivy League universities in the host country, the United States, and the invitations from UCLA itself, where the competition was held, there were many other kinds of invitations. And not only universities, but also various media interviews, and even attendance at academic conferences. After 9 p.m., Lu Yuan finally returned to his dormitory. Just as he was about to rest, he received a call from his father Lu Chang. "Xiao Yuan, I saw the news this morning. Did you win another gold medal?" Due to the time difference between China and the United States, his father Lu Chang had just started work not long ago. Although he knew that his son's results should come out today, he did not take the initiative to call his son about it. Afraid that if his son did not perform well, he would be under pressure and too embarrassed to tell him, Lu Chang never thought to contact him first. He thought to himself that if there was good news, his son would surely take the initiative to tell him. However, Lu Yuan had been dealing with a pile of invitations all evening and only just got free, truly not having had time to report the good news to his parents. It was only because Master Lu from the factory, while scrolling through news on his phone, saw the news of Lu Yuan winning the gold medal and hurried over to confirm with Lu Chang. The fact that Lu Yuan was admitted to Peking University for his mathematical talent had been a highlight of his father Lu Chang's life, well known among the factory workers. As soon as they saw Lu Yuan's name in the news along with matching the photo, everyone who saw it early in the morning came to ask Lu Chang. "Yeah, I was just talking with other professors and didn't have time to call you and Mom." Really?" Lu Chang exclaimed in surprise. But before he could say anything else, the other end of the line became noisy. As if the phone was on speaker, other voices came through one after another. "Lu Yuan, I'm Uncle Lu, your father's colleague. Do you remember me?" A rough, somewhat familiar voice came through, and Lu Yuan immediately responded. "Uncle Lu, I remember you. You once treated me to an ice pop." This Uncle Lu was a good friend of his father's at the factory. Lu Yuan had met him when he went to the factory to see his father during the summer 2 years ago. "Haha, good that you remember. Yuan, you really made your father proud. I saw the news you won the championship in the international math competition. This is really something, bringing glory to the country. Since you can't come back now, you have to let your dad treat us all to a drink tonight." Old Lu, it's just a drinking session. Not just you. Everyone's coming to my place tonight. He'll have Yin Yin prepare some good dishes to treat you all." On the other end of the line, Lu Chang cheerfully invited his colleagues. He hadn't dared to mention the competition to his son earlier, afraid it would add pressure. Now that he had won the gold medal and the championship, his entire spirit soared. His back straightened as he continued to jest with his co-workers. Yuan, you've worked hard on the competition. It must be very late there in America, right?" "It's fine, not that late. Get some good rest, listen to the coach. He'll talk to your mother. Don't call her yourself. Go to bed early. Stay safe." Lu Yuan hung up the phone, but didn't go to sleep immediately. He chatted with a few teammates for a while before finally settling down. At that moment, news about him, especially interview reports, had exploded across the internet in China. Inside Hengshi Middle School, Chen Xianhua, the homeroom teacher of Class 9, Grade 12, parked his old Mazda in the school lot. Getting out, he hurried toward the principal's office. He had just started his summer break after the college entrance exams, but was woken early by a call from Principal Fong. As he climbed the stairs, Teacher Chen pondered what the matter could be. After all the exams were over and the scores had been released, the overall performance of his class was good. Qiu Hao and Zhu Jie had even scored over 20 points above the first-year university cutoff. This made Class 9 the best-performing science class in the entire grade. Now only the task of filling out preference forms remained, but those weren't due until the day after tomorrow. What could be so urgent? Besides, the school had Lu Yuan, who had already been recommended to Peking University. Principal Fong probably wouldn't pay much attention to ordinary first-year students' college preferences, would he? But thinking of Lu Yuan, Teacher Chen finally had a clue. He knew that Lu Yuan had already left for America to compete in the IMO finals. Yet there wasn't much news coverage online, and he had been busy recommending colleges to his students. He hadn't had time to ask Lu Yuan yet, just quietly awaited the news. Now that he thought about it, Teacher Chen's expression shifted instantly. Could it be? Was today the day the results came out? Daring not to dwell further, he quickened his pace. Reaching the 5th floor, he lightly knocked on the door of Principal Fang's office and walked straight in. At the tea table, Principal Fong was chatting cheerfully with 2 other men. He recognized both Director Ren from the Guiyuan County Education Bureau and Director Zhou from the Linzhou City Education Bureau. As leaders in the education system, Teacher Chen had seen them at numerous teaching seminars and meetings. He knew the county and city education officials, though they naturally didn't know him. The three men stood up, and Director Zhou from the City Bureau took the lead in approaching Teacher Chen. Principal Fang, is this the homeroom teacher of Lu Yuan? Principal Fang quickly introduced him. Yes, Director Zhou. This is Chen Xianhua, homeroom teacher of Class 9, Grade 12. Teacher Chen is an outstanding educator. This year his class achieved a 45 undergraduate admission rate, the best in the school. 2 students even made it to first-year universities. Hengxi Middle School was a standard public high school, and in the past Class 9 had never reached such a rate. This year, thanks to Lu Yuan's inspiration, at least 2 more students in Class 9 made it to undergraduate programs. Lu Yuan's deskmate and close friend, He Jianfeng, scored over 10 points higher than in his previous life. Now he had options for undergraduate schools, unlike before, when he barely passed the cutoff and had to attend a vocational college. Haha. Principal Fang, your teaching team at Hengxi Middle School is indeed impressive. With a teacher as excellent as Chen Xianhua, it's no wonder you produced an IMO gold medalist like Lu Yuan. Director Zhou casually dismissed the class exam results. As a city bureau director, he had heard enough about top classes in key schools. For Teacher Chen, achieving a 45 undergraduate rate in a standard public high school with weaker students was a major accomplishment. But for Director Zhou, it was hardly a benchmark. He cut straight to the point. Lu Yuan's IMO achievement. What? Lu Yuan really won the gold medal. Teacher Chen burst into excitement upon hearing the news. He had suspected it before entering the office, but hadn't received official confirmation. Oh, Teacher Chen, you didn't know Lu Yuan won the championship? Director Zhou asked with a slight frown. Principal Fang quickly interjected. Teacher Chen, I told you to keep an eye on Lu Yuan's news. You should check your phone or the newspaper in the morning. The news is everywhere. He started with a mild reprimand, but soon shifted tone to defend him. I know you're dedicated. You were busy last night recommending colleges to your students, weren't you? Teacher Chen quickly took the opportunity to save face. Yes, I was talking to students until late last night. I didn't see the news this morning and rushed straight to school. Seeing Principal Fang's attitude, County Director Ren also chimed in to support him. Director Zhou, Teacher Chen has nearly 20 years of teaching experience with a strong work ethic. He treats all students equally, and the college entrance exams just finished. Fortunately, Director Zhou was in a good mood, knowing the news had only exploded around 6 or 7 in the morning. His initial question was just a passing remark. With his 2 subordinates defending Chen, he quickly dropped the topic to avoid wasting more time. Teacher Chen, have a seat and look at the news. No rush. The 4 of them sat back down at the tea table, and Teacher Chen finally had a moment to open his phone and browse the reports. Another miracle. A small-town high school student's rise. IMO gold medal. Congratulations to the national team for winning the IMO team championship. Dark horse Lu Yuan continues to write his legend. A future master of mathematics in China. Congratulations to Lu Yuan for achieving a perfect score at the IMO. A torrent of news about Lu Yuan bombarded browsers. Video sites and Weibo were flooded with updates. The topic of Lu Yuan, which had cooled down earlier in the year, was now reignited. All doubts vanished. Only congratulations, admiration, and praise remained. I've checked Lu Yuan's itinerary. He'll be back in the country tomorrow morning. When he returns home, the school and the city must be prepared. Principal Fang, contact Lu Yuan's parents today. We'll visit his home tomorrow afternoon to present him with a scholarship. Director Zhou began arranging the plans for Lu Yuan's return. Director Ren, coordinate with the media. Make sure they don't all swarm at once. Teacher Chen, keep in touch with Lu Yuan. When he gives interviews, don't forget to mention the school and the city's support for him. Lu Yuan, have a good rest for a few days, and we'll see each other at school. Goodbye, Professor Wang. Goodbye, everyone. Lu Yuan and his 3 companions were bidding farewell to Professor Wang and the 2 classmates from the capital. The members of the national team had been training together since March, and after competing abroad, their bonds had grown even tighter. Professor Wang himself was at Peking University, while the other teammates were either from Peking University or Tsinghua University. There would be many opportunities to meet again, the nearest being the start of the semester. Lu Yuan had already spoken with his future mentor, Professor Zhao Xian. He would arrive at the university early in late July, where some arrangements would be made for him to begin studying in advance, preparing for upcoming projects. At this moment, there was no sense of farewell, rather it was the joy of everyone preparing to return home. Lu Yuan flew from the capital to Songjiang, then bid farewell to Lu Yinkun and Zheng Heng before taking a high-speed train back to his hometown Linzhou City. When he finally reached the old neighborhood where he had grown up, he found a crowd gathered at the foot of his building. There were several men in shirts with slicked back hair exuding an official air, as well as many cameramen and reporters carrying cameras. Teacher Chen had reminded him yesterday that officials from the Education Bureau and journalists would visit his home today for a simple interview. But this simple was far from the truth. The scale of the scene was far grander than what Lu Yuan had imagined. Lu Yuan, you're back. Congratulations. As he approached amidst teacher Chen's welcome, someone fired a paper confetti cannon in his direction. Many elderly residents in the neighborhood heard the commotion and gathered around, clearly eager to see what was happening. To be honest, if one were farther away, they might mistake this for a wedding scene. Lu Chang and Chen Yan were also emerging from the stairwell at that moment. The couple was dressed unusually formally. Lu Yuan had never seen his father's brand new Roman shirt before. As for his mother Chen Yan, not only was she wearing a light green floral dress, but she also had on high heels. Lu Yuan had never seen his mother in high heels in his entire life. This was truly a first, as she was walking toward him somewhat unsteadily. Behind them followed two cameramen and a female host holding a microphone. It was evident that before his return his parents had already given numerous interviews. However, all the reporters were patient at this moment, not rushing forward en masse. Instead, they left space for his parents, Principal Fong, and the others. Lu Yuan, this is Director Zhou from the Municipal Education Bureau and Director Ren from our County Education Bureau. As soon as Principal Fong finished the introduction, Director Zhou, visibly excited, stepped forward. He looked at Lu Yuan with pride and satisfaction. Lu Yuan, congratulations on winning the IMO gold medal with a perfect score. Your performance on the international stage has brought great honor to our Linzhou city. You've set a new historical record for Linzhou City in the International Mathematical Olympiad. Linzhou City's educational level was not poor considering it was in Jiangnan Province, a strong educational province. The city also boasted a well-known Linzhou foreign language school. The number of students admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University through the Gaokao or direct recommendation each year was considerable. However, when it came to the IMO, the International Mathematical Olympiad, even describing the results as dismal would be a compliment. In reality, Linzhou City had a blank slate in the International Olympiad with no historical achievements whatsoever. Over the years, many students from Linzhou City had participated in competitions, but very few had won CMO gold medals. Even fewer had made it through the 2 rounds of national team selection, entered the top 6, and represented the national team at the IMO. None at all. Now Lu Yuan, a student from Hengxi Middle School whom Director Zhou had never even heard of before, had first surprised him by winning the CMO championship with a perfect score. For this, he had specifically contacted Director Ren from Guyuan County to learn about Hengxi Middle School. He also sought to understand the situation of this prodigy Lu Yuan who had emerged from obscurity. Because of Lu Yuan's achievements, Director Zhou had even praised Principal Fong of Hengxi Middle School, urging him to continue to value and nurture Lu Yuan. Now in just half a year, Lu Yuan had once again stunned everyone by winning an IMO gold medal, and as the only contestant among all participants to achieve a perfect score. This truly brought glory to him as the Education Bureau Director of Linzhou City. At Director Zhou's level, relying solely on producing an international gold medalist like Lu Yuan for a promotion would be nothing but a pipe dream. However, this achievement would indeed be credited to him, and the directors of education in neighboring cities had been congratulating him over the past 2 days. In particular, the envy expressed by the Songjiang City Education Bureau Director during a phone call today left Director Zhou in an exceptionally good mood. Now finally seeing Lu Yuan in person, a young man with striking handsome features, his impression of him grew increasingly favorable. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the luck of Hengxi Middle School, truly a dragon emerging from a shallow pond. Director Zhou, how about we go up to Lu Yuan's home first and present the awards? Alright, let your school go first. Lu Yuan followed the crowd upstairs. It was an old neighborhood with narrow staircases. In the height of summer, a group of people squeezing up the stairs was already drenched in sweat. Lu Yuan stood flanked by his parents on one side, and Principal Fong and Teacher Chen on the other. A large sign with the amount already written was handed to Lu Yuan along with a bank card. Lu Yuan, this is the bonus from our school, which includes the prize for your CMO championship, the bonus for your early admission to Peking University, and the award for your IMO competition. A total of 100,000 yuan. Previously, Principal Fong had promised Lu Yuan 1500 for the CMO championship and 300 for early admission to Peking University or Tsinghua University, totaling 45,000 yuan. Originally, the school planned to distribute the bonuses after the Gaokao along with those for other outstanding students. Now with the total reaching 100,000, it seemed the IMO championship had added another 55,000 yuan, rounding it up to a nice figure, and it was presented to him in front of the media. Countless flashbulbs flickered before the crowd. Soon Lu Yuan was standing beside Director Ren from the County Bureau. With the same old sign, the county also gave him a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Finally, it was Director Zhou from the Municipal Bureau who handed over a sign twice as large as the previous ones. This sign was nearly a meter wide, and Lu Yuan couldn't hold it alone, he had to half support it with his parents. Lu Yuan, this is the bonus from the city, a total of 200 yuan. We hope you continue to strive, go further on the path of mathematics, and keep bringing glory to our Linzhou city. Compared to the school and county, the city had doubled the bonus. Almost all the reporters gathered around to take photos. After the photos, Lu Yuan continued with interviews. It wasn't until after 6 p.m. that the large group gradually departed. Finally, the family of 3 was left on the sofa excitedly discussing the events. Even though they had been busy all day, Lu Yuan had just flown back and hadn't adjusted to the time difference, and Lu Chang and Chen Yanyan had taken a day off from the factory to give interviews from morning onward. The 3 who should have been exhausted felt no fatigue at all. Instead, they gazed at the 3 ICBC scholarship cards on the coffee table, unable to stop marveling. It's all about studying. Lu Chang's forehead was still beaded with sweat, and despite the air conditioner running all day, it could hardly ease the excitement and restlessness within him. After uttering this exclamation, he turned to look at Chen Yanyan beside him. Yanyan, how much savings have we accumulated over the years? Counting this month, it's 184000. How many times have you asked me today? Although her tone carried a hint of impatience, Chen Yanyan's face was brimming with smiles. The saying there is a golden house within books is indeed true. We've worked hard for so many years and only managed to save 1800. That's less than what our son earns in a year from competitions. On the coffee table lay 3 bank cards totaling 400 in cash. It truly surpassed what the couple had earned in over a decade. Earning money was never easy, and saving was even harder. Especially with all the household expenses, each of their salaries was just over 400. Even earning 400 on the surface would take 5 years, let alone the money that could actually be kept after deducting household costs. Of course, Lu Yuan didn't agree with his father's words at that moment. In reality, there was no golden house in books. A book was just a book. The money awarded by the local government's education bureau was not because he studied hard, but because of his talent winning competitions and bringing honor to the region. And indirectly, it served as publicity for the school, the county, and the city. Most of the people who actually received such bonuses every year were top scorers in the college entrance exam. How many such people were there in the country? They could hardly be considered proof of the golden house. Xiao Yuan is doing well. His university tuition will be fully waived. Even if we leave him 100 for living expenses over 4 years, we'll still have nearly 500. Yanyan, what do you think we should do with this money? In his past life, the tuition for Lu Yuan's third-year university was not low, over 300 a year. Including living expenses, 4 years drained the family's savings. After graduating, the family's financial situation was even more difficult than before he entered university. Of course, while deposited in the bank. What else do you want to do? With your brains and eloquence, you're not thinking of using this money to start a business, are you? Now that there were only 3 in the family, Chen Yanyan didn't bother to save face for her husband like she did when the reporters were around. She spoke bluntly, her intentions for the money crystal clear. Only the bank was an option. However, Lu Chang wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and explained. At my age, what business would I start? Besides, this money is earned by Xiao Yuan, using his money to start a business. How could you think of that? Then what do you mean? Chen Yanyan nodded skeptically. Whether it was her husband's earnings or Lu Yuan's scholarship, the family finances had always been in her hands. Unless there was a truly reasonable use, she was determined to deposit it in the bank. That was the best way for ordinary families to hold on to their money. I was thinking Xiao Yuan is about to go to university. Graduation, work, marriage. It all happens in the blink of an eye. How about we use this money to prepare a wedding house for him? Housing prices in our county have been rising fast. With money in hand, maybe we should buy it for him in advance. Lu Yuan was lying on the sofa, not really paying attention. He never expected to control the money himself. Hearing about the 100 living expenses for his undergraduate years was already exciting enough. Now he looked at his father with a strange expression. Buying a house at this point in 2015. He didn't expect his father to have such foresight. It seemed that in his past life his parents simply had no money left. Without resources, even a clever woman can't cook a meal. The 1800 in savings had all been spent on his university education. After graduation, Lu Yuan worked as a safety officer on a construction site, earning a pittance, not even qualified to be a mortgage slave. In his past life, his parents knew this situation and didn't dare to hope for much given the housing prices. They rarely pressured him to marry. What they said most often was for Lu Yuan to use their old house as a wedding home. If the girl wasn't willing, they would rent a place or fix up the old house in the village. But Lu Yuan always refused, spending more time on construction projects, hoping for a career breakthrough. This life, though he had been reborn for less than a year, everything had changed. At least his tuition was fully waived, and he only needed some living expenses for his studies with additional subsidies during his doctoral years. Today, another 400 in cash came in at once. With this inflow, the family's financial situation had visibly improved. Now they could truly consider buying a house. Dad, what's the current price per square meter in our county and the city? I think regardless of whether it's a wedding house, putting the money in the bank, or buying a house is definitely more worthwhile. Since his father had brought up the idea, Lu Yuan fully supported it. Buying a house at this point was like catching the last bus, but it could still reap the biggest wave of rising housing prices. Despite his extraordinary mathematical talent being admitted to Peking University and having a seemingly limitless future in the fiercely competitive environment of later generations, there were indeed cases of Peking University graduates with poor performance and Olympiad champions who faded into obscurity. Lu Yuan didn't want to miss the windfall of the times. Our county's average price is about 5,000 to 6,000 per square meter now. The city is unthinkable, at least over 1,000 per square meter. Lu Chang only dared to think about a house in the county. As the poorest and most underdeveloped county in Linzhou City, Guiyuan County's housing prices were vastly different from the city's. Lu Yuan vaguely remembered that before he was reborn, housing prices nationwide were at a peak. Even in the county, prices had reached around 1,300 per square meter. Their parents' old neighborhood averaged 1,200. Linzhou City was even more exaggerated, with an average of over 2,000 and 3,000 to 4,000 in the core areas. Simply astonishing. Although he wanted to buy a house in Linzhou City at the current prices, considering that his parents would have to take on a mortgage, the pressure was too great. In the end, he gave up the idea. Then how about buying a house in the county? Housing prices have been rising all these years. I think buying now is definitely not a loss. Encouraged by Lu Yuan again, Lu Chang also looked at Chen Yinyan for support. Yinyan, we have to prepare a wedding house for Xiao Yuan sooner or later. If we leave this money in the bank, who knows which relative might come to borrow it. Enough. Enough. Mother Chen Yinyan finally interrupted the persuasion of the father and son. In her heart, she was also tempted by the idea of buying a house. Being able to help her son prepare for one of life's major events in advance was something she never dared to dream of before. She had only hoped that her son would work hard to get into a second-tier university and ease the tuition burden on the family. Now everything felt like a dream. With high spirits, she said, "Then let's buy a house for Xiao Yuan in advance. Tomorrow the factory is off, so our whole family will go house hunting." As a reborn person, rushing to buy a house with money might seem a bit unambitious. But for Lu Yuan, this house was more about buying peace of mind. No matter how his future unfolded, whether he had a chance to stay in the capital, at least with this house his parents' pressure would be eased, and he would have a fallback. If he couldn't make it in the capital in the future as a doctoral graduate, he could consider becoming a lecturer at a university in Linzhou City. Lu Yuan didn't set limits on his future potential, but he had always consciously ensured a safety net for his lower limits since his rebirth. On July 31st, Lu Yuan had arrived at Peking University, officially starting his college life. He had purchased a house in Guiyuan County, a 108 square meter commercial apartment at a unit price of 510 yuan per square meter. It could be said that he had invested all of his 400 yuan scholarship and his parents' years of hard-earned savings. The house would not be officially delivered for another 2 years, which could be considered as fulfilling his regret from his past life of not owning a house. Of course, it was merely fulfilling a regret. Now a brand new path lay before him. In the library, several books were placed on the left side of Lu Yuan's seat. Advanced Algebra and Mathematical Analysis were the two foundational textbooks for higher mathematics. Beneath them lay Geometry and Ordinary Differential Equations. Professor Zhao Xian, fearing that his learning ability was too strong and that a month's worth of study tasks might be too leisurely, insisted on adding these 2 books. Meanwhile, he also added textbooks on aerodynamics to his training plan, which were placed in another stack: University Physics, Theoretical Mechanics, and Aircraft Structural Design. Since arriving at the school, Lu Yuan had immersed himself in the library from the very afternoon he met with Professor Zhao. A series of mathematical knowledge continuously flooded into his mind. He had originally been somewhat worried that his mathematical talent might weaken when faced with advanced mathematics, or that he would completely revert to an ordinary person. Now, as he continuously flipped through the books in his hands, he felt various pieces of knowledge colliding in his mind, as well as a better corroboration of some past exam problems. His learning speed was in no way inferior to when he studied elementary mathematics in high school. However, because the basic content of advanced mathematics was somewhat too broad, there were many directions to delve deeper. For example, the mathematical analysis in his hand was essentially a more rigorous version of calculus, truly a foundational professional course. It was mainly meant to guide him into the field, but due to Lu Yuan's own formidable learning ability, he had unconsciously begun to ponder the deeper aspects of differential equations. As an IMO champion, Lu Yuan had not attracted much attention on the Peking University campus these days. After all, the Peking University elite class had IMO gold medalists every year, and each classmate was also a top scorer in their own right. Although Lu Yuan had caused a week-long stir on the internet, he was nothing special on the Peking University campus. However, his voracious learning state in the library made several classmates sitting nearby think he was putting on an act. After all, he didn't bring a computer to watch online courses, nor did he bring paper and pen. He just quietly flipped through the several advanced mathematics textbooks placed in front of him. Everyone had studied advanced mathematics before and no one believed that Lu Yuan could gain anything special just by reading like that. Today the classmate who had been sitting next to him for quite a while secretly admired Lu Yuan's perseverance. A person who could pretend to study all day long was indeed a tough guy. Lu Yuan, check your phone messages. I've been looking for you for ages. Suddenly a familiar young man with inverted-shaped eyebrows sat down in the empty seat to Lu Yuan's right. He was panting heavily, and his body odor made several nearby students involuntarily wrinkle their noses. It was too hot outside in the summer, so neither Lu Yuan nor the other person wanted to go outside the library to talk. He simply packed up the books on the table, carried the stack, and followed Ling, due to find a seating area with no one around. It was only because it was still summer break and the library was not as crowded as usual. Otherwise, finding such a spot after the semester started would be completely impossible. Senior brother Ling, what's going on? Is Professor Zhao looking for me? As he spoke, Lu Yuan opened his phone. In WeChat, Ling Du had sent a series of bomb emoji stickers along with 2 missed calls, but no specific message. Know how busy our advisor Zhao is. How would he have time for you now? Ling Du wiped the sweat from his forehead, his words revealing Professor Zhao's usual workload. Compared to Lu Yuan, Ling Du had been spending time with Professor Zhao for a while. After all, the re-examination had officially ended in April, and Ling Du, after finishing his thesis, and may have been helping with project research in Professor Zhao's lab during his free time. Thus, he was much more familiar with Professor Zhao than Lu Yuan, who had only recently had a single conversation with him. Then what's the situation? Could it be that you're looking for me? No way. Shouldn't you be helping in the lab? Did you sneak out? With Lu Yuan's analysis, Ling Du's expression quickly changed, and finally, he said somewhat sheepishly, I wouldn't exactly call it sneaking out. I actually finished my part of the work long ago, just never reported it. Professor Zhao doesn't usually come to the lab where I work. Anyway, don't worry about how I got out. I have something to discuss with you. Professor Zhao Xin had quite a number of research projects and studies under his belt, currently supervising 5 doctoral students and 4 master's students. Most of the work was led by the senior doctoral students. For newcomers like Ling Du, who had not yet officially started their master's program, they were relatively relaxed during the familiarization phase. Moreover, Professor Zhao was currently focusing most of his energy on the change project, so he was indeed relatively hands-off with his students. Go ahead, what is it? Junior brother, do you want to take on a side gig? As soon as he mentioned this, Ling Du's face instantly lit up with a smile, as if he was looking out for Lu Yuan with a good opportunity. A side gig? Is it reliable? Forget it, I've been busy studying lately, so it'll pass. Thanks for looking out for me, senior brother. Although his heart stirred, Lu Yuan quickly suppressed it. At the same time, he picked up the mathematical analysis in his hand and waved it in front of Ling Du. For now, Lu Yuan had set his priority on studying, aiming to reach Professor Zhao's goals as soon as possible, and then participate in the aerospace project he longed for. Don't be like that. Hearing Lu Yuan's lack of interest, Ling Du's face showed a hint of panic. He quickly pressed down on Lu Yuan's shoulder to make him stay seated. Junior brother, this is a lot of money. I managed to get this project after much effort. It would be a shame to pass it up. As far as I know, your family's financial situation is not that great, right? Don't you want to earn some money during college to ease the burden on your family? Of course Lu Yuan did want to, but this side gig was introduced by Ling Du, and he felt it was unreliable. I recall that the Essential Guide to 3 Kingdoms Kill sold quite well, right? I'm satisfied with my 10 share, so I don't need to earn any more side money. After thinking it over again, Lu Yuan still refused. Junior brother, books don't make that much money, and you have to share with junior brother Zhenghang. Don't rush to make a decision. Just listen to the project I'm talking about before deciding. Alright, go ahead and tell me. It's not tutoring, is it? Regardless, it was fine to hear what Ling Du had to say. However, Lu Yuan was not optimistic. He felt that any project this senior brother could find for him would probably not be serious. No, if it were tutoring, I'd do it myself. Why would I need you? Ling Du's personality did not seem like someone with the patience to teach. At least Lu Yuan didn't believe it. Well, stop messing around. Let me tell you the real deal. It's a game project. It requires overall numerical balance for the game, as well as work on playability and strategy development. Ling Du could appear quite serious when discussing business matters. His honest face in particular made Lu Yuan instinctively trust him. To be honest, this project was far more legitimate than he had imagined. It belonged to a small game company that had recently launched a mobile card-based MOBA game. To cut costs, in the early stages, the numerical values of the game cards had been set arbitrarily. Fortunately, there were few cards initially, and skills were not yet included. After running for a while, the game earned a decent amount due to positive reception, so the company actively updated new versions. Unfortunately, as various powerful special skills were introduced, the game's balance deteriorated, leading to a severe loss of players. Now they were attempting to make amends, hoping to restore balance before the next version update. However, the small company lacked professional game balancing talent and couldn't afford dedicated employees, so they turned to outsourcing. This project is worth 30,000 yuan, recommended by the company behind the 3 Kingdoms Kill game. They said they trust me to handle this work. They'll get 15,000 up front and the remaining payment after the version launches and receives positive feedback. Lu Yuan couldn't say anything else, but after listening he felt the project was indeed reliable. Moreover, the difficulty wasn't high. The main expertise required was related to probability theory with some connections to calculus and linear algebra. Since he was currently studying these topics, he was eager to apply his knowledge in practice. However, just as he felt tempted, several questions flooded his mind. Senior brother, why do you need me for this job? Can't you handle it alone? Or is the deadline tight? And are you sure a small company is willing to pay such a high price? In 2016, the internet and computer industries were booming with high salaries for various computer talents, and the outsourcing business was gradually maturing. However, a 30,000 yuan project was still considered significant even in the outsourcing market. Typically, projects outsourced to students were worth a few thousand yuan at most. For a small, or even startup game company, Lu Yuan doubted they would be so willing to spend money. Junior brother, this amount is really not that much. I've mentioned you to them, and they know you're an IMO gold medalist with strong mathematical skills. Plus, I'm a master's student at Peking University, and our advisor is Professor Zhao Xian. Wait. Lu Yuan quickly interrupted Ling Du, looking suspicious. Did you mention our advisor Professor Zhao Xin's reputation? Ling Du realized he had slipped up, his face showing embarrassment as he quickly explained. I'm in graduate school, so they asked about my advisor. I didn't expect his reputation to be so useful. They practically begged me to take the project. Of course, a doctoral advisor at Peking University and an outstanding young scientist, such a reputation was invaluable. Although Lu Yuan hadn't heard of Professor Zhao Xian before entering university, Baidu Baiki had all the details. Any one of Professor Zhao's titles was worth more than 30,000 yuan. Forget it, senior brother, I dare not get involved in this. I advise you to decline the offer as well. If the advisor finds out his name was used to earn just 30,000, he might expel you from his mentorship. Professor Zhao Xian seemed quite amiable in person, but Lu Yuan put himself in his shoes. If he were the advisor, knowing his student used his name to earn money, and at such a cheap price, he wouldn't be pleased. Junior brother, what are you thinking? I'm not stupid enough to promise them using our advisor's name. I just mentioned you, and me mainly you. They have high faith in your ability. Otherwise, they only offered me 20,000, but after I mentioned you, they added another 10,000. Ling Du's earnest demeanor made Lu Yuan reconsider, and he couldn't help but ask, is my reputation worth that much? Enough to make them add 10,000. Junior brother, you were quite famous online. If I were them, I'd be willing to. Oh, and they hope that if we take this job, and it goes well, we can maintain a long-term partnership. Lu Yuan didn't need Ling Du's explanation to understand. If they did a good job with the numerical balance, the company might come back to them half a year later when the balance broke again after a new version update. They'd essentially be firefighters, cleaning up messes. As for why the company didn't hire a full-time employee, the truth was that a low-salary numerical designer would be no better than their current in-house team. A more capable and professional one would come at an exorbitant hiring cost. Especially in the capital, labor costs were extremely high. More importantly, who knew how long this game would last? It was more cost-effective to outsource when needed, lasting about half a year. Junior brother, just agree. They'll do all the work if necessary. They'll just borrow your name. When it's done, we'll split 50-50, okay? Ling Du was genuinely anxious now. Such side jobs were rare, requiring little time, and a 50-50 split would net him 15,000, enough to fund his game projects. Initially, the company hadn't intended to give the project to Ling Du. It was only after hearing Lu Yuan's name and that of his advisor Professor Zhao Xian that they were willing to entrust it to him. While the company didn't dare to expect Professor Zhao to focus on such a small project, they were convinced by Lu Yuan, an Olympic gold medalist and a prodigy who had appeared in the news many times. That was why Ling Du insisted on discussing it with Lu Yuan. Fine, you win. But I'm telling you now, make it clear to them that it's just the two of us with no connection to the advisor. After some deliberation, Lu Yuan finally agreed. On one hand, it was a chance to validate his knowledge, while on the other, the money was substantial, and Ling Du had been so persuasive. Soon they contacted the company's representative, who treated Lu Yuan with the same enthusiasm and respect as Ling Du had described. The project documents were also sent over. It was a game called Endless Journey to the West. Currently, there were 198 cards, 13 characters, and 21 exclusive skills. All data had been sent to his email. It was clear that the company's target was not Ling Du, who was about to start his master's, but Lu Yuan himself. In the end, the actual work was even easier than Lu Yuan had imagined. All the character stats, skill data, and more collided and calculated in his mind. With his acute mathematical sensitivity, the numbers soon became engraved in his memory. He had planned to work overtime every night for 2 weeks, but it actually took him only one night, 3 hours, to finish everything. Of those 3 hours, most were spent memorizing the card rules and character skills, while the actual thinking and calculating took only a few minutes. After Lu Yuan submitted his version, Ling Du spent 3 days creating his own. Upon comparison, Ling Du ultimately sent Lu Yuan's version to the client. The game company approved the content and paid promptly. At least the initial 15,000 was transferred the afternoon after receiving the content. Lu Yuan thought the matter was settled for now, but on the third day after receiving the payment, both he and Ling Du were summoned to the office by Professor Zhao. In a modest office, Lu Yuan and Ling Du stood before the desk exchanging bewildered glances. Their eyes silently questioned each other. What's going on? A subtle cough from Professor Zhao, who was holding a cup of water, instantly drew their attention. Is there anything you two would like to tell me? Professor Zhao, usually gentle, wore a faint knowing smile, as if giving them a chance to confess. Teacher, we've been doing fine lately, haven't we? Nothing much, right? Being summoned together made them suspect it was about the game project they had taken on. After all, Lu Yuan hadn't done anything else since arriving at school, and it couldn't be about studying in the library. Ling Du, however, was not so easily rattled. Despite his suspicions, he tried to bluff his way through, hoping for a slim chance. Professor Zhao, patient as ever, sipped his tea after blowing on it gently. On July 30th, where were you, Ling Du, when you weren't in the lab? I wasn't feeling well, had a stomach issue from summer food. I asked for leave from senior brother Yu that day. You can ask him, teacher. New master's students like Ling Du were often guided by a senior brother. Since the semester hadn't officially started, asking for leave was more casual. Professor Zhao, not heavily involved in the lab, had simply been informed by Ling Du. Professor Zhao took another sip of water, nodding, as if believing him. Then what about the 31st, August 2nd and 4th? Feeling unwell every other day. Though his voice was low, his precise knowledge of Ling Du's attendance was intimidating. Lu Yuan couldn't help but break a cold sweat for his senior. Ling Du's eyebrows drooped lower like a scolded schoolboy. Have you two heard of the game Endless Journey to the West? Need I say more? Well, that was it. The moment the game name left Professor Zhao's lips, all hope vanished. Ling Du especially looked indignant. Teacher, that company is shameless. I told them it was my personal project, and they actually contacted you. Lu Yuan wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say. He was part of the project, but unaware of how Ling Du had communicated with the company. Aside from work requirements, he had avoided further contact, even though the other party had enthusiastically added him on WeChat. They did contact me asking if you were indeed a master's student, since you weren't listed in the school's official enrollment record. They suspected you might be a fraud, and wanted to confirm with me. Professor Zhao's explanation eased both their minds. At least there was still room to maneuver. They hadn't used his name to deceive anyone. But a question arose in Lu Yuan's mind. Teacher, when did you receive that company's call? Though his expression toward Ling Du was stern, Professor Zhao turned to Lu Yuan with his usual calm demeanor. He didn't seem angry, almost as if he was making a point. July 30th. Ling Du let out an incredulous gasp. Lu Yuan understood. It was just as he had guessed. Ling Du had discussed the project with him on the 31st, meaning he must have been negotiating on the 30th. So Professor Zhao had known from the start, and allowed them to proceed, perhaps to test them. Looks like I've given you too little work or study tasks, Professor Zhao said, glancing first at Ling Du then at Lu Yuan, clearly intending to speak with him first. Lu Yuan, have you finished advanced algebra and mathematical analysis? Finished, I think. Lu Yuan hesitated. He had indeed completed both books, but Professor Zhao's tone made him uncertain how to answer. Really finished? Just tell me your actual progress. Professor Zhao's expression softened, and his voice rose involuntarily. It had only been a week. He had expected Lu Yuan to take 3 to 4 weeks, considering his talent. According to his plan, if Lu Yuan progressed smoothly and exceeded expectations, he would start the final week before the semester with ordinary differential equations and geometry. Today, Lu Yuan's words surprised him. How far have you gotten? I've mostly finished all 4 math books you gave me, though I feel there's still room for deeper exploration. Today, I'm reading university physics. As he spoke, Lu Yuan noticed Professor Zhao's expression shift. Out of respect for his future mentor, he paused. The room fell into an awkward silence. Junior brother, are you serious? Ling Du broke the silence. 4 books in a week. Faced with the doubt, Lu Yuan could only nod silently. He had discovered that his talent for higher mathematics was even stronger than in high school. Many concepts once in his mind would naturally intertwine and spark new ideas. Often he had to actively curb his thoughts to absorb more content. This allowed him to fly through the 4 books. After 7 days of studying over 10 hours daily, he had internalized all the material. Junior brother, your talent is incredible. It took me a month to finish those. Hearing this, Professor Zhao's gaze shifted from Lu Yuan to Ling Du. A month to complete 4 books meant Ling Du's talent far exceeded his expectations. He pondered for a long moment. Finally, he searched through his computer. Soon the office printer hummed to life. Ling Du, quick to catch on, retrieved the freshly printed pages and handed them to Professor Zhao. Are you sure you hadn't studied higher math before? I skimmed through a linear algebra book for 2 days in high school. Does that count? At the time, he hadn't decided on the competition path and had already finished high school coursework. Bored, he had briefly looked at linear algebra. Professor Zhao shook his head and said no more. Instead, he took the papers from Ling Du, picked up a pen, and began marking them. 2 minutes later, Professor Zhao handed the paper to Lu Yuan. There are 6 questions here. Except for the 4th and 5th, try to solve the rest. If you can solve 2 out of 4, I'll pass you. It was indeed a test, as Lu Yuan had guessed. After all, his stated learning progress had made Professor Zhao somewhat skeptical, and the only way to verify his words, including his actual progress, was through a test. Lu Yuan didn't waste any words. He sat down opposite Professor Zhao, grabbed a pen from the desk, and began solving the problems. The 6 questions were spread across 3 pages. Although Lu Yuan didn't know where the test came from, each question had a point value marked. He guessed it was either a final exam or a math competition paper. The first question he could solve with a single glance. It was a standard problem from a mathematical analysis textbook, nothing too difficult. Compared to middle school competition problems, these didn't even require much thought. Just reading the question and applying a few formulas yielded the answer. The second question was slightly more complex than the first, involving linear equations and matrix theory from advanced algebra. But for Lu Yuan, it was still no challenge. He could solve it as soon as he picked up his pen. Professor Zhao had intended to call Ling Du aside to discuss his issues while Lu Yuan worked, but he paused. Seeing Lu Yuan finish the first question almost instantly after reading it, Professor Zhao was stunned. He had never witnessed such an astonishing speed of problem solving. He remained seated quietly, watching Lu Yuan continue. This was actually the first time Lu Yuan had shown his true solving speed to anyone. In past competitions, he always tried to appear normal. He would finish a test in a dozen minutes, but then sit silently checking his work until at least half the exam time had passed before submitting early. Today in the office, he didn't hold back with this set of problems. To him, this test was at most a school final exam, as the questions were straightforward with clear logic. Of course, that was just his perspective. Professor Zhao, meanwhile, picked up his water cup and took 2 large gulps to calm his unusually agitated mind. Lu Yuan and Ling Du might not know what this test was, but he certainly did. This was the preliminary round of the National College Mathematics competition, which he had saved from a document. The competition was divided into a professional group and a non-professional group, with a huge gap in difficulty. Professor Zhao had chosen the Category A questions for the mathematics professional group, the type meant for students from universities with a math discipline rank B or above. The difficulty of this test was far beyond what Lu Yuan assumed to be a final exam. The third question, which Lu Yuan initially planned to skip since Professor Zhao hadn't required it, caught his eye. He realized it covered ordinary differential equations, content he had already studied. It required more thought than the first 2, but still wasn't particularly challenging for him. When he reached the 4th question, he confirmed it was something he hadn't learned. He could vaguely solve it, but didn't want to waste time, so he moved on. The final 2 questions were indeed more difficult. At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed Professor Zhao had placed a disposable cup of water beside him. "Take your time. We're not in a hurry," the professor said softly, not wanting to disturb him. Lu Yuan accepted the teacher's kindness, took a sip of water, and continued solving. Compared to elementary mathematics, he found that advanced mathematics problems emphasized different aspects. Elementary math was mature content, while advanced math problems focused more on logical thinking and abstract concepts. Advanced math problems didn't demand as much technical skill as elementary ones. Instead, they required a deep understanding of the material and comprehensive analysis of the specific problem. To Lu Yuan, these 2 difficult problems weren't overly hard. He guessed they were the 2 problems the teacher had set to differentiate grades in the final exam. In total, he solved 5 problems in 15 minutes. He wrote down each step and thought process rigorously and in detail, without skipping any intermediate steps. When Lu Yuan handed the paper to Professor Zhao, he could clearly see that the professor's expression was even more complicated than before he started solving. Even Ling Du, standing nearby, looked at him with strange eyes, as if discovering a new continent. "Junior brother, your solving speed is insane. You don't even need to think. No wonder you got a perfect score at the IMO. You're amazing." Ling Du had never witnessed Lu Yuan's problem solving in person before. Although he didn't know what test it was, he knew he couldn't instantly grasp the ideas and answers. He needed time to think. For the first time, he felt the gap between himself and Lu Yuan. He also admired classmates like Lu Yuan, who came from competition classes, feeling that he indeed had a gap. In reality, Ling Du's talent was no weaker than the average CMO gold medalist, but compared to Lu Yuan, especially in solving speed, the difference was large. Professor Zhao compared the answers on his computer, and within a few minutes he was certain. All 5 solved questions were correct and perfectly standard. His heart grew more and more astonished. Even after Lu Yuan won the IMO gold medal, he had high expectations for his talent, but he had still greatly underestimated him. "Teacher, did I pass?" After a while, seeing Professor Zhao still lost and thought, Lu Yuan couldn't help but speak up. Oh, pass. Your answers are excellent, far beyond my imagination." As he spoke, his eyes darted between Lu Yuan and Ling Du. Finally, he raised an eyebrow and asked Lu Yuan with concern, Lu Yuan, is your family having financial difficulties? Not really. My parents are ordinary factory workers. After I won the IMO, the school and local government gave me quite a bit of prize money. We were struggling before, but now it's okay. The difficulties Lu Yuan mentioned weren't the extreme poverty of remote areas. It was just that under the overall positive economic development of Linzhou City, Jiangnan Province, his family's living conditions were not very comfortable. Compared to the average living conditions in other provinces, Lu Yuan's family was relatively okay, just an ordinary family. Professor Zhao nodded, and then turned to Ling Du. Teacher, my family is also ordinary. And who doesn't need money in the capital? I'm just trying to earn some living expenses through projects. Otherwise, my meager stipend is not enough. Ling Du was much better at complaining than Lu Yuan, but this time Professor Zhao's attitude was much better than when they first arrived. After hearing this, he pondered again. Finally, he unhurriedly took out his phone and made a call in front of them. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Yes, it's me, Zhao Xian. Did you solve the project you mentioned to me last month? Yes, I have 2 excellent students here. I can lead them to try to solve it. Professor, you have a car. In the parking lot standing before a Volkswagen that looked a bit old, Ling Du couldn't help but ask. What's so surprising about me having a car? I've been working in the capital for years. Can't even get a license plate. Professor Zhao rolled his eyes at Ling Du's words. No. I mean, Professor, why do you usually ride an electric bike if you have a car? I live not far away. Drive to work in the capital's traffic. Looking at Ling Du as if he were an idiot, Zhao Zin's initial excitement and surprise in the office were slowly fading. Can either of you drive? Professor, I just turned 18, haven't had time to get a license. Lu Yuan could drive, but only barely. In his past life, he learned in college, but never touched a car after driving school. In this life, even less so. He came to school early in the summer break and didn't even have a license. Zhao nodded at Lu Yuan, understanding the student's situation, then quickly turned to Ling Du. As Ling Du shook his head with a slightly awkward expression, Professor Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Get in the car. You two should get your licenses when you have time. In the end, Professor Zhao himself played chauffeur, driving the 2 students off. The destination was a cafe not far away. Avoiding rush hour driving in the capital was quite pleasant. Arriving at the place, they went straight up to the 2nd floor and headed to the window area. 2 people who had already seen them stood up. The leading man in his 30s was dressed casually, a black t-shirt, cropped jeans, and his hair styled with hair wax. He was fair-skinned with a well-proportioned build, giving off a pleasant vibe. The woman beside him, however, was much more formal, still wearing a black suit jacket and matching black trousers. She had shoulder-length hair and held a pair of sunglasses. She exuded a strong business aura, and her first impression was somewhat assertive. Manager Zhang, let me introduce you to my 2 students. This is Lu Yuan, who just won the gold medal in the International Mathematical Olympiad. And this is Ling Du, a master's student I've just taken on. As soon as he finished, Manager Zhang smiled at Lu Yuan, a hint of surprise on his face. I know about Lu Yuan. I've seen him in the news a lot recently. A perfect score in the IMO. Professor Zhao, you've taken on a great student. But Lu Yuan should still be an undergraduate, right? It hadn't been long since the news reports, so most people still remembered Lu Yuan as the math prodigy who had turned his life around. He's in a combined bachelor's master's doctoral program under my supervision. No wonder. Huh. Professor Zhao then continued to introduce them. This is Zhang Yuan, general manager of ByteDance. Perhaps worried that Lu Yuan and Ling Du might not grasp the significance, he added. You've heard of the Tushio app, right? It's from Manager Zhang's company. I've heard of it. I've even downloaded it. A lot of my classmates use it. Ling Du, with a delighted expression, was politely conversing with Manager Zhang. Seeing Lu Yuan's complex look, he couldn't help but pat him on the back. I use it too. The Tushio app is on my phone right now. Lu Yuan said so, but his mind was truly in a daze. What was happening today? From Professor Zhao's phone call earlier, it seemed like he had taken on an extra project for them. On the way, Professor Zhao had mentioned a tech company doing algorithm improvement work. Who would have thought it would be ByteDance? At that time, their main product was just the Tushio app. Although the company was growing rapidly in the internet industry, it was still far from being a giant. It lagged far behind the 3 giants, Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, and also had a considerable gap with companies like NetEase. But in later years, ByteDance would be in no way inferior to these big names. Its subsidiary Douyin would become a global phenomenon. The manager Zhang before him was undoubtedly a top-tier figure. Lu Yuan had never imagined that after his rebirth he would meet manager Zhang at this time. Even now his mind was still somewhat dazed. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced my assistant, Yushasha. Let's sit down and talk. Brushing off the sharp woman beside him, Lu Yuan was surprised she was only an assistant. Given the way she carried herself, he had thought she was also a company executive. Shasha, go prepare some food and drinks for us. As soon as they sat down, manager Zhang sent Shasha to arrange refreshments. Professor Zhao, without further small talk, cut straight to the point. Manager Zhang, what are the specific requirements for the project you mentioned last month? I have some time recently to try it out and also guide my 2 students. That would be great. With Professor Zhao willing to give it a try, our company couldn't be more pleased. It was clear that Manager Zhang had a good relationship with Professor Zhao, and Lu Yuan felt as if they had collaborated more than once. At least Manager Zhang had great confidence in Professor Zhao's skills and expertise. Hey Race, the thing, our company plans to launch a new short video platform in September called Douyin Short Video. Indeed, Lu Yuan's heart pounded with excitement, feeling as if he were witnessing history. In his past life, he had spent most of his time on construction sites scrolling through Douyin. Never did he imagine he would learn of Douyin's birth in advance. Currently, some of the platform's internal algorithms still need optimization and enhancement, especially the recommendation system model. We hope to make it more precise and faster. At this time, ByteDance was not a small company with nearly 1,000 employees, but it was far from the top-tier enterprises in the market, lacking true talent, especially experts in mathematical algorithms. Many core businesses, including logical algorithms like this recommendation system, essentially guess what you like, could only manage basic recommendation algorithms. Real internal optimization would have to wait until Douyin developed, the company scaled up, and they could attract talent and afford improvements. The reason they approached Professor Zhao was simple: they wanted to tighten optimization before or just after the product launch. For such a short video platform, many of the recommendation system algorithms and core technological improvements would greatly benefit the product's market debut. No problem. Any deadline. Ideally before September, since we'll officially launch after our final test in early September. Of course, this is essentially a long-term project. If you're pressed for time, you can take it slowly. Manager Zhang did not impose strict demands on the specific timeline for this phase. Particularly before Professor Zhao, he maintained a very amiable attitude, adopting a humble posture, as if leaving the decision entirely to Professor Zhao. Alright, I'll try to give you the results by September. At this moment, cakes and drinks had already been brought in by assistant Yu, followed by waitstaff. Faced with the exquisite pastries, everyone did not stand on ceremony and began to savor them. While eating, Lu Yuan pondered over the difficulty of this project. This recommendation algorithm, if he remembered correctly, belonged to the fields of machine learning and reinforcement learning. His undergraduate major was a subdivision of mathematics and applied mathematics, which strictly speaking did not cover these two areas. However, senior brother Ling next to him, if he recalled correctly, majored in information and computer science as an undergraduate and indeed had studied these two specialized courses. If he wanted to participate in this project, he would have to first self-study the content of these courses. Meanwhile, Ling Du, holding a piece of tiramisu, was also lost in thought while eating. Of course, he was not pondering over the project's difficulty, but rather the specific amount of the project's labor fees. He did not know whether this fee would be discussed today, or if Manager Zhang would directly negotiate with Professor Zhao later, with the two of them just tagging along to get a share. Fortunately, Ling Du was not disappointed. Before long, Manager Zhang put down his food and proactively brought up the labor fees. Professor Zhao, regarding the specific labor fees for this project, regardless of how much improvement the algorithm achieves, how about I calculate it at 50 RMB? Or perhaps calculate it based on the actual efficiency improvement after server simulation. A sharp gasp escaped Ling Du. His face quickly flushed with an embarrassed red, and his breathing became rapid. Of course, Lu Yuan was not much better. 500,000 was an amount greater than all the prize money he had won from numerous competitions combined. He picked up the coffee on the table and drank silently, concealing the turmoil on his face. Professor Zhao, however, remained expressionless. Upon hearing Ling Du's reaction, he frowned and shot a glance at Ling Du, probably feeling a bit embarrassed. Let's go with the specific efficiency improvement. You get paid according to the effort you put in. I don't want to take advantage of your company. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang immediately nodded in agreement. No problem, let's calculate based on the specific efficiency. My initial expectation was to improve efficiency by 5 to 8. So, let's use 5 as the baseline. Every 1 efficiency improvement you bring to our algorithm model, it'll pay you 100 RMB, okay. If you achieve a 10 improvement, it'll add an extra 500,000. For the upcoming launch of Douyin, every slight improvement in the initial recommendation algorithm and content would bring enormous benefits. It could retain more users. In terms of RD costs, the highest expenditure was on the various algorithms. In the earlier period, Manager Zhang had been in the stage of casting a wide net, seeking out experts in the mathematics field to attempt improvements. Compared to the algorithm improvements, this labor fee was merely a small amount of money for ByteDance at the moment. Unfortunately, most professors in mathematics or computer science, if they had genuine expertise, already had fixed projects. Professor Zhao Xian, for instance, had politely declined Manager Zhang earlier. Already busy with his own research work, he would not be swayed by some money. Now, however, it was because of Lu Yuan and Ling Du that he had turned back to contact Manager Zhang. Alright, let's go with this standard. Seeing Professor Zhao agree, Manager Zhang's face showed excitement and relief. Before long, assistant Yu took out a labor commission contract from his bag and after both parties confirmed it was correct, they signed on it. Everything was so simple and smooth as if it was only natural. After getting into the car with Professor Zhao again, Ling Du, who had been holding back in the coffee shop, let out a long sigh and the next moment couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, big companies are big companies. With you teacher stepping in, it's so much better than us." Not only Ling Du, but Lu Yuan also couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His concept of university professors was indeed unclear. In his previous life, he attended an ordinary university and always felt that the teaching level of the lecturers was just average, with many just reading from PPT. He never thought that a university teacher or professor could be that impressive. Now that he was at Peking University, although he knew that the title of a PKU professor was far stronger than the professors at his previous third-tier college, incomparable, he still lacked an intuitive understanding of where exactly the strength lay. Now for the first time, he truly felt the level of his mentor's connections. Ling Du had gone to great lengths asking a game company peer to introduce him, and after borrowing various titles, had only secured a 300 RMB project. But Professor Zhao, just by casually taking on a project he originally looked down upon, got a reward of over 500. Although he had no concept of the scientific research fields Professor Zhao usually dealt with in the commercial field, he could directly converse with the CEO of ByteDance. This level indeed amazed him. Imperceptibly, the originally kind and calm Professor Zhao in his mind instantly soared to an infinite height. He always felt that he couldn't see where the big shots were, but unexpectedly it turned out to be his own teacher. At the same time, Lu Yuan began to have genuine interest and expectations for the profession of university professor. "Stop flattering me. You two will handle this project. I don't have time to deal with it." Lu Yuan put aside the content on physics and aircraft for now and look into the courses on machine learning and reinforcement learning. Then you and Ling Du will delve deeper into this area. Whether you earn a lot or nothing at all depends on your abilities. Professor Zhao took on this project partly to alleviate the financial pressure on his students. On the other hand, more importantly, he wanted to gauge the actual level of Lu Yuan and Ling Du, especially Lu Yuan, who had learned advanced mathematics to such a level in just 1 week. He still found it somewhat unbelievable. Now he wanted to see if Lu Yuan could quickly complete the study of these two advanced courses, especially the content he had never touched before, and further whether he could achieve breakthroughs on the existing, already complex algorithm models. From Lu Yuan's problem-solving approach and speed that morning, Professor Zhao had high expectations for Lu Yuan's cognitive intensity. Now it was both a reward for Lu Yuan's learning progress and a further test of his abilities. Was he really that fast at learning? How strong was his thinking? And how strong was his innovative thinking? From this project, he could roughly judge. Of course, it was also a side evaluation of Ling Du, since Ling Du's talent had also exceeded his expectations. "Teacher, aren't you taking any money? How dare we take it then?" Ling Du was still focused on the money, not thinking about the deeper meaning behind Professor Zhao bringing them into the project. Of course, his concern was reasonable. Professor Zhao had secured the project based on his own capabilities. If Professor Zhao didn't take the labor fee, how could they dare to take it? "All right, consider this project as my gift to you too. Don't think I'm being generous. I've dabbled in this recommendation algorithm before. It's quite challenging. ByteDance itself has strong experts in mathematics working on it internally. You two will have to make improvements first, otherwise if you don't improve efficiency at all, you won't get a single cent. Why talk about labor fees with me? Teacher, can you not trust our abilities?" Though he had not yet delved into the specifics of the project, Ling Du was extraordinarily confident. "I dare not say much about other things, but as long as the money is right, I can handle any project." Lu Yuan turned his head to glance at Ling Du, knowing that this time he was speaking from his heart. Professor Zhao, who was driving in the front, let out a soft sigh. "No matter what, you two must still focus on your studies in the future. Do not waste your remarkable talent in mathematics. I will be formulating long-term study plans for you from now on, especially you, Ling Du. If you fail to meet the standards, don't expect such opportunities again." Professor Zhao's tone was light, but to Ling Du as he was now, it was a very real threat. He immediately nodded in agreement, and Lu Yuan followed suit. However, after the car entered Peking University, and before they parted ways, Professor Zhao finally mentioned one more thing. "Ling Du, if after your master's degree you consider working directly, but encounter difficulties, it would be wise to switch to computer science early on." This was a specific reminder for Ling Du. Professor Zhao finished speaking and turned to leave. Lu Yuan inwardly agreed. A pure mathematics degree might not guarantee a suitable job or ideal salary. But if one switched to the computer science field, income could multiply. At least for the next few years, this advice was very applicable, especially given Ling Du's personality, which was likely to be money-oriented. A week later at the campus coffee shop, ordering the cheapest Americano, Lu Yuan had already been there for 3 hours. The second-hand Lenovo laptop he was using was purchased from a senior student. "Junior brother, you're here so early." With 10 minutes remaining until the agreed time, Ling Du entered the shop and immediately sat down beside him. No, I've been busy here since this afternoon. As they were talking, someone approached from behind. Yuan Gu. Senior Ling, I just found out that you've already started working on the project. The familiar raspy voice. Lu Yuan knew who it was without turning around. Ling Du was giving him a sly wink, his 8-shaped eyebrows dancing expressively. I told him. Anyway, the project won't involve him. Zheng Hang, who had grown rapidly to 168 meters, hastily explained. Senior Ling, am not participating. I haven't studied any of this stuff, so I can't be of any help. Not everyone was like Lu Yuan. Zheng Hang was talented, yes, but his learning speed and ability to digest knowledge couldn't compare to Lu Yuan's. Today Zheng Hang had arrived early at the university for registration, and the three of them were getting together. Senior Ling, have you made any progress? Not yet. I've just grasped their recommendation system model. The main logic is simple, but there are too many other factors involved. Though his personality was a bit flippant and his mind was mostly occupied with money and games, when it came to serious matters, Senior Ling was willing to invest time and had a sense of responsibility. Junior brother, how about you? How are you getting along with the 2 books? I finished reading them 2 days ago. Lately I've been thinking about the collaborative filtering algorithm for this recommendation system. That's insane. Before Lu Yuan could formally discuss it, Ling Du's exclamation rang out. Lu Yuan ignored his outburst. His talent and learning ability were evident to all, so there was no need to hide anything. I think their collaborative filtering algorithm is too ineffective. Based on my simulations and estimates, all 4 standard data values are very low. It's a weak point. I plan to improve this algorithm next week. Senior brother, you can focus on other areas during that time. Since the payoff was proportional to overall efficiency gains, Lu Yuan hoped they would work on different improvements rather than getting stuck on the same module. The entire recommendation system model, being an early version from ByteDance, was likely rushed and still quite rough. In his eyes, there were many areas for improvement. He chose the collaborative filtering algorithm because he noticed that in the current system, this algorithm was almost as good as non-existent. It was supposed to greatly enhance recommendation effectiveness, yet it performed poorly in this model. Alright. Junior brother, I was actually planning to supplement a few sorting algorithms and some error impacts, but I didn't think you'd go so deep. Unlike Lu Yuan, Ling Du had to study the entire recommendation system overnight repeatedly, spending a lot of time to form a complete picture. Even though ByteDance was not yet a top-tier company, it was far from a small one. The complexity of its recommendation system was imaginable. Ling Du intended to mainly fill the gaps and make minor improvements in the areas he was good at. He had no plans to alter key algorithms, fearing that any change might actually reduce efficiency. The 3 chatted about recent events, had a meal at the cafeteria, and then Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory to continue pondering the collaborative filtering algorithm. At 8 in the evening, his dormitory, which had been empty, finally welcomed Zheng Hang. But Zheng Hang didn't disturb him, he just played games to relax. Once Lu Yuan entered his state of focus, the entire collaborative filtering algorithm began to clash in his mind, resuming the thoughts from the afternoon. His brain worked like a supercomputer, constantly matching and adjusting past thought patterns to this algorithm. Countless fresh ideas emerged without end. As long as he didn't call a halt, new improvement concepts would arise at any moment. The pen in his hand kept writing on paper, recording each idea that seemed promising after preliminary mental simulation. A 100-page leather notebook was already nearly 1/3 filled. If Manager Zhang were in the dormitory and saw the dozens of algorithm improvement plans that Lu Yuan had yet to implement, if he took the time to simulate them one by one, he would be astounded. Just on the collaborative filtering algorithm alone, Lu Yuan had dozens of plans. The worst among them would improve the company's original algorithm by at least 30, and the best could boost it by 50. Even within the entire recommendation system, that would mean at least a 5 efficiency increase. Yet Lu Yuan was unsatisfied with all these plans. As he thought, his brows began to furrow. Compared to his competition days, this was the first time he had concentrated so intensely on a problem for such a long period. After half an hour of intense thinking, he felt a headache coming on and had to stop to rest. In fact, with so many plans, he could simply select a few with the most obvious effects, simulate and compare them, and then hand in his work ahead of schedule. But during his thought process, Lu Yuan felt that the problem hadn't been fully explored. He always sensed that a better idea was about to emerge, so he kept thinking without stopping. This feeling of inadequacy, or rather imperfection, was something Lu Yuan had never experienced during his previous studies and reflections. Even when delving into textbooks like advanced algebra, he could continuously explore deeper without feeling distressed. The thoughts in his mind could consciously halt when he stopped. But now when it came to this algorithm, Lu Yuan felt that every modification and plan he made was uncomfortable. Flipping through the many proposals in the notebook, it seemed as if they were all flawed from the start. Suddenly, a new idea came to Lu Yuan. At that moment, he couldn't help but get up and go downstairs to buy a can of Red Bull. Apart from anything else, this energy drink could indeed make one feel more excited. After resting for about 20 minutes, Lu Yuan began to think again. This time he completely changed his approach. Or rather, he overturned everything, even the core algorithm of the ByteDance company itself. Ideas kept surging in his mind, and the next moment a complete new algorithm core took shape in his thoughts. Soon details and additional factors to consider were carved into this core. The essence of this collaborative filtering algorithm was simple: finding similar users, and then recommending products of interest to those similar users. After overturning the old approach and establishing a new framework, Lu Yuan's thinking became faster and smoother. The vague sense of discomfort and frustration in his mind disappeared. He quickly picked up his pen and wrote down the embryonic ideas in his mind. Exactly. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally realized the crux of the problem. The discomfort in his mind was not due to a decline in his thinking ability or a psychological issue. It was simply that the algorithmic approach had been flawed from the very beginning. Making improvements and deductions based on the original ideas of ByteDance's algorithm engineers was wrong from the start. The main framework of this algorithm itself had issues, or rather its ceiling was limited. After realizing this, Lu Yuan overturned everything. All the algorithmic thinking frameworks, after being processed through his own mind, immediately became completely different. Now the new core algorithm idea had formed, and only the detailed calculations, including the comprehensive matching calculations with the entire recommendation system, remained. "Brother Yuan, aren't you sleeping yet?" The voice of Zheng Heng came from behind, and unconsciously the time had passed midnight. Lu Yuan had completed the overall calculation of the new algorithm and was currently simulating and evaluating the efficiency improvement. "You go to bed first, it'll be a while longer." He replied briefly to Zheng Heng and continued to work. He wanted to have a clear idea tonight of how effective his new algorithm and new approach would be. By 1230, when he put down his pen, a relieved smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Based on his current estimates, the efficiency of the new algorithm was 210 to 230 higher than the original. If applied to the entire recommendation system, the efficiency would increase by 15 to 18. This was not the limit of the algorithm's improvement to the overall system, but rather the inadequacy of other details in the entire recommendation system. No matter how efficient the new algorithm was, it couldn't compensate for the other shortcomings of the entire system. The limit was around 18. However, for Lu Yuan, achieving an efficiency improvement of over 10 was enough to exceed the task requirements and earn a bonus. On the afternoon of the third day, inside the ByteDance company, Lu Yuan and Ling Du were resting in a small meeting room. On the simple black leather chairs and the oval red wooden table lay 2 bottles of water and some snacks. "Junior brother, is your new algorithm really reliable? I haven't made any progress on my side." Ling Du was nervous, and seeing no one else in the meeting room, asked Lu Yuan again. "I've calculated it. Just this algorithm improvement alone can increase overall efficiency by over 10. You don't need to keep spending time." "Zila." As they were talking, the meeting room door opened, and Director Zhang entered sideways, smiling at them and reminding the server resources are free now. "I've arranged for the big data simulation of your improvement plan to start. This simulation uses 10 million data points and will take about 50 minutes to an hour to get comparison results. If you need anything, feel free to tell assistant you outside." Having said that, he turned and left, his face no longer showing the surprise it had when he first saw them in the office. Director Zhang had previously expected Professor Zhao's team to produce an improvement plan by September. Who would have thought that only 10 days after their last meeting, Professor Zhao had called him in the morning, and by the afternoon his 2 students had already arrived with the plan. A new plan developed in such a short time, coupled with Professor Zhao's lack of confidence and expectation over the phone, he only vaguely said to wait for the results, made Director Zhang hold little hope for the new plan. Nevertheless, he still treated Professor Zhao's 2 students well. In the meeting room, snacks and fruit were brought in every 10 minutes or so. "I'm a bit uneasy since the teacher isn't here. Are you sure your algorithm plan has been seen by the teacher? Could there be mistakes?" After eating 2 slices of watermelon, Ling Du couldn't help asking again. Even if the first test simulation failed, they could continue to improve. But to claim results so quickly and rush to ByteDance, occupying valuable server resources, would bring shame to the teacher and make Director Zhang think less of them. "Senior brother, trust me. I guarantee improvement, but it depends on the test results." In reality, Professor Zhao had not seen it, and Lu Yuan knew this well. He hadn't even handed the plan to the teacher personally. He had only sent an email as required. Professor Zhao was usually busy with work. Last time they were lucky to catch him free and have him accompany them to take on the project. During this period, Professor Zhao was at a critical point in his work. After receiving Lu Yuan's improvement plan on the first day, he said he would take a look after resting at night. But the next day, he said he was too busy and told them to go directly to ByteDance for server simulation testing. Lu Yuan could only continue to reassure senior brother Ling, telling him to relax. In fact, Lu Yuan himself was also a bit anxious. Although the theoretical simulation data showed an improvement of 15 to 18, far exceeding the expected 10. But that was only his calculated data simulation. Real server data testing was different from paper calculations. Errors and minor factors could affect the effectiveness of his new algorithm. However, since they were here, he believed that as long as there were no major issues, 10 was a very conservative estimate. About an hour later, longer than Lu Yuan and Ling Du had expected, the familiar assistant Yu pushed open the meeting room door. "You two, Director Zhang would like you to come to his office." The two immediately stood up and followed Assistant Yu to the office. Seated once again before Mr. Zhang, Lu Yuan and Ling Du eagerly awaited the outcome. Mr. Zhang, however, was occupied with his phone, presumably contacting Professor Zhao. "Yes, the improvement exceeded my expectations. Professor Zhao, your intervention truly." "What? Not you." As he spoke, Mr. Zhang's expression froze in obvious surprise. In the next instant, he fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan, incredulous. "Are you sure this isn't a joke? Even mentoring a disciple shouldn't go this far." Clearly, Mr. Zhang still doubted that Lu Yuan was responsible for the improvements. He initially assumed Professor Zhao was subtly supporting his student's reputation. After repeated confirmation, however, he finally nodded, accepting reality. "Yes, the effect is excellent. I've arranged to cancel the next schedule and rerun the server test on 100 million data points. It'll take about 4 hours. You'll come too." By the time the call ended, Ling Du, who had been tense, relaxed completely. Hope rekindled on his face. It was clear that Lu Yuan's improvement to one of the system's algorithms had produced extraordinary results. Mr. Zhang then swept his gaze over the two, especially Lu Yuan. His eyes betrayed undisguised surprise, admiration, and respect. Without speaking, he rose, fetched 2 cups of water from the dispenser, and placed them before the pair. After sitting down again, Mr. Zhang finally spoke in a measured tone. "Lu Yuan, was it truly you who completed the major improvement work this time?" Clearly, even though Lu Yuan had won an IMO gold medal, everyone only believed in his mathematical talent, including his ability to solve problems on paper. Problem-solving ability does not equal theoretical mathematical research, nor does it represent practical application. In concrete projects, Lu Yuan still struggled to inspire trust. Yet now, after Professor Zhao's repeated explanations and denials, Mr. Zhang had no choice but to believe in the young man before him. "Mr. Zhang, if you're referring to the collaborative filtering algorithm, then yes, it is my original creation." Lu Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He had feared that the server test results would diverge from his theoretical calculations or mental simulations. As it turned out, the results were close to his theoretical predictions. Truly a hero born of youth. When Lu Yuan admitted it himself, Mr. Zhang couldn't help but exclaim. A knock at the door. Assistant Yu entered, as if about to report something to Mr. Zhang. But before she could speak, a man in his mid-30s strode past her into the office. His hair was slightly disheveled, and he wore old-fashioned gold-rimmed glasses. Slightly stout, he excitedly reported to Mr. Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, which master did you commission to write the collaborative filtering algorithm in that plan? It's incredible. I analyzed the algorithm theoretically, and its efficiency is over 200 higher than our previous one. The overall improvement in our recommendation system is definitely more than the simulated 16, mainly because other modules impose constraints. If we could have that master refine the entire system after some user data tuning post-launch, the big model could mature quickly." The man grew more excited, his gestures unrestrained. He pulled up a chair and sat down next to Lu Yuan and Ling Du. His behavior made Mr. Zhang, seated opposite, smile wryly. "Lu Yuan, Ling Du, this is Yuan Heng, the head of our algorithm team. He graduated from the Computer Science Department of Harbin Institute of Technology. Teacher Yuan, these are Lu Yuan and Ling Du, students from the School of Mathematical Sciences at Peking University and disciples of Professor Zhao Xine. The algorithm improvement you mentioned was done by Lu Yuan." "Oh." Teacher Yuan turned with a start of surprise, but quickly accepted the fact. He didn't doubt Lu Yuan because of his youth. Instead, he began to consult him. "Lu Yuan, how did you conceive the new algorithm? Its approach is very innovative. I mainly analyzed the entire system and found that this part wasn't contributing as expected. The algorithm's overall performance was too poor, so I tried to improve it. When the improvement still seemed mediocre, I redesigned a new algorithm from scratch. As Teacher Yuan said, there is still considerable room for enhancement and optimization. At that time, Douyin had not yet been launched, and most work was rushed. It wasn't just the recommendation algorithm model. Several other critical backend algorithms likely had much room for improvement. But refining backend algorithms was less important than launching the product to capture the market first. That was why Lu Yuan's single improvement could significantly boost the entire big model. Before long, Mr. Zhang's office became a space for Lu Yuan and Teacher Yuan to exchange ideas, with Ling Du occasionally chiming in. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang eventually called a halt and treated them both to dinner at a restaurant before they returned to work, awaiting the final test results. Around 7:30 p.m. Professor Zhao finally arrived, looking travel-worn. Compared to a few days earlier, his eyes were bloodshot. His hair was as disheveled as Teacher Yuan's from ByteDance. His voice was hoarse and he appeared utterly exhausted. "Teacher, you've worked hard. Clearly Professor Zhao had made a special trip for their sake. Why say that? Have the test results come out? Not yet, but soon, within half an hour. Nodding to them, Professor Zhao accepted the water Lu Yuan handed him, took a few sips, and continued. Lu Yuan, I've looked over your new algorithm. It indeed provides strong support for the recommendation system. But did you come up with it yourself? Or did you borrow from someone else's algorithm or improve upon it? Teacher, I came up with the algorithm myself, but I can't guarantee it's not similar to others' algorithms. Lu Yuan could only affirm that he had conceived it that night. Whether someone else had already thought of it, he couldn't be certain. Perhaps this new idea had unconsciously been inspired by something he learned. Before Professor Zhao could ask further, Mr. Zhang burst into the conference room excitedly. Professor Zhao, Lu Yuan Ling, do the test results are out. After applying your new algorithm, the recommendation system's overall speed and accuracy have improved significantly, by about 16.5. Since the test involved 100 million data points, the result was reliable. Though it didn't reach the theoretical limit of 18, it far exceeded Lu Yuan's expectations. On behalf of ByteDance, I thank everyone for your help. Despite working late, Mr. Zhang's excitement grew and his gratitude was sincere and earnest. I won't say much more. The fee for this project, as originally agreed, was 165 million plus a 500 bonus totaling 215 million. I just had the company's finance department process the payment, and I added an extra bonus. It's 3 million in total. Thank you, Professor Zhao and your team, especially Lu Yuan, for your hard work. Huff. Upon hearing the amount of 3 million from Boss Zhang, both Lu Yuan and Ling Du's breathing became heavy. Neither of them had ever seen so much money before. In just 10 days, an improvement to an algorithm had led the company to offer a consulting fee of 3 million. Lu Yuan now had a brand new understanding of mathematics. Know of the mathematical modules related to computers. In this day and age, big data and algorithms, which connect mathematics with computers, really do make a lot of money. This truly was the book holds a house of gold. Boss Zhang, since the agreed standard was 15 million, let's stick with that. Professor Zhao seemed indifferent to the figure and offered to decline on behalf of Lu Yuan and Ling Du. No, Professor Zhao, you've done our company a huge favor this time. And this algorithm has great potential, leaving significant room for improvement in the overall system. A 5 improvement is a milestone, and 3 million is still a bargain for us. Boss Zhang spoke sincerely. He had originally only hoped for a 5 performance boost. For such efficiency improvements, the difficulty of achieving 5 is vastly different from 10. The further you go, the harder it gets. This time the result reached an astonishing 16.5, which shows how well the algorithm could predict user preferences once the Douyin short video app launches. Compared to the product's improvement, 3 million was indeed nothing. Professor Zhao finally stopped declining, but he did have a private conversation with Boss Zhang. In the end, he took a bank card and a server test report and led Lu Yuan and Ling Du back to the university. As soon as they got in the car, the bank card was handed to Lu Yuan. Vroom vroom. The car engine started. There's 2.4 million in here. The password is 6/8. You two decide how to split it. Though both Lu Yuan and Ling Du were excited, they frowned in confusion upon hearing the amount. After all, it was supposed to be 3 million. Why had it suddenly become 2.4 million? Was their teacher taking 6,000? 6,000 was the 20 tax on labor income. I had Boss Zhang's company handle the tax filing for you two, so you don't have to deal with it yourselves. Upon hearing it was taxes, they both instantly understood, relieved they hadn't asked. They had no objections to paying taxes. Holding such a large sum without paying taxes would make them uneasy. Professor, how about you take half of this money? Lu Yuan took the card and couldn't help proposing again. Don't bring that up. We'll stick to what was agreed. This time you exceeded my expectations. I originally thought you two could achieve a 23 improvement at best. I didn't expect you, Lu Yuan, to give me such a big surprise. The car drove smoothly, and Professor Zhao seemed to be pondering something. With this money, both of you should focus on your studies. Lu Yuan, come to my office tomorrow morning at 8 p.m. The two inexperienced junior brothers went to the 24-hour ATM on campus. Entering the password and seeing the full 2.4 million on the card, they once again breathed heavily. Senior brother Ling, let's split it half and half, okay? No, junior brother. This was all your work. I didn't really contribute much. If you're willing, just give me 1,000. Though Ling Du coveted the number on the card, he knew his limits. He had actually done nothing. He had only just fully understood the recommendation algorithm and made no improvements. Suggesting 1,000 was a selfish impulse. Strictly by contribution, he shouldn't take a single cent. Senior brother, since we agreed to work together, let's split as agreed. Whether it was the initial 3 million, the 2.4 million, or the upcoming 1.2 million to be split equally, it was all an inconceivable, unexpected windfall for Lu Yuan. In his previous life, he had struggled for a salary of 3,500, but now, while studying, he had earned money without even realizing it. For Lu Yuan, the 2 million that had just been transferred to his own card was not what excited him most. What thrilled him was his ability to earn money. For the first time he felt that making money was so easy. It seemed that with his current brain's learning ability and knowledge, wealth was within easy reach. He didn't want to haggle over the money. They could always earn more together later. Back in the dormitory, Lu Yuan's mind was still racing with excitement. Moreover, late at night emotions tend to run loose. Fortunately, he regained his composure upon waking the next morning. He realized that although making money was easy, his teacher's role was indispensable, though otherwise he wouldn't even have had the chance to meet Boss Zhang. He had the ability to earn money, but actually earning money, and more of it, required more than just ability. More importantly, he also recalled what Professor Zhao had said at the top. Indeed, his new life had just begun, and with such a gift, he shouldn't be chasing wealth. At 9:30 m, Lu Yuan arrived at Professor Zhao's office on time. He saw that Professor Zhao looked even worse than the day before, his hair greasier, his dark circles deep, and his eyes bloodshot, as if he had stayed up all night. The desk was cluttered with notes of calculations, and he was staring seriously at the computer. When he saw Lu Yuan enter, he quickly waved him over to sit beside him. Lu Yuan obediently complied, glancing at the content on the professor's screen. It was all English literature, which he found hard to read, but the mathematical formulas listed were easy to follow. I studied your algorithm carefully last night, comparing it with various foreign papers. It's indeed a novel algorithm, innovative and highly practical. You can try to submit a paper, but the overall algorithm still needs some adjustments. As he spoke, Professor Zhao switched the screen to a Word document. It contained the main body of Lu Yuan's algorithm summarized and outlined. I've summarized your algorithm's logic. Take it, refine it further, and then write a paper. If you're unclear about the paper format or content, ask your senior brother Yu. This original algorithm of yours could aim for a top-tier SCI journal. It will be very helpful for your future doctoral studies, or even for your career. Inside a modern room with a predominantly white color scheme. Upon entering, one's eyes first fell upon an ordinary blackboard and several whiteboards covered in marker writings. The whiteboards contained numerous mathematical formulas along with some notes. Further inside, there were several seating areas, each with a hexagonal table equipped with computers and partitions between them. Is this the mathematics laboratory? Indeed, it was far from the array of equipment Lu Yuan had anticipated. It resembled more of a simple studio. A newcomer. I thought it was just junior brother Ling this year. A man approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a slender build, approached with keen interest. The man had thick, bristly hair both on his brows and beard, dense and upright. His features appeared older, making him seem around 30 years old. There were quite a few people in the lab at the moment. Lu Yuan took a quick glance and counted 7 in total. Upon hearing the noise from the entrance, Yu Junwei and Ling Du quickly gathered around. Senior brother Zhang, this is Lu Yuan, a student who will be pursuing a combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degree under our advisor. Since the beginning of the year, when Yu Junwei accompanied Professor Zhao to recruit Lu Yuan at Hengxi Middle School, Lu Yuan had not seen this senior brother again. Over half a year had passed, and senior brother Yu remained as elegant as ever. Whether in his manner of speaking or his demeanor, he was far more composed than the other members of the lab, including Ling Du beside him. Oh, so this is Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, congratulations on winning the IMO gold medal. That's incredible. I was eliminated in the second round of the national training team back, then am far inferior to you. And you even got a perfect score at the IMO. It seemed that senior brother Zhang had heard of his reputation. Perhaps he was also engaged in mathematics and had been exceptionally talented in the subject since childhood. His experiences were somewhat similar to Lu Yuan's, enabling him to fully appreciate the significance of Lu Yuan's achievement. This also indirectly indicated that senior brother Zhang was no ordinary person. At the very least, he had won a CMO gold medal, otherwise he would not have qualified for the national training team. Lu Yuan, this is Zhang Weiping, a fourth-year doctoral student. After Yu Junwei introduced him, several other senior brothers in the lab also set aside their work and gathered around. With Yu Junwei making the introductions, they exchanged greetings and got to know each other. After going through the entire group, Lu Yuan could only remember senior brother Zhang and a senior sister named Jia Qiang. It was not because senior sister Jia was particularly beautiful. She was about 1.6 meters tall, wearing an old-fashioned pink round glasses. Her face bore no trace of makeup, with a somewhat dull and yellowish complexion, and she had quite a few pimples. To put it plainly, she was by no means eye-catching in appearance, and even had a somewhat rustic air. However, in a mathematics lab, where she was the only female student, it was impossible for Lu Yuan not to remember her. Junior brother, aren't you going to study in the library? In my opinion, it's better to stay in the lab. At least you don't have to worry about reserving a seat early every day. After the others left to resume their work, Ling Du finally began talking with him. I'm here to see senior brother Yu. The teacher asked me to seek his guidance on my thesis. I know. The teacher mentioned it to me. You can sit next to me later, and I'll explain the thesis formatting to you. Senior brother, you had not left. Evidently, he had anticipated Lu Yuan's request for guidance, and Professor Zhao had already informed him in advance. Strange. Senior brother, you have a lot of work on your hands. Why didn't the advisor ask me to tutor junior brother Lu? I can write papers too. I'd definitely be able to guide him. Having just received his share of the funds 2 days ago, Ling Du had been exceptionally enthusiastic in the lab recently. Especially regarding Lu Yuan's thesis, Ling Du was remarkably warm toward him, impressed by Lu Yuan's generosity in sharing the money. However, senior brother, you frowned slightly and said with some uncertainty, if I recall correctly, have you only written an undergraduate thesis? Or did you publish any journal articles during your undergraduate studies, junior brother Ling? It was subtly apparent that senior brother, you did not hold a very high opinion of Ling Du. Last year, he had personally explained to Lu Yuan the story of Ling Du being the disgrace of the mathematics school, and had specifically warned Lu Yuan not to follow Ling Du's example. Yet fate had a strange way of working. Ling Du managed to pass the unified exam and join Professor Zhao Xin's group as well. Being a man of good breeding, senior brother Yu was initially patient with Ling Du and did not view him through a prejudiced lens. But after Ling Du frequently took leave and showed a lackluster attitude toward work and study, senior brother Yu felt that junior brother Ling could no longer hide his true nature, and his attitude toward him naturally cooled. Yes, I wrote an in-depth analysis of the Nasu's champions' build and skills. It's become quite popular online. Nasu's. Senior brother Yu muttered, a look of confusion on his face. He continued with a mixture of doubt and curiosity. It was actually published. Which journal? Only Lu Yuan understood immediately, and he confirmed with senior brother Ling. Senior brother, are you talking about the dog-headed character? You really get me, junior brother Lu. Ling Du's face lit up with excitement, as if he had found a kindred spirit. By now, even senior brother Yu had confirmed that this was certainly not an academic paper in the conventional sense. Without further small talk, he quickly pulled Lu Yuan over and seated him in the empty spot next to his workstation. There were about 30 seats in the lab, so there was no shortage of places to sit. Junior brother, how far have you gotten with your thesis? Let me know about any issues you're facing. I have no scheduled work today or tomorrow, so let's try to get this sorted out in these 2 days. Yu Junwei was in his 3rd year of graduate studies since the start of the academic year, and Lu Yuan knew that his schedule was indeed tight. Between his own thesis, internships, and decisions about whether to pursue a PhD, he had a lot on his plate. Lu Yuan quickly took out his USB drive and showed the thesis content to senior brother Yu. Senior brother, I've actually finished writing the main content. However, I noticed that most journals require English submissions, so that might be my weak point. Indeed, the practical issues Lu Yuan faced were not limited to thesis writing. In his previous life, he had at least attended university and written a graduation thesis, so he was familiar with the general format. But that was an undergraduate thesis, which was essentially a formality and somewhat trivial. When it came to international journals, he discovered that most SCI journals preferred English submissions, with only a handful willing to accept Chinese papers. After going full circle, he had thought he could avoid English after being admitted to graduate school without exams, but it seemed inevitable. There's no way around it. For most high-impact international journals, it's best to submit in English. Let me read your Chinese content first. If it's good, I'll help you translate it into English. Yu Junwei held a very favorable opinion of Lu Yuan. Compared to Ling Du, this junior brother was exceptionally gifted and had a diligent attitude toward learning. When it came to such thesis-related tasks, even the time-consuming translation work, Yu Junwei readily agreed to take it on without hesitation. Junior apprentice brother, did you originate this algorithm? Initially, Yu Junwei did not take the content of Lu Yuan's document seriously. After all, both the formatting and the phrasing appeared somewhat immature. But upon closer inspection, when he reached the core content, the algorithm itself, his attitude shifted. Yu Junwei's expression grew increasingly serious, and the more he read, the more astonished he became. Eventually, he even fetched a pen and paper to verify and cross-check some of the content and formulas from the paper. It took a full hour before he could roughly grasp the essence of the algorithmic core. I originated it. Earlier, I worked on a project with ByteDance alongside my mentor. I thought their original algorithm was too poor, so I devised a new one. The results were impressive, and my mentor deemed the work innovative enough for me to summarize and attempt to publish a paper. As Yu Junwei listened to Lu Yuan speak, his expression grew increasingly complex. The casual, effortless manner in which Lu Yuan had created a brand new algorithm stirred a hint of envy within him. Junior apprentice brother, if I recall correctly, you only arrived at the university at the end of July, didn't you? And the advanced mathematics content. Self-taught. Ling Du had somehow drifted back to their side. Given his personality, he had likely finished his own work early and was now loafing around. Senior brother, can you believe it? Lu Yuan manages to self-study 4 subjects in a week. I'm ashamed to compare. I barely managed 4 subjects in a month. Ling Du's words only deepened Yu Junwei's melancholy. Unlike the two of them, Yu Junwei lacked such innate talent. In his youth, he had shown remarkable aptitude in elementary mathematics and had barely made it to the CMO competition. But as he advanced into higher mathematics, he gradually realized his talent was insufficient. He had to work hard every night just to keep pace with his peers. Now facing the blatant humble brags of his two junior brothers, the envy and jealousy he felt were palpable. After a long moment of silent adjustment, senior brother Yu finally regained his composure. Lu Yuan, the algorithm you proposed is quite novel, but the way you've elaborated on the different sections reads like a running account. Also, some parts feel like they were copied and pasted, and they don't seem closely related to your algorithm. Yu Junwei's criticisms were all quite pertinent. In reality, Lu Yuan's paper covered the core algorithm in fewer than 1,000 words. But that word count was far from sufficient, so he resorted to the Baidu method, padding with irrelevant content and forcibly adding value, hoping to flesh out the paper into something presentable. Indeed, this was the same technique he had used for his undergraduate thesis in his past life. Later, he even employed Chinese paraphrasing to reduce the plagiarism check rate, executing the entire process with practiced ease. Lu Yuan could devise another algorithm in 2 days if needed, but he truly could not produce a complete paper in that time. Feeling he had criticized too much, senior brother Yu added some praise after listing the flaws. Still, the algorithm in your paper has high practical value. I believe its citation count and impact factor will be significant. And the real-world data validation in this section is very valuable. Speaking of this part, he had to mention Professor Zhao. Not only had Professor Zhao discussed the tax filing matters with General Manager Zhang, but he had also obtained the test data for the big data analysis and arranged for the subsequent paper to be published with verification. He had truly considered every aspect on Lu Yuan's behalf. Now the only thing left was to complete the paper and submit it for publication. Hey Race, what well do the core content of your article is already solid. They'll help you revise and supplement the rest, and then translate it for you. They'll give you the revised paper by tomorrow afternoon. Initially, Yu Junwei had intended to teach Lu Yuan how to write a publishable paper. But now he realized that the paper's core content was already complete and the algorithm description was well articulated. He would rather handle the minor details, including the translation himself. Talents like Lu Yuan should spend more time on truly valuable learning and thinking. 3 days later, as the new semester approached, more and more students arrived early for registration at Peking University, infusing the campus with vitality. Lu Yuan's 2 other dorm mates had also arrived, one named Lu and Kun, the other Shijiayu. The 3 from Jiangnan province had reunited. This time there was none of the old competitive undercurrents among them. Instead, they felt more like teammates, or even comrades, who had fought together in the IMO. Of course, compared to the leisurely pre-semester relaxation of the other 3, Lu Yuan's time was far more constrained. He was constantly studying advanced mathematics and physics, and even dabbling in aerospace topics. This morning, he was summoned to Professor Zhao's office. In the familiar office, he sat intimately on Professor Zhao's left side, reviewing the paper that senior brother Yu had meticulously polished. Today, Professor Zhao looked much more energetic with noticeably lighter dark circles. He was dressed neatly in a blue shirt, looking sharp. Your paper is well written, but it feels somewhat familiar. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Most of the main content was revised by senior brother Yu, so no wonder it felt familiar. Aside from the algorithm core and the data validation, everything else was written by Yu Junwei. Calling it a polish was an understatement. It was practically a complete overhaul, more dramatic than a Korean plastic surgery makeover. Lu Yuan trailed off, confident that Professor Zhao understood. All right, I'll submit the paper for you. You'll be the first author, it'll be the corresponding author, and your senior brother, you can be the second author. That should be fine, right? No problem. Lu Yuan agreed readily. In a published paper, the most valuable positions were the first author and the corresponding author. Naturally, the corresponding author should be his supervising professor. Moreover, submitting under Professor Zhao's name would significantly increase the chances of acceptance, and the journal editors and reviewers would scrutinize it more carefully. As for the second author, its practical significance was limited. Only for high-impact papers and core journals would it carry some weight. At that moment, Professor Zhao closed the document on his computer and turned to face Lu Yuan. How are the courses I assigned you coming along? Any difficulties? I've finished them all. By now, Professor Zhao was no longer surprised by Lu Yuan's answer. He nodded silently. In that case, I need to go on a business trip the day after tomorrow to Shishu province. It's about some issues related to the lunar exploration program. If you have no other plans, pack a bag and come along with me. Professor, can I really go? Lu Yuan had always kept this matter in his heart, but he never imagined he could participate in the change project before the semester even started. He had originally expected to achieve Professor Zhao's goal by the first half of his freshman year. Now, after just 1 month of summer study, he never expected Professor Zhao to be willing to take him along. Yes, there are some fixed procedures before you go, and someone will contact you. When you arrive at the research base, don't wander around, focus on learning. Forget it, you're not Ling Du, am reassured. Professor Zhao originally wanted to continue giving a few more instructions, but thinking of Lu Yuan's character, he chose to trust him. In fact, the procedures before departure were more complicated than Lu Yuan had imagined. Early the next morning, someone came to his dormitory to find him. When he went out, he discovered it was a soldier in uniform. They rechecked his family information, including his entire life experience from childhood to adulthood. Soon after, they made phone calls to confirm again, as if conducting a comprehensive political review on him. Only after the final confirmation over the phone, they specially signed a confidentiality agreement with him before leaving. These matters alone took up most of his day. Meanwhile, the remaining time had to be spent reporting to the college i.e., requesting leave. According to Professor Zhao, it was unclear how long the trip would take, maybe 3 to 5 days, or half a month. It would most likely delay the start of the semester, especially military training. Fortunately, the leave request was submitted and approved by Professor Zhao on Lu Yuan's behalf, and the department readily approved it. On the third day, Lu Yuan officially set off with Professor Zhao and arrived at the research base in Shishu province. Sitting in the car, specially sent to pick them up, Lu Yuan was still savoring the feeling of flying. Although it was not his first time on a plane, it was his first time flying first class with Professor Zhao. The flight experience, including the dedicated service on the plane, was indeed far superior to economy class. Zhao Xin, this is my student Lu Yuan, who was reported yesterday. At the base entrance, soldiers were still guarding and verifying. The security level here was very high, and it was clearly visible that the soldiers were equipped with real firearms. The soldiers' faces were resolute, displaying a fine spirit. Professor Zhao, Engineer Lu, welcome to the base. Thank you both for your contributions to our country's aerospace industry. As the words fell, a crisp sound of orderly formation came from the 4 soldiers in front. The next moment, they gave a standard salute to the 2 of them. At that instant, Lu Yuan's previous anticipation, mixed with curiosity and a hint of tourist-like excitement, completely subsided. Unconsciously, a sense of mission welled up in his heart. In his mind, he repeatedly affirmed to himself that he was not here for fun. He was here to learn and to contribute to the development of the aerospace industry. Passing through the first 2 buildings following Professor Zhao to settle into the dormitory and arrange his belongings, he finally headed to the research area. Only then did Lu Yuan have the chance to look at the contents of the pass hanging on his chest. It recorded his name, age, and position. The position column clearly read, Algorithm Assistant Engineer. As for Professor Zhao's, it was simple. The 4 words, Specially Appointed Expert, were enough to explain everything. Professor Zhao. Professor Zhao. Following his teacher into an area resembling a launch vehicle control hall, many colleagues greeted Professor Zhao as they passed by. Lu Yuan's emotions were even more stirred. The launch base area, which he had only seen on TV before, now appeared vividly before his eyes. Lu Yuan. A professor. Hearing his teacher call him, Lu Yuan quickly adjusted his state. This is Wang Yu, your senior, who is responsible for research on image processing algorithms in the Change project. During your time at the base, you will follow Wang Yu. In the hall, a sunny young man about 1.75 meters tall took off his headphones and warmly shook hands with Lu Yuan. Wang Yu, take good care of your junior during this time. It's his first time here, mainly let him learn and get exposed to some things. And Lu Yuan is very talented in algorithms and might have a chance to help you. Hearing Professor Zhao introduce him like this, Lu Yuan vaguely understood. He thought to himself that he hadn't even finished his undergraduate courses in mathematics, having only studied a few basic subjects. Logically, he hadn't met the standard, but Professor Zhao still brought him ahead of time. It seemed that Professor Zhao valued the talent he had shown in algorithms and intended to see if he could be cultivated or provide new help at the base. Professor Zhao, no problem. They'll take good care of my junior, you can focus on your own work. Nodding to Wang Yu, Professor Zhao quickly turned and left. Under Wang Yu's guidance, Lu Yuan was granted access to the monitoring station on the left. This is my friend's workstation. He's been busy with another project recently, so for now I'm in charge of the image processing work for the Change project. Don't worry, there aren't many buttons on the monitoring station that are open to us image algorithm engineers. As he spoke, Wang Yu enthusiastically introduced him to the setup. Indeed, as he said, there were not many functions, just image zoom and some band data behind it, but nothing else could be operated. Even so, it was still a huge impact on Lu Yuan, because who could really observe the lunar rover working on the moon in real time? In this regard, he was just like any newcomer entering the base for the first time, completely inexperienced. He was excited about everything on the screen related to the moon, filled with curiosity about everything. Of course, this excitement doesn't last long for most people, and the same was true for Lu Yuan. By around 4 p.m., after observing the lunar rover's work for nearly 3 hours, all his curiosity had faded. In his eyes, the lunar rover seemed quite crude, performing only a few repetitive tasks and not being very agile. Instead, it was the situation in the entire control hall that piqued his curiosity. The people here wore all kinds of clothes, military uniforms, suits, white isolation suits, everyday clothes, and so on. Brother Wang, do you usually just keep observing the lunar rover like this, eh? Wang Yu wasn't always at his workstation. He occasionally went to discuss with others in the hall. But most of the time he was indeed wearing headphones and watching the lunar rover on the screen. Bored, aren't you? Haha, you're better than me. It took me 2 days to get bored. Wang Yu laughed heartily while chatting with him. Actually, I don't usually watch this. It's just because you're here. I'm watching it with you on purpose. For now, the Change project is carrying out the launch of Change 4 and the preparation for the lunar landing mission. These lunar rovers are the products of the Change 3 landing. Their work objectives have already been achieved, so they're not particularly important. Wang Yu was a relatively talkative young man appearing not very old. After Lu Yuan inquired, he learned that Wang Yu was actually 31, not the 26 or 27 he seemed to be. His undergraduate degree was indeed from Peking University's School of Mathematics, the same major as Ling Du, Information and Computational Science. He then pursued a combined master's and doctoral program switching to the field of image processing. After graduating at 27, he worked as a postdoctoral researcher at Capital Medical University for 2 years before a twist of fate brought him to the Change project. His involvement in the primary image algorithm processing for Change 3. This made Wang Yu, despite his youthful appearance, one of the key leaders in the entire Change project. Junior, did you pursue mathematics or applied mathematics for your master's? Although his badge read algorithm assistant engineer, Wang Yu didn't guess that Lu Yuan's direction was computer science. After all, as a student of Professor Zhao, his research direction couldn't be computer-related. Of course, with Lu Yuan's actual background, any guess in that direction would be absolutely wrong. Senior, I'm only an undergraduate. Oh, so you haven't started graduate school yet? Wait, could you be a junior? Once a graduate student is admitted, their major is already set. Wang Yu then reconsidered, thinking Lu Yuan might be a junior. He was likely a particularly gifted undergraduate student whom Professor Zhao had taken under his wing early on. Lu Yuan's expression turned somewhat complex, which made Wang Yu sitting beside him gradually grow amazed. Before he could guess further, Lu Yuan revealed his own background. I've just started my undergraduate studies this year, about to become a freshman. As for Professor Zhao, I'm enrolled in his integrated bachelor's master's doctoral program, which is why he brought me along. Wang Yu's eyes widened instantly, then he suddenly seemed to recall something. He pulled out his phone as if searching for information, and after a long while he finally reacted. Holy crap, you're the Lu Yuan who got a perfect score in the IMO, right? A title really makes a difference. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ordinary people might not remember the IMO gold medalist, only knowing that a small-town youth had emerged as a dark horse to win gold. But for math majors, this year's IMO gold medalist still carried some renown and influence. At least until next year's gold medalist was born, Lu Yuan, as the only student in recent years to achieve a perfect score, would remain memorable. I heard your name in the news but forgot it. I never imagined it was you. No wonder Professor Zhao asked me to guide you. You're talented in algorithms, right? How far have you gotten in your undergraduate coursework? Lu Yuan didn't hold back and listed the courses he had studied over the summer. Wang Yu, across from him, kept exclaiming in admiration. No wonder you're a genius. You've covered so much material in just 2 months. How about this? He'll guide you through the basics needed for image processing optimization algorithms. Just a moment. With that, Wang Yu left his seat, chatted briefly with a few colleagues in the hall, and returned with several books in hand, placing them before Lu Yuan. These are probability theory and mathematical statistics, calculus, and Fourier analysis, the essential mathematical foundations for image processing. These books might be challenging, so you can prioritize whichever you find easier to learn during this period. If there's something you don't understand, feel free to ask me. They'll be around most of the time anyway. Taking the books, Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief. If he had to spend most of his time watching the lunar rover operate, he would have been truly uninterested. He had been feeling somewhat idle, but now at least this senior Wang, upon learning his true situation, had arranged learning materials for him. And they were on the fundamentals of image analysis. Lu Yuan genuinely didn't mind studying. Having previously helped ByteDance solve algorithm problems, he now approached these professional topics with a positive attitude. Over the next 3 days, Lu Yuan sat quietly in the command center studying beside Wang Yu. His schedule was exceptionally regular, and the food standards at the research base were quite high. However, during those 3 days, he never saw his mentor Professor Zhao again. Instead, Senior Wang, after observing his learning speed, couldn't help but call him a freak, just like Ling Du. Senior, are you working on a new optimization algorithm? Compared to the previous 3 days when Wang Yu had been mostly idle answering questions or discussing with colleagues, this morning Wang Yu appeared very serious after returning from the base's full meeting. Lu Yuan, of course, wasn't qualified to attend that meeting. But he noticed that after the meeting, Senior Wang came back with a pile of materials, papers, books, and the algorithm he was currently frantically calculating. The other requirements for the Change 4 project have been released. They demand at least a 20 improvement in image processing precision and speed over the previous generation, and the images must be able to automatically stitch together lunar far side images. The far side of the moon has always been a mysterious topic. Although rationally everyone knew it was just the far side, because the moon's rotation period equals its revolution period, humans on Earth can only see the near side. This made exploring the lunar far side a fiercely competitive goal for lunar exploration programs worldwide. To date, some countries had obtained images of the far side, but those were taken decades ago under extremely poor hardware and technical conditions. Those photos held little value for further research. Now Change 4 aimed to build on the Change 3 project and attempt to explore the far side. Senior Wang, despite his usual carefree demeanor and boyish carefree air at the research base, was just as reliable as Ling Du when it came to work. Even his focus and dedication were so intense that he seemed entirely absorbed in his work. For an entire morning, if Lu Yuan hadn't called him for lunch, Wang Yu would have missed the meal and continued researching until nightfall. Senior, how about I try to help you with the algorithm? Putting down the Fourier analysis, 1 book per day for 3 days. He had already thoroughly digested the contents. Now seeing Wang Yu deeply immersed in his thoughts, sometimes even frustrated, Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before interrupting him during a moment of mental stagnation and offering to help. You, Junior, you've only just learned the basics. What I'm researching involves advanced real-world content and specific requirements for lunar exploration. I don't have time to explain it to you right now. You'd probably struggle just to understand it. The gap between theory and practice is always vast. It's not simply about solving problems. Real-world image algorithm optimization involves not just the algorithm, but all other requirements and factors, especially Earth-Moon communication. That was why Wang Yu declined. Senior, you don't need to teach me. Just give me the requirements and materials, and let me try. After all, more hands make lighter work. Besides, I've finished learning all this and don't know what else to do. Trust me, I may not be an expert in other areas, but I have some confidence in algorithms. I might be able to offer you a new perspective. Of course, if this information is classified, forget it. Lu Yuan pleaded again. Given that Professor Zhao had been absent for days, it seemed there was still some time before returning to the university. He couldn't just keep watching the lunar rover for the next few days, could he? Since you're allowed into the base, nothing here is classified for you. How about this? Go to the first row and ask teacher Lu Zhenya for another copy of the materials. But I really don't have time to answer your questions anymore. With that, he stopped talking to Lu Yuan, and as if struck by a new idea, buried himself in writing and sketching again. Xiao Lu, are you going to help your brother Wang with his work? This workload is no small feat. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a completely bald forehead was reminding Lu Yuan with a smile. This man was teacher Lu Zhenya, whom Wang Yu had mentioned. Lu Yuan had no detailed knowledge of his resume. However, teacher Lu was one of the daily managers in the entire dispatch hall. He was also a warm-hearted veteran who had shown great concern for the newcomer Lu Yuan from the very first day. Brother Wang has a tight schedule and heavy tasks. I have nothing pressing, so I thought I'd try to bring some new ideas to his work. These materials actually existed in electronic form, but they were not circulated externally. Only printed copies were available from teacher Lu. Taking the thick stack of documents, Lu Yuan remained modest in his words. But inwardly, he was brimming with ideas, hoping to make a small contribution and raise his own voice in this research base. Xiaolu, don't say that. The young people who come to our change base have never been ordinary. Most of the base's work is driven by you young people, especially some key breakthroughs. Teacher Lu lowered his voice as he spoke, looking as if he had great faith in Lu Yuan. Of course, he had indeed spent a long time at the change base. He had witnessed many young people at the base displaying an indomitable spirit, solving a series of major problems. Even though the disciple brought by Professor Zhao Xin was younger than most he had seen, he still held high expectations. A few years ago, when your brother Wang first came to the base, many people were skeptical. Guess what happened? That year, he significantly improved the precision and efficiency of image processing, with overall performance 65 higher than the previous generation. Now with you here to help him, I believe China's image processing for change can reach a new level. Regardless, being thought well of was indeed heartwarming. Lu Yuan spent most of his time at the base reading books, so he didn't interact with many colleagues in the hall. But those he did meet never looked down on him because of his youth. Instead, they mostly encouraged him. After chatting a bit more with teacher Lu Yuan eventually returned to his workstation with the materials. He carefully read the information on the papers. The first sheet contained updates and improvements to image algorithms over the generations paired with the hardware used at the time. This section alone took up more than half of the entire document. This might be the thorough preparation of the change project, ensuring that when personnel changed, the new arrivals could understand the current progress and the reasoning behind previous improvements as quickly as possible. Unlike senior Wang, Lu Yuan did not have the specific pressure to make improvements. He simply took his time studying the earlier generations of image processing algorithms. The earliest few generations contained little information. The hardware at that time limited the algorithms and computing power, so there was no need to expect high image clarity. As long as image transmission between the moon and Earth was possible, real-time requirements were unnecessary. It was only after the third generation with improved hardware that several major breakthroughs occurred. Only then did algorithms truly realize their value. Real-time dynamic monitoring became possible, though delays were inevitable. Image quality also improved by leaps and bounds, and even a function for stereoscopic imaging of the moon using panoramic cameras was introduced. However, the algorithm was rudimentary, and the imaging was not only slow, but the clarity Lu Yuan calculated in his mind was barely better than a mosaic. On the other hand, the image compression algorithm had been refined to a very mature state. After all, in space communication, the smaller the compressed data, the easier it was to transmit, and the larger the amount of information that could be sent at once. Lu Yuan read these materials with extreme concentration. Only then did he truly feel the great exploratory cause of generations of aerospace pioneers. Compared to a few days ago when he was just studying in a different place, he now felt genuinely immersed in the aerospace endeavor. After about an hour, Lu Yuan turned to the new content. This was the specific requirements for the aerospace image processing task. The bulk of the text was about the Tiantu chip, the hardware to be used for image processing. Fortunately, before coming, Lu Yuan had studied some university physics and had a basic understanding of analog and digital circuits. Otherwise, as Senior Wang said, without his explanation, it would have been hard to comprehend. The actual work was not just theory, and knowledge from various fields was intertwined. Without prior exposure, it was impossible to push forward, or one had to stop and look up information before continuing. Lu Yuan first looked for the basic real-time imaging algorithm. This was one of the key tasks for Change 4. The first phase required a 20 improvement in overall performance over the previous generation. Since the Change 4 mission demanded higher real-time imaging, future phases would require the ability to calculate and adjust the flight trajectory through images. This would impose additional specific performance improvements in the second and third phases. This was also what troubled Senior Wang. The algorithm was relatively mature. Most of the improvements that could be made in previous generations had already been exhausted, making it very difficult to advance further. Fortunately, the hardware, the Tiantu chip, was the latest generation from last year, giving the task a fighting chance. Lu Yuan now sat beside Senior Wang, his mind instantly diverging into thoughts about the basic algorithm. Unlike Senior Wang, who preferred to think while writing and drawing, Lu Yuan's thinking was entirely in his head. This made the two of them a rather peculiar sight at their seats. One was sweating profusely, bending over to write furiously, as if practicing cursive calligraphy. The other sat as still as an old Taoist with a large sheet of paper on the desk. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan was too young. To outsiders, he did not exude any transcendent aura, but rather seemed a bit dazed, appearing somewhat comical. Of course, after the morning meeting, everyone was busier than ever, so few people noticed them. After about 10 minutes of contemplation, Lu Yuan's brow began to furrow again. The familiar discomfort resurfaced. Indeed, ideas for improving the existing algorithm kept emerging in his mind. But just like when he helped ByteDance improve their algorithm, a vague sense of obstructed thinking arose. With his previous experience, Lu Yuan quickly adjusted this time. Clearly, the old algorithmic approach had limitations under the new hardware, unable to achieve maximum efficiency. Once again, he started from scratch, diverging his thoughts. This time it felt much better. Various novel algorithmic ideas collided in his mind, and the sheer fluency of thought brought a smile to Lu Yuan's face. At 7:30 in the evening, Lu Yuan withdrew from his immersive contemplation. The expansive draft paper was now covered with the outlines of 3 new algorithmic approaches he had devised. Of course, these were highly abstract conceptual frameworks, not actual algorithms. Additionally, numerous constraints specified in advance by the Change project had to be integrated. To fully mature these 3 ideas and select the optimal algorithm, Lu Yuan would need at least another 1 to 2 days of work. Brother Wang, time for dinner. If we don't go now, the cafeteria will be closed. The base's dining hall operated on a fixed schedule, and at this hour it was about to shut down. If he missed it, unless his rank was high enough to request a private meal from the chef, he would have to settle for instant noodles in the dorm. Go ahead and eat, don't worry about me. After speaking, he glanced at his left wrist to check the time. It's that late. You should head to dinner now. Next time, just leave when it's time. You don't have to stay and keep me company. Wang Yu assumed Lu Yuan felt awkward leaving him to work overtime, so he quickly added, don't worry about me. Seeing this, Lu Yuan didn't insist further. He could sense that the sunny big-heart senior brother Wang Yu was as stubborn as a mule when it came to research. Once he entered a state of focus, it was hard to pull him out until he made some progress. So Lu Yuan left alone for the cafeteria, ate, and then scrolled on his phone to rest. He had also been working hard all afternoon, and his head felt a bit swollen, and a break was just what he needed. 2 days later, Lu Yuan still hadn't seen Professor Zhao Xian. According to his communication with Zheng Heng, the university had officially started the semester and was about to begin military training. Based on what Zheng Heng had inquired, if Lu Yuan could return for a day or 2 of training before the closing ceremony, he would still pass. Otherwise, he would have to join the next year's freshmen for training. There was no way to skip it entirely. Of course, Lu Yuan had no intention of avoiding military training. He simply wanted to train with his classmates, especially his dorm mates. Phew, Wang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that his efforts over the past few days had yielded a significant breakthrough. What time is it now? 3 p.m. Seeing Wang Yu finally free enough to chat, it appeared his work had reached a pause. We still have time. Let's go see Teacher Lu. I thought of an improvement idea yesterday, and I just got results. If it works, it could boost the performance of current equipment by at least 13. If implemented on next-generation hardware, the overall performance increase would exceed 20. Let's go test it. Wang Yu stood up as he spoke. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then decided to take his own refined algorithm and follow. Indeed, Lu Yuan's progress was faster than he had anticipated. In 2.5 days, he had made tremendous strides not only on the basic real-time imaging algorithm, but also on the panoramic camera's stereoscopic imaging algorithm. Only the subsequent work on image processing and intelligent decision-making was beyond his reach. His foundation was indeed insufficient. He still had much to learn in specialized fields, especially physics and aerospace. Xiao Wang, I can tell from your expression that you've made progress. Teacher Lu, still seated in the front row, removed his headphones and beamed at Wang Yu. Haha, I've made some progress. I've improved the original real-time imaging algorithm. Can you help me update it on one of the lunar rovers in Project 3? Wang Yu was visibly excited, his voice drawing attention throughout the command hall. Teacher Lu glanced at the machine's clock in front of him and nodded without hesitation. Of course, but the algorithm needs to be reviewed and preliminarily tested by the engineering team. That'll take about half an hour. That's fine. Hearing it was only half an hour, which matched his expectations, Wang Yu responded promptly. Seeing that the two had finished their exchange, Lu Yuan hesitated. He had a new algorithm in hand and wanted to try it out. Based on his mental simulations, its improvement was likely far greater than Brother Wang's 13 enhancement. But Brother Wang had worked tirelessly for days, sacrificing sleep and meals. Would submitting his algorithm be a slap in the face? Moreover, Teacher Lu might not be willing to have the base's staff review and test his algorithm. Xiao Lu, do you also have a new breakthrough? As a middle-aged man and the base's daily affairs manager, Teacher Lu easily read the subtle expressions on Lu Yuan's face. He immediately focused on him with an encouraging look, which prompted Lu Yuan to hand over his algorithm. I have a new proposal too, an algorithm for real-time imaging. Could I trouble the base to test it as well? Hearing Lu Yuan's conversation with Teacher Lu, Wang Yu, who had been about to leave, immediately turned around and strode back. Lu Yuan, you have a new breakthrough too. Huh, Professor Zhao was right. You have a remarkable talent for algorithms. Wang Yu's eyes showed no trace of threat. On the contrary, he seemed even more excited about Lu Yuan's achievement than his own. Teacher Lu, please test Lu Yuan's algorithm improvement too. Maybe his algorithm works even better than mine. Of course, this was Wang Yu's polite gesture. He just didn't want to disappoint Lu Yuan. After all the hard work, it deserved to be put to the test. He didn't want to dampen Lu Yuan's enthusiasm for learning. In terms of actual algorithm improvement, he was quite confident that his work over the past few days couldn't be surpassed, especially by a newcomer like Lu Yuan. Of course, at this base, as long as someone submits a proposal, we're happy to try it out. But Lu Yuan, is this a completely new algorithm? Teacher Lu encouraged him while examining the paper, his expression showing surprise. It is a new algorithm written based on the latest chips. But I found it's compatible with older chips too. It might not be as effective as Brother Wang's improvement, but I still hope you can arrange a test. Humility was a good quality, and it certainly appealed to Teacher Lu and Wang Yu. Teacher Lu's face now showed not only appreciation but also strong encouragement. A new algorithm is great. Even if it initially underperforms compared to the old one, it might have more potential. Besides testing, it could give your mentor Xiao Wang new ideas. Everyone understood the difficulty of proposing a completely new algorithm. It was certainly harder than improving an existing one. At that moment, both Teacher Lu and Wang Yu showed their encouragement for him. Lu Yuan, I never expected you to have such a strong talent for algorithms. I originally thought it would be impressive if you could just understand the requirements, but you even managed to create an original algorithm. Back in his seat, Wang Yu had resumed his usual lively chatter with him. Although several major tasks remained for improving the image processing, Wang Yu was currently awaiting the results of the first improvement, the most crucial algorithmic enhancement. For now, he sought to ease his anxious anticipation by chatting with Lu Yuan. Brother Wang, I just gave it a try. In fact, improving upon existing algorithms like you do requires even more effort. Lu Yuan maintained his humble attitude. In China, most scientific research still tended to favor replication and refinement. Truly original innovation from scratch was relatively rare. Lu Yuan's new algorithm, once the new idea was conceived, required less effort to complete and refine than improving an old one. But the difficulty lay in proposing the new algorithm itself. The innovative thinking needed to advance a new theory based on existing foundations was the real challenge. That was why Teacher Lu and Wang Yu believed Lu Yuan had invested great effort and admired him. Professor Zhao is truly exceptional. Not only is he highly skilled himself, but he also has a remarkable eye for selecting students. Over the past few days, Wang Yu had repeatedly marveled at Professor Zhao's ability to choose students, impressed by Lu Yuan's learning capability. Now he couldn't help but exclaim again. Brother Wang, I haven't seen the teacher for several days. What exactly is he working on? Fearing that Professor Zhao's work might be confidential, Lu Yuan added cautiously. Or how much longer will it take? Can you give me a rough idea? Professor Zhao didn't mention it to you. Seeing Lu Yuan nod with a blank look, Wang Yu shook his head and began to explain. Professor Zhao is working on the calculation plan for the Change 4's predetermined orbit. I heard he's been in heated debates with several other professors for the past few months. After all, the Change 4 mission must achieve a soft landing on the far side of the moon, which will result in a much longer flight time in space. More than double the 13 days of the Change 3 mission according to current calculations. Both the duration and the orbital calculations, including multiple orbital adjustments in space, are key points of discussion. Wang Yu treated Lu Yuan as family, detailing the difficulties Professor Zhao was facing. So it was the fundamental orbital calculations that were the bottleneck. No wonder he had been absent. Compared to senior brother Wang's work on image formation, the launch and lunar orbit trajectory was far more critical. If the pre-planned orbit could not be finalized, the flight path would be utterly uncertain, potentially causing the Change 4 mission to derail or even crash and disintegrate. The two of them fell into casual conversation again, just like the previous days. Once he wasn't immersed in work, Wang Yu was extremely talkative, covering topics from the base's leaders to romance and marriage. Only today did Lu Yuan learn that senior brother Wang Yu was already married and his wife was from Shishu province. His decision to join the Change project was largely influenced by his wife and their plan to settle in Shishu province. What? Sharing your love stories with Xiao Lu? Unbeknownst to them, teacher Lu had been standing behind them, smiling at Wang Yu. This brought an abrupt end to Wang Yu's tales of how he pursued girls. Xiao Lu, don't listen to his advice. The way you young people date now is different from his time. Besides, you probably don't know that last year brother Wang even got the date wrong for his wedding anniversary leave. Luckily, he was a day early. Don't learn from him. When it comes to chasing girls, you need to be meticulous. Indeed, regardless of age, men never tired of talking about romance and pursuing women. Even the usually composed and steady teacher Lu almost forgot the reason he had come to see them and had to be reminded by Wang Yu. Teacher Lu, did you come because my algorithm has been updated? Oh, yes. Turn on your computers and I'll have them switch the feed. Prompted by this, teacher Lu quickly made phone calls. Before long, 2 real-time images from the lunar rover's exploration appeared on their screens. Wang Yu, the one on your computer is the second rover, which has your updated algorithm. Xiao Lu's computer shows the first rover using the original algorithm. After a brief explanation, the three began comparing the images on the 2 computers. Even to the naked eye, the image on senior brother Wang's screen was noticeably clearer. Moreover, the frame rate seemed higher, making the real-time movements of the lunar rover appear much smoother. After just a few seconds of comparison, a smile spread across Wang Yu's face. Clearly, the effect far exceeded his expectations. It had achieved at least the theoretical 13 overall improvement. Wow, I didn't expect the new algorithm to make such a visible difference. One might even think the rover's efficiency had increased. Teacher Lu's face was filled with continuous amazement. In Lu Yuan's eyes, the visual quality had jumped from a pixelated mosaic to something resembling 360p standard definition. This was a significant breakthrough in real-time image transmission for aerospace engineering. Especially the smoothness of the video feed, which was vastly superior to the previous occasional screen freezes and stutters. A phone rang in teacher Lu's pocket. Good. I see. It's indeed a great success. After a few brief words, he turned to Wang Yu with excitement. Wang Yu, the preliminary assessment shows a 15 improvement in image quality and a 12 improvement in smoothness, with an overall performance increase of 13.3, even higher than you expected. If the future Change 4 mission is equipped with the new Tian 2 chip, the current requirement of over 20 comprehensive improvement in real-time imaging should be met. Achieving such efficient progress in less than 3 days was truly commendable. Soon more colleagues gathered around them, comparing the images on the 2 computers. Although the paper-based overall performance improvement was only 13.3, the side-by-side comparison made the enhancement strikingly apparent. Congratulations, brother Wang. As Lu Yuan offered his congratulations, colleagues around them also began to cheer. Wang Yu, you're amazing. Making such progress just 3 days after the meeting. You're not giving the materials team any chance. Exactly. This improvement is really noticeable. Many gathered around to express their admiration, making Wang Yu already thrilled grin even wider. Being recognized for his work, especially in a national aerospace project, was a feeling of immense satisfaction. As a member of the team, contributing to the collective effort was truly a beautiful experience. After the initial excitement in the command center, everyone returned to their stations. Only Wang Yu, scrutinizing the detailed performance improvement report, began another round of comparative analysis. Meanwhile, the comprehensive algorithmic simulation for the new Tian-2 chip was still undergoing data testing by other base personnel. Since it was a simulated test, it naturally couldn't provide the same intuitive real-world data comparison as the old chip on the lunar rover. This caused Wang Yu to focus more on the current data reference, pondering if there was any room for further improvement. By now, Senior Wang had relaxed, while Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He was genuinely happy for Senior Wang's success, but his own algorithm was about to be validated, and he anticipated a much higher efficiency improvement than Senior Wang's. However, it was in his nature to remain low-key and avoid making grandiose claims until he saw the results. Celebrating prematurely often led to dramatic failures. He continued to study the three-dimensional projection of his algorithm, refining his thoughts and maintaining a calm mindset. "Shall Lu want to grab some dinner?" It was just past 5 o'clock, the earliest time the cafeteria served. Wang Yu, showing no intention of continuing his research, called out to him. "Brother Wang Yu, go ahead. He'll join you later." What could be more important than eating? Wang Yu's words completely ignored how he himself had been so engrossed in his algorithm research just 2 days ago that he forgot to eat. Now he was urging Lu Yuan to eat on time. However, when Lu Yuan shook his head again, Wang Yu seemed to recall something. "All right, you're waiting for your algorithm results, aren't you?" Wang Yu's excitement over his own success had made him forget about Lu Yuan's matter. "Hey, it's past 5. Shouldn't the review have been finished by now? Did the colleague in charge of the program replacement forget? Come on, let's go ask Teacher Lu before he heads to dinner." As fellow algorithm researchers, Wang Yu now calmer understood Lu Yuan's feelings. After all, he had worked hard for 3 days and deserved to see some results. Even if the final imaging was mediocre, completing the Earth-Moon imaging feedback within 3 days using a new algorithm was already impressive. With that, he hurriedly dragged Lu Yuan to the front row of the hall. "Teacher Lu, has Lu Yuan's algorithm been adapted and replaced? We want to see the results before heading to dinner." Hearing this, Teacher Lu quickly patted his own shiny forehead, a look of embarrassment and awkwardness on his face. "I forgot about that. Let's go to your workstation first. He'll call and ask them to bring up the image." Indeed, Teacher Lu, like Wang Yu, was too excited after the breakthrough in his own area. Despite the scheduled 1-hour review being overdue, he had completely forgotten about Lu Yuan's algorithm work. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. The three of them sat down again at the workstation. "Has it been adapted to Rover 3? Bring up the image." He gave instructions over the phone, but the screens of Lu Yuan and Senior Wang remained unchanged, still showing the images from Rovers 1 and 2. Teacher Lu continued his conversation on the phone as if some issue had arisen. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's screen went black for a few seconds, then displayed a new image with a stuttering, jerky feel. "Is this the effect of your new algorithm? It looks similar to the original algorithm's effect. Very promising." Senior Wang assumed this was the image from Rover 3 under the new algorithm and offered praise regardless of the actual quality. However, Lu Yuan couldn't feel happy about the compliment. According to his calculations, the new algorithm should have produced a significantly better image than Senior Wang's improved version. But why did the final image look almost the same as Rover 1's original algorithm output? Lu Yuan could only force a smile, his heart filled with complexity and disappointment. "What do you mean incredible? Did you switch the image or not? All right, I'll boot up another computer, N9107. Teacher Lu's phone conversation continued, but it was clearly not going smoothly. He quickly opened the spare computer next to Lu Yuan. Indeed, the workstation next to Lu Yuan was empty, a backup machine. It hadn't been used for a while, and booting it up took considerable time. By now, Lu Yuan's sinking heart began to rise again. It was obvious that the image from Rover 3 to which his algorithm was adapted hadn't been transmitted, yet his computer was still showing Rover 1's feed. He waited anxiously until Teacher Lu, after confirming with his colleague on the phone, had the new image switched in. In an instant, all three of them widened their eyes. The surrounding area, previously filled with bustling sounds, fell into a sudden silence. Teacher Lu's breathing grew heavier, and Lu Yuan, standing close, could even hear him swallow. Senior Wang's eyes also became vacant. There was no other explanation. The image before them was simply too clear. If Rover 1's feed was pixelated and Rover 2's Wang Yu's improved algorithm resembled a pirated movie's smooth playback, then Rover 3's feed was a different story. It was like a 720p HD movie from the start. The downward-facing camera showed the soil with several times more clarity. Moreover, the other lenses, whether the boundless lunar horizon, the space vista, or the rover itself, appeared with unprecedented clarity and smoothness before their eyes. Is this real? Are you sure you're not showing me some other video?" Teacher Lu, still on the phone, asked his colleague. "Teacher Lu, I was stunned too when I saw it. That's why I had you boot another computer, for a direct comparison." Some colleagues from the command center had already gone to dinner, and the hall was now very quiet. Even without the phone on speaker, Lu Yuan and Wang Yu could hear every word clearly. After confirming once more, Teacher Lu quickly ended the call. He then dialed another colleague, asking him to come over immediately. Within just a few minutes, a middle-aged man around 50 years old arrived. He was of average build, but with a slight potbelly that was noticeably prominent under his white short-sleeved shirt. His face showed some sagging, but his eyes were bright and full of energy. As he approached, a hint of confusion crossed his face, and he seemed about to ask Teacher Lu something. Following Teacher Lu's pointing finger, he saw the image on the computer and froze. The silence fell again. After a long moment, the man who seemed to be a leader spoke first. Old Lu, did Xiao Wang develop this new image algorithm? When both Teacher Lu and Wang Yu quickly shook their heads, he continued guessing. Then which professor or expert came up with this solution? Is he at the base today? Chief Engineer Ding, it's neither of those. It's because of this new algorithm that Lu Yuan next to you has been tinkering with these past few days. Teacher Lu's face still bore an expression of disbelief. Yet while introducing the matter to Chief Engineer Ding, he strove to keep his emotions steady. In an instant, Lu Yuan sensed that the Chief Engineer Ding, who had previously overlooked him, now fixed his gaze upon him with blazing intensity. His eyes swept over Lu Yuan repeatedly, while he continually sought confirmation from Teacher Lu beside him. Old Lu, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Is this crystal clear image of the lunar rover really from our existing equipment? Can an algorithm optimization alone achieve this level? Though Chief Engineer Ding desperately wanted to connect Lu Yuan with the scene before him, the youthful stubble on Lu Yuan's face and his overall boyish appearance made it hard for him to accept. Chief Engineer Ding, if I'm calling you at this hour, you can rest assured I'm vouching for it. Change for hasn't even launched yet. Who could possibly go to the moon to replace the rover's hardware? I wouldn't dare joke with you about this. With a demeanor that suggested Chief Engineer Ding was being playful, Teacher Lu continued explaining. At that moment, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to whisper to Senior Wang behind him. Brother Wang, is this Chief Engineer Ding the Chief Engineer of our lunar exploration project? Yes, Chief Engineer Ding is quite a big shot. Wang Yu was also starting to regain his composure. Though a flicker of jealousy crossed his mind at the huge stir Lu Yuan had caused, it quickly faded, replaced by a deeper sense of joy. After all, Lu Yuan's improvement in image technology was a tremendous boost to the entire lunar exploration project. Without even launching the change for mission, just upgrading the algorithm on the current lunar rover would yield many new discoveries for the exploration work. Now he whispered to Lu Yuan. Chief Engineer Ding's full name is Ding Qi. He graduated from the University of Science and Technology of China early on and currently teaches at Northwestern Polytechnical University. He is not only the chief engineer of the lunar exploration project, but also the deputy director of the Science and Technology Department of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. It's said he will become an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering this year. He truly is a big shot. Compared to him, his own mentor Zhao Xian seemed somewhat lacking. At least in terms of overall project involvement in the race for academician status, he was still behind. Student Lu Yuan, I heard you've only been at the base for less than a week. Just as the whispered exchange with Senior Wang ended, Chief Engineer Ding's gaze fell upon him once more. This time it was calmer but still tinged with appreciation. Yes. A student of Professor Zhao Xian from the School of Mathematical Sciences at Peking University. No, old Lu tells me you're only an undergraduate. Chief Engineer Ding's curiosity about him was now fully aroused. Meanwhile, many colleagues who should have been heading to dinner were drawn by the commotion and lingered, not in a hurry to leave. Many gathered around watching the exchange between Chief Engineer Ding and Lu Yuan. Chief Engineer Ding Lu Yuan is in a combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral program, and his advisor is already confirmed as Professor Zhao. Moreover, his mathematical talent is exceptional. He won a gold medal at the IMO this year. Originally, when Professor Zhao told me that student Lu Yuan had a strong talent for algorithms and asked me to mentor him, I was skeptical. But I never expected him to be so gifted, creating a brand new algorithm in just 3 days that far surpasses all the image algorithms we've developed over the years in the lunar exploration project. Wang Yu was also quite excited, helping to introduce Lu Yuan's background. His feelings toward this junior were complex. From initially thinking of him as just another schoolmate brought by Professor Zhao to learn, to later discovering Lu Yuan's astonishing learning ability, which sparked both surprise and envy at his talent. Of course, up to this point, Wang Yu could still accept it. After all, he was also a graduate of the School of Mathematical Sciences at Peking University, whose geniuses appeared every year, and he had seen many. But someone like Lu Yuan, who not only possessed a formidable learning ability, but could also synthesize knowledge in a short time and directly apply it to solve real-world problems, was truly a rare gem. He recalled that it was only during his graduate studies, especially his doctoral years, that he truly cultivated the ability to solve problems independently. Yet many engineering projects still ended in failure, often falling short of his theoretical expectations. Lu Yuan was different. In just 3 days at the lunar exploration base, he had surpassed the cumulative efforts of him and his predecessors over many years. Now Wang Yu had silently categorized Lu Yuan as a prodigy. Faced with a junior whose abilities so far exceeded his own, he felt no desire to even try to catch up. Only a deep sense of powerlessness. More than that, however, was a sense of relief and pride at seeing such a rising star emerge from his own ranks. After all, in the field of image algorithms, he had been the one to initiate Lu Yuan. By now, no matter how incredible it seemed, Chief Engineer Ding had accepted that the improved image was indeed Lu Yuan's work. The work of this young man barely passed his youth. Student Lu, what was the motivation behind this algorithm? Does the real-time imaging effect match your expectations, or are there gaps? Mainly, I found the existing algorithm to be somewhat bloated, and it wasn't well-suited to the new chips. So I thought I'd try to develop a new algorithm that fits. According to my calculations, it offers about a 57 overall improvement over the original algorithm. With new chips, that improvement should more than double. The visual effect at present seems to meet my expectations. Lu Yuan's new algorithm was primarily designed to adapt to the new chips, and his words were somewhat conservative. In his theoretical calculations, the combination of new chips and the new algorithm could achieve a 130 to 160 improvement. It all depended on whether the performance ceiling of the Tian-2 chip could be reached. His new algorithm was capable of pushing the computational power of the Tian-2 chip to its absolute limit. Old Lu, what's the overall performance improvement? Have you had your colleagues run a background comparison? Chief Engineer Ding turned to Lu Yuan, beside him, eager to know the actual performance after adaptation. Yes, there's a report. It's been sent to me. Overall performance has improved by 55, which is within the limits Lu Yuan predicted. The 2 gap from the theoretical maximum was likely due to other interfering factors. Still, a 55 improvement was more than satisfactory for Lu Yuan. Good, good, good. Chief Engineer Ding looked back at the display screen. Gazing at images far clearer and smoother than before, he exclaimed 3 times in succession. Watching the lunar rover slowly start on the ground with high-definition images of the soil and terrain, he couldn't help but clap his hands. With images like this, there is still so much room for progress and exploration in my past research. Moreover, the idea of intelligent fine-tuning of the rover's trajectory based on real-time images for the change for mission can now be formally implemented. Old Lu, notify everyone. Tomorrow morning, we'll reconvene for a plenary meeting. The work on the change for mission needs to be reconsidered. Lu Yuan, you truly have a gift for algorithms. Your research is impressive. If you have any new ideas or suggestions for improvement regarding our current image processing, feel free to share them with me anytime. As he spoke, he took out his phone and added Lu Yuan on WeChat. He was also invited into the WeChat group for the Change for project. Chief Engineer Ding, I actually have some new ideas about the stereoscopic imaging algorithm for the panoramic camera. Without waiting for later, Lu Yuan quickly continued. After all, he had already completed the algorithm, but hadn't had the chance to mention it earlier. Now that Chief Engineer Ding was present, he decided to bring it up. Oh, do you have a new algorithmic approach? Do you need any assistance or materials from our base? Hearing that Lu Yuan had more ideas, not only Chief Engineer Ding, but also Teacher Lu and Wang Yu focused their attention on him again. Lu Yuan, if you need any materials, just let me know. Or if you need an assistant, I can arrange one for you as soon as possible. Teacher Lu was even more direct, even offering to assign an assistant. I don't need any materials. I've already completed the new stereoscopic imaging algorithm, but I haven't had the chance to submit it for verification. What? You've already completed it. Lu Yuan, did you come up with this new algorithm in just a few days? Teacher Lu's face was momentarily stunned. The afternoon's surprises had exceeded those of the past month combined. From Wang Yes' unexpected delight to Lu Yuan's algorithm surpassing all expectations, and now this. It could be said that his astonishment had transformed into something akin to shock. Yes, I thought of it all within the past 2 days. The stereoscopic imaging algorithm is simpler than real-time imaging, so it took less time. In reality, the complexity of the stereoscopic imaging algorithm was no less than that of real-time imaging. But for Lu Yuan, things were different. Ideas and thoughts in his mind emerged endlessly whenever he delved into a subject. Moreover, past research on stereoscopic imaging algorithms had been rudimentary, merely foundational. Any algorithm that surfaced in Lu Yuan's mind was far superior to previous ones. He then handed over the algorithm paper he had prepared on the desk. Chief Engineer Ding glanced through it, briefly nodded, and passed it to Lu Yuan. Old Lu, please help verify this algorithm. I recall the lunar rover has a panoramic camera, right? The verification work ultimately fell to Teacher Lu. True to his role as the head of the operations hall, it seemed everything eventually found its way to him. Yes, it does. But the panoramic camera on the lunar rover cannot be controlled remotely. We only made a preliminary attempt at panoramic stereoscopic imaging before, but the results were mediocre, so we never activated it again. I suggest coordinating with other bases, especially using Earth observation satellites for verification. Alternatively, I could try using a military satellite from the nearby military region. We should have results by tomorrow. For panoramic stereoscopic imaging satellite-based results are superior. Moreover, in terms of application, whether for civilian satellite navigation or military purposes, any improvement would be a significant breakthrough. If Lu Yuan's stereoscopic imaging algorithm could match the improvement of his real-time imaging algorithm, combined with current remote sensing technology, it would revolutionize the country's mastery of global mapping information. Alright, proceed with the arrangements in my name. Try to get the results by tomorrow morning, and we'll discuss them in detail at the meeting. After assigning these tasks and communicating with teacher Lu, Chief Engineer Ding couldn't help but focus his attention on Lu Yuan. His gaze was even more intense than before, as if looking at a treasure. Lu Yuan, do you plan to specialize in mathematics in the future? The fervent gaze made Lu Yuan feel a bit awkward, but he answered honestly. Yes, I intend to focus on mathematics as my main direction, but I'm also very interested in aerospace, and will continue to explore it. Oh, it's great that you like aerospace engineering. After you finish your doctorate, would you be interested in working for the change program? Chief Engineer Ding, isn't it a bit early to think about this now? It would be at least 8 years before he earned his doctorate. 8 years of immense change. He could feel Chief Engineer Ding's early recruitment and regard, but it indeed seemed too soon. Not early at all. If you're willing, I can sign a training agreement with you on behalf of the base. Your tuition and living expenses at Peking University can be fully covered by our base along with a certain salary. He hadn't expected to become such a sought-after talent. This was akin to a targeted training agreement, wasn't it? Lu Yuan had no objection to formally joining the change program as a researcher after his doctorate. But he didn't want to lock in his future now, especially since he was also interested in becoming a university professor. Deep down, he preferred to be like his mentor Professor Zhao, participating in projects without being solely responsible for one. Chief Engineer Ding, I already have a tuition waiver at Peking University, and am not planning to think about such distant matters for now. No problem, I understand. Before Lu Yuan could continue his polite refusal, Chief Engineer Ding immediately understood and smiled, moving past the topic. Regardless, on behalf of the base, I express our gratitude for your new algorithm proposal. I also hope you will continue to participate in the subsequent projects of the Change Lunar Exploration Program. Chief Engineer Ding's recruitment was unabashed, and he genuinely offered Lu Yuan a career path after graduation. The two algorithms Lu Yuan had proposed had a far more profound impact on the ongoing Change 4 project than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the base's response to his treatment was swift. That evening, Lu Yuan was casually scrolling through his phone in his dormitory to relax. Suddenly, a short-haired woman in her 30s dressed in a business suit knocked on his door. When he opened the door, she greeted him with a warm smile. Hello, are you Engineer Lu? I'm Lu Yuan. You can just call me Lu Yuan. Although his badge read Algorithm Assistant Engineer, being called Engineer Lu was a first for him, and he felt a bit unaccustomed. Comrade Lu Yuan, I am Guang Lijin, Section Chief of the Personnel Department's first section at the West Sichuan base of the Lunar Exploration Program. Section Chief Guang, nice to meet you. What brings you here so late? Lu Yuan still didn't realize what was happening, assuming there might be an error in his registration information. As per Chief Engineer Ding's request, you meet the criteria for our base's Class A talent, Strategic Leadership Talent. This is your new badge. As she spoke, she took out a new badge from the box in her hand. The badge's color had changed from blue to red, while the basic personal information remained unchanged. Only the remark field had been altered. From the original Algorithm Assistant Engineer, it now reads 6 words. Specially Appointed Algorithm Expert. Lu Yuan stared at the identity inscription on his nameplate, slightly dazed. The title was indeed quite impressive. He hadn't expected that within just over a week of entering the base, he had been promoted directly from an assistant engineer to an expert, on par with the status of his mentor Professor Zhao at the base. Of course, the actual classification of identities within the change base was quite chaotic. For instance, in the dispatch hall, the long-term official personnel at the base all had different identities marked on their nameplates. Take Wang Yu, for example. He was the image processing specialist. Teacher Lu Jinya, the director of the dispatch hall, and others all had similar formal job titles. There were also military personnel, many of whom held confidential military district identities. Since they wore uniforms, they didn't display nameplates. Finally, only temporary visitors from outside would enter the base with vague identity badges like Specially Invited Expert or Assistant Engineer. In fact, the true big shots at the change base, like his own teacher, relied mainly on their face recognition. The nameplate was of little use. However, this incident also made Lu Yuan feel that Chief Engineer Ding's care for him at the lunar base was beyond reproach. At this moment, Section Chief Guang in front of him continued with a slightly formulaic inquiry. Comrade Lu Yuan, do you need to change your dormitory? Or if you have any specific requests for daily life, you can mention them to me. No, I'm doing just fine living here. The dormitory room wasn't large, just an ordinary double room. But in reality, he lived alone with no roommate. Since it was only a short-term stay, Lu Yuan really wasn't picky and didn't want to move around. It was too troublesome. Do you need an assistant for your research during this period? No thank you, Section Chief Guang. Seeing that he had no requests and even looked a bit embarrassed, Section Chief Guang changed his tone, no longer as official as before. Student Lu Yuan, if you really have any needs, you can definitely mention them now. The logistics support at our lunar base is quite capable. Just think of it as helping me meet my work targets. Make some requests. After the change in address and attitude, Lu Yuan felt much more at ease. Being called Engineer Lu and Comrade all the time made him feel a bit pressured. In his past life, he barely heard anyone call him Engineer Lu, and being called Comrade usually meant being criticized by a leader in a meeting without naming names. In this life, he was most often addressed as Brother Yuan or schoolmate. After thinking carefully, there was one thing Lu Yuan was actually quite interested in. He asked tentatively, really, any request is okay, as long as it's within my authority and capability, whether it's about life, entertainment, or work. You can tell me first. If it's not suitable, I'll let you know and won't report it. Having finally gotten him to ask, Section Chief Guang quickly added to dispel Lu Yuan's concerns. Can I get a model of a lunar rover? Not too big, just a figurine-type model. Although he had grown tired of watching the lunar rover's working status on the display screen, Lu Yuan was still very interested in getting a high-simulation miniature model. Men, after all, it's really hard to resist such things as models. Just this. Section Chief Guang's polite smile showed a flicker of surprise. Of course, that's fine. What size do you want? Any specific requirements? Not too big. I want to put it in my dormitory when I go back to school. After all, I've been to the base, so naturally, I want to show off to my roommates when I return. No problem. Actually, we have a few 1/1 scale replica lunar rovers at the base that we could give you, but they're not allowed to be taken out of the base for now. As for the model, it'll need a few days. Once it's finished, I'll get it to you on time. After Section Chief Guang left, it was almost 10 o'clock. Usually he slept after 11, but since he had a special meeting tomorrow, he prepared to wash up and go to sleep quickly. Early the next morning before 8 o'clock, Lu Yuan was already sitting in the conference room with Wang Yu. This was his first time formally attending a meeting at the change base. The conference room was not large, a square mahogany long table with 3 rows of seats on each side. However, not many people were present. Even the first row wasn't full. At that moment, another clatter of footsteps came from outside the conference room. Chief Engineer Ding entered, followed by several men of varying ages. The last person in the team, Teacher Lu, closed the door behind him after entering. Teacher. Indeed, Professor Zhao was also in the group. He was at the front scanning the attendees. Only about 20 people. In an instant, his gaze landed on Lu Yuan. As if walking on air, he quickly came to the empty seat next to him and plopped down. Lu Yuan, I've heard all about your recent achievements from Chief Engineer Ding. You've really brought me a big surprise. He spoke bluntly, his eyes bloodshot but brimming with excitement. Professor Zhao's hair, though tidied up today and not as messy, was still greasy. He probably hadn't washed it in a few days. His dark circles were worse than ever and his voice was a bit hoarse. It was clear that Professor Zhao's recent work had been far from easy. Teacher, it's mainly thanks to Brother Wang's guidance and the care of many teachers at the base. Actually, I came up with these algorithms mostly by luck. Hearing his student still maintain his usual humble attitude, Professor Zhao's face grew even more gratified. To be honest, what he feared most now was that Lu Yuan would start getting cocky. After all, he was just a freshman, still a teenager. A person who had been so obscure before was now beginning to shine in various fields of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Even Professor Zhao himself couldn't guarantee that he could maintain such a mindset at Lu Yuan's age. He couldn't help nodding again, raising his impression of Lu Yuan several notches. Wang Yu, thank you for guiding and taking care of Lu Yuan's studies during my absence. Professor Zhao, you're too kind. Lu Yuan is my junior fellow apprentice, after all, both of us from Peking University's School of Mathematics. It's nothing. And actually, I just found him a few basic related books. Lu Yuan relied mainly on himself. His learning ability is truly enviable. Wang Yu quickly declined the praise, but couldn't help admiring Lu Yuan's learning talent once again. Clap, clap. The chatter was interrupted by Chief Engineer Ding clapping on the stage. The computer at the front had already started projecting images. It was only then that Lu Yuan realized the actual number of participants in the meeting was quite large. It was just that other units or many professors were joining via video conference. Let's officially begin the meeting. Today's meeting is a further discussion on the launch of Change 4. Before we officially begin the discussion on the Change 4 mission tasks, there is another matter that requires our deliberation. It concerns the follow-up exploration and research on the lunar surface after the Change 3 mission. Lunar surface exploration. A voice came through the video conference, interrupting Chief Engineer Ding's speech. Lu Yuan looked at the avatars on the big screen and the microphone statuses identifying the comrade who had spoken. He was an elderly man with a full head of silver hair, yet his voice remained vigorous and full of energy. Below the small video window, the name was labeled Geology, Ouyang Hong. That was quite convenient, at least for Lu Yuan, as it made it intuitive to know which field the speaker belonged to. The lunar surface exploration work already yielded preliminary results 2 years ago. The follow-up research work is not due to a lack of effort on our part, but rather constraints from objective conditions. I won't even mention the fact that we haven't been able to sample actual lunar soil. Even the photos from the lunar rover are very blurry. Pushing the work further would require a lot of effort with little hope of obtaining effective results. This series of remarks made everyone, even those unfamiliar with geological exploration, understand the practical difficulties facing continued research. It was simply due to the constraints of actual hardware conditions, a thankless task requiring great effort. Moreover, it wasn't that they had stopped researching, it was just that they were no longer investing as much effort as when the Change 3 mission had just sent the rover to the moon. In the field of scientific research, everyone's time is precious, and the main focus is naturally placed on directions that can yield more results. Professor Ouyang, please let me speak first. Indeed, this Ouyang Hong held a high seniority. Even Chief Engineer Ding spoke softly and gently as he took over the conversation. I didn't call this meeting to blame anyone. The Change 3 mission has already achieved great success as positively evaluated by the higher authorities. Various lunar research efforts have also made qualitative breakthroughs and leaps in the past 2 years. We all know that. What I mean is that we now have an opportunity to attempt further exploration work before the launch of the Change 4 mission. Afraid of being interrupted by Ouyang Hong or other leaders and professors from other units, Chief Engineer Ding's speaking pace quickened somewhat. That's right, everyone, please take a look at these 2 videos. Soon 2 videos of the lunar rover's surface operations appeared on the projection. One was a pixelated low-quality video using the original algorithm. The other was the video quality after replacing it with Lu Yuan's new algorithm. How is this possible? Such a huge difference. In just a moment, whether in the conference room where Lu Yuan was, or among other units and professors in the video conference, there was a stir of astonishment. Even Professor Zhao, who was beside Lu Yuan and had some expectations, was taken aback. But it was still the first time he had seen such a stark contrast after the algorithm improvement, and he couldn't help turning his head to look at Lu Yuan. Did you really come up with this? Yesterday, Chief Engineer Ding talked to me all night about cultivating your interest in the aerospace industry. No wonder. After this self-questioning and answering, Professor Zhao's eyes showed a mix of surprise and pride. Even his posture straightened up a bit in his seat. Indeed, a student's achievements sometimes bring more pride than one's own. Chief Engineer Ding, what's going on with these videos? Play them again for me. How can they be so clear? Was this video specially processed? In the video conference, Professor Ouyang's eyes widened, and he immediately expressed doubts. He couldn't help but ask to replay the comparison video of the rover's exploration footage. Chief Engineer Ding, accommodating, immediately arranged for it to be played again and began to introduce it. This is a breakthrough by the Lunar Exploration Base Team's Imaging Working Group, which has completely overhauled the original imaging algorithm. Comrade Lu Yuan completely overturned the original imaging algorithm and developed a brand new one. It has now been adapted to the existing lunar rover, improving the overall real-time imaging performance by 55. That's why I hurriedly called this morning's meeting, to invite Professor Ouyang, Dean Lu, Professor Ho, and you all to assess and decide. Now that the image quality has reached this standard, should we restart the research on the lunar surface in the near future? Lu Yuan was now matching the names with the professors in the video windows. The professors specialized in different fields: geology, geochemistry, astronomy, biology, and so on. Compared to sending spacecraft to the moon, the actual scientific exploration work still relies on professors in these fields. There is another point to explain to all comrades: the design plan for the Change 4 probe can be bolder than before. According to calculations by specialists I consulted, Lu Yuan's new algorithm, when paired with the latest Tianda chip, can further improve efficiency. It's about 140 of the current performance. With this level of image quality, we can perform real-time attitude control of the spacecraft during more advanced lunar launches. In the entire aerospace engineering project, any breakthrough in technology is a major advancement for the whole project. Whether it's a breakthrough in aerospace materials, applied physics, or even the seemingly minor breakthrough in image processing technology like this one, it can significantly reduce the difficulty of the project's established tasks and objectives. At the same time, some limitations of the originally planned Change 4 project are lifted, allowing more advanced technologies from other fields to be applied. This is also why Chief Engineer Ding hurried to hold this meeting. Even the discussions about launch trajectories between his mentor Professor Zhao and other professors could be different. At the very least, trajectories previously considered too difficult to fly can now be implemented with the assistance of real-time, high-definition images and intelligent control technology. Such a huge improvement. If this can be realized on the Change 4 project, future exploration discoveries could make great progress. Wait, Chief Engineer Ding, are you saying this algorithm was developed by Comrade Lu Yuan? Is this comrade in today's meeting? Which university is he from? Let us get to know him. Before the meeting could proceed further, Professor Ouyang expressed his curiosity about Lu Yuan. He had assumed it was some professor who had been researching this field all along. He hadn't heard of him before, but now he was publicly acknowledging his academic level. The other professors and researchers in the video conference were also curious about this unfamiliar comrade Lu Yuan. Professor Ouyang. Lu Yuan is not a professor at any university. Oh, he doesn't work at an enterprise either, he's still quite young. As Chief Engineer Ding introduced him, he waved at Lu Yuan in the conference room, signaling him to come forward. Oh, very young, could he be a doctoral student under some professor? That's truly rare. To have such problem-solving ability at the doctoral stage, very outstanding. Before Lu Yuan could even step into the frame, Professor Ouyang couldn't help but continue praising him. Professor Ouyang, hello, I am Lu Yuan. A young man's distinctive voice came through the computer. Lu Yuan's youthful face appeared on everyone's video screen. His eyes were not large, but his gaze was exceptionally bright, with a chiseled jawline and a prominent Adam's apple. His handsome young face astonished everyone on the other side of the screen. Just then Lu Yuan felt a wave of heat behind him and turned his head slightly. Professor Zhao had also stood up and come to stand behind him. Professor Ouyang, do you still remember me? Zhao Xian from Peking University. This is my student Lu Yuan, 18 years old, a freshman this year. He has a special talent in mathematics, especially algorithms. A young voice and a middle-aged voice followed in succession. 18 years old, freshman. Such unfamiliar words. For a moment, the many professors and research groups across the screen stared blankly. They had just speculated about the various possibilities regarding Mr. Lu Yuan. At the very least, they had thought he was a doctoral student, never imagining that he would be a freshman just starting college. Zhao Xian, you can't be lying, can you? Is it really this young man who developed such an algorithm that improves image quality so effectively? Professor Ouyang Hong, unable to contain himself, took off his old-fashioned brown glasses with a chain. He blinked vigorously, put them back on, and once again scrutinized Lu Yuan on the screen. Professor Ouyang, I am not very good at algorithms myself. My research focuses on more theoretical and advanced partial differential equations. Not to mention that this is an algorithm related to image processing which I have never delved into. This was not the first time Lu Yuan had been doubted. Fortunately, with Professor Zhao Xian backing him, everyone's first reaction was similar to that of Director Zhang from ByteDance. They attributed these achievements to Professor Zhao rather than making wild guesses or suspecting him of plagiarizing someone else's work. With Professor Zhao willing to explain on his behalf, it was easier for others to accept that these were Lu Yuan's own accomplishments. And can you not trust me? Whose achievement it is? This algorithm was first verified by Chief Engineer Ding and Old Lu. At this moment, not only Professor Zhao, but also Chief Engineer Ding crowded behind him. Ding barely showed half his face in the camera, nodding in tacit understanding with Professor Lu. Professor Ouyang and comrades, Lu Yuan's improved algorithms are not limited to this one. This is a segment of footage captured using a military satellite borrowed from the Shishu military region, equipped with a panoramic camera utilizing Lu Yuan's latest stereoscopic imaging algorithm. The image switched, and a video of Earth taken from space appeared before their eyes. It was not a full view of Earth, but a partial view with some sections of the artificial satellite visible at the edges. The footage was taken at night, and although the overall lighting was dim, it was still clear. The local view of Earth showed the continents, oceans, and atmosphere with remarkable clarity. The continental plates were not only uneven, but also revealed many topographic details. Compared to past satellite images, the amount of information in this Earth video was several times greater. Due to time constraints and the limited number of satellites we could borrow, we cannot fully demonstrate Lu Yuan's algorithmic optimization in stereoscopic imaging. However, judging from the current results, this algorithm is also very valuable for our future exploration of the lunar surface. Until this moment, everyone was fully convinced of Lu Yuan's abilities. Lu Yuan left his seat and followed Professor Zhao back to his own position. He looked up again at the projection of the Earth observation video taken from the satellite. Indeed, viewing Earth from another angle, especially at night, was so profound and vast with an indescribable strange beauty. The goal of Change 4 is still the exploration of the far side of the moon. Chief Engineer Ding at the front of the conference room emphasized once again. This was also the first time Lu Yuan had heard about the specific project of Change 4. In fact, the overall project plan and objectives had been proposed only at the end of last year. Official confirmation came just a few months ago. The difficulty was not great, it was relatively simple among several launch missions. After all, the actual launch target of Change 4 was only the second phase mission of the Change 3 project. The specific technical breakthroughs required were not high, merely moving from exploring the near side of the moon to the far side. Of course, low requirements did not mean they were not pursuing progress. At least so far, various units and teams had been discussing the various tasks and technical improvements for Change 4 for half a day. I hope that with the great breakthrough in image processing technology, the Intelligent Orbit Correction technical team can also make a breakthrough. And the team designing the new generation lunar rover can also communicate and discuss with comrade Lu Yuan in the future, especially the equipment plan for the panoramic camera, etc. We plan to propose a new version of the overall plan within half a month. Lu Yuan's 2 algorithms had been proposed at just the right time, not too late. The essence was that the change for project was just starting, so even major adjustments were fine. If it had been half a year later when the project was well underway, his images would still be applied, but they would not cause major changes to the overall project due to his proposals. More likely they would be realized in the next phase, that is the future Change 5 project. Chief Engineer Ding, I actually mentioned it last year. Whether exploring the near side or the far side of the moon, it is ultimately just image exploration. Since we now have the assistance of image technology, why not advance to the next stage and try to mine some lunar soil and bring it back to China for research? Professor Ouyang was making the proposal again. Compared to just launching probes and using lunar rovers for image exploration on the lunar surface, Professor Ouyang preferred to carry out lunar soil mining. Currently, the only countries that have mined lunar soil are the United States and the former Soviet Union. Both were completed in the 1960s and 1970s. Unfortunately, the United States had only given China a symbolic 1 gram of soil sample. It was so precious that 0.5 grams of it were preserved for exhibition. Only 0.5 grams were studied by scholars across the country. Even with just 0.5 grams of lunar soil, China had published 14 top-tier papers. One can imagine that once China could land on the moon and obtain soil by itself, the significance would be epic-making. Not only would it catch up with the United States and the Soviet Union, but it would also truly have more say in lunar research. China's scientific research is not lacking in personnel or level. At least in this competition of space exploration, the objective constraints themselves are the most critical. One cannot make bricks without straw. Without even lunar soil, how can we compete with the major powers in this field? That is also the reason why Professor Ouyang has been insisting on direct soil mining all along. Professor Ouyang, you know that our Project 4 has no plan for the return of the spacecraft. Collecting soil samples is not difficult, but having the spacecraft return at a fixed time and location is not part of the current mission. That is one of the objectives of the next Project 5. Chief Engineer Ding's face showed great difficulty, but inwardly, he was also somewhat tempted. It was not only because of Lu Yuan's major breakthrough in image technology this time. He had taken over the responsibility of Chief Engineer of the Change project only 2 years ago after the launch of Change 3. Not only Chief Engineer Ding, but the Change base also underwent a major overhaul after Project 3. The older generation had all retired, and a large batch of young and excellent researchers were brought in. Therefore, the established launch objectives for Change 4, including the timeline, were not very demanding. The launch mission merely shifted from the near side of the moon in Project 3 to the far side. The original target launch date was 2018, which allowed ample time. On the contrary, the launch plan for Project 5 was set for 2020, leaving even less time for the more complex Project 5. To some extent, Project 4 was merely a shakedown for Chief Engineer Ding and the brand new young team at the base. The real pressure of the mission would manifest in Project 5 and even in future Project 6. Forget it, I know you're under a lot of pressure. I'm just anxious myself, it's okay. Let's proceed step by step according to the plan. Lu Yuan looked at the projection video where Ouyang Hong already with a full head of white hair was shown. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, it was a race against time. At Professor Ouyang's age, he probably won't be able to wait for the future Project 5. Even if he does, he likely won't have the energy to personally conduct research. No wonder he most hoped that Project 4 would start on some tasks of Project 5's plan. He truly wished to study lunar surface soil and to advance the nation's position in the forefront of the world in the endeavor of lunar exploration. Having already lagged behind for nearly 50 years, it was indeed hoped that every step could be taken faster. Let me go apply to the leadership again. See if we can redefine the tasks of Project 4 and also increase the budget a bit. Everyone continue working hard on the current plan, and if possible, we'll hold another meeting to discuss it later. In the meeting room, Chief Engineer Ding hesitated for a long while but finally relented and decided to give it a try. Professor, when are we roughly going back to the school? Coming out of the meeting room, Lu Yuan finally had some time to chat with Professor Zhao. What? Want to go back to study? Haha, not really, I just want to have an expectation in mind. Wanting to rush back to school to study was naturally not the case, for Lu Yuan learning could happen anywhere. However, he knew in his heart that he was still a student of Peking University and would eventually return to campus life. At the Change base, he felt more like a guest, and he wanted to have a clear idea in his mind. Soon, if Project 4 really undergoes changes, the currently planned flight trajectory will all need to be altered. Including the return trajectory, we will need to recalculate. If there's news, we'll leave tomorrow or the day after. Even if we stick to the original plan, we'll return to the school in a week. Ring ring. Just as he said that, Professor Zhao's phone rang. Okay. But the next moment Professor Zhao had already raised the phone to his ear and turned to look at him. I have no problem here. Agreed in principle. The entire call was less than a minute before it was hung up. Professor Zhao put down his phone, patted him on the shoulder with one hand, shook his head, and smiled with emotion. You really are a hot commodity now. Professor, what's the matter? It seemed this call was also meant for him. Director Miao of the 11th Research Institute of the Western Shu Military Region called me hoping you could help them improve their satellite image processing algorithm. Anyway, there's still some time, so I accepted on your behalf. Someone should be coming to find you soon. I'm going to take care of my own matters now. You listen to your senior brother Wang at the base. With that said, Professor Zhao hurriedly left. It was clear that there was still a lot of work ahead. Even if they were preparing to return to the school, they needed to keep the progress of the work aligned with the overall direction of the other professors. How was it? Feels good to be in the spotlight, right? As soon as he returned to his workstation and sat down, Wang, you couldn't wait to chat with him. Compared to the busyness of other staff at the base, Wang's image processing group was almost under no pressure now. The most difficult work had already been solved by Lu Yuan, or at least for the next few years, there would be no major research pressure. When I first made progress back, then it was also a big scene. But not as memorable as yours. A freshman student improved the most difficult image algorithm. If I had your talent back then, I probably wouldn't have come to this aerospace engineering. The envy in Wang's words made Lu Yuan curious. Brother Wang, why did you come to this aerospace engineering back then? What else could it be? I couldn't stay in the capital. My research results during my PhD were average, nothing too outstanding published, so I didn't have many choices. Fortunately, my advisor recommended me, and I got a job at the core RD department of the change base. Plus my wife's hometown is here, so I just came. Asking about the past always brought up realistic reasons. Even a PhD from Peking University might not be able to stay in the capital. The high housing prices were always a big problem for ordinary incomes. Fortunately, Brother Wang had his advisor's help, and at least he got into the core RD base of change. Although it was not as good as large foreign companies, the income was definitely high standard and high treatment among public institutions. If it were the external subsidiary production units of the Change Project or subsidiary research institutes, then neither the treatment nor anything else would probably make Brother Wang very satisfied. After all, dedicating oneself to the aerospace industry was not a choice for getting rich. Now I've gradually come to feel the charm of aerospace. Even if I had been offered a high salary outside before, I wouldn't want to leave. Indeed, in the end, it was always supported by a spiritual inheritance and a unique sentiment. Lu Yuan had only been here for a little over a week, but he had already been infected by the atmosphere here. Zhang, are you looking for Lu Yuan? As they were chatting, Brother Wang suddenly changed the topic, his eyes glancing to his diagonal rear. A man in military uniform was standing upright behind him. He looked about 30 years old with slightly dark skin and a look of resoluteness. Lu Yuan recognized this man. He was also a staff member in the dispatch hall. However, they hadn't had much specific communication. Yes. Comrade Lu Yuan, hello. I am representing the 11th Research Institute of the Western Shu Military Region to invite you to participate in an image algorithm improvement project. Would you be willing? Of course I am willing. But do I need to go to the 11th Research Institute? Professor Zhao had already agreed on his behalf. Since it was for the military district, Lu Yuan's main question now was the workplace. No, the military district's task documents are already in my hands. If it's convenient, you can work on improvements at the lunar base. Zhang Yi spoke earnestly with a formal demeanor and deep respect. After finishing, he seemed to recall something and added, before the task begins, you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement. Also, please refrain from publishing any papers on the improvements you make. Lu Yuan understood this. Military research always thrived on covert competition. If he improved technology for the military while publishing papers, it would expose national armament developments. It may seem unfair to you, but the military district will compensate you economically or through other means as much as possible. Oh, no need. It's my honor to contribute to national military modernization. I don't need any compensation. He was already delighted to be part of such projects, and with over 1 million yuan from Byte Company, he had no financial pressure. Mentally relaxed, he lacked the utilitarian mindset of later years. But does the stereoscopic imaging algorithm need to be classified too? Lu Yuan naturally intended to keep the algorithm he would improve for the military confidential. However, this stereoscopic imaging algorithm would be used by the change base and had significant civilian applications in navigation. He wondered if it required confidentiality. This technology? Technically not, but let me confirm. No problem, I'm just asking. If the nation needs it, I can keep it confidential. To Lu Yuan, these new algorithms really weren't that important, nor did he feel they were monumental achievements. He was only 18 in this life, though as long as his brain's talent persisted, creating new algorithms was merely a matter of whether he wanted to, not whether he could. He had no objection to contributing some technology to the nation to enhance comprehensive national power. Under Zhang Yi's witness, Lu Yuan finally signed the confidentiality agreement. He didn't scrutinize the specific clauses, and trusting his teacher's oversight sufficed. The task documents were also delivered to him, a military-grade laptop containing all the mission data. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuan was increasingly coming into contact with classified national units. Everything seemed so natural. That afternoon, Lu Yuan began reading the task data from the 11th Research Institute of the Western Shu Military District. Although his work involved improving algorithms, the actual task data was far exceeding specialized algorithmic content. The data contained more information on satellite communications and a large portion of specialized parameters for artificial satellites. This made reading difficult for Lu Yuan despite his exceptional aptitude in physics and chemistry. He had never systematically studied physics, especially satellite communication. Fortunately, the military computer contained a wealth of materials, as if anticipating his foundational knowledge. Various satellite-related topics, including communication knowledge, were organized into dedicated folders for him to study. The materials included not only electronic versions of books, but also top-tier foreign papers and literature. Lu Yuan was genuinely interested in learning these, but one challenge remained: advanced literature was written in English. This troubled him. It seemed that at the high end of scientific research, English was unavoidable. Fortunately, his aptitude in humanities was merely average, not poor. Reading was somewhat laborious, but not entirely impossible. With the help of machine translation software and consultations with Brother Wang, his learning of the material became increasingly smooth. The next afternoon, Lu Yuan had gained a more detailed understanding of communication knowledge. However, to delve deeper into the entire communication discipline, he still had much to learn. But now, during his research on satellite algorithms, he could quickly identify and fill knowledge gaps. Yet the more he read the task data, the more uneasy he felt. The algorithm improvement was not difficult, but he sensed that the satellite algorithm seemed deliberately carved out from some larger system. Moreover, the satellite required him to adapt his stereoscopic imaging algorithm. The entire task felt fragmented, adding complications to his work. Lu Yuan, still working? You're a natural for research. At your age, I couldn't sit still for a moment. Unbeknownst to him, Senior Wang had already sat down beside him. He was in a great mood these past 2 days, feeling light and carefree. Now, with a cheerful smile, he looked as if he had just returned from a pleasant conversation. Brother Wang, didn't the base assign you another algorithm improvement task? Oh, the remaining part isn't my responsibility, but it's handled by your colleague at this workstation. He's been seconded to another project and should be back next month to take over. Lu Yuan hadn't realized that the remaining work wasn't Wang Yu's. It seemed Wang Yu had indeed completed all his tasks, now free of burdens. This explained why Lu Yuan found it difficult to improve that part. Brother Wang, is there something else? Lu Yuan wanted to continue reading the task data, but Wang Yu, leaning sideways, stared at him intently. That unblinking gaze made it hard for Lu Yuan to read. Haha, nothing much, just got some news about you. Hearing this, Lu Yuan closed his laptop. He turned sideways to face Wang Yu. Fortunately, Wang Yu wasn't planning to keep him in suspense. Glancing around, he leaned in and whispered, I just heard Chief Engineer Ding arguing with the unit leader because of you. Because of me? Arguing with the 11th Research Institute? Could it be that he was spending too much effort on the 11th Research Institute, instead of continuing work for the change base? Lu Yuan speculated inwardly. However, Wang Yu quickly waved his hand. No way. The 11th Research Institute and our base have a good relationship both in Western Shu Province. We even exchange personnel when projects are short-handed. Why would we argue? That made sense. Both research institutes in Western Shu Province couldn't be on bad terms. His stereoscopic imaging algorithm had been verified using a satellite borrowed from the Western Shu Military District by Teacher Lu. Unable to guess the reason, he pressed on. Then what was it about? What was it about? They are arguing with the National Bureau of Surveying and Mapping, the Meteorological Bureau, the Seismological Bureau, and several other agencies. As soon as Wang Yu uttered these words, Lu Yuan's expression grew even more perplexed. Brother Wang, what do these agencies have to do with me? Could they really be arguing because of me? It's not about you, but it's highly relevant to your algorithm. Wang Yu wore a look as if Lu Yuan was underestimating himself and thinking too simply. He continued to explain. I just heard that. Zhang, you went to apply for the classification of your algorithm, right? Somehow these agencies got wind of the Earth's topographic data captured by the stereoscopic imaging. Now they all want your stereoscopic imaging algorithm to improve their current research on Earth itself. Especially the Meteorological Bureau and the Surveying and Mapping Bureau, they insist on having the algorithm released for use in their agencies. He hadn't expected the news to spread so fast. After all, these were national-level agencies with high prestige. Such news, even if classified, would not be kept from the leaders of these agencies. During that video conference at the change base, many people had already seen the results of the stereoscopic imaging algorithm, so it was only natural for these major agencies to get the information. Then did Chief Engineer Ding agree to release it? Although the algorithm was written by Lu Yuan, Chief Engineer Ding could only respect his views, but the decision-making power did not rest with Lu Yuan. The achievements at the change base would be decided by the base by default. Especially since he was in a classified unit, Lu Yuan had already signed a confidentiality agreement upon entering the base. He definitely agreed. It's just a matter of time. I reckon when you return to the capital, both you and Professor Zhao will be called in to help. Alright, I've passed on the news to you. Go ahead and get back to work, I won't disturb you anymore. The longer he stayed at the change base, the more Lu Yuan realized that Wang Yu had quite a knack for gathering information. Among the researchers at the base, he was one of the few outgoing and active individuals with a bit of a know-it-all vibe. Of course, he wasn't very tight-lipped either, otherwise Lu Yuan wouldn't have known so much about the people at the base. 3 more days passed. Lu Yuan continued to focus on improving the algorithm. In fact, the overall engineering requirements were not that difficult. The core task still required Lu Yuan to devise a new adaptive algorithm. The most time-consuming part of the whole work was organizing the various interference conditions in image transmission. There were many interferences, including signal issues or the sheer complexity of knowledge involved in satellite operations. This part had held Lu Yuan back for a long time. If it weren't for his extraordinary learning ability, an ordinary person trying to delve into this field would need at least a month just to understand it, let alone improve it. The engineering content he was dealing with was more suited to communications professionals who would find it easier to grasp and more relevant. The entire new algorithm was completed this morning, offering at least a 50 improvement in performance for satellite image processing compared to the old one. But Lu Yuan himself was not satisfied. The task from the 11th Research Institute felt strange to him. They provided a lot of satellite information and parameters, but both the satellite's name and its internal chips were given to him solely as code names. The improvement was merely a localized adjustment based on paper requirements. Since it was not an improvement from an overall macro perspective, Lu Yuan found it hard to be fully satisfied with the task. Nevertheless, the information given to him was limited. After pondering for a while and checking the new algorithm again, he decided to submit it to Zhang Yi. After all, if he didn't submit it soon, it would be too late. Professor Zhao had already communicated with him. The entire Change 4 mission was undergoing a comprehensive adjustment with major revisions to the task requirements. It was confirmed that new tasks such as spacecraft return and lunar soil extraction would be added. Professor Zhao's current task would be temporarily suspended, and new orbital calculations would begin once the mission was redefined. This also meant that Lu Yuan could return to school. The date was set tomorrow. On the morning before leaving the base, Wang Yu came specially to see him off. Meanwhile, Section Chief Guang was also present, holding a lunar rover model slightly larger than a palm. He handed it to Lu Yuan just before he boarded the bus to the airport. The model was exquisitely detailed, a 1:1 replica, and sealed in an acrylic case. On the solid wood base of the model, there was an engraved inscription. The Change 4 Mission Work Group, in gratitude for Comrade Lu Yuan's contribution to the image algorithm, specially presents this model. September 8, 2015. Now on Lu Yuan's journey back to school. The China Satellite Navigation System Management Office under the National Space Administration appeared quite busy. In a dedicated meeting room, a group of leaders were holding a discussion. There were no more than 7 people in total. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the other leaders were also around 40 to 50 years old. Only the person at the far end of the long table looked relatively young. He wore a military uniform radiating an air of vigor. If Lu Yuan were present, he would surely recognize this person. It was Zhang Yi, who had been at the change base just 2 days ago. Captain Zhang Yi, are you sure this is the material Comrade Lu Yuan submitted to you? The man at the head of the meeting room pointed at the projection screen on his left front. On it was the algorithm content Lu Yuan had recorded in his military laptop. Did he really take less than 4 days? Zhang Yi did not answer immediately, but couldn't help glancing at another military uniformed man on the other side of the leader. That man calmly nodded at Zhang Yi, and only then did Zhang Yi speak with a slight sense of relief. That's right. Comrade Lu Yuan has exceptional mathematical talent. Over the past few days, I secretly observed him. His learning ability in physics and chemistry is also remarkable. It was the content related to satellites and communications that probably took up a lot of his time, otherwise he could have completed the algorithm improvement even faster. Zhang Yi hadn't just minded his own business at the base these days, he had also been secretly observing Lu Yuan as per the request of his superiors. The man at the head of the table fixed his gaze on Zhang Yi, and the atmosphere in the meeting room grew exceptionally quiet. The others also focused their attention on him, causing Zhang Yi's forehead to break out in a sweat. After a long pause, the leading man finally nodded. He turned to the military uniformed man opposite him and said, "Dean Miao, it seems that Lu Yuan is indeed a genius." That's right, the military uniformed man opposite the leader was none other than Dean Miao of the 11th Research Institute of the Shishu military region. Just this localized improvement has boosted our overall system by 14.7. If he could truly attempt to complete overhaul, the improvement to our Beidou system, including our comprehensive strength, would be unimaginable. Dean Miao fully agreed with the man sitting across from him. He immediately nodded. Agreed. I endorse Secretary Yan's opinion. Let Comrade Lu Yuan participate in the improvement of the Beidou navigation system. But we still need to first consult the School of Mathematics at Peking University Professor Zhao and Comrade Lu Yuan himself. Xiao Zhang, would you be willing to make another trip to extend the personal invitation to Comrade Lu Yuan? Under the scorching summer sun, the entire Peking University campus resembled a sea of military green. In one of the formations, a short instructor commanded the squad with a stern expression. Lu Yuan, step out. Yes. Do the goose step again alone. Today marked the third-to-last day of military training. As a newcomer who had only joined the squad yesterday, Lu Yuan had indeed been receiving special attention from the instructor. His short-sleeved training uniform was already soaked through. Lu Yuan had undergone military training in his past life, but it had been far too long. Standing at attention was manageable, but the goose step proved difficult to perfect. Raise your leg higher. After the shout, instructor Chen silently adjusted his cap brim. To Lu Yuan, instructor Chen seemed about his age. He was short with dark skin, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. He usually smiled shyly and was quite considerate toward the entire class. He often chose shaded spots for their training. Unfortunately, this young instructor didn't seem to have a good impression of Lu Yuan. Ever since Lu Yuan joined the squad yesterday, he had been nitpicking. Do it again. Your leg must be higher. The military parade is in 3 days. Are you not ashamed to march like this? Don't ruin the whole class image because of you. After another 10 minutes of solo training, once Lu Yuan finally managed a decent goose step, instructor Chen nodded, silently glanced at the other students standing at attention in the shade, and finally raised his hand. Dismissed. The once rigid formation immediately dispersed into a noisy crowd. Yuinga, you're really unlucky. Singled out as soon as you arrived. Instructor Chen seems like a nice guy, but I don't know why he's got it out for you. Zheng Hang, who hadn't seen Lu Yuan in a while, immediately gathered around him. Lu and Kun and Shi Jiayu, his old teammates and roommates, also came to console him. This isn't bad luck. It's just a misunderstanding. He only showed up for the last few days of the 2-week training. The instructor probably thinks he's a deserter. No wonder he's getting special treatment. Zheng Hang, though business savvy from his family background, was still young and didn't fully grasp the situation. Lu and Kun, however, had already understood. He continued to suggest to Lu Yuan, Yuinga, why don't you explain things to Instructor Chen? It's not like you were intentionally playing truant. You were contributing to the nation, weren't you? Lu and Kun's suggestion had crossed Lu Yuan's mind when he was first singled out yesterday, but he thought it was no big deal. He really wasn't good at the drill, so extra practice was justified. Besides, the change project was classified, and it was better to leave some things unsaid. By today, he was even less inclined to bring it up, as if he were begging the instructor to go easy on him. Forget it. Including today, there are only 3 days left before the parade. No need. Besides, I think Instructor Chen has already been going easy on me. Lu Yuan could sense that Instructor Chen's attitude toward him had shifted. Yesterday, his solo sessions lasted at least half an hour. Today, he was allowed to rest after just 10 minutes. I haven't been going easy on you. Somehow Instructor Chen had appeared behind him. He was holding several extra bottles of water, which he handed to Lu Yuan and the others. I thought you were like those students who skip training with fake sick notes. But you actually train pretty seriously. Just need to work on your goose step. Raise your leg higher and point your toes down. As Lu and Kun had guessed, Instructor Chen had misunderstood him. Fortunately, it seemed the misunderstanding was mostly resolved. If only you had joined 2 days earlier. With your height and looks, you could have tried out for the flag team. Instructor Chen sounded genuinely regretful for him. This year, the elite class of the School of Mathematics at Peking University had exactly 30 students. Only one girl with the rest boys. Although Lu Yuan was only 180 centimeters barefoot, he was among the tallest in the class. The flag team had set a minimum height requirement of 176 centimeters 2 days ago, though there was further screening. Instructor Chen, another instructor, is looking for you. As they were chatting in the shade, a classmate called out to them. Turning around, they saw several men in military uniforms standing not far behind. The weather was hot, yet they wore full-length uniforms. The leader bore a rank insignia, though Lu Yuan couldn't identify it. Instructor Chen, who had been relaxed, instantly snapped to attention. He kicked his leg straight, stood upright, and saluted. Chief Instructor. Lu Yuan's heart tightened. Even if he couldn't read the rank, he knew this was a senior officer. Peking University, being the nation's top institution, might have low-ranking young officers as training instructors, but the chief instructor was always at least a colonel. He usually only appeared at the opening ceremony and the final parade, so his presence here was rare. Not knowing why the chief instructor had come, Instructor Chen worried that he had been reported for insufficient training intensity or for always training in the shade. Chief instructor, the students just finished standing at attention for over an hour, so I gave them a few minutes rest. Caught by the chief instructor during a break, sweat dripped from his forehead even more profusely in the summer heat. The middle-aged chief instructor, though stern-faced, said nothing. He merely nodded and uttered 3 calm, powerful words: fall in. Yes. This was the fastest assembly the elite class had ever achieved. Everyone stood at attention with exceptional posture, hoping to show support for Instructor Chen. They had stepped out of the shade and into the blazing sun. Is there a student named Lu Yuan in your squad? After Instructor Chen finished the formation and faced the chief instructor, the first question surprised Lu Yuan. He hadn't expected the chief instructor to be here for him. Lu Yuan's gaze immediately shifted to the chief instructor and the officers behind him. They were all wearing caps, so his attention had been on the chief instructor. But upon closer inspection, he noticed that one officer's uniform was slightly different. He appeared to be in his 30s, and Lu Yuan recognized him instantly. This was Zhang Yi, the man he had dealt with at the change base. At Instructor Chen's signal, Lu Yuan trotted out from the formation. Lu Yuan, this is our chief drill master for the military training, Lu Qian. Sir, Chief Instructor Lu. Instructor Chen made the introduction first, while the few behind Chief Instructor Lu were not further introduced. Is Cadet Lu Yuan the one who just returned to the training yesterday? A low voice emanated from Chief Instructor Lu. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but compared to when he spoke with Instructor Chen, his tone with Lu Yuan seemed slightly gentler. Yes. After Lu Yuan nodded, Chief Instructor Lu turned his head to look at Zhang Yi behind him. Comrade Zhang Yi, is this the Cadet Lu Yuan you were looking for? That's right. Zhang Yi gave Lu Yuan a calm glance before looking back at Chief Instructor Lu. Colonel Lu, may I have a private word with Cadet Lu Yuan? Of course. At this moment, Chief Instructor Liu's usually stern expression relaxed, revealing a hint of a smile. He led the few military leaders behind him and continued to inspect the other formations undergoing military training. The entire area had already noticed the situation. Every cadet in the formation stood at attention with perfect posture, showing their collective best. Brother Zhang, what's going on? Did something go wrong with the algorithm I wrote? After walking a few steps to a nearby tree shade a fair distance from the nearest training formations, Lu Yuan spoke bluntly to Zhang Yi. Seeing him seek him out could only be about the satellite image algorithm from last time. Lu Yuan was uncertain whether the algorithm had worked too well or not well enough, prompting the visit. No issues, your algorithm was very successful. I came mainly to ask if you'd be willing to continue following up on the project. Follow up. Lu Yuan looked puzzled, not rushing to agree. Brother Zhang, I had some doubts about this project last time. The task materials I received felt incomplete. If it's still the same set of materials, I'm afraid I can only do so much. With partial data, Lu Yuan couldn't propose a better solution, and further follow-up seemed pointless. That won't be the case. This time I'm inviting you to participate in a full follow-up. Zhang Yi paused and looked around at the surroundings again. Apart from the military training cadets dozens of meters away, there was no one else in the area. His expression turned serious, and he looked at Lu Yuan again. I am here on behalf of the National Satellite Navigation System Management Office to formally invite Comrade Lu Yuan to join the overall research and development of the Beidou Satellite Navigation System. Beidou Satellite. Upon hearing the name, Lu Yuan felt a surge of surprise. He immediately realized the significance of the algorithm improvement he had worked on before. The satellite referred to in the materials by a code was actually the future renowned Beidou satellite. That's right. The Beidou satellite project is currently in its 3rd phase, the Global Satellite Coverage System. The entire satellite navigation system is mostly military-oriented, with only a small portion open to civilian enterprises for cooperation. Your previous algorithm greatly improved the entire system, so the higher-ups want to invite you to participate fully. Higher-ups. Brother Zhang, aren't you from the 11th Research Institute? Lu Yuan was naturally very enthusiastic about the Beidou project. In the future, it would become a crucial national strategic navigation system, the foundation of all modern military power. Every missile fighter jet and strategic deterrent would rely on Beidou navigation. No wonder the initial materials he received were only partial, not fully disclosed. He truly hadn't dared to think of the Beidou satellite. Although he had already made up his mind, he wanted to clarify the relationship with Zhang Yi before him and also give himself some time to digest. My organizational affiliation is indeed with the 11th Research Institute, but our institute's satellite materials are under the management of the National Satellite Navigation Office. The decision to invite you this time was actually made by the leadership of the Satellite Navigation Office. Lu Yuan could roughly guess, since Shishu Province is one of the few rocket launch bases in the country. Whether it's the Lunar Exploration Project, other aerospace projects, or sending satellites into space, the Shishu Military Region's assistance is almost indispensable. And the 11th Research Institute under the Shishu Military Region naturally interacts with various units. Does my advisor agree to this? Do I need to work in Shishu province? Lu Yuan further inquired about the task requirements. Professor Zhao has already been contacted by Secretary Yin from the navigation office. The fact that I can come to discuss with you now means that the mathematics school and Professor Zhao Xin have already agreed. I just didn't expect you to be in military training. The entire training unit was just coordinated by Secretary Yin from the navigation office. From Zhang Yi's expression, it was clear that the institute and Professor Zhao were easy to communicate with. The military training part was the more troublesome. Regardless, as long as Lu Yuan was part of the training formation, his status was special before the training ended, subject to military transfer regulations. Even though there were only 3 days left of training for Zhang Yi and the leaders behind the satellite navigation office, it required an extra procedure. As for the work location, you don't need to go to Shishu province. The National Satellite Navigation Office is in the capital and can provide a dedicated studio for you. Of course, you can also work on campus with a designated classroom or laboratory for your use. That would be great. If it's convenient, I'd prefer to work on campus. Hearing that he could work at school, Lu Yuan's concerns dissipated, and he immediately agreed. Seeing his agreement, Zhang Yi's expression relaxed, clearly indicating the pressure of the recruitment task. About 20 minutes later, Chief Instructor Lu returned with his team and stood before them. Simultaneously, Instructor Chen trotted over again, looking at Lu Yuan with a strange expression. Chief Instructor Lu, I would like to request that Lu Yuan be excused from the remaining military training. I believe Secretary Yin has discussed this with you. No problem. Cadet Lu Yuan's work is special and actually contributes to our military. Just that on the final morning the review parade, I hope Cadet Lu Yuan can attend. About 2 hours, not too long. After speaking, their gazes turned to Lu Yuan. I have no issue. I comply with any organizational arrangement. After everyone left, Zhang Yi went to arrange a dedicated workspace. Only Lu Yuan and Instructor Chen remained. Instructor Chen's face showed obvious embarrassment, and after a moment he spoke with some reluctance. Lu Yuan, I misjudged you these past 2 days. I'm sorry. Instructor Chen couldn't see the specifics, but it was clear that Lu Yuan's earlier absence from training was not because he was a deserter, as he had imagined. Especially the attitude of the leaders today made it obvious that Lu Yuan's previous work was more important than he had thought. He apologized for his earlier prejudice. Instructor Chen, please don't say that. Your strictness was justified. It's just that I'm afraid I won't have time to continue the training from now on. Haha, the training is not urgent. Listen to Chief Instructor Lu. Prioritize your special work. At that moment, Instructor Chen's earlier preconceptions had vanished. A relaxed and joyful expression appeared on his face, mixed with admiration for Lu Yuan. Although Lu Yuan had officially joined the comprehensive development and optimization of the Beidou navigation satellite system, all the key information in the materials about Beidou satellites that were given to him was still in code. Even if someone saw the contents of his work computer, they couldn't obtain any useful information or draw any conclusions. It was likely to be all foggy with no idea what the contents were about. As for the arrangement of his workplace, it was very efficient. In the end, it was a small room originally used for storing miscellaneous items that was repurposed right next to the mathematics experiment led by Professor Zhao. The simple renovation and cleaning essentially involved installing an air conditioner and a surveillance camera. After moving out the clutter and setting up a desk and chair, it was temporarily assigned to Lu Yuan for his exclusive use. Of course, a dedicated office at the National Satellite Navigation Management Office was also reserved for him, so he could work wherever he preferred. In the cafeteria, the three of them were chatting over dinner. Junior Lu, you are the busiest freshman I've ever seen, Ling Du said while eating, trying to strike up a conversation with Lu Yuan, his face showing excitement, as if something good had happened. At this moment, both of them were dressed in short-sleeved casual clothes, except for Zheng Hang, who was still in his military training uniform, occasionally emitting a whiff of sweat. Of course, neither of them minded, as Lu Yuan himself had been in the same state just a few days ago. Not to mention that the entire cafeteria was filled with freshmen who had just finished military training, the air mingling with the smell of sweat and food. It's not that bad after all. I didn't go through military training, he said. He truly didn't feel busy. In fact, he spent his days quite productively, unlike ordinary students who had no other arrangements besides military training at the start of the semester. In fact, Lu Yuan's rest time was guaranteed, unlike Professor Zhao, who often disappeared for all-nighters. Zheng Hang slowed down. Don't you have a lunch break during military training? What's the rush? The adolescent Zheng Hang's appetite was even more exaggerated than what Lu Yuan had seen before, as if it had been upgraded. The 2 hefty chicken drumsticks on the plate had turned into bones in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuan was also a bit hungry now, so he picked up a honey-glazed chicken wing from his tray and started gnawing on it. The standard of food in the school cafeteria was no lower than that of the change base, especially in terms of variety, which was beyond comparison. At the same time, there were several cafeterias to choose from, and the prices were very reasonable. Compared to the private university in his previous life, the public university's cafeteria indeed received substantial subsidies. The price of each dish was low and most dishes were more than half the price of those at his previous private university. Today's meal with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable cost only 10 yuan. Of course, for someone like Zheng Hang who had piled his plate high, it definitely wasn't cheap. Senior Ling, what did you chomp want to see me about? Zheng Hang asked while eating, still chewing on the rib meat. Time to split the money. The royalties from the book publication have arrived. Ling Du's face flashed with pride and excitement. The book project had been started at the end of last year, taking him over half a year, and finally, there was income. It was indeed a joyful event. Unfortunately, after sharing the news, the 2 people sitting opposite him showed little reaction. Lu Yuan simply put down his chopsticks, looked at him, quietly waiting for him to continue. Zheng Hang, on the other hand, didn't even put down his chopsticks, and continued eating voraciously. The mountain of food in front of him was quickly reduced by more than half. As if impatient with Ling Du's silence, he continued to ask, while eating, "How much did you earn? How much can I get?" "We sold nearly 4,000 copies in total, and I got 107,000 yuan. You two can split over 1,000. You two can split over 1,000. But Lu Yuan and Zheng Hang remained undisturbed. One had grown up in a wealthy family, and the other now had 1,000,000 yuan in his account. Compared to Ling Dus, nearly 1,000 yuan, after splitting between Lu Yuan and Zheng Hang, each got only about 5,000 yuan. Indeed, there was nothing to get excited about, especially since Lu Yuan's mind was full of satellite system matters, and his attention wasn't on this. After the meal, Ling Dus' excitement was finally dampened, turning into some frustration. The days of military training passed in a flash. Lu Yuan's research on the entire Beidou navigation system was still in the exploratory stage. Unlike the earlier single satellite project, the entire Beidou Phase 3 project currently consisted of 21 artificial satellites, forming an information network. In the future, more satellites would be launched, making the satellite network increasingly dense. This placed much higher demands on his algorithms, especially stability. It needed to leverage the individual imaging capabilities of each satellite, while also achieving 3-dimensional imaging with dozens of satellites superimposed. At the same time, it had to consider extreme scenarios where several satellites lost communication without affecting the overall system's functionality. During this period, Lu Yuan was frantically catching up on content in several related fields of artificial satellites. It wasn't until the school officially started classes that everything truly began to get on track. In the classroom, the teacher was lecturing on mathematical analysis at the podium, and the students were silent. The sound of chalk scratching on the blackboard filled the room. As a basic course for freshmen, the department did not specifically distinguish between the elite class and other classes. Several classes were mixed together. After a summer vacation, most students had already let loose. Now that the semester had just begun, although military training had somewhat refocused their minds, they had already relaxed in their studies. The teacher was a young male instructor who lectured at a very fast pace. He didn't care whether the students understood or not, just kept going on his own. At most, he would occasionally have a brief interaction with a few attentive students in the front rows. Lu Yuan, meanwhile, was flipping through the more advanced content of Fundamentals of Number Theory. Driven by the need for satellite-related knowledge, he naturally wouldn't neglect the professional knowledge he needed to delve deeper into. Zheng Hang was also studying on his own beside him, but after flipping through for a while, he couldn't help but play with his phone. The other students in the class were similar. Some were sleeping, some playing on their phones, and some studying the textbook on their own. For students already gifted in mathematics, the basic course content at the beginning of freshman year was still quite easy to follow. At least the textbook content for many, especially most of the competition students in the elite class, required little explanation. Just by glancing, they could grasp about 8,090 of what was taught in class today. Of course, there were also a few students who were already falling behind. Why is he lecturing so fast? Do you all understand? Occasionally, a student behind Lu Yuan would ask those around them. Unfortunately, such inquiries often went unanswered. Once they entered the realm of advanced mathematics, even those with high college entrance exam scores might find it difficult. Qualities such as talent, self-study ability, and perseverance become particularly important after entering. Unconsciously, time slipped into October. Campus life was something Lu Yuan adapted to quite quickly. After all, being in university, there were hardly any constraints on study. In the realm of mathematics, he now felt increasingly at ease, like a fish in water. As for the research materials on the Beidou satellite, no one was pressing him on this front. Lu Yuan started learning all related content from scratch, patiently and meticulously pondering over it. Relying on his extraordinary learning ability, he had now fully mastered these materials. He had originally planned to start working on improving the algorithm of the entire Beidou image system today, but he received a temporary WeChat notification from Professor Zhao. By now, Lu Yuan had already pushed open the office door. On the desk, a glass thermos with a stainless steel lid first caught his eye. The cup was filled with goji berries, such a health-conscious gesture in this early autumn weather. Indeed, Professor Zhao appeared to be in much better shape than before. Teacher, Lu Yuan, you're here. Come. Have a seat. Seeing him enter, Professor Zhao immediately let go of the mouse he was holding, quickly turned off the computer screen, and his expression instantly turned eager. How is it? Are you getting used to campus life? Quite well. Did you receive the school's allowance? Lu Yuan's tuition at Peking University was fully waived, and he also received a monthly living allowance. The amount was modest but sufficient for the minimum living expenses on campus. Of course, Lu Yuan no longer relied on this subsidy. He was not short of living expenses now. However, Lu Yuan felt a bit puzzled. Normally, Professor Zhao would get straight to the point when he called him. Being so warm and caring about his life like this was a first for him, and he found it a bit uncomfortable. Before he could think further, Professor Zhao continued asking, "How is the work on the Beidou navigation going?" "Smoothly. Pretty smoothly, teacher. Has the client leader been pressing me?" These major national projects were naturally not confidential to Professor Zhao. As Lu Yuan's advisor, he certainly needed to know what Lu Yuan was busy with. "Not at all. I was just worried you might find it difficult to learn. If necessary, I can introduce you to a teacher from the School of Physics to give you specialized lectures on the content you need." "Teacher, no need to trouble yourself. I've almost finished self-studying these materials and am already preparing to try improving the algorithm." Professor Zhao nodded upon hearing this, once again revealing a warm and cordial smile. "That's good. This time I have two main pieces of news to tell you. First, at the Chang'e base, the new overall mission has been set. I saw you're in the big WeChat group, so you should have received the message, right?" Lu Yuan nodded at this. He had indeed received the modification of the overall mission of the Chang'e project. New additions included soil extraction and return engineering. However, it had little to do with him. This part was more troublesome for Professor Zhao's work. The orbital plans previously discussed in collaboration with other professors all had to be scrapped and redone. You focus on the Beidou project first. If you have free time later, I'll let you participate in the orbital calculation work. This part will involve a heavy amount of calculation, and it will require a deeper level of expertise in mathematics. You must be prepared. Professor Zhao's words today made Lu Yuan increasingly puzzled. Logically, if Professor Zhao had been willing to let him assist with the orbital calculation work, he would have asked him to help on the very first day he entered the Chang'e base. At that time, Professor Zhao had only asked Wang Yu, who worked on image algorithms, to guide him, clearly not intending to let him participate in this part of the project in the short term. Now suddenly willing to take him along for orbital calculations. It was really strange. Moreover, Professor Zhao's attitude today was too enthusiastic, not like his usual style. "No problem. Teacher, I should be able to finish the Beidou part in another week. You can assign me any task whenever you need." Regardless the challenging and significant Earth-Moon orbital simulation calculation, Professor Zhao willing to let him participate, Lu Yuan naturally found it a coveted opportunity. The thought of having a spacecraft complete its flight mission precisely along its predetermined orbit, just imagining it felt incredibly cool. "Teacher, what's the other notice?" "Huh." Even before mentioning it, Professor Zhao couldn't help but laugh to himself first. "Also, regarding your algorithm paper, the news came this morning. It has been accepted for publication. It's far stronger than I expected. I never imagined the JAMS journal would be willing to accept your paper." At this point, Professor Zhao's smile grew even wider, and he continued to laugh heartily to himself. "Teacher, is this journal really that impressive?" Lu Yuan had limited exposure to academic journals and didn't have a deep sense of it. Judging by Professor Zhao's reaction, it must be a very powerful journal, and his original expectation of SEI, a first tier, was certainly no problem. "Of course it's impressive. Let me put it this way, among the undergraduates at our school, you are the first to publish a paper in JMS, one of the 4 top journals." As Professor Zhao spoke, his emotions grew more and more excited. However, seeing Lu Yuan's lack of clear understanding, he ultimately let him leave first. "You can look up this journal online or ask your senior fellow students. I still need to communicate with the editor to see if there are any revisions needed." After leaving the teacher's office, Lu Yuan quickly returned to his own workspace, thinking he would go to the adjacent lab later to ask senior brother Ling. Before he could even settle in, Yu Junwei from the next lab came rushing over excitedly. "Junior, come out for a moment." "Senior brother Yu." As soon as he stepped out of the studio, he was grabbed by the sleeve and pulled into the adjacent lab. At that moment, all the senior brothers and sisters in the lab turned their eyes upon him. Their gazes were intense, as if looking at a monster. "Senior brother, everyone, why are you all staring at me like this? Look at the genius of our department. An undergraduate publishing a major paper in one of the 4 top journals." Senior brother Zhang was the first to approach, his envy undisguised. "I'm so envious. If I had a JAMS paper, I could already graduate early." Even senior sister Jia followed, clicking her tongue in admiration. "That's not all. Senior brother, you underestimate JAMS. With this paper, you senior brother Zhang could stay at the school and rise all the way to professor without any problem." Senior brother Yu's face was also quite excited, and he kept patting Lu Yuan's shoulder. Junior brother Lu, I've hitched a ride on your success. I never expected to get a second author's name on one of the 4 top journals. Although a second authorship is usually not very useful, this was one of the 4 top journals in mathematics. Yu Junwei had spent just over a day on it, mainly doing translation work. This second authorship was far more valuable than most of the first author papers he had published. Lu Yuan gradually began to realize that the value of this paper far exceeded his imagination. After asking senior brother Yu for further explanation, he truly understood what the JAMS journal represented. Mathematics is different from other disciplines. The domestic research field in mathematics is not strong, and even publishing in SCI is already very difficult. Internationally, there are 4 universally recognized top journals in the field of mathematics. They are top journals in the SCI first tier. JAMS is one of these 4 top journals. How difficult is it to publish a paper in these 4 top journals in the field of mathematics? Let's put it this way. The total number of papers published in these 4 top journals by all mathematics researchers in China over the years. The number of papers with the word China appearing in the author affiliation has not exceeded 50 times so far. And Lu Yuan, with just this one new algorithm, has been accepted for publication. Even his own advisor, Professor Zhao, was actually having his first opportunity to publish in one of these 4 top journals. Senior brother Yu, how did you know my paper was accepted? Huh. It was posted in our advisors group. Haven't you seen it yet? Yu Junwei was still excited, his smile unwavering since he saw the news on WeChat that morning. Sigh. It's just been accepted, not yet officially published. I can hardly wait. Senior brother Zhang, as I recall, the last time someone from our institute published in one of the 4 top journals was Dean Xiao, right? As they spoke of this, senior brother Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly nodded. Exactly. That was 2 years ago. The college website even ran a special column about it, and it caused quite a stir. I heard that during those 2 months, it was extremely easy to get things done when approaching Dean Xiao. As they talked, even another senior brother Chen couldn't help but join in quietly. Dean Xiao was especially delighted then. It was said that there was a senior doctoral student who had delayed graduation, and during that time, he went to Dean Xiao to plead for leniency. In the end, Dean Xiao actually guided his thesis and helped him graduate just in time. The rumors among them were spreading like wildfire, especially the news about Dean Xiao of the School of Mathematics. The more Lu Yuan listened, the more he inwardly congratulated himself. Nothing else. The ideal of being a student of an academician actually came with not so great treatment in many aspects. The reputation was grand, but the graduation requirements were also raised accordingly. Academicians of that caliber still cherish their reputation in both academia and education. If you don't meet the standards, they won't let you graduate. More importantly, such high-level figures have no time to guide students' coursework. Not to mention mathematics, a field that requires talent and inspiration. They mainly adopt a laissez-faire approach, at most leaving the supervision to a junior advisor. All in all, for Lu Yuan himself, it was indeed better to follow Professor Zhao. At least Professor Zhao was willing to formulate a training plan for him, especially to involve him in important projects and engineering. As for Dean Xiao, who was already advanced in years, he had stopped recruiting new masters and doctoral students in recent years. Beep beep. The phone in his pocket vibrated again. Hello, Professor. Oh, okay, I'll come right now. Senior brother, my advisor is looking for me. I have to go first. By now the others were already deep in group chat mode, and Lu Yuan, who had started the topic, was no longer that important. They all waved and nodded to him, and Lu Yuan hurried off to Professor Zhao's office. He had only been away for half an hour, yet he was being called back so urgently. Upon entering the office, Lu Yuan found that it was not just Professor Zhao there. The familiar Dean Xiao of the School of Mathematics, Vice Dean Wang, and 2 other professors were also present. They were engaged in an intense discussion. Professor Zhao gestured for him to find a seat, first while he explained to Dean Xiao. Dean, it's not that I didn't inform you. Oh, I only received the acceptance email this morning. It was really lucky. They directly sent the acceptance notice without even any revision suggestions. Mentioning it again, Professor Zhao still found it unbelievable. He had only been handling his routine work emails, never expecting to receive such good news of this caliber. Is that what I'm talking about? I mean, you've achieved a publication in a top journal. Shouldn't you discuss it with our institute? Aren't you usually busy with the Change Project and the National Youth Foundation projects? When did you secretly work on this paper? Dean Xiao's tone carried a hint of sourness, feigned displeasure. However, the smile on his face revealed his inner good mood. Clearly, he wasn't blaming Professor Zhao Xi. After all, it was a glory for the entire college. At this moment, it was more of an incredulous inquiry. This is not something I did. Dean Xiao, I was just lucky. I was carried along by my student, who knew the algorithm he developed for the enterprise's horizontal project would be so valuable. I had only tentatively submitted to the top journals, never expecting JAMS would actually accept it. The leaders of the School of Mathematics all turned to look at Lu Yuan, the young man who had just pulled up a plastic chair and sat at the outermost part of the room. Afraid that the leaders might not believe him, Professor Zhao continued explaining. Lu Yuan's paper is simply a machine learning-related algorithm. I originally planned to have him submit it to an AI-related journal. After all, it's just a single algorithm. Although it's quite innovative and practical, the content is still a bit thin compared to the major papers in the top journals over the years that prove conjectures. In the end, it was unexpectedly accepted by JAMS. I guess it's because big data research has been quite cutting edge in the past 2 years, and it happened to catch the eye of the editor. The assembled college leaders, including Dean Xiao, seemed somewhat silent. There was certainly an element of luck. Such a top journal considers not only the academic content itself, but also the quality of submissions from other peers that year. It's impossible for every issue to contain explosive mathematical conjecture proofs. Even with other types of content, very few people in China have the opportunity to publish in the 4 top journals. It could be said that professors and scholars who have published in these journals can be counted on one hand at any university. Those who have published in them hold a subtly different status in the field of mathematics. No wonder Professor Zhao was so delighted when he received the email today. It was a pity that when he first shared the news with Lu Yuan was still a novice and couldn't appreciate the actual influence of a top journal. Now he truly understood, and the mere fact that several major leaders of the college had gathered in the office was ample proof. So this paper was really written by Lu Yuan himself. After a long pause, Dean Xiao asked again, gradually accepting it in his mind. Even if the paper had been published by Professor Zhao, it would have been surprising, let alone that it was actually an undergraduate. Lu Yuan, I remember you just participated in the IMO this year, right? How long have you been studying advanced mathematics? As he asked, Dean Xiao's eyes grew fervent. About 2 months. I arrived at the university at the end of July, and Professor Zhao arranged my study plan right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Vice Dean Wang Gongyue exclaimed in surprise. Only 2 months? You've never studied it before. As he spoke, he turned his body, twisting from the sofa to face him. Lu Yuan's learning ability is very strong. He is the fastest learner among all the students I have ever taught. He can quickly grasp almost any content in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Professor Zhao then began to explain and praise Lu Yuan to the college leaders. And besides his learning ability, what impresses me most about Lu Yuan is his problem-solving ability. Not only has Chief Engineer Ding from the Change Project asked me for Lu Yuan, but now the Beidou navigation team is also looking for him to improve their algorithms. The next moment, Dean Xiao's expression turned serious. That won't do. It's fine for them to ask our institute for help. But how can they try to recruit him? That's crossing the line. You didn't agree, did you? Of course I didn't agree. I was merely making a casual remark. Lu Yuan is only a freshman, and his future path is his own choice. Hearing Professor Zhao's explanation, Dean Xiao's expression calmed down. At that moment, he stroked the stubble on his chin while adjusting his glasses, seemingly harboring a new idea. A gifted student like Lu Yuan deserves more intensive cultivation from our department. He can not only publish papers in theory, but also solve practical problems. Such a rare find. Dean Xiao and Vice Dean Wang still had some recollection of Lu Yuan. After all, he was the top scorer in the CMO competition, and the 2 deans had personally talked to him on behalf of the department to recruit him to Peking University. However, that recruitment was more of an affirmation of his potential. Thus, they did not pay much attention to him in the short term after his enrollment. It was only recently when Secretary Yin from the National Satellite Navigation Office approached them to discuss student Lu Yuan that the 2 deans began to focus on him again. Of course, it was merely maintaining attention. Now it was different. Lu Yuan's publication in one of the top 4 journals represented not just potential, but true capability. That was why Dean Xiao exclaimed, such a rare find. I think it's best for him to develop within our own department in the future. Lu Yuan, have you ever thought about staying on as faculty? As he spoke, Dean Xiao extended an invitation. In recent years, the talent pool in universities has primarily been evaluated by publications. A talent who can consistently publish papers in top international journals is the best reflection of a department's or even a university's strength. To put it bluntly, as long as the papers are well written, they are highly recognized by universities nationwide and even globally. Of course, for a top-tier university like Peking University, both publication quality and practical application ability are important. After all, many national scientific research and application projects are entrusted to the faculty teams of such elite institutions. Many top professors excel in both areas. For instance, Vice Dean Wang, who was sitting in front of Lu Yuan, alternates between theoretical research and national key engineering projects without neglecting either. However, when it comes to external recognition, paper publications remain the most significant achievement. The quality and quantity of papers remain the most critical factors in the current domestic university environment. The weight and influence of Lu Yuan's top journal publication are still rising, even though he is only a freshman, having just started a month ago. Yet with this top journal paper, the opportunity to stay on as faculty has already emerged. This is a chance to become part of Peking University's professorial team. It is also the most ideal future direction in Lu Yuan's mind, so he nodded to Dean Xiao immediately. Dean, after graduation, I hope to work at the university. I've just been worried I might not have the chance. Don't worry about that. Before Lu Yuan could finish, Dean Xiao had already given him his assurance. If you're willing, I can sign a pre-employment agreement with you on behalf of the department. Before Lu Yuan could fully agree, Professor Zhao interrupted forcefully. Dean, there's no rush. Lu Yuan's paper has just been accepted for publication. It hasn't been officially published yet. Let's wait until everything is settled before discussing it. Dean Xiao nodded in agreement. All right, then, it's settled. We'll talk after the official publication. I was originally planning to have the university website announce it, but we'll wait until the paper is published. Xiao Zhao, you've taken on an excellent student. After saying this, the leaders cast envious glances at Professor Zhao. Finally, after offering Lu Yuan some more encouragement, they rose with smiles and left. Don't you blame me for interrupting the faculty retention matter. As Lu Yuan helped Professor Zhao clean up the disposable cups in the office, a question came from beside him. How could I? I know you have my best interests at heart. Although Lu Yuan had some doubts, he did not resent Professor Zhao. By now he had fully understood his mentor's character. While Professor Zhao might not be able to treat all his students equally, or might have his favorites, he never exploited them. Fundamentally, he was a good advisor who considered his students' welfare. You're only a freshman and already publishing in top journals. Moreover, if you can publish papers on the 2 image algorithms from the Change project, it's safe to say they would earn a first-tier SCI publication in the field of image processing. Your future is full of potential. There's no need to confine yourself to Peking University's School of Mathematics. After tidying up the office together with Lu Yuan, Professor Zhao handed him a fresh cup of tea. Your future research direction or areas of interest might still change. With this JAMS paper in hand, if you want to stay, the department will surely keep you after graduation. Don't worry too much. For now, just continue to delve into the mathematical fields that interest you. If you develop new ideas or want to explore other areas, you won't be restricted. If you achieve more in the future, you'll have opportunities to negotiate better terms. Indeed, Professor Zhao was thinking of his best interests. Obviously, the quality of this top-for-journal paper was sufficient. There was no need for him to sign an early agreement to stay. In Professor Zhao's view, it would actually limit Lu Yuan. As Professor Zhao said, as long as he continued to achieve new successes, the university would offer him even better terms. Teacher, thank you for considering me. Haha, what are you saying? Your publication at this level helps me a lot too. Professor Zhao interrupted him with a laugh, though his face showed satisfaction. Go on, attend to your own affairs. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies or life, feel free to come to me. I may not be able to guarantee everything, but I can certainly provide you with some guidance and direction. Since the news of Lu Yuan's paper being accepted by one of the top 4 journals reached the department leadership, it quickly spread throughout the School of Mathematics and the entire university. Over the past 2 days, whenever Lu Yuan attended class, he was surrounded by the gazes of numerous students during roll call. Compared to his previous identity as an IMO gold medalist publishing in the top 4 journals, which symbolized the glory of the School of Mathematics, stirred even greater waves. In reality, many undergraduates at Peking University can publish papers, but most of them are second authors riding on a team's efforts with considerable water. Those who truly publish as first authors, especially in SCI journals, are extremely rare. This is not due to intellectual limitations, but rather because most SCI papers require massive resource investments from laboratories. How many undergraduates have the opportunity to get lab resources and independent research projects? In essence, it's still about background. Only someone like Lu Yuan, who publishes as a first author in a purely theoretical discipline, earns more recognition. After all, on the path of deep mathematical research, there is no need for excessive resource investment. It truly comes down to a competition of raw talent demonstrating strength in international journals. October 9th, the National Day holiday had come to an end. The weather had begun to turn cool. Lu Yuan wore a simple hoodie and a pair of jeans, staring at the address on his navigation app with disbelief. He had assumed that the address of the National Satellite Navigation Management Office would be in the capital, most likely within the 2nd or 3rd ring road. He had expected it to be close to his university, but upon checking the actual address, he realized it was on the outskirts. After taking the subway, and then a bus, he spent a full 2 hours before finally arriving at the village before him. Though it was called Lixian Village, it had long been abandoned with no one living there. Even the AMAP Gauda map on his phone seemed confused in this area. Back then, AMAP had not yet integrated Beidou navigation, it relied mainly on GPS and urban surveying vehicles to collect information. Ultimately, it used GIS technology and algorithms to render the map. The sheer scale of this undertaking had not struck Lu Yuan in his past life. It was only after he began designing the Beidou navigation system in this life that he couldn't help but admire this private enterprise AMAP. Essentially, it was a map created for online shopping and e-commerce services backed by Alibaba's massive investment. The actual map quality, especially within Chinese cities, was comparable to the military's daily satellite navigation. So in the end it was absorbed, and after the Beidou satellite system was fully mature it was opened up for civilian use and licensed to AMAP, further improving its precision. And Lu Yuan's purpose today was to work on the Beidou project. Hey brother Zhang, I didn't expect you to come pick me up. Alright, walk about a kilometer north right. I'm coming. In the capital of megacity, once you step outside the 5th Ring Road, you'll find many remote places. There were even desolate wilderness areas like this, places he would never normally visit. It was only because it was broad daylight. If it were night, Lu Yuan would have felt truly uneasy. Finally, seeing a familiar face in military uniform ahead, Lu Yuan's expression relaxed. There's still some distance to the place. About 20 minutes. Zhang Yi gave him a psychological blow right from the start. Though he said 20 minutes due to Lu Yuan's pace, including the speed of climbing the mountain, it actually took a full half-hour. At that moment, he felt more relieved than anything else, glad that he hadn't chosen to work at the satellite management office. If he had to commute daily between the university and the office, it would have been even harder than the life of a Beijing drifter. When he finally arrived, he found it was a military-industrial base, seemingly embedded within the mountain. From the outside, it looked no different from an abandoned site, exuding a strong sense of the 1960s or 1970s. After verification by several military guards, Lu Yuan was finally allowed in. Fortunately, the interior was much cleaner, with a highly industrial, hardcore post-apocalyptic style that felt a bit cyberpunk. The deeper he went, the more he discovered a hidden world. The mountains seemed to have been hollowed out, with soft furnishings starting to appear. Compared to the change base, the interior of this base was far more frugal. Eventually, Lu Yuan was led into an office. Inside, a middle-aged man in a jacket sat, offering a polite smile as he saw Lu Yuan enter. Secretary Yin, this is Comrade Lu Yuan from Peking University. Lu Yuan, this is Secretary Yin, the head of our Satellite Navigation Management Office. After a brief handshake, they sat down facing each other. Lu Yuan took a laptop out of his backpack and handed it over. Secretary Yin, I've improved the overall algorithm for satellite imagery based on the previous version. At the same time, the stereo imaging algorithm has been fully integrated. This improvement was, of course, Lu Yuan's modest way of putting it. Not only had he further updated the algorithm he had previously proposed for single satellites, but he had also fully adapted it to the current network of 21 satellites. In the final improvement plan, he had independently created 3 new algorithms, perfectly linking all the satellites together. Oh, Comrade Lu Yuan, your work speed is as fast as ever. As Secretary Yin spoke, the corner of his eye twitched slightly. Even someone as calm as he usually was couldn't help but lose his composure a little. And that was just on the surface. Inwardly, he found it even harder to accept. Lu Yuan's previous improvement algorithm for a single satellite had taken only 3 days, which had already seemed incredible to Secretary Yin. After all the satellite algorithms had been adapted by the military's research personnel and renowned university professors they had invited. The earliest algorithm adaptation had taken at least a month, and that was just for a single satellite. The current overall algorithm had been established from the very beginning of the Beidou project's Phase 1. During Phase 2, it had been completely overhauled and a new algorithm adopted. That had taken nearly a year and a half, followed by years of gradual improvements to reach the current level. Yet this young man from Peking University had taken only a month to improve the entire system's algorithm. From the moment he joined the task until now, it had been less than a month. Secretary Yin couldn't help but probe further. Comrade Lu Yuan, is this improvement of yours based on the old system, or is it another algorithm of your own creation? Working on the old improvements would take too much time, and I think the ceiling is low. This work mainly involves a new logical algorithm. After Lu Yuan said this, Secretary Yan's reaction was not just a twitch at the corner of his eye. Even the corner of his mouth trembled. As he spoke, he handed the computer to Zhang. Give it to the technical operations team. Have them immediately run algorithm simulations and code updates. I want to see the results of Comrade Lu Yuan's new algorithm by tonight. As Lu Yuan had expected, Secretary Yin was not a technical person, so he didn't even look at the algorithms on the computer. But his style was still very decisive. He simply delegated the work. Adapting Lu Yuan's algorithms to the code would take a considerable amount of time. Seeing the results by tonight was in line with Lu Yuan's expectations. At least, he didn't want to come back to this remote base for no reason. Comrade Lu Yuan, by how much do you estimate your algorithm will improve the original one? Will the image coverage be wider or clearer? All these effects can be achieved. Moreover, I've adapted the panoramic stereo imaging algorithm. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, with the current number of satellites, it should already be sufficient to achieve global imaging and positioning. In the room, Secretary Yin and Lu Yuan stared at each other. Compared to the leaders of Peking University's School of Mathematics and the change base, who trusted Lu Yuan, Secretary Yin was truly meeting him for the first time. Although the young man's attitude was quite humble and there was not a trace of arrogance on his face, the words he spoke grew bolder with each sentence. Not only did he presumptuously believe that his month's work surpassed the achievements of the Beidou system's working groups over the years, but according to what he was saying now, he had already accomplished the goals of the entire Phase 3 project ahead of schedule. The Beidou project currently encompasses only 3 phases. The first phase, initiated at the end of the last century, primarily established a domestic information signal network and imaging system. The second phase, though launched several years after the first, achieved its predetermined objectives in the preceding years. It realized full signal coverage and topographic imaging for the Asia-Pacific region, enabling positioning, velocity measurement, timing, and short-message communication services across the entire area. The ongoing third phase naturally aims to establish a complete global signal network and mapping system. To date, a total of 21 satellites have been launched, comprising 7 geostationary satellites, 8 inclined geosynchronous orbit satellites, and 6 medium Earth orbit satellites. The original plan was to complete all launch missions by 2018, with a total of 37 satellites fulfilling the third phase's global coverage objective. Now, from Lu Yuan's words, the notion of achieving global coverage with merely the current 21 satellites utterly shattered Secretary Yan's imagination. After a moment, a light chuckle escaped Secretary Yan in the office. He shook his head as he laughed, clearly unconvinced by Lu Yuan's claim. "Comrade Lu Yuan, shall we wait until the results are out? I do hope it turns out as you said. It would save us in the office a lot of work on the subsequent satellite launches for the Beidou project." Zhang Yi happened to return to the office at that moment. "Zhang Yi, perfect timing. Take Lu Yuan to tour our base and arrange a place for him to rest later." Hearing Secretary Yan's instructions, he led Lu Yuan out of the office. Throughout the leisurely walk, Zhang Yi remained taciturn, just as Lu Yuan had observed at the change base. As if naturally reserved and introverted. "Comrade Zhang, are you mentoring a newcomer?" In the work hall area, a few colleagues greeted Zhang Yi enthusiastically, their curious gazes fixed on Lu Yuan. "Not a newcomer. This is Comrade Lu Yuan, an external expert for the Beidou working group." "So young." A female colleague in her 30s, dressed in daily work attire with a clean appearance, remarked. Upon hearing the term external expert, she couldn't help but examine Lu Yuan from head to toe. "Oh, Expert Lu, I apologize. I didn't mean to doubt you. I just find it remarkable that you're so accomplished at such a young age. TSK, you're even younger than the fresh graduates we recruited this year." After speaking, Huang Yihue glanced at Zhang Yi, signaling silently, then let out a self-conscious laugh. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Huang Yihue, working primarily on communications here, though I'm not part of your Beidou team." Zhang Yi ultimately remained silent, not offering an introduction for Huang Yihue. Though he didn't shun social interaction when carrying out assigned tasks, he was unusually wooden in daily life. "Sister Huang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am indeed quite young. Just started my freshman year this year." Sister Huang's mouth slightly opened, but she quickly closed it, feigning worldly composure. "Truly a prodigy. We had a genius in my team too. At just 21, he was already better at communications than me. It's impossible to compare with people like you." At the base, restrictions on Lu Yuan were almost non-existent. Zhang Yi gave him a thorough tour. The base was indeed built inside a mountain, an enormous engineering feat. At the same time, its overall area was much smaller than the change base, and the personnel count was also significantly lower. There were several satellite working groups here, but the largest was the Beidou group. The entire Beidou team was exceptionally busy today, all working to adapt Lu Yuan's new algorithm. He also saw the office reserved for him at the base. The conditions were good. A rare single-person office, roughly 7 or 8 square meters small, but very clean. In fact, it was much more comfortable than the room at the school. Unfortunately, it was too far away. Since Lu Yuan's work was already complete, the office could be vacated for other comrades. At 7:20 p.m., Lu Yuan had spent the entire day at the base playing on his phone. From his arrival at 9:40 a.m., when his algorithm was taken for adaptation, until now the results had finally come. Led by Zhang Yi, he entered the work hall. Above, 4 massive screens displayed satellite imagery from different angles. "How is it? Updated?" Secretary Yan was also leaning over a male colleague who seemed to be in charge of the main update work. "It's already covering. Almost there. Done." As the words fell, the images on the 4 screens shifted instantly. The first screen, a distant view of Earth from a satellite, saw its clarity jump several levels. The once simple blue planet suddenly became sharp and detailed. As the image zoomed in, the contours of continents and the topography became clear. Of course, this wasn't the focus of Secretary Yan or the others. The content on the other 3 screens was the key. "Please zoom in on the 4th image for me." The rotating Earth immediately stopped and enlarged under the operator's movements. "Secretary Yan, this is the new panoramic stereoscopic imaging from the algorithm you provided. The effect of this algorithm is quite incredible. With just a slight adjustment of a few satellite positions, we already have global topographic imaging." The male operator continued his work as he spoke. The Earth's image kept magnifying, refreshing repeatedly. Finally, even Lu Yuan recognized that the Zhuamadin location was the very address of the satellite navigation management office they were in. The image was astonishingly clear, and the final topography could actually be magnified down to this mountain peak. However, due to hardware limitations, especially pixel constraints of the cameras, the algorithm could hardly simulate further magnification at this level. So clear. Secretary Yan's voice was low and trembling. He too could recognize the topographical environment. Switch to other countries. Let me see Europe and North America, or directly pull up the map of the United States. The next moment the map returned to a rotating three-dimensional view. It was then zoomed in again at specified coordinates. Lu Yuan was impressed. There were indeed skilled software developers in the base. In such a short time, not only had the algorithm's backend adaptation been completed, but even the supporting basic functions for stereoscopic imaging had been implemented. The image zoomed in repeatedly, as much of it was simulated from the backend data of the 21 satellites. The zooming process was not fast. However, it continued steadily, and the topographic features of the United States became increasingly clear on the map. Eventually, information such as the urban road traffic of Washington, D.C. was almost entirely exposed before everyone's eyes. Compared to the mountain imagery, this urban imaging was exceptionally sharp. At that moment, everyone stared blankly at the screens. The Beidou satellite network, after the algorithm's recalibration, it had far exceeded everyone's expectations. The value it demonstrated, especially its military value, was virtually incalculable.